Jiao Jiao, open the door. Don't scare Mom. Jiao Jiao, open the door. If you don't, Mom will come in. Li Jiao Jiao's head hurt terribly. Who was it? She had been working hard for several days and finally had a chance to sleep. Who is so annoying calling her nonstop? Doesn't she know that long hours and intense work can cause sudden death? Li Jiao Jiao struggled to open her eyes. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was so frightened she sat back.
Wow.
What is going on? There are yellow mud walls, a thatched roof, and uneven dirt ground. She just slept, and now someone has carried her from the company and thrown her into a slum? No, are there still slums like this in the world? This is too backward. She rubbed her eyes. Suddenly, a piece of paper slipped from her hand. Li Jiao Jiao quickly picked it up. The writing was vertical in traditional characters and from right to left. What is this? After carefully reading the letter, she finally understood its meaning. It was a letter from a man. It said that no matter where he was in this life, his heart would always love her. He married the daughter of the county magistrate to protect her, and he had no choice. She threw the letter on the ground and couldn't help but curse. What kind of trick is this? Clearly, it's emotional manipulation. Who is he trying to fool? Jiao Jiao, don't do anything stupid. If the marriage is cancelled, then it's cancelled. Can you open the door? The woman outside sounded very anxious. The fragile door shook and wobbled under her frantic efforts.
Li Jiao Jiao fronat.
Just as she was about to get up, she caught a faint, pleasant smell at her nose. She was about to find where it was coming from when the door was pushed open. A thin, disheveled middle-aged woman entered. Seeing her face, Li Jiao Jiao suddenly remembered who she was. Without thinking, she called out, "Mom." Just as she wanted to ask more, her hand was grabbed by the middle-aged woman. She looked her over carefully, then suddenly hugged her tightly, crying and laughing at the same time. "Why didn't you open the door? You scared me to death. You child, even if the marriage is cancelled, it's okay. I told you before, we are trying to reach higher, but you wouldn't believe it. Chunxian is not meant for a poor mountain village like ours. Forget about it, okay?" Hearing the woman's words, Li Jiao Jiao's mind conjured up an image of a scholarly man. He was the only learned person in Xuanshui village with a gentle appearance. Because he was literate, many young women in the village dreamed of him. However, he was deeply fond of her, often bringing her handwritten books, stories, or letters he wrote himself. Because Li Jiao Jiao could read, though not much. Outside, faint voices of many people could be heard. A middle-aged woman's face slightly changed. She hurriedly sat Li Jiao Jiao down and said, "Jiao Jiao, listen to mother. Stay inside, and don't go out. Do you hear me? Rest well. No matter what they say, don't listen." Li Jiao Jiao nodded, pressing her hands to her temples. Her head was dizzy. She wasn't sure if it was because she hadn't rested well for a long time or because she needed to understand her current situation. Just as she lay down, the door was pushed open. The woman was pushed to the ground. A young woman entered with a mocking look. "Oh, Jiao Jiao, you should go see. Someone from Chun Xian's family has come. Hurry and check. Chun Xian's new wife is back. TSK, she's so impressive, and she's pretty too." Seeing the visitor, Li Jiao Jiao's mind immediately recalled her information. Who's sure? The wife of Li's youngest son. Suddenly, her mind was filled with many thoughts. She hadn't rested well, and now her head was pounding fiercely. She hugged her head with both hands. "Sister-in-law, please don't say anything. I beg you. Jiao Jiao isn't feeling well. Please, let her be." "No, sister-in-law, this is a happy occasion. We must let Jiao Jiao go see. I heard Chun Xian's new wife is the daughter of the county magistrate, a real noble lady. The gifts they brought fill an entire courtyard. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? You know Chun Xian and Jiao Jiao are engaged. Are you just rubbing salt on her wounds? Don't you think she's already suffering enough? You're her aunt. How can you do this?" The woman's face turned pale. She blocked Hu Shi from approaching. Her thin body, at this moment, looked like a mountain, firmly stopping the storm outside. "Oh, sister-in-law, look at what you're saying. We're from the same village. The Chun family is generous. They invited us to eat. I came kindly to ask Jiao Jiao to go. But you're pushing me away and even throwing dirt on me?" Mrs. Hu crossed her arms with a mocking smile. "I'm Jiao Jiao's aunt, and of course I hope she marries a good family so we can share in the glory." As she spoke, Mrs. Hu reached out and tugged at Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao felt a headache coming on. Unwanted images flooded her mind, scenes and moments that didn't belong to her. Her body was called Jiao Jiao, looking delicate and gentle. The pale-faced woman was her mother, Mrs.
Wang.
In this era, women didn't have proper names, just titles like Mrs. Wang. The handsome young man, Chen Xian, had just topped the imperial exam and become the top scholar. Because of this, he gained the favor of the county magistrate and was chosen as a future son-in-law. Let go. Jiao Jiao couldn't free herself from Mrs. Hu's grip. Despite her short stature, Mrs. Hu was strong. She held tightly to Jiao Jiao's wrist, pulling her toward the door while talking. "Jiao Jiao, why are you shy? Look over there." Chen Xian's new wife said she just wants to see the prettiest girl from Sun Shui village. "Come on, let's go." Jiao Jiao pushed too hard and accidentally fell backward, hitting her head on a cabinet corner. It broke instantly, blood flowing down her forehead. A round copper plate on her neck flashed briefly with light, and then darkened. The scene moved so quickly that only Jiao Jiao, who was blinded by the flash, noticed. Everyone else missed it. "She's bleeding. She's bleeding." Mrs. Wang was so frightened she scrambled to her feet. She hurriedly held Jiao Jiao's head, panicked and unsure what to do. Jiao Jiao pressed her hand to her forehead. Blood was streaming down. She waved her hand. "It's okay, mother. Don't cry. Go get a clean cloth quickly and wrap it around my head." Mrs. Wang nodded hurriedly, like a headless chicken, searching everywhere for a clean cloth. Mrs. Hu forced an awkward smile. "This has nothing to do with me. I was just trying to be kind. Today is such a big celebration for the Chen family, and they invited the whole village to eat. They specifically asked to invite Jiao Jiao. I was just trying to be kind." "Kind?" Jiao Jiao shot a cold look at Mrs.
Hu.
She thought to herself, Mrs. Hu's relationship with her family was neither good nor bad. But isn't she just trying to push her to her limit? Chen Xian became the county magistrate's son-in-law. Everyone in the village was busy trying to curry favor with the Chen family. Mrs. Hu was one of them. Jiao Jiao, with a white cloth wrapped around her head, lifted her chin. She looked at the crowd outside, then at Mrs. Hu and Mrs. Wang. Supporting Mrs. Wang, she said loudly, "What's so interesting about watching a commotion? Aren't you all just eager to see me and Chen Xian fight?
Come on, I'll show you."
Let me give you a real show." Chen Xian and Li Jiao Jiao are already engaged, but in order to marry the daughter of the county magistrate, the Chen family shamelessly tries to break off the engagement. However, Chen Xian secretly writes love letters to Li Jiao Jiao, hoping that their family's reputation remains intact while outside. There are colorful banners flying. As a woman of the new era, she hates men who eat from the bowl but look at the pot, playing both sides without considering who they really are. Mrs. Wang tightly grips Li Jiao Jiao's sleeve, looking nervous and uneasy. She softly calls out, "Jiao Jiao." Li Jiao Jiao ignores her, turns around, picks up the letter on the ground, then searches under the pillow and finds over 10 letters. She looks at them with sarcasm, holding the letters close to her nose, where a faint scent lingers. This smell gives her a headache. She finds a basket, puts the letters inside, and moves them away from herself to feel a bit better. "Let's go. Aren't you here to watch the fun?" The Chen family and Li family are about 10 meters apart. When the new bride of the Chen family returns to the village for the first time, the whole village is lively. Everyone is busy trying to see what the real daughter of the Chen family looks like. The village chief and head of the village, Li Lianzhong, is currently hosting guests at Chen's house, serving food to the villagers. Chen Xian's father, Chen Yongsheng, smiles happily as he toasts a group of young men dressed in green. Chun Xian's mother, Lu, warmly invites two maidservants dressed in brown to eat. Hu Shi walks ahead, occasionally glancing back at Li Jiao Jiao. Mrs. Wang pulls at Li Jiao Jiao's sleeve, whispering, "Jiao Jiao, what are we doing? Let's not go. Listen to your mother, okay?" Li Jiao Jiao looks at Mrs. Wang. The worry and tension in her eyes are clear. She shakes her head and says, "Mother, how can I not go now?" Hu Shi, like a mad dog, is eager to push Li Jiao Jiao onto a dead end. Since that's the case, how can she let their plans fail? Everyone wants her dead, but the original Li Jiao Jiao is already gone. She is no longer that fragile girl. Standing in front of Chen's courtyard, Li Jiao Jiao stops. Mrs. Wang quickly looks around for Li Chenkai, her man, Li Jiao Jiao's father. Today, Chen's family is holding a banquet, and almost all the villagers from Xuanshui village are here. The courtyard is crowded with people, and various sounds fill the air. Li Jiao Jiao's head aches so badly, she feels like her head will split. The memories that don't belong to her are flashing through her mind like a movie. Hu Shi pulls at Li Jiao Jiao, saying, "Don't just stand there." Today, Chen's family specifically said they want Jiao Jiao to see the new bride. "You are a guest of Chen's family now." Li Jiao Jiao's mood was on the verge of breaking out in anger. Hu Shi looked malicious, constantly jumping on the edge of Li Jiao Jiao's agitation. "Little Andy, what benefits did the Chen family give you?" Hearing this, Hu Shi was stunned, and her face suddenly changed. She forced a smile and asked what benefits. Li Jiao Jiao ignored Hu Shi. She carried a basket and, under everyone's watchful eyes, walked straight into the Chen family's yard. "Oh, today is quite lively." Li Jiao Jiao's sudden appearance made the lively yard fall silent. Everyone looked at her. "Why are you all just staring at me? Didn't you call me? I want to see the bride. By the way, where is Chun Xian's bride? Did they find another one? Shouldn't she say hello to me, the ex? I'm just a village girl from the countryside. I've never seen what the county magistrate's daughter looks like. Where is she? Chun Xian, where are you? Hurry up and bring out your new wife, and maybe offer me a cup of tea, right?" As soon as Li Jiao Jiao finished speaking, the whole village was stunned. Wang Shi was even more so, staring blankly at her delicate daughter beside her. In her memory, her daughter was someone who wouldn't speak loudly. How did she change after reading a letter? Inside the house, Chen Xian and his new wife, Wan Yuxiu, the daughter of the county magistrate of Liang County, came out. Chen Xian was dressed in a blue long robe, with a blue hairpin securing his hair, looking handsome and elegant. The woman beside him was shorter, slightly plump, with a round face, very well off looking. She wore a pink floral ankle-length dress, jingling jewelry, and smelled fragrant. Seeing Chun Xian, Li Jiao Jiao felt a strange pain in her chest. She resisted the urge to cover her heart and curse silently. What a useless person. No wonder I was so angry I almost died. Chun Xian, after 10 years of studying hard, congratulations on passing the exam. Oh no, double happiness is here. Li Jiao Jiao turned to look at Wang Shi, giving her a reassuring look. She then walked to him with her basket. In front of everyone, she took out a stack of letters and slammed them onto Chun Xian's chest. "So, you don't need to write these letters anymore. It makes my teeth hurt just looking at them." Chun Xian was startled. He quickly looked at Wan Yuxiu. But to his surprise, Wan Yuxiu was not angry at all. She stared intently at the letters in the basket, then suddenly looked up and smiled. "Husband, why can't you stop this habit of writing letters? Didn't my father tell you not to write to people randomly?" After saying this, she hurriedly snatched the basket away. Chun Xian was panicked and wanted to grab it back, but he dared not. He could only watch helplessly as Wan Yuxiu took the basket away. With Wan Yuxiu's action, Li Jiao Jiao smelled a faint fragrance. The scent made her head ache terribly. She was eager to vent her anger and looked at Wan Yuxiu with a mocking face. "Young madam, you should watch your husband from now on. Writing love letters to others is not a good thing. I think the county magistrate is right." Wan Yuxiu's hand froze slightly. She handed the basket to the maid beside her. take it and deal with it. Although Wang Yuxiu was plump, she was very quick and neat in her speech and actions. The maid took the basket and left immediately, not daring to delay. Chen Xian, my former lover, should you invite me for tea before you leave today? Li Jiao looked at Chen Xian with ill intent. You have your big ambitions and I, a country girl, dare not delay your future.
Right?
Breaking off the engagement is fine. From now on, men and women marry, and it's none of our business.
Right?
Don't write those letters anymore. I won't accept them again. By the way, my mother told me I will soon look for someone else. Chen Xian suddenly raised his head. Li Jiao was very beautiful, even more beautiful than Wang Yuxiu by hundreds of times. He had been studying hard all these years just to pass the exam and marry her, but he never expected the county magistrate to take a liking to himself. On one side was a bright future, on the other a beautiful woman like Jade. He couldn't give up either. Here, I wish you both a happy marriage and a quick heir. Li Jiao, looking charming but trying to act like a man, clasped her fists. After speaking, she turned and left without hesitation. Feeling deflated, Li Jiao felt much better inside, but her head still hurt. She wanted to go home and organize her scattered memories. She told Wang Shi she was leaving and quickly ran back home. Her chest was burning so badly, she almost collapsed. She closed the door, grabbed the hot object, and threw it forcefully onto the ground. Surprisingly, it didn't fall but floated gently upward. Li Jiao finally saw clearly that the round copper coin in front of her defied gravity. The bright yellow copper coin floated quietly before her eyes. What's this? Curious, Li Jiao reached out and touched it lightly with her fingertip.
Huh?
Useless host? She was startled. She looked around quickly and shouted, Who's there?
Who's talking?
Weakling, too weak. Li Jiao almost jumped. Who was speaking in her ear? Could it be a ghost? She casually picked up a cloth from the table and waved it around carelessly until she was exhausted and gasping for breath. Only then did she lean on the table. You're so silly. Suddenly, the copper coin flew in front of Li Jiao. She was so frightened that she waved the cloth defensively. What are you? You can move. It's you and you can talk? You're the silly one. I am the spirit of the device. I am the spirit of the device. The little thing seemed angry and spun around Li Jiao. Why did you choose such a host for me? My goodness! Li Jiao gathered her courage and grabbed the flying copper coin in front of her. She clenched it tightly. Stop pretending to be a spirit. I don't care what you are. I don't accept you. After saying that, Li Jiao planned to throw the coin away. The coin struggled hard in her hand.
Let me go.
I am the spirit of the device. I have existed since ancient times. If you dare to throw me away, it's your honor to be my host. Don't be ungrateful.
Li Jiao pausa.
Could this be the treasure described in the novels? Why do you think I should be your host? By chance and fate, it's all destined. Stop spouting nonsense, I don't understand. The blood from your divine palace point just woke me from my sleep. Now you are my bonded host. Then, Li Jiao learned about the origin of the copper coin from the spirit. According to it, this is the oldest 8 treasures imperial coin in its continent, with many functions. Somehow, it ended up in her current time and space, and she happened to activate it. So, you're quite powerful, huh? Of course. The continent I come from is home to the top magic treasures. I am the best among them, no doubt. The coin floated proudly. However, this continent has no spiritual energy at all, so my power has shrunk. So, besides storing things, you have no other use? How can you say I'm useless? I am much better than those low-level seed space treasures. Don't underestimate me. Li Jiao didn't want to listen anymore and directly put the coin into her purse. Outside the window, it was already dark. The dimly lit room was now almost completely dark, except for a tiny light seeping through the roof. Li Jiao groped her way off the bed and slowly opened the door. Outside, Li Chengkai was pointing at Wang's nose and scolding, "Shameful thing. Listen to what the villagers are saying. This was supposed to be a secret, and in a while, no one would remember it. But now, everyone in the village is waiting to see our family's joke. As long as he is a normal man, who wouldn't want to marry a capable wife? Moreover, the Chen family has already apologized. Chen Xian even sent 5 taels of silver. Yet, he's still not satisfied, and went to cause trouble at their house. Are you happy now? When you go out, everyone will point fingers at us. Mother said that Jiao Jiao looks very healthy. Today, she shouldn't eat anything. Li Qingkai, annoyed, flicked his sleeve and turned away in anger. Mrs. Wang was scolded by Li Qingkai for a long time. She didn't speak, but when he said that Li Jiao Jiao shouldn't eat, she got worried. Husband, Jiao Jiao isn't feeling well. She can't go hungry. Li Qingkai flicked his sleeve again and scolded her. Who's to blame? Let her go hungry. A meal or 2 won't kill her. Then, Li Jiao Jiao heard a loud door slam, followed by Mrs. Wang's suppressed crying. After sleeping for a few hours, Li Jiao Jiao sorted out her current situation. The original owner, Li Jiao Jiao, was childhood sweethearts with Chen Xian. They got engaged last year. This year, Chen Xian passed the county exam and was ranked first. He was noticed by the county magistrate of Liang and became the magistrate's son-in-law. Also, Chen Xian and Wan Yuxiu got married in Liang a month ago. But in the past month, Chen Xian wrote many letters to the original owner, trying to manipulate her emotionally. So, even though Chen Xian married someone else, she was crazed with obsession. Mrs. Wang tried to comfort her for a long time, but she still couldn't let go of Chen Xian. This morning, the Chen family hosted a feast for the whole village, claiming Chen Xian and his new wife would return. Heartbroken, Li Jiao Jiao looked at the old letters and then died of grief. Li Jiao Jiao opened the door. Mrs. Wang quickly wiped her tears. Jiao Jiao, you're awake? Are you hungry? Just as Li Jiao Jiao sat down, a small boy of about 5 or 6 ran over on short legs. He took out a dry, hard grain cake and handed it to her. Sister, I hid some food for you. Eat quickly. Thank you, Qiao Qiao. Li Jiao Jiao patted her brother Li Qiao's head. He proudly puffed out his little chest. Sister, when I grow up, I'll protect you and stop others from bullying you. Mrs. Wang quickly hugged Li Qiao. My good Qiao Qiao. You're so caring for your sister and mother. With just one dry, hard cake, it wasn't enough for the 3 of them. The original father, Li Qingkai, was a typical bully at home. Outside, he was cowardly and couldn't support his family or protect his wife and children. But at home, he ruled like a king. Jojo, you eat first. I need to go out for a while. After leaving the room, Li Jiao Jiao stood in front of the small house, looked around. The Li family was lively, with 3 sons and 1 daughter of Old Man Li. Her father was the second son of Old Man Li, with 1 son and 1 daughter. The family had not yet divided their land. Old Man Li and his family looked down on Jiao Jiao and punished her, not letting her eat tonight. Jiao Jiao stood in the yard, faintly hearing her grandmother Deng's voice from the upper room, laughing and mocking. Jiao Jiao clenched her fists. She was hot-tempered, a bit spicy in personality, and couldn't stand their teasing. Just as she was about to go inside and argue with them, suddenly Deng's harsh cough sounded from upstairs, followed by people gathering around to show concern. Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that evil people like Deng would eventually be punished by heaven. Deng didn't plan to let her and her mother eat, so Jiao Jiao had to find food herself. In the kitchen, Jiao Jiao searched everywhere, pots, cabinets. There was nothing to eat, not even a sip of water left for her and her mother. She clenched her fists, angry. Just as she was about to confront Deng, her foot kicked something. She looked down and saw a wild chicken beside her. It was long-tailed and twisted, just like the wild chicken she saw on TV before. Curious, Jiao Jiao picked up the chicken. Its body was still warm. She examined it carefully. It looked like it had died naturally, with no wounds. Then she looked outside the door. She remembered clearly that when she entered the kitchen, There were no wild chickens around. She hadn't eaten meat in over a year. She and her mother hadn't even licked a plate. She had almost forgotten what meat tasted like. She looked around nervously, afraid Deng and the others might see her. Suddenly, she remembered her special item. Wasn't it said that she could store things now? Jiao Jiao took out a copper coin from her pocket, looked at it, and muttered, "How do I use this?" "The host, you just think about it." The spirit in her mind responded. Jiao Jiao frowned, thinking, what should she do? She decided to put the wild chicken inside.
Huh.
She was stunned because the wild chicken in her hand disappeared. Don't make a fuss. Now that you are the host, you can do whatever you want. Jiao Jiao ignored the spirit. This was beyond her understanding. She was born in a good environment, raised under the red flag, a true materialist. What was going on? She held a copper coin, looked at it over and over again, and couldn't believe that this thing had taken away the wild chicken. So, how could she get it out? Just as she had this thought, the wild chicken automatically appeared in her hand. Li Jiaojiao played with it foolishly many times, losing several feathers. The spirit inside the object couldn't stand it and shouted, "Enough, young lady. I beg you, stop playing with me like this. You're not human." Li Jiaojiao's words left the spirit speechless. "Who's in the kitchen late at night?" From the next room, Deng's voice woke up, startling Li Jiaojiao. She quickly put away the wild chicken and hurried back inside. Standing at her door, Li Jiaojiao, holding the wild chicken, hurried to find Wang and Li Qiao. "Mom, look what I found." Li Jiaojiao lifted the wild chicken. "Qiao Qiao, haven't you eaten meat in a long time? Come on, I'll take you to eat roast chicken." Wang asked hurriedly, "Where did you get this?" Li Jiaojiao pointed toward the kitchen. "At the kitchen door." "Mom, it seems it flew into our house by itself and then died. Since we're all hungry, let's go eat roast chicken." Wang was anxious, knowing it was a wild chicken, but worried about being caught by others. She nervously followed Li Jiaojiao. Li Qiao was very excited. "Sister, this way. No one will find us here." In a cave on the back mountain, Li Qiao and Wang gathered firewood. Li Jiaojiao quickly cleaned the feathers, removed the internal organs, and used some scallions and she took from the kitchen to remove the smell. She added a little salt, then started roasting the chicken over the fire. The wild chicken weighed about 6 jin, around 3 kilograms. The three of them ate eagerly, licking their lips. Li Qiao held his stomach. "Sister, if only we could have meat every day, that would be great." Wang poked his forehead.
Dream on.
"Your sister is lucky. Who can be lucky all the time? Wipe your mouth so no one sees." "Jiao Jiao, take your brother, and I'll tidy up the fire and gather some more firewood." On the way back, Wang carried Li Qiao and occasionally held Li Jiaojiao's hand. Near their home, Li Jiaojiao saw someone and quickly called out to Wang, "Mom, who's that?" Wang looked carefully. "It seems to be the maid beside Chen Xian's new wife. Look at their clothes, isn't it?" Indeed, it was them. Why are they here so late? Their figures disappeared into the night, and Wang and her family finally returned home. When they arrived, they were met with Li Qingsai's questioning. "Where did you go?" "Just now, Mother asked you to do some work." "Where did you run off to?" Mrs. Wang frowned. "Jiao Jiao hasn't eaten anything. The child has been hungry for almost a day. I'm going to find her something to eat. She deserves it." Li Chengkai spat harshly at Jiao Jiao, who told her to be so unruly. She disturbed the Qin family's celebration. Since they didn't come to blame her, that's already kind of them. Does she think she can just eat? Humph. Mother said, let her go hungry for a couple of days. Jiao Jiao's fiery temper made her unable to stand this weakling anymore. She was shocked that he dared to criticize her for being unruly. "When I was engaged to the Qin family, I remember you, Dad, smiling the happiest. Now you say I'm unruly. What shameful thing did I do?" Qin family broke off the engagement because I didn't have a good father or a good family background. If anyone is unruly, isn't it you? Shouldn't you think carefully about why you can't give your children a better life? When it comes to standing up for herself, Jiao Jiao has never been beaten. The whole family was stunned. Jiao Jiao was small and delicate, gentle and soft-spoken. This was the first time she spoke so sharply, like scolding someone. Li Chengkai was hit where it hurt. He grabbed a broom and stood up, pointing it at Jiao Jiao. Mrs. Wang's face turned pale with fear. She hurried forward to stop Li Chengkai. What are you doing? Today, the child was bullied so badly. Don't you feel sorry for her? How can you still talk about your daughter? Li Chengkai, you only know how to blame me and the children. You're the father and Chen family's 5 taels of silver. Do you even know what that money is for? Li Chengkai was stopped by Mrs. Wang. He was panting heavily, gasping for breath, and pointed at her nose. But now they are successful. Chen Xian is a scholar, and getting 5 taels of silver is already good. What more do you want? Do you think your daughter is better than the daughter of the county magistrate? Mrs. Wang gritted her teeth, but Jiao Jiao's engagement was broken off. Who would want her in the future? Li Chengkai instantly looked dejected. Jiao Jiao was pretty. Last year, she was engaged to the Chen family. At that time, he was respected when he went out. But when Chen Xian married the county magistrate's daughter, their family's reputation suffered. When Jiao Jiao's engagement was broken, many people whispered behind his back. All your fault. Li Chengkai pointed at Mrs. Wang. How dare you say that? How did you raise your daughter? Look at her now. If she can't get married in the future, it's all because you, as her mother, didn't teach her well. Li Jiao Jiao was about to be so angry with this man. He acted like a stranger, not Wang's husband or her father. He shirked responsibility and blamed his wife and daughter. Such a man is just a useless coward. She really couldn't stand him at all. Wang's eyes welled up with tears. She bit her lip hard to stop herself from crying. Li Jiao Jiao couldn't hold back anymore and pointed at Li Chengkai. It's so strange. I'm not just my mom's child. It's like my mom alone gave birth to me. I didn't learn well, but it's also your fault. How are you even a dad? The Chen family wants to marry me off, then they do. Want to back out? They do. To be honest, it's because you're useless. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just thrown me away like trash. Wang's became anxious. She quickly hugged Li Jiao Jiao.
Stop talking now, stop.
Li Chengkai was furious. Hey, you little brat, how dare you talk back? Am I spoiling you too much? He grabbed a broom and swung it at Li Jiao Jiao. Li Jiao Jiao dodged quickly. Li Qiao stepped forward and grabbed Li Chengkai's leg, but in his anger, Li Chengkai kicked him to the ground. Seeing this, Li Jiao Jiao no longer dodged. Wang's tightly held Li Chengkai's hand. What are you doing? Do you think we, the 3 women, are too much trouble? Li Chengkai, you're so capable. Come on, hit us.
Hit us.
If you keep going, you'll kill us all. Li Jiao Jiao hurriedly ran to hold Li Qiao. Qiao Qiao, are you okay? Li Qiao covered his stomach. Sister, let's go inside quickly. Li Jiao Jiao carried Li Qiao into the house. Li Qiao held his stomach for a while before sitting up. Sister, I'm fine now. Dad hits me often, but it's over quickly. Li Jiao Jiao felt very sad. Outside, Li Chengkai hit Wang's twice, then angrily threw down the broom, slammed the door shut, and went inside to sleep. Hearing the noise outside, Li Jiao Jiao felt a bit regretful. But she had a fiery temper, the kind that explodes easily. She couldn't stand it. Yet both her brother and mother were beaten because of her. No matter how much she wanted to endure, she clenched her fists and bit her lip tightly. After the outside calmed down, Wang's came in with a basin of water. She first asked worriedly about Li Qiao. Qiao Qiao, let me check?
Bangs lyfta Li Qiao's shirt.
There was a blue bruise on his stomach. She gently rubbed it. Li Qiao gritted his teeth. Mom, I'm not hurt. It will be fine in a few days. Seeing her sensible son, Wang's tears welled up. Li Jiao Jiao lowered her head. Mom Wang's, hearing Li Jiao Jiao's voice, quickly hugged her. From now on, don't talk back to your dad so much. Li Jiao Jiao was reluctant, but still said That night, Mrs. Wang tidied up for Li Qiao and Li Jiao Jiao, and then fell asleep holding the 2 siblings. After Mrs. Wang was asleep, Li Jiao Jiao couldn't sleep. She had napped for a few hours in the afternoon, and so many things had happened that evening. She couldn't fall asleep. She looked at Mrs. Wang and Li Qiao's peaceful faces and fell into deep thought. The original person's death was a mystery. She remembered that when Qin Xian and others returned, the original person locked herself in her room. She took out the letters Qin Xian had written to her recently. As she looked at them, she suddenly lost consciousness. Otherwise, she might have possessed this body. Did the original person really die from heartbreak? No matter how she thought about it, Li Jiao couldn't understand. She thought about the scent on the letter paper and the maidservant of Qin Xian's new wife appearing near their house late at night. All these signs pointed to something abnormal. Unable to sleep, Li Jiao thought a lot. Because she was not very familiar with the rules of this era, she only considered her current situation. First, the three of them, mother and two children, must leave the Li family and get away from Li Qingkai. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a good life. Second, money, silver coins. No matter the era, without money or silver, everything would be pointless. The moonlight outside was faint, shining through the narrow window. On the uneven ground, she could vaguely see the branches swaying outside. Spirit tool, spirit tool. After Li Qiao fell asleep, Li Jiao quietly called out to the spirit tool. Such a magical object made her curious and eager to understand it.
What do you want?
The spirit tool sounded a bit annoyed. I told you, young lady, in such a place with little spiritual energy, can you please not call me? I need rest. Li Jiao pulled the quilt over her head and whispered, Is this storage space big? Can I put anything inside in the future? As long as I think about where I want to put something, can I just put it in? One question after another annoyed the spirit tool. It impatiently replied, Just look for yourself. Li Jiao suddenly felt dizzy. She found herself standing in a dull, gray place. It seemed to be filled with thick fog. Scattered at her feet were a few stray pheasant feathers. The gray mist was so dense that she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She jumped and hopped around, making sure she was standing on solid ground, then shouted loudly, Spirit tool, spirit tool. Is this the storage space? Why are you so annoying? Suddenly, a small, fluffy white creature appeared before Li Jiao. It was about the size of a cat, with two tiny horns in front of its fluffy ears. The horns looked a bit like deer antlers, but not quite. It had big, grape-like black eyes and a small black nose. It was extremely adorable. Li Jiao immediately fell in love with this little animal. It looked just like her pet from her past life. She couldn't help but want to pet it. Before her hand could reach out, the little creature puffed up its fur and raised its tail high. It angrily shouted at Li Jiao, What are you doing? What are you doing? I warn you, I am a spirit device. In our world, I could easily defeat many ordinary humans with a single slap. You better be careful. You're a spirit device? Li Jiao was surprised. Such a cute spirit device was rare. She couldn't help but marvel. Wow, this is so adorable. She crouched down and hugged the fluffy, puffed-up creature tightly, rubbing it fiercely. Only then did she feel satisfied and breathe a sigh of relief. Bold and reckless.
How dare you touch me? I could slap you to death.
The creature threatened. Li Jiao looked at the adorable little thing in front of her and waved her hand impatiently. All right. Is this the space? Can I come in? From the spirit device, Li Jiao learned the basic use of this space. Currently, because it lacked spiritual energy, it could only store non-living things, dead objects. After leaving the space, Li Jiao went back to sleep. Early the next morning, she packed her basket and, while Wang Shi and Li Qiao were still asleep, she took A and headed up the mountain. Last night, Li Qiao had been kicked, but he said he was fine. However, Li Qiao was so small that Li Jiao was worried. She remembered when she was a child visiting her grandfather's house. If she bumped into something, scraped herself, or fell, her grandfather would find some herbs like red peony root or Sichuan lovage to help her. In her past life, Li Jiao's grandfather was an old country doctor who treated villagers within 10 miles, rarely taking money. When she was young, she often went with her grandfather to pick herbs in the mountains. The back mountain of Xuanshui village was a tall, majestic mountain. One side faced the sun, so it was lush with plants, while the shaded side was full of jagged rocks. From her memories, the original her often went up the mountain, so she knew where the herbs were. The sunny side was visited daily by many villagers, those gathering firewood, collecting pig grass, or working on the mountain. Li Jiao chose to go to the shaded side. The mountain path was difficult to walk, and after walking a short distance, Li Jiao would stop to wipe her sweat. When she was thirsty, she looked around to see if there was anything to eat. It was August or September, and there were many wild fruits on the mountain. Under a thorn bush, she found several ripe kiwi fruits. She peeled the skin and ate the sweet kiwi, thinking to herself that she was getting sleepy, and immediately had a pillow. She felt very lucky. After finishing the kiwi, she looked up and saw red peony root. Without bothering to wipe her mouth, she hurriedly dug it up. Next, she found Sichuan fumaria, motherwort, and gallnuts. When her basket was full, Li Jiao muttered, "Am I really this lucky?" She sat on a stone, took out a few kiwis from her pocket, and ate them. While eating, she stared intently at a nearby plant, unsure if it was the same as the kiwi or not. The kiwi was sweet and juicy, but she couldn't eat any more. She put the basket down and placed the remaining kiwis on top of it. Then she took her knife and walked over. In the middle of a large stone, a tall plant was growing. Li Jiao circled around it and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow! My goodness, I am so lucky. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to work. I should have just bought a lottery ticket." Chonglu. This isn't the Chonglu from a certain TV drama, but the traditional Chinese medicine Chonglu, also called seven-leaf one-branch flower. This herb is rare. Even in today's highly advanced technology era, cultivating it is very costly. It is bitter in taste and cold in nature. Its effects are to clear heat and detoxify, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. In ancient times, snake and insect bites were common, and this herb was a good antidote, making it very valuable in traditional medicine. Naturally, it was also quite expensive. Li Jiao carefully dug it out and placed it in her basket. She couldn't help but feel very lucky. Today, she found so many herbs on the mountain. If she played the lottery, she might win. Thinking about it made her excited. She wondered what else this era had, perhaps gambling houses? Then she tried to put the Chonglu into her space but couldn't fit it. She remembered that her space could only hold inanimate objects for now, so she gave up. The way down the mountain was rugged and winding. As the old saying goes, it's easy to go up the mountain but hard to come down. Li Jiao knew this well. The path was full of stones, and she had to go up and down frequently. She was also carrying a full basket, so she moved very carefully. Despite being very careful, Li Jiao still slipped on moss-covered surface of a large stone. She hurriedly protected her basket and slid down, then fell heavily to the ground. Li Jiao first checked her herbs. They were fine. She finally let out a long breath of relief. Enduring a sharp pain somewhere, she stood up, rubbed her arm, and held her basket, ready to climb back up and continue descending. Just then, Li Jiao's back hair stood on end, her instinct as a person. She slowly turned around and saw a bright green snake, like jade, and green bamboo viper. She gasped in fear, frozen in place. She had fallen and lost her knife, and, glancing around, she looked for a stick. Suddenly, she saw a stranger sitting close to a rock. "There's a snake," she shouted. She called out for a while, but the man nearby didn't move. Luckily, Li Jiao found a stick. She quickly grabbed it and waved it around. The green snake darted into the grass like lightning and disappeared quickly. Li Jiao looked around cautiously. She realized this dense forest was full of various plants. She saw several herbs, but she was so frightened that her legs felt weak, and she didn't dare dig anymore. She wanted to leave quickly. She called out a few times, but the man still didn't move. Could he have been bitten by the snake? She wondered. She hurried over to check. Sure enough, The man was leaning against the rock, lips purple, and when she lifted his shirt, she saw two clear, deep bite marks on his arm. "Hey, wake up," she shouted. She patted his face and took out a clean handkerchief she had kept for herself. She quickly wrapped it around his wound. Being bitten by a snake is dangerous. The worst thing to do is out the venom with your mouth. The venom can quickly enter the bloodstream through the blood vessels. Plus, some snake venom can pass through mucous membranes. If she tried to save him this way, she might end up harming herself or losing him. That would be terrible. The correct way is to cut open the wound with a knife and squeeze out the venom. The patient should stay still and be taken to a hospital as soon as possible. Experts can identify the snake and give the right medicine. Of course, this is the modern way. But here, there's nothing, no tools, no help. Li Jiao carefully opened his wound and squeezed out the poisonous blood inside. Then she gently took out a newly acquired 7-leaf, 1-stem flower. She looked at it with reluctance for a while, but finally, she gritted her teeth, crushed it, and applied it to his wound, wrapping it with a handkerchief. "Hey, I saved you. Did you see that? I used my zhuanglo plant, which is now so big. It's probably not worth much now. And my handkerchiefs are all new. I hardly use them myself. So, do you have any reward? Otherwise, I feel bad." After saying that, Li Jiao started to lift the man's clothes. The man looked pretty good, with firm muscles that felt strong and nice. Soon, Li Jiao found a few taels of broken silver from the man's pocket, along with a beige silk handkerchief. That was all she found. She weighed the silver in her hand and looked at the handkerchief, muttering, "Forget it, I won't feel bad about my herbs anymore. This is probably the payment for my herbs. Just forget about my life-saving kindness." She then carefully put away the remaining herbs, carried her basket, and climbed up a large rock to descend the mountain. Li Jiao didn't know that after she left, the man, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. He was holding a delicate little knife in his hand. If Li Jiao had any bad intentions, she might have been killed instantly. Li Jiao was still unaware, happily carrying her basket down the mountain. The Li family were farmers. They woke up very early. After the autumn harvest, the children went to the fields to pick rice, the women fed the chickens and pigs and cooked, and the men fetched water, chopped firewood, and worked on the mountain. Li Jiao quietly slipped from the backyard into their house, placed her basket inside, and closed the door. Only then did she come out. Li Qiao saw her and ran over, speaking softly, "Sister, where did you go? Dad and Mom are worried sick looking for you." Li Jiao made a shushing gesture. "I didn't do anything. Did Mom not know I went out?" Li Qiao quickly shook his head. "They don't know." Just then, Hushur appeared under the eaves, saying, "Li Jiao, do you really think of yourself as a young lady? It's early morning, your younger sisters are out working and you're still inside? Do you still want to eat today?" Hushur had a son and a daughter. The oldest was 12, and the second was just over 4 years old, her precious little boy. Li Jiao saw Deng's mother behind whose mother and suddenly had an idea. "Auntie, you said last night you would wash clothes for Grandma. You got up so early. Have you finished washing all the clothes? Are you planning to make clothes for Grandma too?" Whose mother was surprised. When did she say she would get up early to wash clothes? And make clothes for Deng's mother? Was she bored? Whose mother was about to speak, but suddenly sensed something was wrong. When she turned around, she saw Deng's mother. The Li family strictly followed the traditional roles of men outside and women inside. All the women in the family were under Deng's mother's management. Deng's mother was not very kind and liked to scold people. She often had a stern face with deep lines. But at this moment, Deng's mother's eyes toward whose mother showed a bit more warmth. Whose mother immediately said, "Mother, you're out? I was just about to make clothes for you. I found some good fabric and wanted to make you a pair of shoes." Old man Li had 3 sons. The eldest, Li Chengfu, was married to Zhao. They had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son went to the county town to apprentice, the youngest son stayed nearby, and they had a daughter about the same age as Li Jiao. The third son, Li Chengxing, had a daughter and a son with whose family was well off and generous. She was good at pleasing Deng's mother. In the Li family, besides Deng's daughter Li Qingju, whose mother was the most respected woman in front of Deng's mother. Even Zhao, Li Chengfu's wife, had less face in front of Deng's mother than whose mother. Deng's mother looked at Li Jiao and whose mother and asked, "Why are you still standing there? Lazy donkeys take longer to do things. Look at what time it is. Do you need so long to go to the bathroom? Are you all waiting for me to serve you?" Li Qiao pulled Li Jiao and said, "Let's go." Deng's mother shouted behind them, "Go pick up some firewood. If you don't have firewood, don't come back for dinner." Li Qiao carried a basket and said, "Sister, let's go up the mountain quickly. If we're late, we'll have to walk far to find firewood." The children in the village had to help with chores from a young age. Children like Li Qiao, who were older, had already gone up the mountain and worked in the fields. The family used firewood all year round, so village children would wake up early to gather firewood from the mountains. Li Jiao pulled Li Qiao and said, "We're not going to gather firewood today. Come on, sister, let's go buy some food." Li Qiao looked up and asked, "Sister, are you crazy? Where do we have money?" The 5 taels of silver that Chen's family paid Li Jiao had already been taken by Deng's mother. According to Deng's mother, since Li Jiao's marriage was cancelled and her dowry would be small, she might not get married at all. Wang's family and Li Qingkai had no complaints and obediently gave the silver to Deng's mother. "I went up the mountain to pick some herbs. Come on, let's go to the town pharmacy and ask." Li Jiao quietly took Li Qiao back home. She found a plant called chuanqiong from her basket but didn't know how to prepare herbs, so she just mashed it and wrapped it for Li Qiao. Then she pulled her brother along to the town. The nearest small town from Xuanshui village is Xingfeng town. It takes about half an hour to walk there, roughly 6 miles. Li Qiao is young. After walking a while, he couldn't go on anymore. Li Jiao carried the herbs on her back and sometimes had to carry Li Qiao for a bit, gasping from exhaustion. Finally, they reached Xingfeng town. Li Jiao took Li Qiao to the only pharmacy in town. There weren't many people inside, 2 apprentices and a middle-aged male doctor. When someone entered, the doctor didn't even lift his eyelids. One apprentice ran over and asked, "Miss, are you here for treatment or herbs?" Li Jiao looks charming and pretty, and Li Qiao is also cute and well-behaved. The apprentice couldn't help but glance at Li Jiao a little longer. Li Jiao wore a patched, faded light blue shirt and black pants. Her straw sandals revealed her toes, showing she was from a poor family. Seeing her like this, it was okay for him to look a bit longer. With this thought, the apprentice looked up at Li Jiao again. "Do you need herbs?" Hearing this, the apprentice frowned. Since they weren't here for treatment or herbs, he quickly said, No, we don't sell herbs here. Pharmacies usually have their own suppliers and rarely buy herbs. If they don't, they can gather herbs from the mountain themselves." Li Jiao frowned and said, "I picked these herbs myself. Won't you take this large rhizoma remani? It's a big one." The apprentice probably didn't know what rhizoma remani was and kept waving his hand, telling them to leave. Hearing this, the middle-aged doctor looked at Li Jiao. Despite her worn-out clothes, she had a charming face. He frowned and asked, "Do you know about herbs?" Li Jiao was surprised. Yes, the original owner didn't know about herbs, but how could she explain that now? She looked at Li Qiao and thought for a moment, then said, "I learned a little from my grandfather when I was young." Wang's father had passed away a few years ago, and Li Qiao was still a baby at that time. She took out her basket. When she saw her break the complete rhizoma remani, the doctor looked a bit regretful. "The root is intact, but why is a part missing in the middle? I didn't expect to find such a large rhizoma remani and accidentally broke it. It probably won't affect the medicine, right?" The doctor looked up and glanced at Li Jiao, then surveyed the herbs in the basket. The herbs were common, but quite complete. He asked, "How many days have you been collecting these herbs?" Li Jiao knew there was a chance when she heard this and couldn't help but feel excited. "I dug them this morning. I can also prepare herbs, but there's not enough time now." The doctor couldn't help but look at Li Jiao a bit more. He often went to the mountains to gather herbs. But finding so many herbs in such a short time, all in good condition, and even discovering a rare 7-leaf one-branch flower, was very uncommon. Go, take her the herbs. The apprentice looked at his master in surprise. The doctor then said to Li Jiao Jiao, "You know herbs and can prepare them? That's good. Recently, our pharmacy needs some prepared Rehmannia. If you can get some, I'll pay you 2 taels of silver per gene." Li Jiao Jiao was very happy. She knew how to prepare Rehmannia, and such a high price made her excited. She quickly nodded. "Don't worry, I'll bring you the best quality Rehmannia." These herbs were raw and not expensive. Since the doctor would process and dry them, the water content was high. This time, Li Jiao Jiao sold over 160 coins. Li Qiao was so excited that her hands trembled. When Li Jiao Jiao left, she specifically asked the doctor's name. The doctor told her, "My surname is Zhou. Call me Dr. Zhou. Which village are you from?" "Xuanshui village." Hearing this, Dr. Zhou looked at Li Jiao Jiao again. As they left the pharmacy, Li Qiao was so happy she held Li Jiao Jiao's hand. "Sister, we made money. So much, over 100 coins, sister. Li Jiao Jiao held her brother's hand. "Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious." In the busy town of Xingfeng that morning, many people were walking around.
Li Jiao Jiao pullat li Qiao alon.
"Qiao Qiao, what do you want to eat?"
Li Xiao liket haar lips.
"Sister, I want to eat meat buns, okay?" Hearing this, Li Jiao Jiao felt a little heartache. Li Qiao was a sensible child. The Deng family held most of the power at home. They controlled everything about food, clothing, and expenses. Over the years, the sister and brother had no more than a few feet of cloth for festivals, and every time, Wang's family used her dowry to make up for it. So, she never asked for what she wanted. She remembered a few months ago when Hu's 2 children came back from their grandfather's house. One was holding a big, fat meat bun. That day, the air was filled with the smell of meat buns. Li Qiao kept staring and swallowing her saliva, but didn't say a word. "Okay. Each meat bun costs 2 coins, and a child can fill their stomach with just one." Li Jiao Jiao waved her hand and bought 10 meat buns in one go. Li Qiao held a meat bun and ate one quickly. Li Jiao Jiao had only taken a few bites, but Li Qiao had already finished hers. She couldn't help but gasp, "Eat slowly. In the future, when I earn money, I'll take you here every day to buy meat buns." "Big sister, one time is enough." Li Qiao could have eaten another, but the little girl frowned and said, "Sister, we should eat less in the future. If mother and the others find out, you'll get scolded again." Li Jiao Jiao squatted down and asked, "Why are you afraid of them? We earn money, and we can quietly take it home and hide it." "Qiao Qiao, come on, have another one." Li Qiao looked at Li Jiao Jiao, and then at the delicious meat buns. She swallowed hard and said, "Sister, I won't eat anymore. Let's save some for Mom. She works hard at home and doesn't get enough to eat." The little girl, only 5 or 6 years old, already cared about Wang Shi. Li Jiao Jiao felt very happy. She pointed to the 7 meat buns in the basket and said, "You can eat as many as you want. 2 or 3 is fine. Mom can have 3, I'll have 2, and the remaining 2 or 3 will be for Dad." It's okay to leave some meat buns for Wang Shi, but if they're for Li Qingkai, he pouted his little lips and looked reluctant. Li Jiao Jiao couldn't help but tease him a little. Li Jiao Jiao carefully put all the remaining money into a small pouch. When she and Li Qiao returned home, the Li family had already finished lunch and didn't leave any for the sister and brother. Li Jiao Jiao sneaked into the house like a thief. When she came out, she deliberately used a pine branch to wipe off the smell of the meat buns from her body. Then she and Li Qiao left together.
Li Jiao Jiao.
Li Jiao Jiao and Li Qiao turned around and saw Hu Shi's eldest daughter, Li Wanwan, pointing at Li Jiao Jiao's nose. "Where are you going?" "Mom went to find someone to cut pig grass." The house was searched from top to bottom, but they couldn't find you. "Where did you go? Did you meet some wild man?" Li Wanwan was only 12 years old. She immediately accused Li Jiao Jiao of flirting with a wild man. Li Jiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Truly, the kind of mother you have determines the kind of daughter. Oh, Wanwan, you're only 12 and already talking about wild men? That's impressive for you. Li Wanwan caught the sarcasm in Li Jiao's words and stomped her feet in anger. She shouted towards the main room, "Mom, Li Jiao, and the others are back." Li Jiao was so annoyed she felt itchy. That brat, lacking virtue in her 5 elements, couldn't argue back and called Deng Shi out. Mrs. Wang was the first to run out of the kitchen. She hurriedly looked at Li Jiao and Li Qiao and asked, "Where did you go? Do you know I was worried about you?" Then Mrs. Deng, Mrs. Hu, and Zhao, Li Qingfu's wife, also came out of the house. Seeing Li Jiao and Li Qiao, Mrs. Deng looked angry. She frowned and scolded, "Have you become so bold? I told you to go up the mountain to gather firewood. Where did you go? You little troublemaker, always misbehaving. I warn you, Chen Xian is already married. If you keep pestering him without shame, just see how I deal with you." After scolding Li Jiao, Mrs. Deng turned and pointed at Mrs. Wang. "Take good care of your daughter. If she does anything shameful, it will be our Li family's shame." Mrs. Wang felt wronged. She wanted to find her child, but Mrs. Deng told her to wash dishes and tidy up the kitchen, so she had no time to look for her child. Li Wanwan was very proud. "Grandma, I'll go tell the Chen family. You must watch her closely and not let her go to embarrass us at the Chen family." When Mrs. Deng saw Li Wanwan trying to leave, she stopped her. "What are you going to do at the Chen family? Do you think our Li family isn't already enough of a disgrace? That girl, always causing trouble, not worth anything. It would be better to send her away early." Mrs. Hu saw Mrs. Deng scolding her daughter and quickly tried to persuade her kindly. "Mother, why are you so angry at Wanwan? Don't let yourself get upset. But I think Wanwan is right. We need to watch her carefully. If she runs out and causes trouble, it will shame us all. You and Dad will lose face, and who knows how many people in the village are secretly talking behind our backs." Li Jiao, with her hot temper, was about to explode with anger if she hadn't argued back last night, which caused Mrs. Wang to be scolded and Li Qiao to be beaten. She really wanted to spit on Hu's face. Hu's words became more and more unreasonable. In the end, the second sister-in-law needs to watch her. Don't let her embarrass us. The new wife from the Chen family hasn't even left yet, and we don't want people laughing at us. Li Jiao couldn't hold it anymore. Her suppressed anger was about to burst out. Since that was the case, she decided she no longer needed to hold back. She sneered and said, "Third aunt, Wanwan, you really care about the Chen family. If people don't know better, they'd think you're part of the Chen family. I was just curious before, did Chen Xian give you money or some benefits? You call me shameless and cling to Chen Xian, but the truth is, Chen Xian has written me many letters. I've never gone to the Chen family willingly, but yesterday, third aunt, whether I felt well or not, insisted I go to the Chen family. Third aunt, are you trying to make me look bad? Third aunt, what did I do to offend you? Or did my parents do something wrong? Why are you bullying me like this?" Feeling wronged, Li Jiao pinched herself hard. She pretended to look very sad and said, "I know I should be ashamed. But third aunt, you seem to want me to do something so that Chen's family won't laugh at us. You have a daughter too. Your girl Wanwan is only a few years younger than me. In a few years, she'll be of marriageable age. Yet, you keep tarnishing our Li family's reputation. Are you truly one of us, or are you with the Chen family?" Whose face suddenly changed, turning cold and stern, while Deng's face darkened like a black pot. After hearing this, Zhao thought for a moment and realized it was true. Yesterday, Chen's daughter-in-law came back, and who insisted that Li Jiao go to Chen's house. What exactly is she planning? Who looked a bit nervous. She pointed at Li Jiao and said, "Li Jiao, don't talk nonsense." Li Jiao sneered coldly, "Third aunt, just look at your face. It's so pale. Do I need to tell everyone? They all know already." Zhao frowned and said, "I found it strange yesterday. You kept shouting about taking Jiao to Chen's house. Now I see. You're just hoping Jiao Jiao will embarrass herself. Who kept smiling and said, "Oh, big sister-in-law, don't listen to that stubborn girl Li Jiao Jiao. I have a daughter too. If I had bad intentions, what would happen to my own daughter? Come on, third aunt, your girl Wanwan is still young. She won't be of marriage age for a few more years. My sister Qiao Qiao is about the same age. She's currently talking about marriage. If our Li family's girl gets a bad reputation, people might say she's shameless. If you ruin Qiao Qiao's marriage." Then Zhao and who started arguing, with Deng caught in the middle, looking so angry her face turned green. Li Jiao Jiao took the chance to pull Wang and Li Qiao into the house. Old Mr. Li didn't want to listen to these women gossiping, so he took some men from the family out to work. After closing the door, Li Qiao hurriedly held out several meat buns. Mother, sister, and I went to the town's pharmacy. Sister picked some herbs, and we sold the rest to buy buns. Mother, eat quickly. Wang looked at the white, soft buns. The aroma made her drool, but she didn't eat. Instead, she kept her eyes fixed on Li Jiao Jiao. Mrs. Wang is honest and straightforward, but she is also very gentle. She told her daughter, "Mom, when I was a child, I fell at my grandfather's house. He went up the mountain to pick some herbs and bandaged me. Last night, Qiao Qiao was kicked by Dad and has a bruise on his belly. I went to the mountain this morning to find some herbs for him. I still had some left, so I took them to Dr. Wu in town to sell." Mrs. Wang finally relaxed and said, "Jiao Jiao, you're grown up now." Li Qiao urged Mrs. Wang to eat quickly. Mrs. Wang looked at her daughter and son, holding a bun. She took a bite and asked, "Your grandparents haven't eaten yet. I'll give them some first." "Mom, if you give the buns to grandparents, what about my uncle and aunt? And my third uncle and his wife?" Mrs. Wang was stunned. Li Jiao Jiao held her hand and said, "You haven't eaten meat in almost a year. Let's eat first. After I dig up some herbs and earn money, I will buy meat buns for the whole family. Is that okay? Right now, I only earned a few cents." Qiao Qiao was so eager to eat meat buns. Last time, he saw Wanwan and the others eating meat buns and wanted them so badly. Li Qiao made a pitiful face and said, "Mom, last time Wanwan and her sisters brought back lots of meat buns. I didn't get to eat a single one." Mrs. Wang suddenly remembered. Last time, whose family brought their children back from her parents' house. Her parents had given the children lots of food, including more than 10 big, white, fat meat buns. At that time, Wanwan and her brother each held a meat bun, and Li Qiao looked at them eagerly. But whose family didn't give the children any of the meat buns? Thinking of Li Qiao's sad eyes, Mrs. Wang bit into a meat bun fiercely. "What are you giving? We only have a few meat buns." She ate one bun, and when Li Jiao Jiao offered her a second, she refused. She tore it in half and handed it to Li Jiao Jiao and Li Qiao. "I'm too old to eat more. You two eat. You're growing and need to eat well, especially Jiao Jiao. You're a girl, you need a strong body. Look at how thin you've become." Li Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh and cry. Her delicate body had already eaten 2 big meat buns, which was enough. Li Qiao stepped back, holding his little belly. "Mom, I've already eaten 2 meat buns. Look at these buns, 2 of them. We didn't dare drink water, and our stomachs are almost full." Mrs. Wang finally finished one bun. This era's meat buns are truly genuine, made with plain flour and filled generously with meat. Because of this, the buns are quite heavy, and eating one is enough. However, the person who made them is very unfortunate. She can't have meat even once a year. She craves meat. There are 4 buns left. Wang sure doesn't want to eat anymore. Carefully, she puts the buns aside and says, "Your father works hard. These buns are for him." Although Li Jiao Jiao had already decided to save some for Li Qingkai, Wang sure insists on keeping them for him. This makes her feel uneasy. She has no good feelings toward Li Qingkai at all. "Mother, you're working even harder than father. Father only works in the fields, but you do all the farm work and house chores. Please eat one more. Only when you're full can you work well, right?" "Yes, mother, you should eat. Go ahead and eat." Li Jiao and Li Qiao persuade Wang Shi to eat another bun. Unable to resist the children's pleas, Wang Shi eats one more. Since she married into the Li family, this is only the second time she has eaten so full. Li Qiao quickly brings her a glass of water. After drinking, Wang Shi doesn't rest long. She quickly picks up her clothes and waves them around, saying, "Hurry and disperse the smell. If your grandmother finds out, she'll cause trouble again." After lunch, Deng Shi begins assigning tasks. Everyone receives their chores. Li Jiao goes to chop firewood, Li Wanwan goes to gather pig grass, and Li Qiao stays home to do housework. Though they are all girls, Li Jiao, who is pretty and delicate, is assigned the hardest task. She has to go up the mountain to chop wood. Li Jiao is strong-willed. She says nothing, grabs her axe, rope, and basket, and heads up the mountain. As she reaches the foot of the back mountain, Li Qiao runs over and asks, Sister, look at this. What is it?" Li Qiao is holding some burnt paper that still has a little left. She runs breathlessly to Li Jiao. Li Jiao takes it and sees it's the letter she sent to Qin Xian yesterday. Suddenly, a fragrant smell wafts into her nose, so sweet it makes her head ache. Yesterday, she wanted to find out what it was, but there was too much going on, so she ignored it. Now, smelling it again, she examines the paper carefully. The burnt letter smells even stronger than before. Li Qiao pinches her nose and asks, "Sister, what does it say? Is this the letter you sent to Brother Qin Xian yesterday? I found it behind their house. I grabbed some, but some were taken by Hu." Li Qiao is only 5 or 6 years old. Boys at this age love to play and form groups. Hu is an 8-year-old boy who spends his days running around the village with a group of children. Li Jiao nods and asks, "Yes." Qiao, smell this. Do you notice any scent? Li Qiao pinches his nose and says, "It smells so good." "Sister, what is that smell? It's so strong." "Yes, it's very strong." Qin Xian, a grown man, wouldn't use such scented paper to write love letters. It's so fragrant. Doesn't he smell it? Li Jiao wants to ask someone what the scent is. She carefully picks up a light yellow handkerchief and gently puts it away. Li Qiao notices the handkerchief and asks curiously, "Sister, when did you change your handkerchief?" Li Jiao waves her hand and says, "I'm going to the mountain to chop firewood and pick some herbs. Do you want to come?" When Li Qiao hears about picking herbs, he immediately gets excited. "Yes, sister. I want to go with you." While Li Qiao isn't paying attention, Li Jiao secretly puts the handkerchief into her space. Dr. Wu said he needed Rehmannia glutinosa. Li Jiao takes Li Qiao and struggles along the mountain trail. They often have to help each other over big rocks. The walk is slow, but they find many herbs, though they don't find the Rehmannia she needs. "Look, sister, is this a herb?" Li Qiao asks eagerly each time he spots a plant. On this rocky mountain, Li Jiao finds many herbs, even a large aconitum root, but no Rehmannia. Li Jiao remembers her grandfather once said that Rehmannia prefers warm places. The shady side of the mountain gets less sunlight, and the soil is rocky and sparse.
She sighs softly.
Li Qiao runs over from afar and asks, "Sister, what's this?" "Sanchi." Li Jiao is very happy. She didn't expect Li Qiao to find sanchi, a valuable herb used to treat injuries. Because it's rare and valuable, it's expensive. She carefully places the sanchi into her basket. As she does, she notices a small flower in Li Qiao's hair, purple-pink, fluffy, and tiny. She quickly takes it down. Qiao, where did you find this?" Li Qiao, seeing the flower, happily points in a direction. "Sister, I was just about to tell you. There's a whole patch of flowers over there. Don't you love flowers? I'll make you a flower crown." Li Jiao runs toward the spot Li Qiao pointed to, with him happily following. A large area of about 80 square meters suddenly appeared before my eyes. It was all wild yam, with small purple-red flowers blooming. The petals were white at the tips and fuzzy, looking very beautiful. Li Jiao was very excited. "Wild yam, commonly called little chicken drinking wine in the countryside, is the root and stem part of the plant. Wild yam is divided into raw and cooked types. Cooked wild yam is processed into medicinal herbs. It has strong effects like nourishing blood, replenishing in fluids, and strengthening essence and marrow. Studies from her time showed that cooked wild yam can also promote blood production, improve memory, and lower blood sugar. She thought she wouldn't find such a large patch of wild yam. Chow chow, quick. The roots and stems below. Help me dig them out. Li Jiao asked Li Jiao Jiao, sister, is this also a medicinal herb? Li Jiao Jiao looked at the tall mountain peaks and said, yes, nature is very amazing. Okay, chow chow. Be careful not to dig up the main roots. Dig out the big ones, and leave the small ones for next time. We can come back to dig again. The brother and sister spent nearly an hour digging up the wild yam. Li Jiao Jiao told Li Qiao, remember what this flower looks like. Wild yam grows like this. When you see it, dig it up. When we go back, I'll prepare cooked wild yam, which sells for 2 silver coins per jean. Li Qiao nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. Their baskets were almost full. Li Qiao took off her coat and packed the remaining bag of wild yam inside. Li Jiao Jiao carried the basket, holding Li Qiao's hand, and wrapped her own coat full of herbs. The brother and sister carefully headed down the mountain. By the time they reached home, it was almost dark. Li Jiao Jiao carefully placed all the wild yam and herbs in her room. She told Li Qiao and then went out again with a sickle and her basket. She only managed to cut a few dozen sticks of firewood before night fell. Li Jiao Jiao couldn't carry more. She looked at the darkening village, where many houses had already lit lamps. She struggled to drag the firewood down the mountain, her hands cut by the rope, bleeding. She gritted her teeth and took one step at a time. Jiao Jiao. Wang's voice called from not far away. Li Jiao Jiao hurriedly answered, Mother, I'm here. It was already dark. Wang had prepared dinner, and Deng had let her out to find Li Jiao Jiao. Did you see your father? Li Jiao shook her head. No, it's already dark. Everyone who's working has probably gone home. Mother, is father still working? Wang shook her head silently. She didn't tell Li Jiao because Deng wouldn't let her go. She called Li Qingkai to go up the mountain and find her daughter, but Li Jiao didn't see Li Qingkai. It's very likely that he never went up the mountain at all. Mrs. Wang sighed inside her heart. She carried the firewood quickly. Although she was thin and weak, she had worked on farms for many years and was very strong. Mrs. Wang walked ahead, saying, Slow down, it's getting dark and you can't see well. Jiao Jiali looked at Mrs. Wang's back and clenched her fists. At dinner, Zhu Juanli said sarcastically, Mom, look at Jiao Jiao. She really is a delicate young lady. I went up the mountain to gather pig grass. How long have I been back? Look at Jiao Jiao. She still needs her second aunt to go up the mountain to get her. Teske, she's so lucky, unlike us, born to work hard. Mrs. Wang wanted to explain, but Deng's gloomy face made her afraid to speak. Jiao Jiaoli chuckled softly. Jujuan, what are you saying? What do you mean by born to be a young lady? Have you ever seen a young lady go up the mountain to chop wood? It's my fault I fainted on the mountain. I haven't eaten for several meals, and I have no strength. I can't compare to you. I even smelled the pig fat you were eating this morning. It was so fragrant. I could smell it from outside the door. Jiujuan's face suddenly changed. Who hurriedly said, pig fat. That's for little senator. His grandma cares about him, because he's not healthy. She's too worried about him to eat herself, so she gave him a little. Jiao, Li stopped talking. She held her bowl. Her hand's wound was too deep and hurt so much she trembled. Mrs. Wang was worried. She quickly asked Jiao Li, why did you faint? Let me see. Before Jiao Li could answer, Mrs. Wang grabbed her hand. A visible wound appeared on both hands. She immediately teared up, feeling heartbroken. She hurriedly asked, does it hurt? Why didn't you tell me? You've never been very strong. If you knew you couldn't handle it, you shouldn't have moved. Just wait here for me. The Li family sat at separate tables for men and women. Old Mr. Li sat with his son and grandson. Deng sat with the women of the family. Chao Chao Li and Zhao looked at Hu and Jiao Jiao Li. Deng frowned and put down her chopsticks heavily. Humph, such a girl, just a fragile young lady. Who told you to cry in front of me if you don't have that kind of fate? Mrs. Wang dared not cry out loud. She quickly stood up, pulled Jiao Jiao Li to the kitchen to wash her hands. Old Mr. Li glanced over and, after Jiao Jiao Li left, told Deng, Jiao Jiao isn't feeling well. For chopping wood, let Qiangzi do it in the future. Qiangzi is Zhao's youngest son. He's tall but a bit slow. He's about 18 or 19 and is currently talking about marriage. Deng didn't say anything. Zhao looked at Qiangzi, but also said nothing. After speaking, Old Li said to Li Qingkai, although this daughter should be loved a little more, who asked us to have bad luck. Before she got married, her parents cared for her at home, and elders supported her. But if she gets married someday, what then? Li Qingkai hurriedly nodded, understanding that Old Li was warning him not to spoil Li Jiao Jiao too much. Hu Shi cleaned Li Jiao Jiao's wound and wrapped it with a handkerchief. Then she came back to eat. She noticed that there was an extra hard, dry bread in front of her and Li Jiao Jiao. Such bread can scratch the throat, but in the Li family, everyone eats a mixed grain bread and a bowl of rice at each meal. If they're hungry, they just drink more water to feel full. Hu Shi looked at Deng Shi with gratitude. After dinner, Hu Shi finished her chores in the kitchen, washed her clothes, and hung them out to dry. When she entered the room, Li Qingkai immediately scolded her harshly. You wife, don't think I don't understand what you meant today. What do you mean her body isn't good? Many people are not in good health. Just because she's not healthy, does that mean our whole family should support her? Wang Shi pointed at Li Jiao Jiao and asked, did you see the injury on her hand? Li Qingkai looked serious and didn't want to look at Li Jiao Jiao. Doing farm work, who isn't hurt? Who made her unlucky? Who made her born into a family like ours? If she's capable, she should find a rich family to marry into. Wang Shi's face turned pale with anger. Li Qingkai pointed at her nose and said, did you hear what father said? We spoil her too much. Girls in the countryside should work. Let her go up the mountain to chop wood. She's not bad at anything. What can't she do? Just keep spoiling her. What if she gets married in the future? Are you going to go with her? Li Qingkai, are you even a person? Wang Shi cried from anger. Li Jiao Jiao clenched her teeth and said, enough, stop arguing. Then she stepped forward to support Wang Shi. With a look full of hatred at Li Qingkai, she said, don't scold my mother anymore. I won't complain or feel tired no matter what I do in the future. Don't worry, even if I really can't get married, I won't let you support me for a lifetime. If it's really impossible, I can become a nun. Li Qingkai almost exploded with anger. He pointed at Li Jiao Jiao and said, say that again? Li Jiao Jiao looked at him coldly and said, don't worry, I won't ruin your life if I can't get married. From now on, I'll do whatever they tell me. I won't complain or feel tired. Did you hear clearly? Li Jiao Jiao spoke very clearly, word by word. Li Qingkai was so angry, he wanted to hit her again. Wang Shi stepped in front of Li Jiao Jiao. Darkness fell, and Jiao Jiao still hasn't come back. I told you to pick up our daughter. Where did you go? Li Qingkai immediately stopped talking and went out the door. After Wang Shi and Li Jiao Jiao entered the house, they saw the yellow root at the foot of the bed and a bunch of medicinal herbs behind the door.
You.
Li Jiao Jiao quickly made a shushing gesture. She helped Wang Shi sit down and gently wiped her tears. Today, I went to town to sell herbs. Dr. Wu from the pharmacy told me he needed yellow root. When Xiao Xiao and I were chopping wood in the mountain, we saw a patch of yellow root and dug it out. Mom, it's okay. Things will get better and better for us. Wang Shi looked outside, and then at her daughter. She knew her daughter and Li Qingkai had lost their hearts for each other, but she couldn't make her daughter listen to Li Qingkai. She just patted Li Jiao Jiao's shoulder. Jiao Jiao, it's all my fault. Li Jiao Jiao shook her head. Mom, my hand is injured. When the time comes, I will trouble you to clean the yellow root thoroughly. Dr. Zhou needs cooked yellow root. Mom, when I have time, I want to prepare some cooked yellow root. Li Qiao leaned close to Wang Shi's ear. Mom, sister said, cooked yellow root costs 2 silver coins per jean. Wang Shi was stunned. She stared blankly at the pile of yellow root.
That's
too expensive? That night, Wang Shi still stayed with the 2 siblings, while Li Qingkai slept alone. Early the next morning, Old Li got up early and told the family, today, everyone has to go to the field to plow. We're about to plant winter wheat. Don't be idle. Once the seeds are planted, everyone can rest for 2 more days. Then he started assigning tasks. Whether it was Li Chong, Li Qiao Qiao, or even the youngest Li's son, everyone had to work in the fields. Old Li looked at Li Jiao Jiao's bandaged hand and said, Jiao Jiao, today you and your mom stay at home and prepare 3 meals. Once they're ready, bring them to us in the field. Wang Shi gratefully looked at Old Li. After the whole family left, Li Jiao Jiao was extremely happy. She had only been in this world for 2 or 3 days, but in those days, she found her luck was very good. For example, today, she wanted to prepare yellow root, and Old Li let her and her mom stay at home. Oh my, if I had this kind of luck in my previous life, why would I go to work? I could just buy a lottery ticket. Wang Shi overheard Li Jiao Jiao muttering and asked, Jiao Jiao, what did you say? Li Jiao Jiao hurriedly waved her hand. Nothing. Mom, what shall we do this morning? Mrs. Wang took Li Jiao Jiao into the kitchen. What are you making? How much? Your mother has already arranged everything. On the stove, there was a bowl of mixed grains, beans, a little rice, some wheat flour, and pickled vegetables. Mrs. Wang first cleaned the pot, then steamed the grains. After that, she went to Li Jiao Jiao's room, brought a large basin, and washed everything thoroughly. Li Jiao Jiao went to chop pig feed to feed the pigs and chickens. Mrs. Wang placed the cleaned wild yam on the ground. Li Jiao Jiao hurried to find firewood and started steaming. The cooked wild yam needed to steam for 12 hours, which is 6 periods of work. After turning it once, she steamed it again twice. Once the meal was ready, Mrs. Wang and Li Jiao Jiao took it to the fields, also collecting some firewood on the way back. Before the Deng family finished their work, Li Jiao Jiao finally steamed the wild yam for the first time. She quickly hid it in her space. After everyone went to sleep, she stayed up late to steam more wild yam. In the middle of the night, when someone got up, Li Jiao Jiao heard the noise and quickly threw the wild yam into her space. What's that smell? Hu Shi, holding her young son, saw the firelight in the kitchen and curiously peeked inside. Hu Mei was hiding behind the door and didn't see anyone. She whispered, "It must be that woman again. She's told to tidy up the kitchen, and she didn't put out the fire. Just wait. I'll tell Mom tomorrow." Hu Shi closed the door and left. Li Jiao Jiao waited behind the door for a while, then peeked out and took the wild yam out to cool. After tidying up the kitchen, it was almost dawn. Yawning, Li Jiao Jiao went back to her room and bumped into Mrs. Wang, who was getting up. During the day, Mrs. Wang had to work, and last night, she wanted to help but was refused by Li Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, just sleeping?"
Li Jiao Jiao Yonat.
"Mom, please don't wake me up later. Let me sleep a little longer." Mrs. Wang felt sorry for her daughter, but her sympathy only lasted 3 seconds. Then, Deng's voice came from the main house, and Mrs. Wang hurried over. She was late, and Deng scolded her loudly. Deng prepared the meals for the day, took a little salt, and hammered a tiny piece with a small hammer, placing it on a plate. Use less salt. Salt is expensive. In the countryside, the only seasonings were chili and salt, especially salt, which was very precious. Deng always reminded her daughter-in-law to be careful when cooking. After giving instructions, she and Old Li went to work in the fields. The Li family has a large group of people, all going up the mountain to plant winter wheat. Wang Shi took a basin of water. When she looked up, she saw Li Jiao Jiao standing on a stool, placing wild yam. She called out to Li Jiao Jiao, "Jiao Jiao, take the basket to the backyard. If your grandparents come back and see it, they won't understand what's going on." Thinking about it, she was right. Li Jiao Jiao was about to put the baskets in a hidden spot in the backyard. She hurried over to help. Wang Shi was thin and weak. She went back and forth from the house to the river 7 or 8 times, sweating heavily. She ignored her fatigue and immediately carried a bundle of firewood. Jiao Jiao, once you're done, help me start the fire. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat on time. Li Jiao Jiao turned her head and looked at the 3 or 4 piles of clothes stacked at the front door of the main house. She sighed quietly. Mom, you rest for a bit. I'll cook. Wang Shi shook her head. Your grandma only gave us a little grain today. You can't cook much. With so many mouths to feed, Deng Shi only gave 2 scoops of flour.
What could she make with that?
In the kitchen, Li Jiao Jiao told Wang Shi, Mom, with so much wild yam, I estimate that once it dries a bit, it will be about 10 pounds. At 2 silver coins per jean, 10 pounds would be 20 taels of silver. Wang Shi was stunned. She couldn't believe it. She muttered, 20 taels?
Li Jiao Jiao nudda.
The quality of this batch isn't very good. Once I have money, I can make better wild yam. Maybe then I can earn more silver. Seeing Wang Shi kneading dough, Li Jiao Jiao scooped some water into the pot. She frowned. Mom, is this little flour enough to eat? Wang Shi sighed. Everyone went out to work today. You and I are at home cooking. Your grandma thinks we're too comfortable and is deliberately making things difficult. It's okay. Jiao Jiao, go cut some chives in the backyard.
Li Jiao Jiao fronat.
Mom, are you planning to make pancakes? Wang Shi sighed again. Add more vegetables and try. Each of us can make a pancake. Mom, 2 scoops of flour aren't enough. Wang Shi looked helpless. Li Jiao Jiao knew that Deng Shi was deliberately making things difficult for Wang Shi. But Wang Shi was powerless. During busy farming seasons, Old Li usually asked the women to cook more. Everyone had to work hard to finish planting before the rain. Mom, maybe I can do it. Wang Shi looked at Li Jiao Jiao. Li Jiao Jiao stepped forward, took a small piece of dough from Wang Shi, and asked, Mom, do we still have Sichuan pepper at home? Please give me some more vegetables like radishes, cabbage, and cilantro. Seeing that Mrs. Wang didn't believe her, Li Jiao Jiao assured her, Mother, go ahead. Trust me, I will make sure everyone has enough to eat. Mrs. Wang was still doubtful but followed Li Jiao Jiao's request, went to the backyard to pick many vegetables, washed them thoroughly, and saw Li Jiao Jiao adding seasonings to the pot. Then she pinched the dough into small pieces and dropped them into boiling water. Mother, chop the vegetables into smaller pieces, Li Jiao Jiao said. The dough balls were small, and she finished pinching them quickly. Li Jiao Jiao immediately adjusted the seasoning, adding some Sichuan pepper powder and a bit of salt. But even then, half a pot of the dumpling soup still looked too clear and not thick enough. After Mrs. Wang added the chopped vegetables, the soup still looked somewhat clear, and because there were many vegetables, there was a slight vegetable smell. Jiao Jiao, if Grandma sees this, she will definitely scold us, Mrs. Wang said with worry. Deng Shi clearly wanted to scold her and Li Jiao Jiao. She wasn't worried about herself, but was mainly concerned about Li Jiao Jiao. It's not over yet, Li Jiao Jiao said, holding a bowl and grabbing some starch from behind the door. This starch was made from the kudzu root they dug up around the Dragon Boat Festival. When they were hungry, Deng Shi would take some out, pour boiling water over it, and drink it. Kudzu starch is also a kind of starch. Since there was no other starch at home, she used this to make a starch water. After pouring it in, she used a salt block to stir it twice, then lifted it out and added some chopped green onions.
Mrs. Wang had never thought of doing this.
She saw the large pot of greenish dumpling soup turn into a thick, sticky soup. Half a pot of dumpling soup was divided among everyone at home, enough for about 2 bowls each. Looking up at the sky outside, Li Jiao Jiao told Mrs. Wang, Mother, Grandpa and Grandma will be back soon. I need to put things away first. Mrs. Wang picked up a cloth, wanting to ask Li Jiao Jiao how she knew how to make dumpling soup, but seeing how quickly Li Jiao Jiao ran, she held her words. In the backyard, Li Jiao Jiao quickly placed several baskets into the space. As she turned around, she saw Li Qiao Qiao and Li Huan Huan holding hands, standing in the distance, staring at her intently. Li Jiao's heart trembled with fear. She wondered if they had discovered she had just put things into the space. Fortunately, Li Jiao had a strong mental state. Having lived through 2 lives, she took a deep breath, remained calm, turned around gracefully, and jumped down from the stool, walking straight toward them. Jiao, what were you doing just now on top of the thing? Li Qiao is the youngest daughter of the main family, Li Chengfu and Zhao. She is a few months older than Li Jiao with a round face and slightly high cheekbones, and her cheeks are full of freckles. Zhao has little presence in the Li family, but luckily she has given birth to 2 sons and a daughter, so her status is stable. Li Huan, like Hushur, has a sharp tongue and is not easy to get along with. Did you do something secret again? Li Jiao immediately stopped and turned to look at Li Huan. The 12-year-old Li Huan has a face full of youthful plumpness and looks quite pretty, but her sharp mouth is a problem. Li Huan, can you see anyone when you're squatting in the toilet? If you really do that, next time I see you going to the bathroom, I'll call the whole village to come see. How about that? Li Huan was so angry she nearly exploded. She pointed at Li Jiao and shouted, Li Jiao, what are you talking about? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you to death. Li Jiao looked at her coldly.
Come on, then.
Li Huan was so furious she almost fainted. Li Qiao frowned and said, Grandpa and Grandma will be back soon. Jiao, go and tidy up the table quickly. Li Jiao snorted coldly without hesitation and quickly left. Li Qiao went to the toilet but didn't see Li Huan when she came out. She sighed quietly. Li Jiao and Wang Shi had just finished setting the table and chairs when Deng Shi and Old Li returned. As soon as they entered, they saw a table full of food, with more than 10 bowls beside it, each filled with thick noodle soup. Old Li looked at it and frowned slightly, almost unnoticeably. Deng Shi looked angry. Our whole family has been working outside since early morning. You, second sister's family, just make some soup for us to eat? Wang Shi wanted to explain, but Deng Shi didn't give her a chance. She slammed the table and said, You stayed at home because your father felt sorry for you. Now look at this, a table full of soup and water. Eating this stuff, your bones won't even be strong anymore. This afternoon you're not resting either. Go out and work. Wang Shi could only grit her teeth and nod. Meanwhile, Li Chengkai, Wang Shi's husband, was standing nearby criticizing her. Our whole family has been working hard outside, trying to finish planting the fields today. We left you 2 women at home to enjoy some peace. And this is how you repay us? Making us a simple broth to eat? I'd rather drink water than eat this. Li Jiao simply couldn't stand it anymore. Wang Shi was so humiliated by Li Qingsai's words that she couldn't lift her head. She stepped forward and pulled Wang Shi behind her. Our cooking is plain? Well, we should ask our good grandmother about that. 2 spoonfuls of flour, milk. Tell me, with a family of 14 or 15 people, 2 spoonfuls of flour, is that supposed to fill everyone's stomachs? Deng Shi was furious when she heard this. Old Mr. Li was already very clever and knew that all this was because of Deng Shi. He chose to ignore the quarrel between the women and sat down directly. He used chopsticks to take a bite, and as soon as he tasted it, he was stunned. He couldn't believe it and stirred the lumps in his bowl. Second daughter-in-law, am I giving you 2 spoonfuls of flour? Deng Shi pointed at Wang Shi's face. Wang Shi was trembling with fear. She carefully looked at Li Jiao and then at Deng Shi's dark face.
She didn't speak for a long time.
Li Jiao was really angry. What should she do with such a daughter-in-law? Whether I gave 2 spoonfuls or not, you know in your heart. Milk, Li Jiao said with a serious face. Now I've made such a big pot. Milk, you haven't even tasted it, and you say that plain soup can't fill you up. Isn't that too hasty? It seems more like you're about to condemn my mother immediately. Old Mr. Li sighed silently. He said to Deng Shi, sit down and try a bite. Second daughter-in-law worked hard to make this. Try it first. After a pause, he added to the others, everyone sit down. Old Mr. Li spoke, and whether it was Deng Shi or others, they had no choice but to sit down. Li Jiao was a bit angry. Clearly, Everyone in the family knew what was going on, but they remained silent, watching Deng Shi bully Wang Shi. Deng Shi only took a bite. The taste was good. The broth was thick, the scallions fragrant, and besides the saltiness, there was a hint of Sichuan peppercorn flavor. Tiny bits of vegetables mixed in, and she couldn't help but take a second bite. Li Qiao quickly said to Zhao Shi, "Mom, it tastes pretty good." Zhao Shi nodded slightly, glancing at Wang Shi. After so many years of being sisters-in-law, she couldn't believe Wang Shi had ever cooked such delicious food. Li Wanwan held her bowl and quickly finished eating, then handed her bowl to Li Jiao. "I want more." Li Jiao glared at her but stayed still. Wang Shi hurriedly took the bowl. I'll do it. Li Jiao tugged at Wang Shi's sleeve. Wang Shi shook her off, took the bowl, and got up to serve another bowl to Li Wanwan. With Li Wanwan starting, Deng Shi and Hu Shi also handed their bowls over. Mrs. Hu smiled and said, "Mother, I didn't expect second sister-in-law to cook such delicious food. Next time, let's ask her to cook again." Mrs. Deng didn't reply. Mrs. Wang pulled at her face, waiting until she sat down to eat the dumpling soup. By then, the pot was already clean. Jiao urged her, "Hurry up and eat." Only then did Mrs. Wang start eating. Mrs. Deng and the others had already finished. She stood up, wiped her mouth with her hand, and told Mrs. Wang, "Later, clean up the dishes and utensils. All the clothes outside need washing. The chickens and pigs will be fed at sunset. Also, gather pig feed and chop firewood on the mountain." Hearing Mrs. Deng's words, Jiao's heart trembled. There was so much work, and Mrs. Wang would have to finish everything in one afternoon. Even if she worked non-stop, she might not finish it all. Jiao quickly tugged at Mrs. Wang's sleeve and said to Mrs. Deng, "Grandma, seeing you all working in the fields, my mother and I feel embarrassed to stay at home enjoying leisure. We will go to the fields with you later. With more hands, we can finish planting the wheat faster. Let's all come back in the evening and cook together." Mrs. Wang nodded quickly. Jiao happily ran over and hugged her, saying, "Mom, let's go to the fields together." Old Mr. Li looked at Mrs. Deng and nodded, looking at the sky. The weather might not be good in the next 2 days. If it rains, it could be a long time before it stops. The whole family should work in the fields early, finish quickly, and rest sooner. After planting the wheat, today was also the day to pay the autumn taxes. Old Mr. Li and the men in the family would go to the town to pay taxes. So, Mrs. Wang and Jiao went to work in the fields together. Before leaving, Jiao took the yellow root from her space and placed it in her room. She carefully locked it before heading up the mountain to work. In the evening, Jiao returned home exhausted. She had stayed up all night last night and hadn't rested at all today. She was very tired. On the way down the mountain, she almost fell asleep. As soon as she entered the house, she collapsed immediately. Mrs. Wang felt very worried. She wiped her sweat and said to Jiao, "Take a rest. I will go out to work. I'll tell Qiao. If anyone comes in, I'll have her call you." Jiao nodded with her eyes closed. She didn't know when Mrs. Wang left. Suddenly, she heard Hu Shi's joyful voice outside, saying, "Jiao, get up. Look who's here to see you. You really have face. It's thanks to Chen Xian's wife not bothering with you. Come out quickly." Li Jiao's head felt dizzy and heavy, as if she hadn't slept enough. The door was knocked loudly, making her head throb. Li Jiao put on her clothes and hadn't opened the door, yet when Li Qiao rushed in, he shielded her like a protector, blocking the doorway. "Don't come in. No one is allowed in." Li Jiao quickly gestured to Li Qiao. He closed the door, locked it, and ran to her side. "Sister, don't go out. Chen Xian and the others are here. I think they have bad intentions. They say they want to compensate you properly. I think that woman. Anyway, just don't go out." Li Qiao was still young and couldn't say many words clearly. Li Jiao listened in a daze, trying to understand what he meant. She didn't rush to go out but stood at the door and listened carefully for a while. Only then did she understand what Li Qiao had just said. Chen Xian and his newlywed wife arrived at their house, claiming they wanted to properly compensate Li Jiao. Wan Yuxiu was crying as she told the Li family that she didn't know Chen Xian was already engaged, or she wouldn't have married him. Li Jiao scoffed at this. She hugged Li Qiao's shoulder and whispered a few words into his ear. Li Qiao looked at her, then opened the door. In the yard, Wan Yuxiu and Chen Xian enjoyed the warm hospitality of the Li family. Hu Shi looked like a servant beside Wan Yuxiu, standing respectfully to one side. The usually proud Deng Shi also stood properly. Even old Li, the head of the family, showed a rare smile and whispered something to Chen Xian. What Li Jiao disliked most was Li Chengkai, her biological father. He was now full of flattery, repeatedly saying to Chen Xian, "She's just a village girl. How could she affect your future? Besides, you've already compensated her, so there's no need for you to come and apologize. Brother Xian, even bringing your wife here, you're really giving her face." When Chen Xian saw Li Jiao, his eyes widened. He stared at her blankly, lost in thought, and didn't come back to himself for a long time. Wan Yuxiu couldn't stand it anymore. She cleared her throat, turned away from Hu Shi and Li Chengkai who were talking, stood up, and walked toward Li Jiao. "Jiao, I'm really sorry. I only found out when I arrived in the village. The harm I caused you. I feel very guilty. So today, I specifically asked him to bring me here. I want to apologize to you personally. I never meant to hurt you." Wan Yuxiu had a round face and looked very sincere when she spoke. Who immediately stepped forward and said to Li Jiao, look how I told you. Brother Xian's wife is truly a good person, kind and understanding, very good to you. You, stop frowning and come over quickly." Li Jiao coldly glanced at Hu. Wan Yuxiu smiled warmly and tried to hold Li Jiao's hand. Li Jiao took a step back. Wan Yuxiu was surprised, and her smile deepened.
I'm sincere.
Jiao, I was too bold to call you sister. I truly didn't know. After you came, I thought about it all day and felt very guilty. I've thought about it for a long time. Jiao, I really feel bad about this. This is my small gift. I hope you'll accept it." After speaking, Wan Yuxiu beckoned to her maid. The maid immediately stepped forward holding a jewelry box. Before the maid reached her, Li Jiao smelled a familiar yet strong and pleasant scent, much stronger than the scent of the letter paper before. She instinctively frowned. Hu's eyes widened in amazement. She hadn't seen such a beautiful jewelry box in a long time. She couldn't help but stretch her neck, full of envy. Wan Yuxiu opened the box. Inside, there was a set of silver jewelry and some blush and powder that young girls liked. Hu's mouth started to water. Not only Hu, but also Deng and Zhao, all stared in awe. This set of items must be worth dozens of silver taels. Wan Yuxiu handed the box to Li Jiao. Jiao, don't dislike it. The familiar and pungent smell hit again. Li Jiao endured her discomfort, took the jewelry box, quickly closed it, and held it in her arms. After closing the box, the air felt much better. She smiled and said to Wan Yuxiu, "You're so kind. I told you Chen Xian is so good, he's a scholar, right? Or a top candidate. In our Liang County, he's a once-in-a-century genius." Wan Yuxiu's eyes grew proud. She slightly lifted her head and looked at Chen Xian at an angle. Wan Yuxiu's father was just a small county magistrate in Liang County. Without opportunities, he could only be a county magistrate. They tried everything to get into the upper society of Liang County. Chen Xian was their only hope. Wan Yuxiu knew how outstanding Chen Xian was. Otherwise, why would she follow Chen Xian to Sun Shui village and stay for days? Moreover, Madam Chen, I am just a village girl from the countryside. I know my own worth. So, how could I dare to aspire to be the wife of a scholar? So, my mother told me she would find a good family for me, one that matches well. Wan Yuxiu's eyes flashed with a strange light, and her smile grew brighter. She already had a youthful face, and when she smiled, she looked very friendly and down to earth. Everyone present laughed. "Really? Don't worry. I will keep an eye out for your marriage." Wan Yuxiu patted Li Jiao's hand and then left with Chen Xian. After they left, Hu's smiley face moved closer and said, "Oh, Jiao Jiao, look at me. Isn't it true? Chun Xian's wife really has no heirs. Not only that, she's very kind. You shouldn't be worried about it, right?" Li Jiao Jiao looked at Hu with a cold stare. "Third aunt, which I saw me worried about Chun Xian." Wang also hurried forward and said, "Yes, third sister-in-law. Chun Xian is already married. Our Jiao Jiao will also have a marriage proposal in the future. We shouldn't say such things anymore." Hu's awkwardly smiled. Usually shy Zhao also stepped closer. She held Li Qiao Qiao's hand and squeezed in front of Li Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, just now Chun Xian's wife said she would look out for you in the county town. If you're free, can you also bring your sister Qiao Qiao?" Li Jiao Jiao almost couldn't help but laugh. Wan Yuxiu's words were polite, but she was worried Chun Xian still had feelings for her. Zhao probably knew that, right? And now she was sending Li Qiao Qiao over. Was she trying to get Wan Yuxiu to get revenge? Thinking about revenge, Li Jiao Jiao's face suddenly changed. She hugged her jewelry box and was about to leave. Wang quickly grabbed her. "Jiao Jiao, where are you going?" Wang asked. Deng's face darkened. "Don't think that just because someone gave you a little thing you forget who you are. You're still part of the Li family." Deng's words were like a cold splash of water. Li Jiao Jiao instantly calmed down. She stared blankly at Wang. Yes, she couldn't afford any trouble now. If she made a mistake, it would be bad. She smiled and said, "Grandma, you're right. I know. Whether I get married or do anything else, I will always be Li. I just saw these jewelry pieces. I'm a village girl. I want to take them to the town and exchange them for silver. Then I can give some to Grandma and help the family." Hearing this, Deng's face looked much better. She nodded happily at Li Jiao Jiao and then turned to Hu. "Why are you still standing there? Go cook. Wait for me to serve you." Hu's smile instantly froze. She looked annoyed at Li Jiao Jiao and hurried off to cook. Mrs. Zhao still held a little hope for Li Jiao Jiao and didn't leave immediately. Mrs. Deng then scolded her sharply. "Eldest daughter-in-law, you too. Are you waiting for me to serve you?" Mrs. Zhao's face instantly turned unpleasant, and Li Qiao Qiao blushed shyly, clutching her clothes tightly. "You should look at yourself carefully, see what kind of person you are, and still dare to marry into the county town. Did your ancestors' graves start smoking?" Mrs. Deng's words were sharp. She didn't care whether you were the eldest or second daughter-in-law. Li Qiao Qiao covered her face and ran into the house crying. Mrs. Zhao looked up, gritted her teeth, quickly glanced at Mrs. Deng, then lowered her head to hide her anger. After they left, Mrs. Deng looked deeply at Li Jiao Jiao. Li Jiao Jiao immediately smiled sweetly and said to Mrs. Deng, "Grandma, I'll go right now." After saying that, Li Jiao Jiao turned to Wang Shi and said, "Mother, I am young and naive. Please come with me, okay?" Wang Shi instinctively looked at Mrs. Deng, who waved her hand. "Go ahead, come back early." When Li Jiao Jiao left, she also took Li Qiao along. Mother and son headed to Xingfeng town. On the way, Wang Shi pinched her nose and said, "This rich girl is different. Everything smells so fragrant, it's overwhelming. I am naturally unfortunate, loving the smell of land all my life." Li Jiao Jiao looked at Wang Shi with a meaningful expression. In town, Li Jiao Jiao took Wang Shi and Li Qiao straight to the only pharmacy, Huichun Hall. Wang Shi frowned and asked, "Jiao Jiao, why are we here at the pharmacy instead of the pawn shop?" Li Jiao Jiao simply said, "You'll see in a moment." Familiarity grew quickly. This time, the apprentice immediately recognized Li Jiao Jiao and was surprised. "You've already prepared the Rehmannius so quickly?" Li Jiao Jiao shook her head. "Not so fast, still early. By the way, is the doctor here? I want to see a doctor." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Li Jiao Jiao's mind. "You're so stupid. How did I end up with such a foolish host?" Li Jiao Jiao's steps paused slightly. Wang Shi quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Li Jiao Jiao shook her head, holding a cosmetic box, and approached the doctor who had previously mentioned needing Rehmannia. "Doctor, please check my pulse." Dr. Zhou thought Li Jiao was sick, so he carefully took her pulse. When he did, he couldn't help but frown. He looked at her tongue coating and her eyes, then slowly said, "It seems you have some symptoms of poisoning, young lady. You look." Suddenly, he also smelled a strong, irritating fragrance. Seeing him look over, Li Jiao quickly placed her jewelry box in front of him. He released her wrist and immediately picked up the box to examine it. He said, "It's oleander." "I knew it. This smell is so sharp." He carefully checked the box and everything inside. In the end, he told Li Jiao that the box, the jewelry inside, and even the powder and rouge were all coated with oleander sap. Li Jiao knew a bit about herbs. She knew oleander was poisonous and very toxic. Wang Yuxiu was trying to kill her. Thinking about her own letter paper and the maid who appeared near her house late at night, she realized that all the good things Wang Yuxiu sent were meant to harm her. At first, Li Jiao didn't think much about it. She was love-struck and knew Qin Xian was already married, yet she still wrote letters to him. She hoped to marry Qin Xian as a concubine. How could she suddenly die? Now she understood it was all because of Wang Yuxiu. That seemingly simple young lady, who looked very down-to-earth, couldn't accept that Qin Xian still cared about Li Jiao. So, she wanted to take Li Jiao's life. All these things must be thrown away. Your body's poison is light, but I will give you some medicine later. I advise you to give away all your jewelry. Keeping them will only bring trouble. Wang's face turned pale, her lips trembling as she whispered, "Poisoned? How could this happen? How could I be poisoned?" Li Jiao was young but smart. She looked at her sister and asked, "Sister, do they want to hurt you?" Dr. Zhou glanced at Li Jiao. In their line of work, they knew many secrets. Even in their small town of Xingfeng, there were many hidden mysteries. He wasn't interested in knowing more, so he excused himself to get medicine and left. As soon as Dr. Zhou left, Wang couldn't hold back her tears. "Why, Jiao?
Why?
They're already married, so why won't they leave you alone? What do we have to do for them to stop bothering us?" Li Jiao tightly held Wang's hand. "Mother, don't cry yet. Last time, Wang Yuxiu saw that Li Jiao was perfectly fine and standing in front of her. She had already planned this time because Li Jiao interfered with her and Qin Xian's future. She bought medicine, paid money, and even Wang Shi didn't have time to ask Li Jiao where she got the money. Holding Li Jiao's hand, the mother and son walked out together. On the empty street, Wang Shi felt more and more sad and kept crying along the way. Li Jiao saw the pawn shop and helped Wang Shi directly toward it. Standing in front of the pawn shop, Wang Shi kept crying. After the shop assistant checked the items inside, he handed them to the shop owner, who carefully examined them. These items all contain oleander. "We're not afraid of jewelry, but we don't want these rouge and powder." The shop owner pointed out that there was a problem with the items in the box. Li Jiao looked at the shop owner more, but he remained expressionless. She took back the rouge and powder and asked directly, "How much? Is it pawned for dead or alive?" Just as Li Jiao was about to answer, Wang Shi rushed over from the door and shouted, "Pawned for dead." She took 12 taels of silver from the pawn shop, sniffed them several times to make sure there was no smell, and then handed them to Li Jiao. Li Jiao snatched the rouge and powder from Li Jiao, walked to the riverbank, and threw them into the river. Such poisonous things should be washed away by the water sooner. Wang Shi nodded repeatedly. Yes. When they returned home, it was already dark. Li Jiao repeatedly reminded Wang Shi and Li Qiao, "Remember, after you go back, don't mention anything about poison. Just say we used the money to exchange for something. Mother, you must remember this." Wang Shi was unconvinced. Jiao, Qin Xian's wife hurt you so much. Why don't we tell anyone? I even want to go to the county town and ask the old judge for justice. A woman daring to go to the county town to seek justice for her daughter. Li Jiao thought the original self was really worth it. Unfortunately, the original was a love-struck fool. It seems that love blindness doesn't change with time or place. It always makes family members worry. Mother, don't forget, her family's status. She is the daughter of the county magistrate. If you were the county magistrate, whom would you help? Mother, they are powerful and influential.
We are just ordinary people. Let's leave it at that.
Wang Shi and Li Qiao were unwilling, but as Li Jiao said, even if they had solid evidence, and even if Dr. Zhou was willing to prove that it was oleander, so what? Wan Yuxiu was the daughter of the county magistrate. Her father was very familiar with the county magistrate. Would he help Li Jiao? When she returned home, everyone had already eaten. Just as Li Jiao thought she wouldn't get any food, she heard Mrs. Deng say sternly, "Where's the silver? Give me the silver. Go to the kitchen and eat your meal. Clean up after yourself." Li Chengfu and Li Chengkai, the brothers, all looked at Li Jiao. Mrs. Hu and Mrs. Zhao also stretched their necks, eager to see what was happening. Li Jiao took out 10 taels of silver from her pocket and placed it on the table. "I pawned it." The shopkeeper said they only accept jewelry, not rouge or powder. So, I threw away the rouge and powder. The jewelry was worth 10 taels. Mrs. Deng couldn't read or write, and no one in the Li family could either. So, Li Jiao wasn't afraid at all. 10 taels of silver was a lot for the Li family. Mrs. Deng, usually serious, finally showed a small smile. She happily took the silver and put it in her pocket, then urged Li Jiao, "There's a little pig fat in the cabinet. If you like pig fat mixed with rice, eat more." In the kitchen, Li Qiao was happily eating pig fat mixed with rice. His small mouth was covered in oil. "Sister, the pig fat smells so good." Li Jiao had eaten pig fat mixed with rice many times in her previous life. It was very fragrant. Just a little salt made it tasty, even without vegetables. She finished a bowl and urged Wang to eat quickly. Wang hesitated. "Your grandma told you to eat. If I eat too much, she'll get angry again." "She won't get angry," Li Jiao said confidently. "Mom, do you know how much 10 taels of silver can buy?" After finishing her meal, Wang cleaned the kitchen thoroughly before leaving. On her way back to the room, Wang faintly saw a figure quickly leaving the yard. From her shape, it looked like a woman. She looked back at the 2 rooms. The lights were off. Who could it be now? Wang stepped forward to call her, but the woman ran straight past her. Back in the room, Wang told Li Jiao about what she saw. Li Jiao sneered. "Who else? Besides my good Annie San. Who else could it be?" Li Jiao took the things sent by Wan Yuxiu to sell. Who is always flattering, should hurry and tell her. "Jiao, if she finds out you didn't use that thing, do you think she might come to hurt you?" Li Jiao wiped the smile off her face. It was very possible. She stood up and said to Wang and Li Qiao, "Mom, I think maybe we should earn more money." Wang, hearing this, quickly waved her hands.
No.
"We pawned 12 taels of silver. You told your grandma it was 10 taels. That almost scared me to death." Jiao, don't trick your mother. Your mother isn't foolish. If she finds out we've hidden the secret money, we'll be in big trouble then." Seeing Wang's face turn pale with fear, Li Jiao suddenly stopped smiling. She had initially wanted to tease Wang, but now, seeing her so scared, she felt guilty. "Okay." Once Li Jiao agreed, Wang sighed in relief. She hurriedly urged Li Jiao, "You 2 siblings should go to bed quickly. Your third auntie, she just likes wealthy people. It's not a big deal, but she really looks down on us, yet she still lives with us." Li Jiao rolled her eyes. Loving wealth and hating poverty is a sickness, and it needs treatment. That night, just as Li Jiao fell asleep, she heard the voice of the spirit in her space. She immediately sat up, holding a copper coin, and slipped into her space. A small, fluffy white creature arrogantly raised its paw. "How come I ended up with such a silly host? I and the 8 treasures emperor coin. Besides my noble status, I've existed for a very long time, so long that I don't even remember how many years I've been alive. I'm just a tiny oleander. Don't you know to ask me what I'm doing in the town pharmacy? Li Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. Honestly, she hadn't remembered she had a space, so she naturally didn't think to ask this all-knowing spirit. If this happens again, remember to ask me more. Seeing the spirit puff up proudly, Li Jiao Jiao couldn't help but squat down, hug it tightly, and give it a few good rubs. Its fluffy fur felt really soft and fun to touch. Stop rubbing. Do you know who I am? How dare you be so bold and disrespectful? Reluctantly, Li Jiao Jiao let go of it, clapping her hands. Of course I'm bold. Okay, I remember.
Later, I'll take these herbs outside to dry.
When Li Jiao Jiao bent down to pick some rhizoma, her eyes suddenly brightened. The rhizoma, which didn't look very good before, now appeared shiny and black. Even in the dull space, it reflected faintly. Moreover, the rhizoma had already dried, and its quality was excellent. The next morning, as soon as she got up, she saw Hushir munching sunflower seeds under the eaves. When she saw Li Jiao Jiao open the door, she couldn't help but mock. Jiao Jiao, you really are wasteful. Do you know how much silver that jewelry box is worth? I sold it for 10 taels of silver. That's something others would beg for. You're so lucky and don't even realize it. Li Jiao Jiao looked up and saw the envy and jealousy in Hushir's eyes. She couldn't help but smile slightly. Third Annie, what do you mean by that? Hushir sneered and said, It's nothing, I just said that. If it were me and someone respected me that much, I wouldn't give away others' hard work. If others found out, it would be so embarrassing. Li Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes and looked around. She saw Mrs. Deng coming out of the backyard carrying a large wooden bucket. She hurriedly said to Mrs. Deng, Grandma, come quickly. Just now, Aunt Sen said, I pawned the jewelry box to exchange for money for you. I was looking down on Chen Xian's wife, not knowing how to appreciate kindness. She also said that it was Chen Xian's wife's hard work. Grandma, did I do something wrong? Hushir trembled with fear and immediately turned to Mrs. Deng.
No, Mother.
I am grown up now. I wouldn't say such foolish things. Mother, I saw Dad leave just now. I'll go tidy up and go out to work. Mrs. Deng coldly glanced at Hushir and pointed at the wooden bucket in her hand. Your father is so old, he still has to go up the mountain to work. This is the chicken manure I've saved for more than half a year. You take it up the mountain to farm. Li Jiao Jiao couldn't help but sneer and watched Hushir leave. Mrs. Deng looked at Li Jiao Jiao, clapped the dust off her hands, and said, Jiao Jiao, today the mountain work is heavy. Your mother also has to go up the mountain. Today you and Xiao Xiao stay at home and cook. I've cut some cured meat. You fry some to satisfy everyone. After Mrs. Deng and the others went up the mountain, Li Qiao held Li Jiao Jiao's hand. In the kitchen, there was a wooden basin on the stove filled with rice to cook and meat to fry later. This time, Mrs. Deng didn't skimp on the food. Half a basin of rice was washed clean and steamed. The cured meat was hard to wash. Li Qiao, being small and weak, washed for a long time but couldn't clean it thoroughly. After steaming the rice, Li Jiao Jiao sat down to wash the cured meat. Qiao Qiao, go pick some garlic sprouts. Also, bring back some white radish and cabbage. Despite her young age, Li Qiao was a rural child and naturally good at chores. She carried a basket and went to the vegetable garden behind. Li Jiao Jiao was a bit anxious. She wanted to finish cooking quickly, so she could go to town. The yellow root in her space was at least 6 or 7 jin, worth about 1 jin and 2 liang silver, and 7 jin would be 14 liang silver. Thinking about the silver she had saved, Li Jiao Jiao felt hopeful about the future. She scraped off the thick black layer on the surface of the cured meat with a knife, washed it twice, then sliced it and put it into a big bowl. Li Qiao returned with the vegetables. Li Jiao Jiao hurriedly washed the vegetables, cut the radish into strips, and chopped the garlic sprouts. Once everything was ready, she started to cook. Cured meat is very hard. Before stir-frying, you need to boil it in water until it is cooked. Once the water evaporates, you can start stir-frying the meat. These are simple tasks. Li Jiao Jiao handles them easily, stir-fried garlic sprouts with cured meat, shredded radish with cured meat, a cabbage soup, and stir-fried cabbage stalks with cured meat. These are all straightforward dishes, mostly meat dishes. Li Jiao told Li Qiao and then took him to the town. On the way to Xingfeng town, Li Jiao was very excited. Li Qiao was also happy and kept asking, "Big sister, can we eat steamed buns with meat soon?"
You just want meat buns.
Later, I'll buy you some wontons to eat. Li Qiao, who was already grown up, had never tried wontons, but he had heard other kids in the village brag about them. He couldn't help but lick his lips. "Big sister, are wontons really delicious?" Li Jiao nodded. "Take a bite and you'll see, full of meat." "Isn't that good?" Li Qiao was so happy, he almost jumped up. "I want to eat. I want to eat." He jumped and skipped ahead, while Li Jiao carried a few pounds of cooked turmeric and couldn't help but smile. "Big sister, look ahead. There are so many carts." Li Qiao pulled Li Jiao to look forward. On the road to the town, there was only a muddy path wide enough for a single cart, not comparable to the official road into town. So, on this small path, luxurious transport like carts was rarely seen. Li Jiao wanted to say something to Li Qiao but suddenly noticed the coachman sitting on the cart. She frowned slightly. The cart was not very fast, not much faster than them. Li Jiao quietly followed behind the cart with Li Qiao. Li Qiao whispered, "Big sister, is Brother Qin Xian on the cart?" Li Jiao looked at Li Qiao. She understood the child's love for carts. In her past life, when she was in middle school, every evening after studying, she would walk 2 kilometers home and dream of having a familiar driver to take her part of the way. "Qiao, be quiet. Don't let anyone see us," she warned. Wan Yuxiu wanted her life, but Li Jiao was not willing to just wait and do nothing. Her original self was gone, and she didn't want to lose her life again. So, she planned to take revenge. Li Jiao carefully followed the cart, thinking about how to strike back with minimal cost and maximum damage. After much thought, she finally had to give up. First, Wan Yuxiu brought 8 servants with her to Xuanshui village, including 4 household maids, 2 older women and 2 young maids. She and Li Qiao are not rivals, so revenge is unlikely. Most probably, she will get involved herself. Li Jiao glanced at Li Qiao, thinking it wasn't worth it. They arrived at Xingfeng town, not on the official road, but directly at the pawn shop. Li Jiao's heart was in her throat. She looked at Li Qiao and placed a few pounds of prepared yellow root on his shoulder. "Go wait for me at the pharmacy. I need to see what they are really up to," she said. After sending Li Qiao away, Li Jiao tidied her clothes and hair a little. She made her clothes look a bit dirty, her hair messy, and smeared her face with a layer of yellowish dust to hide her appearance. Then she carefully hid behind something. When she saw no one but Wan Yuxiu coming down from the carriage, she helped a woman hold her wrist and jumped down from the carriage, not showing any signs of a noble lady. Li Jiao waited outside the pawn shop for a long time. Wan Yuxiu's people were there, so she couldn't get in. Reluctantly, she decided to go to the backyard of the pawn shop. The back door of the yard was shut. Li Jiao pushed it, but it wouldn't open. She stepped back a few steps, looked around the yard, which was a narrow alley. The wall around the yard was about 3 meters high. With her small size, she couldn't jump over it. Spirit Tool, you always say you're all-powerful. Can you help me figure out how to get in?" she asked. "No way," Spirit Tool replied directly and clearly. Li Jiao was momentarily speechless. She wanted to scold Spirit Tool, but then she noticed a pile of firewood and tiles near the wall, and suddenly an idea struck her. 15 minutes later, after great effort, she finally climbed over the wall. She sat on top of it. The pawnshop's backyard was empty, with a simple small yard, some beautiful pine trees, and a fake mountain. Although small, it was very elegant and charming. Li Jiao couldn't appreciate these things. She frowned and chose a soft patch of grass, then leapt down quickly.
Ouch!
She rolled on the ground holding her ankle, biting her lip and quickly hiding. She wanted to check if her ankle was sprained, but suddenly heard footsteps. She immediately lay flat on the ground, staying perfectly still. Soon, she felt someone passing nearby, but quickly, the footsteps disappeared. Then she faintly heard a voice say, "Young master, someone has come to redeem the jewelry box from yesterday." Li Jiao was about to get up again but fell back to the ground. She held her breath, her nose touching soft grass and soil, a strong earthy smell filling her nostrils. She even saw a tiny black insect wobbling in front of her eyes. She dared not move, listening carefully with her ears perked up.
Huh?
It's the daughter of County Magistrate Li Qingdong, here to redeem that jewelry box.
Oh.
It's a dead. Li Jiao heard these few brief words and then footsteps approaching her. She was so frightened that her whole body tensed up. Only after the sounds faded away did she slowly lift her head and look toward the direction where she had heard the voice. It was a large, tightly closed door, bright red and very eye-catching. She clenched her teeth, slowly shifted her body, and pressed her lips together, afraid to make any sound. Li Jiao paused for a moment, then tiptoed toward the door. She was eager to know who the young man's voice belonged to and why he was helping her. Wan Yuxiao wanted to redeem the jewelry box, but no one knew her intentions. Maybe she wanted to destroy evidence or was planning her next scheme to harm her. Whatever it wasn't good for Li Jiao. But this man told the shopkeeper it was a dead, meaning he didn't allow Wan Yuxiao to redeem the jewelry box. As the door was right in front of her, Li Jiao couldn't help but feel excited. She slowly pressed her face close, closed one eye, and looked inside.
Huh?
Li Jiao thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. Everything in front of her was brown. She saw nothing clearly. She rubbed her eyes and looked inside again. Just as she was trying to see what was inside, the door suddenly opened from the inside, and she was caught off guard, falling inside.
Oh.
Li Jiao's head hit the ground. She instinctively rubbed her forehead, then slowly looked up. In front of her was a piece of silky, brown fabric, smooth to the touch and very high quality. She pinched it and couldn't help but marvel. If she took this to the modern world to sell, she guessed it would be priced by weight. "Let go." A voice rang out from above. Li Jiao looked up, her pupils shrinking instantly. She backed away quickly, and the light-colored handkerchief in her arms started to feel hot. It turned out the pawnshop owner was him. The man bitten by the snake. Li Jiao thought about the light yellow handkerchief still lying in her arms, which was slightly warm. This handkerchief belonged to her. Should she return it or not? Just as Li Jiao was hesitating, a voice suddenly rang out. "Who?" Then, the door swung open. Li Jiao nearly fell flat on her face. She supported herself with her hands, awkwardly looked up, and forced a smile. "Hi." After saying that, Li Jiao felt her greeting was too modern. She quickly stood up, rubbed her aching hand, and dusted herself off. Hello. The man stared at Li Jiao blankly. Seeing his unfamiliar gaze, she suddenly remembered that when she saved him that day, he was poisoned. So, he didn't recognize her, and there was no need to worry about whether she had stolen his handkerchief. Besides, she had saved his life. What's more important, a handkerchief or a life? Clearly, life was more valuable. I was just saying I accidentally walked in the wrong place. Would you believe that? Li Jiao felt very embarrassed. She spoke while backing away, still smiling foolishly.
"Who are you?"
The man's face was slightly thin, with prominent bones, but his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes made him very handsome. His voice was gentle, which made Li Jiao's eyes sparkle. Oh my, his voice was perfect for a boyfriend. Why are you acting so silly? There's a very powerful energy inside him. Hurry and leave. Be careful. Your life might be in danger. Thinking of the spirit's voice in her mind, Li Jiao suddenly became alert. After hesitating for a moment, she honestly said, "Yesterday, I pawned a jewelry box given by the daughter of County Magistrate Li. Today, I saw her come to redeem it, so I followed her out. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude." Li Jiao was delicate as her name suggested, but she spoke very straightforwardly. The man couldn't help but glance at her.
I see. You may leave now.
Li Jiao looked up and saw the man slightly turn his face away. She let out a long breath of relief, hurriedly bowed to him, then turned around and ran out. As soon as she left, two figures stepped out from behind the door. One of them whispered, "Master, I need to report to you." The man waved his hand. "I owe her." Li Jiao hurriedly pushed open the back door and ran far away. She panted, looked back toward the pawn shop, and saw Wan Yuxiu come out angrily, talking to a woman beside her. Judging by her expression, she looked very upset. Li Jiao couldn't help but smile. When Li Jiao hurried to the pharmacy, Dr. Zhou was happily chatting with Li Qiao. Seeing Li Jiao, Dr. Zhou's eyes softened. "Have you ever prepared Rehmannia before?" Li Jiao shook her head. "No, but I think my grandfather has prepared it before." Hearing this, Dr. Zhou's expression became even gentler. If Li Jiao were a boy, he would have wanted to take her as an apprentice. High-quality prepared Rehmannia costs about 3 taels of silver per jean. Recently, some merchants passing by need this. 3 taels of silver per jean, totaling 7 jean and 2 liang, ended up with 2 silver ingots and 600 coins. Li Qiao was walking on air, feeling like his feet didn't touch the ground. He couldn't believe it and quietly asked Li Jiao, "Sister, is this true?" Li Jiao rubbed his head. "Just weigh the copper coins in your hand, and you'll know." Li Qiao weighed them, but still felt it was unreal. Li Jiao pinched his little face. The boy covered his face, excitedly saying, "Sister, so much money. We really earned so much. I want to be like you and earn money too." Li Jiao smiled and looked toward Sun Shui village in the distance. She asked Li Qiao, "Do you want to go to school?" Go to school? Li Qiao had never thought about going to school. First, besides Chun Xian, no one else in their village went to school. Second, going to school was such a luxury that he didn't think he could. So, he froze for a moment and then quietly replied to Li Jiao, "Sister, Grandpa and Grandma won't agree." Li Qiao was young. Chun Xian was talented and promising, and many boys in the village wanted to go to school. But going to school wasn't something farming families like theirs could afford. He wanted to go, but his elders wouldn't agree. Li Jiao thought of Li Chengkai, Deng Shi, and Old Li. Old Li had many grandchildren. His eldest grandson, Zhao's eldest son, was the most promising among the 3rd generation of the Li family. He was an apprentice in the county town. The others all stayed home, working the fields honestly. Old Li firmly believed that their family had always farmed the land. Because of that, it was unlikely they would send Li Qiao to school. Back in Sun Shui village, Li Jiao threw the silver into her space. She only kept 1 copper coin for Li Qiao, putting the rest into her space. After tidying her clothes, she headed toward the Li family's house. Jiao. Just a few meters away from the Li family, Li Jiao met Chun Xian. He was wearing a long cotton robe, refined and unique in temperament. In their village, where everyone wore rough cloth clothes, Chun Xian's special attire made him stand out. Li Jiao saw the youngest daughter of Li Lianzhong's family glance at Chun Xian. Chun Xian looked a bit scared and quickly said to Li Jiao, "Haven't we agreed on this?"
"Why?"
"I told you long ago that only you are in my heart. Jiao, please give me a little more time, okay?" Li Jiao almost couldn't hold back her anger. She had grown up unloved, and after Chun Xian kept telling her that his true love was her, she became completely devoted to him. Even knowing Chun Xian was already married, she still kept things unclear with him. Otherwise, why would Wan Yuxiu want to hurt her? As he spoke, Chun Xian stepped forward, his hands not very well behaved, trying to grab Li Jiao's hand. Li Qiao immediately stepped in front of Li Jiao, glaring at Chun Xian. "Stay away from my sister." Qiao. Chun Xian patiently squatted down. Both Li Jiao and Li Qiao looked good, especially Jiao, a beautiful girl in her prime, tall and graceful. Wan Yuxiu also looked pretty, but compared to Jiao's beauty, she was not enough. Li Jiaojiao quickly hugged Li Qiao and took a step back. Chen Xian looked heartbroken instantly. He had never done farm work, so as a man, he had a fair face and looked pitifully at Li Jiaojiao, like a little white face. Jiaojiao, you're still angry, right? I knew it. You told me last time you weren't angry, but I knew you were lying. You must be angry. You're overthinking it.
Li Jiaojiao respondă bluntly.
Chen Xian frowned and shook his head. I thought I made it clear to you, Jiaojiao. Didn't you promise me to? You know, what's between me and her is just a game in official circles, not serious. We grew up together, Jiaojiao. Do you still doubt my heart? I only want to give you a better life. When I pass the imperial exam, I can bring you to my side. From then on, we won't be apart. Li Jiaojiao couldn't stand it anymore. Chen Xian was good at self-pity. He looked so sincere, full of love, but if she hadn't remembered her past life, she might have been fooled by this little white face. By what status? Your concubine? Li Jiaojiao couldn't help but mock Chen Xian. Chen Xian was stunned, then started to manipulate Li Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, don't you understand my feelings? Does it matter if I become a concubine or not?
Think about it.
After all these years, I just want to settle down and become a successful scholar. Only then can I stay with you forever. Do you understand? Li Jiaojiao tilted her head, looking upset. Please move aside. Chen Xian grabbed Li Jiaojiao's hand. Li Jiaojiao was holding Li Qiao. When he pulled her, she almost fell. Jiaojiao, are you really angry? Chen Xian sighed. I used to think you knew me best in this world. You said you understood my pain inside. Jiaojiao, right now you're hurting me. Do you realize that? Please don't be angry. Just wait for me, okay? Let go of me. Li Jiaojiao pushed Chen Xian away. She put down Li Qiao and turned around to push Chen Xian hard. He staggered back several steps before steadying himself. I'm not angry. Look clearly, Chen Xian. Look at me now, I'm very happy. You finally got married, so you don't have to bother me anymore. I'm so happy I can't express it. You don't know, I really want to thank your wife. She's such a good person, saving me from trouble. Li Jiaojiao spoke very quickly, her spit flying onto Chen Xian's face. Chen Xian, this is the first and last time I warn you. You better not appear in front of me again. You chase after wealth and fame, and I'll live my simple life. We shouldn't interfere with each other. If you say these foolish things to me again, I'll tell your wife, and oh, her father, the county magistrate. Chen Xian's face suddenly changed. He pointed at Li Jiaojiao's face. Jiaojiao, you. And don't call my name anymore, Li Jiaojiao said sharply. You're a fickle scoundrel. Don't tarnish my name. After saying that, Li Jiaojiao grabbed Li Qiao's hand and headed home. Back home, Li Qiao closed the door and looked at Li Jiaojiao in disbelief. Sister, you won't think about him anymore, right?
Li Jiaojiao nudda.
Li Qiao was so happy, he almost shouted. He excitedly held Li Jiaojiao's arm. Sister, Mother said that Chen Xian is already married. We shouldn't think about him anymore. He has his life, and we have ours. You used to not understand, but now you finally do.
Li Jiaojiao jan li rubad Li Qiao's hat.
All right, come here. I'll wipe off the meat smell so that Wan and the others don't notice it. The brother and sister ate several bowls of wontons in town. Li Qiao's stomach was full and round. Hearing this, he obediently stood in front of Li Jiaojiao, who used a cedar branch to wipe the smell off his body several times. Once she was sure there was no meat smell left, Li Qiao quietly left. Li Jiaojiao tidied herself up before heading to the kitchen. The Li family went back to the mountain. The kitchen was a mess. Li Jiaojiao rolled up her sleeves, put the dishes into a basin, carried them outside to the yard, and fetched water from the water jar to wash each dish thoroughly. Only then did she return to the kitchen and clean the stove. Li Qiao went to the backyard and picked up 3 eggs. He came out with a frown and said to Li Jiaojiao, Sister, Grandma is coming back soon, but there are only 3 eggs in the hen house. What should we do? Deng Shi kept 8 chickens in the backyard, 1 rooster and 7 hens. The hens were laying eggs now. When Deng Shi left in the morning, she told Li Jiao to check the henhouse for eggs. She expected about 5 eggs today, but now there were only 3. Deng Shi was usually very accurate about predicting egg numbers.
Li Jiao fronat.
Li Qiao looked worried. Sister, what do we do? It's almost dark, and Grandma will be back soon. She'll definitely scold us again. Deng Shi was known for scolding. She wasn't very patient. Besides Li Lao too, no one in the family escaped her scolding. I'll go take a look, Li Jiao said. She told Li Qiao to start the fire in the kitchen, then took the 3 eggs and went to the backyard. Several chickens were flying around in the coop, which was covered in chicken droppings. Li Jiao ignored the smell, held her breath, and checked inside. She confirmed that the hens had laid eggs today. Then she carefully observed near the nest. Suddenly, she found a hair in the straw nest. She picked it up and examined it. In ancient times, both men and women loved to keep long hair. The adults in the family had very long hair, like Li Jiao herself, whose hair reached her waist. The hair she found was only about 3 fingers long, clearly not from an adult. She measured it and thought that only Li Wanwan's hair matched this length. Thinking of this, Li Jiao's face darkened. Sure enough, not far in the backyard, she found Li's son and Li Wanwan. They were discussing how to eat the eggs when Li Jiao appeared. Startled, Li San almost cried. Li Wanwan looked up and said, Li Jiao, you're dead. You scared my brother to tears. Mrs. who loved her youngest son very much, but Li Jiao was not afraid. She snatched the eggs from Li Wanwan's hand and sharply poked her forehead. Am I going to die? Li Wanwan, you must have forgotten we still have grandparents at home. Always on guard, but thieves are hard to catch. Just wait until the grandparents come back. Let's see who ends up unlucky, me or you. Li Wanwan didn't take this seriously. She snorted. What's so great about it? Just 2 eggs. Humph, as if we've never seen eggs before. Come on, little brother, let's go home. We'll just get 2 eggs. Li Wanwan deliberately took Li's son into the chicken coop to get eggs. She wanted Mrs. Deng to come back and deal with Li Jiao. Mrs. whose family was wealthy and often sent her gifts. Li Wanwan and Li's son would visit their maternal family during festivals. The eggs didn't matter much to them, so they didn't mind. Li Jiao felt a sudden pang of sadness in her heart. In the evening, old Li led everyone back from the mountain. Jiao, hurry, fetch some water. Old Li's voice was loud. He happily said to Mrs. Deng, today everyone worked hard. Remind Jiao to prepare some meat later. It's delicious when fried with cured meat in the morning. Fry a little more. Mrs. Deng glared at Old Li sharply. All you think about is eating meat. We've spent a lot this year already. Despite saying that, she turned to Li Jiao and said, come into the house later. Soon, Li Jiao took a piece of cured meat from Mrs. Deng's room. She was washing the meat in the yard when suddenly, the yard gate opened. Li Qingju came in from outside, carrying some pastries and a jar of wine, loudly calling, Father, Mother, I'm back. Li Qingju was the youngest daughter of Mrs. Deng and Old Li, and their only daughter. They loved her dearly. Old Li and Mrs. Deng cherished her so much that they spoiled her until she was 16. Mrs. Deng worked hard to marry Li Qingju to a small shop owner in the county town. Although not rich, it was better than living in the countryside. Li Qingju visited her parents during festivals, so they valued her very much. When they heard her voice, Mrs. Deng hurriedly pulled aside the door curtain. Qingju, you're back? Oh, my girl. Why did you come back? Mrs. Deng just finished speaking when Old Man Li pushed aside the curtain and stood behind the door, waving to Li Qingju. Come in quickly. If you have something to say, let's talk inside. There's no need to stand outside in the yard. After speaking, Li Qingju and Mrs. Deng went into the house. Soon after, Mrs. Zhao and Mrs. Hu came out of their rooms one after the other, hurriedly heading toward the main hall. Li Qiao ran over and said to Li Jiao, Sister, little sister-in-law is back. Do you know? Li Jiao pointed toward the main hall. She went inside. Li Qiao quickly grabbed Li Jiao's arm. Let's go inside quickly, or Li's son and the others will finish eating everything. Li Qingju, who married into the county town, was the pride of Mrs. Deng and Old Man Li. Every time she returned, she would bring some tasty treats for her nieces and nephews. Li Jiao was pretty, but not very good at talking. Li Huanhuan was sweet-tongued and always managed to coax Li Qingju, earning the most snacks. Li Jiao shook her head at Li Qiao. "I'm not going." Just as she finished speaking, Li Qiao and Li Huanhuan went together to the main hall, moving quickly, afraid they might miss out on the food. Li Qiao looked puzzled and frowned. "Why not?" Li Jiao leaned close to Li Qiao's ear. "Don't forget, we have money now." After washing the cured meat, Li Jiao went to the kitchen to prepare dishes. Seeing it was still early, she and Li Qiao went up the mountain. Wang and Li Chenkai hadn't returned yet. On the mountain trail, many villagers returning from work saw Li Jiao and Li Qiao walking up and asked her, "It's still early. Just pick some firewood to bring back." Hearing this, everyone didn't think much of it. Most rural children are hardworking and won't go home until it's dark. When they reached the place where they dug for wild yam last time, it was almost night. Li Qiao excitedly ran ahead. "Sister, there are quite a few now." Li Jiao came over and said to Li Qiao, "They're too small. Let's look for more. We'll leave these wild yams to grow here and come back next year to dig them." Li Jiao carried Li Qiao down the rocks and walked a bit further. She found many herbs on the ground and carefully dug them up. Since Li Qiao was young, she knelt on the ground, carefully searching for wild yams. It was completely dark now. Li Jiao climbed onto a large rock and looked down at the village below. Xuanshui village is small, with about 30 households. Most people here have the surname Li. Their house is located in the southeast of the village, built with blue bricks and black tiles. Their house is lit up, even so late at night. No one is on the mountain. But because Li Qingju has returned, no one comes to find the brother and sister at home. Thinking of this, Li Jiaojiao feels it's unfair for her original self. In that moment, Li Jiaojiao looks away and sees a few tiny flowers, like wind chimes, gently swaying in the wind. Although she can't see clearly, she instinctively feels they are wild yellow flowers. She and her brother Li Qiao quickly walk toward the place where they saw the wild yellow flowers. As the saying goes, look at the mountain and run until you drop. Li Jiaojiao finally understands this. When she first stood on the mountain, she saw the small flowers from afar. She thought they were close, but as she crouched down and walked toward the rocks where she saw the flowers, she faced one obstacle after another. After crossing a thorn bush, she encountered a large rock blocking the way. After finally getting past the big rock, there was no path ahead. Reluctantly, she and Li Qiao had to look for a way around. Finally, when they reached the spot where they saw the flowers earlier, they saw a large patch of wild yellow flowers again. Li Qiao was so excited he grabbed Li Jiaojiao's arm and shouted, "Sister, sister, look. There are so many."
Li Jiaojiao shmila tsufli.
In her previous life, she was just an ordinary worker, working endless overtime. Her monthly salary barely arrived, and before she could enjoy it, she was drowning in debt or using credit cards. She never imagined that rebirth would give her such good luck, like a lucky charm. This fortune was simply incredible. If she had this luck in her previous life, she wouldn't have to work anymore. She would have bought a lottery ticket and waited to die peacefully. Li Jiaojiao and Li Qiao kept digging for wild yellow flowers, not noticing how time passed. Wang Shi and Li Chenkai returned home. Li Qingju, surprisingly enthusiastic, pulled Wang Shi aside and said, "Second sister-in-law, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you." Hu Shi and Zhao Shi nodded in agreement nearby. Deng Shi, with a stern face, directly told Wang Shi, "Your younger sister found a good marriage for Jiao Jiao. It's in the county town with good family background. Don't worry about our farming family. When the time comes, you just need to bring out Jiao Jiao's zodiac sign and match her with the grooms. There's no problem. She can get married before the new year." Wang Shi was stunned. Li Chenkai looked at her with a big smile and hurriedly asked Li Qingju, "Little sister, what kind of family is that? Second brother, do you still not trust me?" That's the young son of the satin shop on the next street from our house. He's 20 years old and looks very handsome. Their family is quite well off, and they just want to find a good-looking girl. I overheard them and casually mentioned that I have a very handsome niece. When they found out that Jiao Jiao had been rejected for marriage before, they didn't mind, and even asked me to come back and get a marriage token. Li Qingju married a man who runs a grocery store in the town. She was shy at first, but now she can talk so well that even birds in the trees come down to listen. Li Chengkai is so happy, he doesn't know what to do. This is such a good thing. You couldn't find it even with a lantern. Second brother, isn't this a coincidence? It's called fate, right? When I heard, I hurried back to tell you all.
Li Shengju smilat kinli.
Wang sure didn't dislike her either. She asked about Jiao Jiao, but after searching inside the house, they couldn't find her. Wang Shi became anxious and hurried out to look for Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao and Jiao Qiao were digging wild turmeric on the mountain. A new moon was slowly rising in the sky, but neither of the siblings noticed. They were busy working, and to them, each small lump in the ground wasn't just dirt. It looked like shiny silver ingots. Big sister, it's full now. What should we do? Jiao Qiao looked at the overflowing bamboo basket. Without hesitation, Jiao Jiao took off her outer coat and poured all the turmeric from her basket into Jiao Qiao's. She had space left, but the spiritual said that this space could only hold non-living things. Although the turmeric had been dug up, it still had life. It could only be stored if cooked first. Jiao Qiao followed her sister's example and took off her coat as well. Qiao Qiao. Down the mountain, Wang Shi called out loudly for Jiao Qiao. It was late at night, and she didn't dare call Jiao Jiao's name openly, worried that villagers might hear and affect Jiao Jiao's reputation. As they neared the end of digging, Jiao Qiao suddenly looked up. Sister, is that mother's voice? Jiao Jiao wiped the sweat from her forehead and listened carefully, but she didn't hear anything. It doesn't seem like it. I didn't hear anything. Qiao Qiao, it's already dark. Hurry up and pack everything. Let's go home quickly. If mother comes back and doesn't see us, she'll be worried. Jiao Jiao tidied up the turmeric and panted heavily. Qiao Qiao. This time, not only Jiao Qiao heard it clearly, but Jiao Jiao also heard it distinctly. She quickly signaled Jiao Qiao to respond to Wang Shi. When Mrs. Wang found her siblings, Li Jiao Jiao was already carrying dozens of jin of wild yam up the mountain path. Mother, why are you here? Mrs. Wang felt sorry for Li Jiao Jiao and took the basket from her back, hanging it on her shoulder. She scolded, Look at the time now. You child, don't you ever check the sky? Do you think there are no wolves behind our mountain? Li Jiao Jiao's face instantly turned pale. Mrs. Wang kept talking, but all Li Jiao Jiao could think about was wolves, and she was so scared that she got goosebumps. As they neared home, Mrs. Wang suddenly stopped and turned to Li Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, your little aunt is here. Do you know? Li Qiao quickly answered. Yes, we saw her. My sister and I finished cooking before going up the mountain to dig wild yam. Mother, do you know how much money we earned today? Mrs. Wang didn't want to hear how much money the siblings made. She was about to ask why Li Qingju came home, but then Li Qiao said, more than 20 taels of silver. Mother, the wild yam is really profitable. Your little aunt. What did you just say? How much? Li Qiao repeated it again. Mrs. Wang was stunned, standing there blankly for a long time, unable to react. For families like theirs, earning just 2 or 3 taels of silver a year was enough to live. Over 20 taels was more than she had ever seen in her life. Seeing Mrs. Wang in shock, Li Qiao hurriedly nudged Li Jiao Jiao. Sister, quickly show her the silver. Li Jiao Jiao immediately took out 2 silver bars from her space. Under the moonlight, the cold shine of the silver and the moonlight in the sky complemented each other, sparkling brightly and making everyone feel happier. Mrs. Wang couldn't believe it. She reached out and touched the silver, cold and shining. She picked it up, bit one, and her eyes widened. Did you really sell it in town?
Li Qiao nudda.
Yes, mother. The doctor said the wild yam my sister prepared is of very good quality, and we got a high price. Otherwise, why would we be digging wild yam late at night? Mother, it was Dr. Zhou from the town's Huichun Hall Pharmacy who told us. Could it be fake? Mrs. Wang was both surprised and happy. She couldn't believe it. I really can't believe it. This is true. After seeing the silver, Mrs. Wang handed it to Li Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao, this is the money you and Xiao Xiao earned. Keep it for yourself. Oh, and your little aunt came to talk about a marriage match for you. It's in the county town. The other person is 20 years old, the youngest son of a silk merchant. Your grandparents, your father, and everyone else think it's very good. Jiao Jiao, what do you think? Li Jiao Jiao frowned and said, Mother, I remember Sister Xiao Xiao is a few months older than me, right? Mrs. Wang nodded. Xiao Xiao was born in February and you in July. Of course, she's a few months older. What's wrong? Li Jiao Jiao slightly raised her mouth, showing a teasing smile. Yes, Sister Xiao Xiao is older than me. I remember my little aunt used to treat uncle and the others better than me. If it's such a good thing, why would my little aunt think of giving it to me? Mrs. Wang was stunned. Although Li Qingju and Zhao's relationship was not very good, because they had known each other the longest, Li Qingju still respected Zhao. Zhao's eldest son was introduced by Li Qingju, went to the county town to be an apprentice, and after 3 or 5 years, he could start his own business. Your little aunt said it's because you're pretty. Li Jiao Jiao almost laughed out loud. Yes, she was pretty, but most people in the county town looked down on them from the countryside. They would rather marry an ordinary girl from the city than a beautiful village girl because their elders thought it was embarrassing. Li Qingju was able to marry into the county town because Deng's family had prepared a lot of dowry. The other side was impressed by the dowry and also thought Li Qingju looked good, but they were just a small grocery shop family in the city, not a noble family. That's how the marriage was arranged. Now, such a good thing, could it be her turn, Li Jiao Jiao? Mother, I remember that my little aunt's eldest daughter is 15 this year, right? Li Qingju's eldest daughter was 15, grew up in the county town, and disliked coming to the countryside. Every time Li Qingju visited relatives in the countryside, she refused to come. Even when forced by Li Qingju, she kept a sullen face and didn't want to play with them. She's about to turn 15. What's wrong? Li Jiao Jiao held Wang's hand. My silly mother, what are you talking about? If there really was such a good thing, wouldn't my little aunt think of Li Xiao Xiao? Wouldn't she think of her own daughter? I think there's probably some trick involved. Mother, let's go home first. Listen to what my little aunt has to say, okay? Mrs. Wang thought carefully and agreed. From what she knew about Li Qingju, she wasn't the kind of person who would sacrifice herself for others. She would neglect her own daughter to take care of her sister's daughter. The mother and son returned home. Just as they put down their things and hadn't closed the door, Li Chengkai hurriedly came in. Where did you go? Jiao Jiao's engagement letter. Quickly bring it out. I want to take it back. Mrs. Wang hurriedly stopped Li Chengkai. The father of the child. Should we understand more? Well, this marriage is so good. My sister wants to keep it herself. Or maybe, since she has such a good relationship with the older brother's family and Xiao Xiao is older than Jiao Jiao, shouldn't she be prioritized? Li Chengkai angrily scolded Mrs. Wang.
You don't know anything.
You, a short-sighted woman. Does Xiao Xiao from the older brother's family look better than our Jiao Jiao? Besides, do you know that the older brother and sister-in-law aren't jealous? Just now, the sister-in-law asked about it. This is Jiao Jiao's good fortune. No one can take it away. The satin shop in the county town, the satin shop. Others would beg for it, but can't get it. Dad, maybe we should go to the county town and see for ourselves. Li Qiao quickly added. Li Chengkai glared fiercely at him.
What's so good about that?
She's your real aunt. Can she fool you? He suddenly shook off Mrs. Wang's hand, grabbed the engagement letter, and was about to leave. Li Jiao Jiao, angry, stepped forward and snatched the letter, tearing it into pieces in just a few strokes. When Li Chengkai realized, he was furious and slapped Li Jiao Jiao hard. Li Jiao Jiao covered her face but didn't back down. She stared with anger and scolded Li Chengkai. What do I mean to you? Are I just a dog you raised, or trash you don't want? Any normal person with a brain would think carefully such a good thing would never fall to me. Are you blinded by money, or do you hate me? You can't stand to see me do well, and you wish I'd die?
Lee Cheng-kai froze.
Mrs. Wang quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Jiao Jiao, it's not like that. Your father just… Scoundrel. Lee Cheng-kai interrupted Mrs. Wang. He pointed at Li Jiao Jiao. You're so bold now, daring to talk back to me. I am your father, and you are my child. I can marry you off to whoever I want. You have no right to talk back here. Say one more word, and I'll beat you to death, believe it? Mrs. Wang hurriedly grabbed Li Cheng-kai's hand. What are you doing? What's wrong with you? Li Cheng-kai shook off her hand and scolded her, pointing at her nose. Stupid woman, it's all your fault. Look at what kind of daughter you've raised, daring to talk back to her father. Why would I want a daughter like this? Mrs. Wang lowered her head. Li Cheng-kai, breathing heavily, looked very angry, clearly upset by Li Jiao Jiao. Li Jiao Jiao was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. She saw the shovel behind the door out of the corner of her eye and hesitated. Should she use the shovel to hit her father, who couldn't tell right from wrong? The thought flashed through her mind quickly, but she ultimately put it down. Born in the spring breeze and raised under the red flag, she had never thought about killing someone. She only dared to imagine it, and that was all. Dad's sister is right. What good things could possibly happen to us in this family? Li Qiao just finished speaking and immediately felt wronged. Li Lao Tu's 3 sons. The eldest, because he was the firstborn, was highly valued by Li Lao Tu. The whole family tightened their belts, sent the eldest son to learn a trade, and in a few years, he would be a shopkeeper. The 3rd son was the youngest. Since ancient times, people liked the youngest, and Deng's family favored their little son and took good care of him. Only the middle son, Li Cheng-kai, was a troublemaker at home. He often treated his wife and children badly, hitting and scolding them. Their status in the family was low. Wang Shi worked herself to exhaustion every day, doing all the heavy and tiring chores. Her sister, who was pretty, became a tool for the family to curry favor with Chen Xian. Despite being young, Li Qiao understood a lot, but she didn't know how to express herself. Stinky kid. You want to lecture your old man too? Little brat, do you think I haven't hit you hard enough? After speaking, Li Cheng-kai raised his hand. Outside the yard, Li Chengju's voice was heard. Second brother, what's wrong? Does second sister-in-law disagree? Hearing Li Chengju's voice, Li Cheng-kai immediately changed his tone. No. Whether she agrees or not doesn't matter. Wang Shi looked disappointed when she heard Li Cheng-kai. Li Qiao glared angrily at his back. Li Cheng-kai hurried out without noticing his son's gaze behind him. Li Jiao Jiao's eyes flashed with resentment. Outside the yard, Li Chengju learned that Li Jiao Jiao had torn up her gung ticket and couldn't help exclaiming, Second brother, what should we do? If Jiao Jiao's gung ticket is gone, maybe they will find someone else. Li Jiao Jiao was so angry she wanted to go out and confront Li Chengju, but Wang Shi held her back. If the gung ticket is gone, your father has no other way. Jiao Jiao, don't argue with your little sister-in-law. Your grandparents will be upset. Li Qiao couldn't help but feel happy. Mother, does that mean sister won't have to get married now? Wang Shi didn't say anything. Since the gung ticket was lost, they could just have someone write a new one. Li Chengju and Li Cheng-kai quickly went to the main hall.
Li Yao clenched her teeth.
She looked at the timid Wang Shi and the young Li Qiao and decided to handle it herself. When Li Cheng-kai entered the house, Li Jiao Jiao and the others were already asleep. Mrs. Wang thought the gung tie was lost, so at least it could buy some time. In their village, only Chen Xian could read and write. Since Chen Xian had a grudge against their family, it would take at least a few days to find someone else to write the gung tie. She thought that giving Li Jiao Jiao more time was just delaying things. Unbeknownst to her, who sure had already asked Chen Xian to write a gung tie that night. Chen Xian didn't want to do it, but his wife was right there, so he had no choice but to write down Li Jiao Jiao's birth date and time. Inside her mind, Li Jiao Jiao was furious and sat on the ground. Spirit soul, Her spiritual companion mocked her. What's the use of being angry? If I were you, I'd run away quickly. We're finally earning some money now, so why be afraid of them? Run away?
Li Jiao Jiao snarat.
In this era, even entering the county required a travel permit. If she ran away, she wouldn't have any proof of identity and might be mistaken for a vagrant or a runaway, then killed. No one would even protest for her. She wasn't stupid. Why run? Besides, why should she run? Li Chunkai was her father in this body. In this era, filial piety was the most important virtue. Many people used the excuse of filial piety to do wrong things. So, Li Jiao Jiao thought carefully. If she wanted to kill Li Chunkai, she might as well give up on life herself. Clearly, that wouldn't be worth it. Mrs. Wang was timid and had no power to speak. Li Qiao was still young. The Li family had many troublesome relatives. If she wanted a peaceful life in the next few days without being schemed against, the best way was to split the family. Dividing a family in ancient times wasn't as simple as moving out. It involved official documents and getting approval from the government office. Only then could the family be officially split. Once separated, those evil spirits in the Li family wouldn't be able to interfere with her marriage. Although Li Chunkai was still a bad person, after dividing the family, she could train him better. Maybe he'd even change for the better. If he didn't, she could just find another husband for Mrs. Wang and give her brother and sister a new father. It wasn't a big deal. Spirit's soul listened to Li Jiao Jiao and couldn't help but agree. You're right, but what if they refuse to split the family? What can you do then? Old Master Li cared about his reputation. He loved to hear praise about his children and grandchildren. If she proposed splitting the family herself, it was almost impossible. Since that's the case, she'd just have to take matters into her own hands. Li Jiao Jiao made her plan. Spirit Soul, after hearing it, was a bit doubtful. Will this really work? Who knows? We won't find out until we try. Li Jiao Jiao tore up the engagement letter. Wang Yuxiu immediately asked Chen Xian to write a new one for Li Chunkai and thoughtfully gave her a gift. Early the next morning, Li Jiao Jiao saw what Wang Yuxiu had sent her, a piece of fine red silk, very festive but also quite sarcastic. Thank you so much. Mrs. Hu looked at the silk with envy, unable to resist touching it. As she did, she also expressed jealousy. Jiao Jiao, you're so lucky. We couldn't marry a scholar, but being a shopkeeper's wife is much better than staying in the countryside. Don't you think? Mrs. Deng frowned. If you want to go, no one is stopping you. Mrs. Hu quickly forced a laugh. Mother, I mean Jiao Jiao, not me. I just envy her. She's pretty and lucky. We're just waiting for news from the county town, hoping everything goes smoothly this time. Li Jiao Jiao looked coldly at her family. Mrs. Deng had just sent Li Qingju away, carrying many packages and gifts. Mrs. Deng glanced around and ordered the women in the house. Oldest daughter-in-law, you and Xiao Xiao go cook. Second daughter-in-law, take Jiao Jiao to fetch water, do laundry, and gather pig feed on the way. The chickens at home haven't been fed yet. As soon as Mrs. Deng finished speaking, Li Jiao Jiao couldn't help but pick up the silk. Mother, my marriage is settled. Should I embroider a wedding dress? I won't go. I don't know how to make clothes. Let my mother help me, so I won't be laughed at later, saying our Li family can't even make a wedding dress. Mrs. Deng was speechless at Li Jiao Jiao's words. She didn't care how upset Mrs. Deng looked and pulled Wang Shi into the house. Wang Shi was nervous, but relieved that Mrs. Deng didn't lose her temper. However, Hu Shi and her daughter Li Wanwan soon had bad luck. They had to fetch water, do laundry, and then go up the mountain to gather pig feed. Wang Shi's chores were all handed over to Hu Shi. Even the usually cheerful Hu Shi couldn't smile anymore. Mrs. Deng was strict and warned Hu Shi that if she didn't finish her work, she wouldn't be allowed to eat. Li Jiao Jiao comforted Wang Shi. Mother, did you see? Now they're afraid I won't want to marry, so they're just going along with me. Wang Shi looked worried, and Li Qiao's face was no longer smiling. She looked so serious for her age that Li Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Li Qiao pouted. Sister, how can I still smile? What if something really goes wrong with the other side? Mrs. Wang sighed deeply. Jiao Jiao, why is your life so hard? Li Jiao Jiao waved her hand. Mother, there's still some time before we reach the county town. No need to rush. Let's first prepare the ground yellow herbs, then sell some silver. How does that sound? Li Qiao immediately became happy. After all, he's just a child. Even if he's more mature, he's only a few years old. Li Jiao Jiao and Mrs. Wang took advantage of the empty yard to carry the ground yellow herbs down to a quiet stream at the foot of the mountain. They washed away the dirt, and Li Qiao took Li Jiao Jiao and the others to the mountain cave, where they roasted chicken that night. Li Qiao also brought a large pot and stove use for the new year, along with the yellow rice wine Li Jiao Jiao bought from the town. Gathering firewood and starting a fire was easy for them, used to farm work. In the mountain cave, after steaming the ground yellow herbs with yellow rice wine, Li Jiao Jiao hung them out to dry at the cave entrance. Mrs. Wang returned with firewood, eager to go out again. Li Jiao Jiao stopped her. Mother, don't be busy. The ground yellow herbs prepared with yellow rice wine are of good quality and have strong medicinal effects. There's no need for complicated steaming anymore. Rest for a while. Mrs. Wang was a diligent person and couldn't stay still. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, I'm not tired. I'll gather more firewood. Later, you won't need so much here, and I can carry it back. Li Jiao Jiao remained silent, knowing that Mrs. Wang was worried about Deng's anger. As time was getting late, Li Jiao Jiao told Mrs. Wang and the others to go back first. She stayed behind, put the semi-dried ground yellow herbs into her space, tidied her clothes, and then headed back. Jiao Jiao. Chen Xian suddenly appeared in front of Li Jiao Jiao, blocking her way. Are you really going to get married? Li Jiao Jiao sneered. Master Chen, whether I marry or not has nothing to do with you. Chen Xian bit his lip. Jiao Jiao, can't you wait for me? Li Jiao Jiao smiled and pointed at herself. Do I look like a fool? Chen Xian, do you think I'm a pig? Everyone knows the provincial exam is held once every 3 years. Do you think I'm stupid enough to wait for you for 3 years? I'm not that naive. In this era, girls got married at 16. If they hadn't married by 17 or 18, they would be called old maids, not favored by their families, and looked down upon by their future in-laws. In desperation, Chen Xian grabbed Li Jiao Jiao's hand. Even though Li Jiao Jiao was dressed in coarse cloth and her skin was fair, she worked on farms all year, yet she seemed overlooked by fate. Her fair skin and beauty made her look different from other village girls. Li Jiao Jiao forcefully shook her hand but couldn't free herself from Chen Xian's grip. She glared and said, Let go of me. The small hand in my palm was not soft, and my palm had calluses, but the warm heat made Chen Xian's heart beat faster. He could no longer hold back his feelings and suddenly pulled Li Jiao Jiao into his arms. Jiao Jiao, I know you like me too, right? We grew up together. We should be getting married. You should be my wife. Li Jiao Jiao was shocked and angry, thinking she had met a troublemaker. She was so furious she used her hands and feet. Although Chen Xian was a scholar, men are men. Li Jiao Jiao struggled for a long time but couldn't break free from his embrace. Jiao Jiao, wait for me, okay? I don't like her, you know that. My heart and eyes are only for you. I've decided on you for my whole life. Being with her is only because her father is a county official. You know, for families like ours, taking the imperial exams is so hard. Everything I do is because of you. Li Jiao Jiao's face turned pale with anger. She pushed her hands against Chen Xian's chest, knelt down, and with all her strength, she forcefully hit him in the stomach. Ah! Chen Xian cried out in pain. Li Jiao Jiao looked at him fiercely and then turned around and ran away. Chen Xian held his lower body, squatting on the spot for a long time before slowly standing up. His face was red, and he looked in the direction Li Jiao Jiao left. He clenched his teeth and whispered, Li Jiao Jiao, just wait. One day, you'll be calling out under me. Li Jiao Jiao ran home quickly. Wang Shi and Li Qiao didn't go inside. She hurriedly poured out the dried herbs from the space, covered them with a torn piece of clothing, and casually piled them by the bed. After tidying her clothes a little, she left. In the main house, Deng Shi was teaching Wang Shi. Wang Shi lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake. Below, Li Qiao and Li Huanhuan were present. Li Qiao looked at Li Chengkai, but the timid Li Chengkai dared not argue with Deng Shi and let her scold Wang Shi.
Embroidery wedding dress?
Where have you two been all this time? I thought you wouldn't come back until dark. Lazy woman. It's our bad luck to have you in the Li family. With you taking her around, I wonder what kind of good person she will become in the future. Hu Shi bit her lip and secretly smiled. She chuckled softly and said to Deng Shi, Mother, Jiao Jiao probably went to bother the scholar again, right? When my younger sister left, she said that this marriage was almost settled. If something happens now, our Li family will be embarrassed. Deng's face slightly changed. Old Li took 2 puffs of his pipe and said to Li Chengkai, Third sister-in-law has a point. Once you're engaged, you shouldn't run around. If it gets out, what will others say about our family? How will the villagers view us in the future? Wang, stubborn, raised her head. Before she could speak, Li Chengkai scolded her loudly. When Li Jiao entered, Li Chengkai was still scolding passionately. Wang's tears streamed down her face, but no one paid attention. Li Jiao was young, and no one cared about what he said. He tightly hugged Wang, afraid Deng might hit her. Oh, what a lively scene. Li Jiao directly pulled Wang and Li Jiao up. He smiled happily and looked around, finally focusing on old Li and Deng. He asked with a smile, Grandpa and Grandma, what's going on? It's late. Why aren't you eating? Everyone is busy scolding people. Wang, being quite old, was upset. Deng, in front of the younger generation, showed no respect for Wang at all. Humph, you still have the nerve to talk. You say you're embroidering a wedding dress. I ask you, where have you been all this time? Deng's gaze was sharp. She always kept a stern face, and her deep wrinkles made her look harsh. Oh, embroidering a wedding dress? Grandma, I thought about it. That piece of red silk isn't enough. My mother and I measured it, and it's still several feet short. If I wear a silk top and the dress is just plain red cloth, what will people say about us? I just went to town with my mother to ask the shopkeeper if she has a way to sell cheaper silk. Wang's eyes widened. Li Jiao couldn't believe his ears. Li Jiao's words came easily, without blushing or panting. Hearing this, Li Jiao was stunned. Grandma, the shopkeeper said that red silk is expensive. My aunt told me that family owns a silk shop. We shouldn't let others look down on us. If you give me 2 more taels of silver, I'll buy some silk and sew a beautiful wedding dress. When I get married, everyone in the village will praise you. Deng felt her breath catch. Old Li didn't understand these things well. After hearing Li Jiao's words, he thought for a moment and said to Deng, Jiao Jiao makes sense. Give her 2 more taels of silver. Li Jiao immediately went to Old Li, smiling happily, and thanked him. Grandpa, that's wonderful. After a pause, Li Jiao asked Old Man Li, Grandpa, my aunt's family is so wealthy. How did we prepare our dowry for her marriage? Deng Shi immediately choked and looked very unhappy. She turned her head away, afraid that Old Man Li might say something inappropriate. She quickly said in a serious tone, That's not your concern. Li Jiao pretended to be shy and smiled, lowering her head slightly. Yes, it's Grandpa and Grandma. Mother, let's go home. After this routine, Wang Shi and Li Qiao were stunned. Not only they, but also Hu Shi and Zhao Shi looked blankly as Li Jiao and her mother left the house. Inside, Li Qiao couldn't help but laugh. Sister, did you see that? Grandma's face was so funny, I almost died laughing. Wang Shi also smiled, but soon her smile faded. She looked at Li Jiao with worry. Jiao, if Grandma finds out we lied to her, will she be angry? Li Jiao raised an eyebrow. It's not really lying. That little bit of fabric can't make a wedding dress. Chun Xian's wife is just doing it on purpose. Since Grandma wants me to marry into a good family, she must be willing to spend some money. That night, before going to sleep, Li Jiao threw the yellow earth into her space and teased her spirit tool. Then she went to sleep happily. The next morning, Deng Shi habitually called Wang Shi and Li Jiao to work. Suddenly, she remembered what Li Jiao had said. Seeing Li Jiao and Wang Shi, she quickly turned and left. Wang Shi watched Deng Shi's back and asked Li Jiao, "What's wrong with Grandma today? Why did she leave that way?" Li Jiao smiled without answering and urged Wang Shi, "Mother, isn't it better that Grandma left? It must be nothing serious. The wheat on the mountain has been planted, and there's no work in the fields. Grandma probably won't call us anymore. Mother, let's go quickly. If we wait too long, the pharmacy will be too crowded, and it won't be good if they see us." Wang Shi thought about it and agreed. The mother and son then went to the town pharmacy. This time, Wang Shi saw clearly that Li Jiao's yellow earth was worth more than 30 taels of silver. It was the best quality, processed with yellow wine, better than the 9-steamed, 9-sunned yellow earth. Dr. Zhou asked curiously, "This processed yellow earth needs at least 10 days, or half a month. You're quite fast." Li Jiao smiled and said, "There's plenty of yellow earth in the mountains. The villagers don't recognize it. I dug quite a lot. Actually, it's not that time-consuming. I prepared these earlier because they weren't fully dried yet, so I didn't bring them all at once." After a pause, Li Jiao asked Dr. Zhou, "Besides Rehmannia, what other herbs do I need?" Dr. Zhou told Li Jiao about some herbs. She quietly remembered them. After leaving the pharmacy, she didn't buy rice wine or visit the fabric shop. Instead, she bought a few meat buns for Li Qiao and Mrs. Wang. While munching on the buns, she looked around the street. "Big sister, what are you looking for?" Li Jiao shook her head but didn't say anything. Splitting the family is not easy. She wandered around the town but couldn't find a suitable place. Just as she was about to give up, she suddenly saw a pawn shop nearby, and her eyes lit up. "Jiao, why are we going to the pawn shop? We have nothing to at home." "Big sister, do we really need to make a wedding dress out of silk?" Seeing Mrs. Wang and Li Qiao worriedly looking at her, Li Jiao patted Li Qiao's head and said to Mrs. Wang, "I'm not pawning anything. I'm looking for someone." Thinking of that man, Li Jiao thought maybe she could find the right person. No matter what, she wanted to control her own marriage. Maybe this was another way. "Are you looking for our master?"
Li Jiao nudda.
Mrs. Wang and Li Qiao held their breath nervously, both watching her with suspicion, afraid they might be turned away. The shopkeeper carefully examined Li Jiao from head to toe. Suddenly, he poked his head out and asked cautiously, "Are you from the Li family of Xuanshui village?" Li Jiao nodded, thinking, how does he know? "Please come in." At the third watch, around 9 to 11 a.m., Li Jiao arrived at the front of Xuanshui village with 5 or 6 rough-looking adult men. Li Jiao repeatedly instructed them, "Be fierce when you go in. Don't worry about hurting me. It's okay." Finally, she told Li Qiao and Mrs. Wang, "Qiao, mother, if you don't know what to do later, just cry. You have to cry loudly. Do you understand?" Li Qiao pounded his chest. "Big sister, don't worry." Though young, Li Qiao was clever. Li Jiao wasn't worried about him, but about Mrs. Wang. "Jiao, I feel like I can't do it." Mrs. Wang hesitated. Li Jiao grabbed her hand. "Mother, my little sister found me a marriage proposal from a county town. You should know what kind of person she is. The other family has great conditions. Why would they choose me? Mother, what if the other person is disabled or has other issues? My life would be ruined." Mrs. Wang is timid and weak, but for the sake of her children, she grits her teeth and looks toward the Li family. She takes a deep breath and says, "Okay, I remember everything. If it really can't be helped, I will cry." After saying this, Li Jiao finally ruffles her hair and pinches herself, walking forward pitifully. Li Qiao follows her example. Mrs. Wang sits on the ground and rubs herself, grabbing a handful of mud to smear on her clothes. Only then do they follow into the village. When they enter the village, many people are startled by their appearance and whisper among themselves. Some older villagers come forward and ask, Jiao Jiao, what are you guys doing? Just as Li Jiao Jiao is about to speak, a young man angrily shouts at her, scaring her so much that tears fall down her face. The villager who asked the question also gets frightened and quickly runs away, disappearing from sight. When passing by Chun Xian's house, a maid beside Wen Yuxiu comes out to look. They also want to ask what happened but see the fierce expressions on the men's faces and dare not approach. They turn around and go inside to tell Wen Yuxiu. At the Li family courtyard, Hu Shi is talking with Deng Shi. Mother, with so many things happening at home and winter coming soon, we don't have enough firewood. Second sister-in-law took the children out to avoid work. There's so much to do, but they don't want to help us at all. Deng Shi looks upset. You know we don't have enough firewood, so why are you still standing here? The men have gone to the fields. Don't you know to go up the mountain to gather firewood? Hu Shi chokes and Zhao Shi, standing nearby, can't help but smile secretly. Li Qiao Qiao is already a young lady. Deng Shi asks her to go wash clothes by the river. When she glances at her, she quickly urges Zhao Shi to fetch water. Zhao Shi's face immediately sinks. When Li Jiao Jiao and the others arrive, Zhao Shi and Hu Shi haven't had time to come out. Seeing the large group of people, the two sisters-in-law are startled. Hu Shi covers her chest and asks, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Li Jiao Jiao keeps crying. The tallest man behind her raises his voice and shouts, "Where is the head of your family? Come out. Your Li family owes money to our master. Tell him to come out and settle the debt." Deng Shi frowns and asks, "What debt?" The man points at Li Jiao Jiao. "She came to our pawnshop to something and accidentally broke a blue and white porcelain vase, which is from an official kiln. It's worth several hundred taels of silver. She broke it, what do you think?" Hearing this, Deng Shi's face turns black with anger. Hu Shi's voice sharp, pointing at Li Jiao Jiao and questioning, "What are you doing at the pawnshop?" Li Jiao Jiao raised her head, looking sad and pitiful, and said, "Aren't I preparing to make a wedding dress? But the silk isn't enough. My mother gave me her best silver hairpin too. I didn't expect that I accidentally broke the blue and white porcelain shoulder vase belonging to the pawnshop owner. Third auntie, where are my grandpa and my father?" Mrs. Zhao swallowed hard and asked, "You just said, how much silver?" The young man looked at her coldly and said, "Worth 300 taels of silver." Mrs. Zhao's body swayed, almost losing her balance. Mrs. Deng leaned back, but Hu quickly caught her, her voice trembling with tears. "Mother, let's go find father quickly." Hu was in a relatively good mood. She hurried to the back mountain and called the men of the Li family back. Old Mr. Li almost fainted when he heard the news. Li Qingkai pointed at Mrs. Wang and Li Jiao Jiao and scolded loudly, "Wasteful women, you are planning to ruin us. You useless thing. You wicked wife, I knew you were like this. I shouldn't have married you in the first place. And you, Li Jiao Jiao, why was I even born your burden? Why are you still alive? If I were you, I might as well die." Li Qiao turned pale with fear at Li Qingcai's fierce look, trembling uncontrollably. The coldness in Li Jiao Jiao's eyes grew stronger. The man in front of her should have been the pillar for their family, shielding them from wind and rain. But what did he do? He was a coward, domineering at home, never giving them a good look. Outside, he was useless. Such a man, Li Jiao Jiao truly didn't understand why he was still called a father. Mrs. Wang knew this was fake, but looking at Li Qingkai, her eyes also looked very unfamiliar. "Old man, you'd better not faint in a panic. If you faint, we will take back the silver." The fierce-looking young man grinned and pushed Li Jiao Jiao forward. She fell to the ground. "I heard her say she's getting married, right? To a big family in the county town. Surely a few hundred taels of silver are nothing to worry about." Mrs. Hu's eyes lit up immediately, and she said to Mrs. Deng, "Yes, mother, we don't have to spend this money. Li Jiao Jiao is getting married. The family in the county town must be rich, very rich." However, Mrs. Deng didn't relax as she expected. Li Jiao Jiao's heart sank slightly. The fierce young man looked around the Li family's yard. "Your home is quite big. I wonder how much land you have." Old Mr. Li glared angrily at the young man. Don't even think about it. Farmlands and houses are the lifeblood of old man Li. He glared fiercely at Li Jiao and said, I think you shouldn't get married. You should be sent to the temple for girls. Wasteful girl, our Li family has been cursed for generations, and now we have a daughter like you, a disgraceful descendant. Li Jiao was shocked. Old man Li usually didn't interfere with his grandchildren, and he had never spoken such harsh words before. It was clear she had truly touched his bottom line this time. Hee. Owing money means you must pay it back. It's the law. These people all have written agreements and signatures. You can't deny it. Who will pay back this money? Who do you think? The young man with a fierce face finished speaking. The other men took a few steps forward, forcing old man Li and Li Chengfu to retreat. Hu Shi felt sorry for her husband and quickly stepped forward to speak to the men. Sir, please don't worry. This girl is already engaged. Yes, her fiancé is from the county town and runs a silk shop. It's just a small matter of a few hundred taels of silver. Please wait a moment. Someone will come to reply soon. The fierce-faced man sneered. All right, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll give you 15 minutes. Zhao Shi saw Li Chengju outside the yard and hurried over to Hu Shi, pulling her sleeve and raising her hand to signal her to look outside. No need, they're already here. Hu Shi immediately went out to meet them. Little sister, you're finally back. Hurry up, something's happening at home. Li Chengju saw so many people in the yard, especially those fierce-looking men, and her heart trembled with fear. Her face turned pale. She whispered to Hu Shi, third sister-in-law, what's going on? Hu Shi quickly explained the situation in a few words. She then asked Li Chengju, what about the family she mentioned? How much betrothal gift did they give? Little sister, our parents are old and can't handle this kind of trouble. If they agree, you should hurry and send the people away. Li Chengju looked back at the man who came from the county town with her, feeling worried. Li Jiao fell to the ground. Her messy hair covered her face, and she looked dirty and unkempt. Honestly, she didn't look very beautiful. The people Hu Shi brought were not fools. They went directly to ask the fierce young men. What? 300 taels of silver? The fierce-faced young man pointed at Li Jiao. She said her aunt found her a marriage with a wealthy family, and it's 300 taels of silver. That's not a big deal. It seems like it's you. Come on, since your family runs a silk shop, then give me the 300 taels of silver. The man with a limp, dressed in dark embroidered silk, immediately denies, no, that's not true. Our Zhang family doesn't accept such girls into the house. You're mistaken. After saying that, the young man walks over to Li Chengju. Bring the debt note. Li Chengju looks distressed. Riches, my niece really looks very good. In 10 or 20 villages, you can't find a girl prettier than her. Even the scholar and the officials are eager to marry her. Are you sure you don't want to take another look? I don't want her, replies Zhang Fugui roughly, snatching the debt note from Li Chengju and throwing Li Jiao's note onto her face. Bah! With someone like her, how can you say she's beautiful? Bah! Who would be foolish enough to marry her? Li Chengju opens her mouth, but after Zhang Fugui and the others leave, she turns pale with anger and glares bitterly at Li Jiao and the others. The fierce-faced man keeps a stern expression. It seems they don't want to pay back your debt. If that's the case, then your house. I remember you said you have 12 acres of good land, 8 acres on the mountain, totaling 20 acres, plus your yard. Wang Shi and Li Qiao cover their faces and cry loudly. Li Jiao looks terrified, trembling all over. It's not enough, she says. The fierce-faced young man suddenly changes his expression. He grabs Li Qiao and lifts him into the air. Li Qiao screams, Dad, help me. The cowardly Li Chengkai, seeing this, is too scared to step forward. Finally, Wang Shi, trembling, hugs Li Qiao tightly. We have so many people in our family, we can definitely pay it back. Li Jiao immediately points at Li Qiao and Li Juju. Big brother, look. We still have some handsome girls in our family. My uncle and my father can go work. My older sister and younger sister are also very valuable. We can definitely pay it back. Zhao Shi and Hu Shi are furious. Hu Shi points at Li Jiao. Li Jiao, you shameless girl. Zhao Shi is even more angry, raising her fist to hit Li Jiao. Wang Shi protects Li Jiao, and the fierce-faced young man grabs Zhao Shi's fist, roughly shoving her aside. This is our collateral for paying the debt. If you damage her face, how can you use your ugly face to pay? Look at yourself. Can you even sell for a good price? After a pause, the young man with a fierce face looked at Li Qiao hiding behind Zhao's family and then glanced at Li Huan, who was protected by Hu's family. He said, honestly, your two older sisters and younger sister look pretty good. Especially your older sister. She's just right. She should be worth a lot of money. Li Qiao screamed in fear at these words, then closed her eyes and collapsed straight down. Similarly, Deng was so angry she fainted. Li Qingju and others hurried forward to help Deng. Old Mr. Li suppressed his fear and stepped forward, bending his back.
Sir.
Hero, 300 taels of silver is not a small amount. Please give us a few days to think of a way. The fierce-faced young man snorted coldly.
I don't care about that.
Old Mr. Li was so angry, he nearly fell backward. He pointed outside to the villagers standing there. Sir, I know you have connections and strength, but our Xuanshui village is not a place where few people can do whatever they want. The young man looked back at the villagers outside, then his face darkened. All right, for your sake, I'll give you 1 day. If I don't see the 300 taels of silver by this time tomorrow, don't blame us for being rude. After they left, Hu was the first to rush forward, grabbing Li Jiao by her collar. Wang and Li Qiao almost lost control, but luckily Li Jiao quietly gave them a signal, and they calmed down. Li Jiao, I really underestimated you before. Causing such a big trouble, and you still want to push my Huan out to take the blame. Well, you're really something. Li Jiao remained calm. She gently untangled Hu's hand, stood up, and looked at the Li family members. Third aunt, what are you saying? We are family. Today I was threatened and almost had my hand cut off. That made me realize deeply what it means to be family. Yes, I caused trouble, but I didn't do it on purpose, right? We are family. Shouldn't we work together to get through this difficult time? Zhao shouted at Li Jiao, you talk so easily. 300 taels of silver. How do we get through this? Li Jiao immediately looked at her with a sad expression. What should I do? I've already caused trouble. Even if they beat me to death or sell me, I still can't pay back so much silver. Zhao instantly sank to the ground, tears streaming down her face. That night, the Li family was destined to have another sleepless night. Wan Yuxiu heard the maid's words and couldn't help but smile slightly. She looked at Qin Xian, who was staring blankly at a book nearby. Oh dear, this is a big problem now. 300 taels of silver. TSK. Even if the Li family sold everything, they probably couldn't gather that much silver. Qin Xian stayed silent. Wan Yuxiu suddenly felt angry. She was worried that her secret about harming Li Jiao might be exposed, but after returning from the pawn shop, she thought carefully. The villagers are honest, they wouldn't think of such things, so she didn't mind. Her good mood was now spoiled because Qin Xian seemed distracted and she was angry. Husband, I am talking to you. Did you hear me? Qin Xian finally snapped out of his thoughts.
Huh?
What did you say? I said I don't want to stay here anymore. When will we go back to my father's place? Qin Xian glanced at Wan Yuxiu. She was pretty, but compared to the charming Li Jiao, she didn't look as good. A look of dislike flashed in his eyes. He frowned and said, I haven't been home for a long time. My parents prepared so many things.
If we leave now.
Prepare things?
What?
Wan Yuxiu threw a tantrum. I don't want to eat fried pork every meal. I'm getting tired of it. I want bird's nest and some snacks. Qin Xian clenched his teeth. My parents raised me all these years. They made this request and I rarely ask for anything. Sure, stay a few more days at my house.
Sorry about that.
When we go back, I will definitely make it up to you. Hearing Qin Xian's words, Wan Yuxiu's attitude softened instantly. She blushed and slowly moved closer to Qin Xian. All right, I'll listen to you. Husband, you know I've never been to such a place. I really can't get used to it. Also, your house is too small. The servants can't sleep properly, and the others keep complaining.
I really have no choice.
These words sounded very harsh to Qin Xian. His ears turned red with embarrassment, and he lowered his head. Wang Yuxiu thought Qin Xian would be grateful and love her even more. Mrs. Wang, according to Li Jiaojiao, kept crying softly. Li Jiaojiao was young and couldn't handle the stress, so she fell into a deep sleep. Li Chengkai pointed at Mrs. Wang's nose and scolded her. As he scolded, his anger shifted to Li Jiaojiao. Good for nothing. Are you trying to drag the whole family to death? Why don't you just die outside and come back? I really wish I could sell you. What's the point of you being alive? Li Qingsai's spittle sprayed onto her face like a shower, and Li Jiaojiao's heart gradually grew colder. She knew from the start that relying on Li Chengkai to split the family wouldn't work. In front of Deng's family and old man Li, he was an obedient son, but in front of their small family, he was a macho man who didn't contribute at all and liked to do things his way. If they disobeyed, he would scold or even hit them. What are you doing? The children don't understand how things turned out like this. I took all the family's belongings and pawned them for money. Is that okay? Hu Shi couldn't help but mock Wang Shi. Second sister-in-law, do you still have something hidden away? Wang Shi clenched her teeth and looked down, her eyes red. Her mother had passed away early, leaving her with little. Over the years, her child got sick, and Deng's family refused to give money. She had to use her dowry to pay for her child's treatment. Over time, her dowry was almost gone. Only a silver hairpin remained, her mother's keepsake. Li Jiaojiao said this because she knew Li Chengkai also knew Wang Shi still kept her mother's relics. She bit her lip and said, Grandpa, Grandma, if you think I will be a burden, just split us up. Then that huge debt of 300 taels of silver won't matter to you anymore. No matter if I steal, rob, or even sell myself, I will pay the debt myself and won't drag you down. Hu Shi and Zhao Shi's eyes lit up. Hu Shi immediately went to Deng's family and said, Mother, with so much money, even our whole family couldn't come up with it. Zhao Shi nodded in agreement. Yes, for the sake of our family, Mother, think about the children, think about Xiao's son and the others. Deng Shi looked at old man Li. Clearly, splitting the family was the best solution right now. Just as old man Li was about to agree, Li Chengkai panicked. He immediately knelt before old man Li and said, Father, what should we do? We can't pay it back either. How can I handle this much silver? Li Qingsai's two brothers, the eldest Li Qingfu and the youngest Li Qingxing, stood nearby, looking pleased. Old man Li looked at the honest Li Chengkai and sighed helplessly. Second son, what do you suggest? We can't just sacrifice your older brother and third brother for your sake. Your older brother is about to become a grandfather, and the third family's children are still young. What should we do? I am of your mother's age and have experienced many hardships. My wife and I are not afraid of suffering, but what about them? Li Chengkai sat on the ground, feeling helpless. He knew the old man was right, but just thinking about the huge debt of 300 taels of silver made him wish he could disappear right then. Li Jiaojiao quietly glanced at Wang Shi and Li Qiao. Seeing their smiles, she couldn't help feeling excited. Vile person. Li Chengkai suddenly turned and grabbed Li Jiaojiao's hair, slapping her hard. I told you to buy silk. I told you to go to the pawn shop. I will beat you to death, you shameless girl. You'll always be a lowly person, thinking you can dress in silk like those in the city. Look at yourself. You're just a pig in fancy clothes, a beast. Li Jiaojiao's mind went blank, her eyes sparkled, her ears buzzed, and she felt nothing but emptiness. Before she could react, another slap landed, making her feel dizzy. Wang Shi screamed and rushed forward, shielding Li Jiaojiao in her arms. Little Li Qiao stretched out his arms, standing in front of Li Jiaojiao. You can't hit my sister, Dad. You can't hit my sister. Wang Shi cried and shouted at Li Chengkai. Li Chengkai, what are you doing? What are you doing? Li Chengkai, with red eyes, yelled, "I want to kill this little brat. Things have been good enough. I think she just wants to die. Step aside. I will kill her, and then our family will be fine." Li Jiao hated Li Qingkai with all her heart. Covering her face, she looked up sarcastically and said, "Sorry, everyone said that if I die, our whole family will have to pay the debt." Li Qingkai suddenly looked defeated. Old Li's lips trembled as he pointed at Li Jiao. "What did you just say?" Li Jiao repeated her words. Old Li almost fainted from shock. Deng Shi quickly helped him breathe. "Grandpa, don't think I want to die so you don't have to pay the debt." "I've thought about it, but I can't do it now," she said. That night, close to the hour of the pig, Old Li still called for Li Lianzhong and hurriedly gathered some elders from the village. They quickly arranged for Li Qingcai's family to split up. By the time the division was done, it was already midnight. Li Jiao held the family division papers, looking at the barely alive Li Qingcai. Despite his swollen face, she felt very happy and almost couldn't help jumping up. Although the division of the family by Mr. Li came suddenly, they did give some to the second household. The land was split into 3 parts, and Li Qingcai received 1. However, Li Qingcai looked unhappy, as if he had lost everything. Li Jiao just stepped inside when Li Qingcai grabbed his and started to threaten her. Mrs. Wang screamed in fear. Li Jiao, having learned her lesson, had been prepared for Li Qingcai, so when he swung at her, she instinctively dodged to the side. "Why are you dodging? I'm teaching you a lesson." The voice of the spirit inside her mind echoed. Li Qingcai, seeming furious, swung toward her. The handle was as thick as an adult's wrist, and the head was a heavy iron block. If hit, it could be deadly. Li Jiao instinctively followed the spirit's instructions, bending down, jumping, lifting her leg. After a few moves, she couldn't help but feel excited. Li Qingcai never touched her, and he even tripped over the. Mrs. Wang quickly pulled Li Jiao outside, with Li Qiao following closely. Li Qingcai fell to the ground, helplessly watching them leave. Back in the familiar cave, Mrs. Wang held Li Jiao tenderly, crying and gently touching her swollen face. Li Qiao clenched his teeth and angrily said nearby, "Dad is really too cruel. Grandpa and Grandma didn't hit my sister, so why did he hit her? Mom, look at her face, it's swollen." Under the firelight, Li Jiao's face looked like a steamed bun, puffed up and swollen. Mrs. Wang hugged her tightly. Jiao, don't hold a grudge against your dad. He's just too afraid of trouble." Li Jiao didn't speak, only stared at Mrs. Wang. Finally, Mrs. Wang couldn't say more. She hugged Li Jiao and said, "Because of this, you've suffered so much." Li Jiao gently comforted Mrs. Wang. "It's nothing. Even though I was hit, Mom, we've divided the family. Tomorrow, we'll go to the town with the family division papers and get them stamped. From now on, we're no longer connected to Grandpa and Grandma. No one will bother my marriage anymore. Mom, now that we have money, we can buy food openly." Li Qiao couldn't help but jump with happiness. "Yes, Mom. I won't be afraid of Li Sen's mother plotting against my sister anymore, nor of my aunt and grandma scheming against her." Li Jiao couldn't help but rub Li Qiao's head. Qiao is right. When morning comes, I'll take you to town to buy some things." This was her first time selling herbs, and she earned a few hundred coins. The second time, she made over 20 taels of silver, and last time, she earned more than 30 taels. After adding it all up, they now had over 50 taels of silver. Although it's not a lot, in Xuanshui village, this amount of money is quite significant. Mrs. Wang was still worried about her daughter. Li Jiao had already started planning what to buy tomorrow. "Mother, we've split the family. Tomorrow we'll go to the town. Each of us will buy a few yards of cloth to make new clothes. We also need new quilts. The cotton inside the old ones has become lumpy. You've been married for many years, and the cotton has gone bad. We should make 2 new quilts and buy some pots, bowls, and utensils." She paused and then said excitedly, "If I could, I'd want to move out." After settling the issues with the main household, there was still Li Qingcai to deal with.
likiautsara tapili.
As Li Jiaojiao said, even though they had lost some things, they had split the family. Li Qiao had never even dared to imagine this before. Suddenly, Li Qiao squatted beside Li Jiaojiao and asked, "Sister, why is the pawnshop owner willing to lend a few people to you?" Mrs. Wang was also very curious. She had been to that pawnshop many times to things, but she had never seen the owner. Yet, her daughter seemed very familiar with him and directly asked to see the pawnshop owner, who surprisingly agreed. In Mrs. Wang's view, why would someone agree to lend people like that? Li Jiaojiao pursed her lips and said, "Actually, I know their owner. But he might not know me. It doesn't matter. I have something on him." Mrs. Wang and Li Qiao nodded, understanding now. They asked what she had on him, and Li Jiaojiao casually replied, "I was collecting herbs, and I delivered a few medicinal ingredients to him." That was the truth, but also not entirely true. Mrs. Wang and Li Qiao didn't press further. Not far away, a chicken crowed. Li Qiao yawned and looked at the cold mountain cave. Mrs. Wang sat down, holding Li Qiao in her arms. She poked at the firewood and pointed to her other leg. "Jiao Jiao, lie down and rest for a while." Li Jiaojiao shook her head. "Mother, I can't sleep. You rest first. I'll go for a walk nearby to see if I can find some herbs. My face is swollen. I need some herbs to reduce the swelling." Mrs. Wang warned her to stay close by. Li Jiaojiao agreed, and Mrs. Wang let her go. Not far from the cave, Li Jiaojiao suddenly slipped into her space. "Spirit tool, quickly, teach me the dodging technique you showed me before." It must be an incredible martial skill, right? Under the white fur of the spirit tool, its grape-like eyes rolled dramatically. No. Li Jiaojiao couldn't believe it. How is that not possible? It must be. Tell me, do you have other abilities you haven't told me about? Teach me light skills, like walking on walls and rooftops. Or maybe that martial art you just showed me, like Lingbo Weibo. The spirit in the device covered its ears with its claws and lay flat on the ground, annoyed. Li Jiaojiao quickly grabbed its neck and lifted it up. The spirit, overwhelmed by her grip, had to say, all right, I'll teach you. It's not really martial arts, just enough to deal with an ordinary person." It walked gracefully, pointing its tail at Li Jiaojiao, whispering, "If you had that kind of confidence earlier, you wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Honestly, you're too unlucky. That was your own father, wasn't it?" Li Jiaojiao rolled her eyes at it. "You're just a cat. What do you know?" She learned a set of moves similar to military boxing from the spirit. Then she checked the silver store to her space, feeling satisfied before leaving the space. When Li Jiaojiao returned to the cave, Wang Shi was already asleep. She was too tired, with tears still on her face. Li Qiao was softly snoring in her arms, adorable. Li Jiaojiao looked at their sleeping faces and thought about something. She wanted to buy a house. But 50+ taels of silver wasn't enough to buy a house yet. Thinking about what Dr. Zhou had told her, she couldn't sleep. She stood outside the cave, just before dawn. She left a note for Wang Shi and then went out. In a remote pile of rocks, Li Jiaojiao surprisingly found several tianma, gastrodia. She immediately squatted down carefully and dug them up. Not far away, there were more than 10 huangqi, astragalus. Li Jiaojiao couldn't help but marvel. This luck is just too incredible. The spirit in her mind said, "That's because, otherwise, how could I wake up because of you?" Li Jiaojiao felt proud. It seemed even the heavens thought she had a tough past, dying from overwork. She shook her head and started digging for herbs. In less than an hour, her basket was full. The morning air was fresh and moist. She took a deep breath, feeling the air fill her lungs, and instantly felt more awake. When she returned to the cave, Wang Shi and Li Qiao were gone. She hurriedly set down her basket and went out to find them. She searched nearby, but couldn't find Wang Shi and the others. She became anxious, worried that Li Chengkai might have hurt them. She didn't care about anything else and ran out quickly. Not far after going out, Li Jiaojiao bumped into Li Qiao. "Big sister, you must go see. Mother is at the Chen family. The Chen family is arguing with someone." The Chen family? Li Jiaojiao grabbed Li Qiao's hand and ran to the Chen house. In the courtyard, Lu, mother of Chen Xian, was waving a broom and chasing Wang out of the house. Wang shouted loudly, "Come out, all of you. Do you think hiding will stop me? Such boldness and cruelty, daring to harm my Jiao Jiao. Do you think because you're the daughter of the county official, I won't do anything? This is Li County, not your Wan family's territory. There's also the county magistrate and the great officials above. I don't believe your Wan family can control everything. Wang, if you dare to keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will hit you?" Lu threatened Wang. Her face was pale and angry. Early in the morning, Wang rushed in, shouting that she was looking for two maids close to Wan Yuxiu. But the maids had hidden, and no matter what Wang or Wan Yuxiu said outside, they never appeared. Wang was so angry her chest heaved heavily. "Come on, hit me if you dare. Lu, you'd better kill me. I tell you, if you don't, I will go to the county town and report that your daughter-in-law is harming people. We all think that a scholar like Chen Xian, a country girl, isn't suitable for us. Only the daughter of the county official is worthy. But who would have thought that the daughter of the county magistrate, a noble young lady, would harm others? If it weren't for her maid revealing the truth, I wouldn't have known why my Jiao Jiao looked so weak and pale. I thought she was just tired or unwell. And you all kept bringing her things. Turns out, you wanted to kill her. Heartless and wicked. What good could she possibly be? Everyone look. The daughter of the county official harmed our Jiao Jiao just to steal Chen Xian. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. This is the noble young lady you all talk about. Open your eyes and look carefully. When dealing with their family in the future, be very careful. Otherwise, they might poison you too. We villagers, if we have a conflict, we argue or fight, and then it's over. But their county official's daughter keeps trying to kill people, to poison them." Lu's eyes were filled with rage. She was almost driven mad by Wang's words. At this moment, Wang finally remembered that news of Chen Xian's marriage had arrived. Their daughter Jiao Jiao had been weak and listless all day. When Chen Xian returned from the county town with his new wife, she couldn't even leave her room. If it weren't for Jiao Jiao later understanding the situation and throwing away Chen Xian's gifts, as well as the items given by Wan Yuxiu and pawning them, she might have lost her life long ago. Wang felt a wave of fear. Thinking about how her daughter almost lost her life, as a mother, she felt she could do nothing but argue with Lu Shi here. After venting her anger, Wang squatted on the ground, holding her head and crying loudly. "Chen Xian, you really are so cruel. Our Jiao Jiao was once engaged to you. Even if there's no love between you two, we are from the same village. If you have some grudge against her, just say so. If you want to marry someone else, we won't bother you. Why are you so heartless, taking our daughter's life?" Li Jiao Jiao's steps paused slightly. She stood still, her nose feeling sore. If Wang knew that her real daughter had already died, would she be so sad she couldn't bear it? Motherly Jiao Jiao gently walked to Wang's side. She looked up at Lu Shi and Chen Yongsheng. Chen Xian and Wan Yuxiu were hiding inside, not coming out. Outside the yard, many people had gathered. Lu Shi was angry and annoyed. Pointing at Wang, she scolded, "Stop spouting nonsense. Who knows if what you're saying is true? I understand you, Wang. Your daughter Jiao Jiao was once engaged to our Chen Xian, but that's all in the past. You can't blame his wife just because Jiao Jiao didn't marry him. Everyone, do you agree with this?" Wang suddenly raised her head.
Bah.
"With relatives like your family, we wouldn't want to marry into yours." Lu Shi sneered. "Want to or not, it's not just up to you. Since ancient times, people who aim high tend to rise, and water flows downhill. That's the truth. You just said that Chen Xian is top of the class, the best student. His future is limitless. How could he marry a village girl?" Li Jiao Jiao, known for her quick temper, helped Wang to her feet. "Yes, that's why I just let him go. Honestly, the county magistrate's daughter should thank me. If I hadn't been willing to give up, she, the daughter of the county magistrate, would have become a concubine. TSK, that would have been so embarrassing if it got out. Lu Shi was so angry at Li Jiao she almost ran out of breath. She quickly looked back at Qin Xian and his wife's room, afraid Wan Yuxiu might overhear her words. Mother, we won't cry or make trouble. I remember Qin Xian's wife gave me a jewelry box, but I took it to the pawn shop. Wait for me to redeem it, then we will go to the county town to complain. No matter how powerful the county magistrate is, he is not greater than the old county lord. After saying this, Li Jiao helped Wang Shi and took Li Qiao back to the cave. Inside the cave, Wang Shi looked at her two children with helplessness, crossed her arms, and sat on the ground. Li Jiao quietly asked Li Qiao, who leaned close to her ear, Mother and I went to look for you because we couldn't see you. We went to find you. It turns out, Mother was near the bamboo forest and heard Qin Xian and his wife's maid say something about not being dead yet. Later, Mother realized they were talking about you. Li Qiao gritted her teeth and said angrily, Sister, they are really too cruel. You didn't do anything wrong. Why does she want to poison you? What kind of daughter of a wealthy family is she? I think she's just a wicked woman. Li Jiao felt helpless. The original body and Qin Xian had a complicated relationship. Wan Yuxiu, who was not clever, wanted to use a letter soaked with oleander juice. Wan Yuxiu didn't know that she had actually succeeded. The day the original body returned to Sun Shui village, she had already died. Qiao, go help me wash the herbs. I will need them later, Li Jiao said. Li Qiao looked at Wang Shi. Li Jiao patted her on the shoulder, and the little girl happily ran out. Li Jiao went to Wang Shi and said, Mother, don't cry anymore. Li Jiao thought Wang Shi was crying because Wan Yuxiu poisoned her daughter. Unexpectedly, Wang Shi was not crying for that. She raised her head and held Li Jiao's face with both hands. My unfortunate daughter, why is your life so hard? We are doing fine, and we haven't provoked anyone. It's the Qin family who did us wrong. Why is it you who suffers? You've endured so much. Your father, he actually hid and didn't show up. Is he that afraid of the Qin family? So that's it. Wang Shi was not crying about other things. What made her sad was that as Li Jiao's father, Li Chengkai, did not appear when the Qin family caused so much trouble. At the same time, Wang Shi was also upset about the Li family. No matter what, Li Jiao was one of their own. But when Wan Yuxiu poisoned her, Wang Shi loudly announced it. Many villagers came, but not a single member of the Li family showed up. Li Jiao hugged Wang Shi gently and comforted her softly. Mother, have you ever heard this saying? Everyone should clean their own doorstep first and not worry about others' broken tiles. People are selfish. Qin Xian's wife is the daughter of the county magistrate, with a high status and power. They are afraid, which is natural. As for my father, that man is not fit to be a father or a husband. Mom, let's not worry about him now. I want to go to town. We are splitting up and there are many things we still need to buy. In Xingfeng town, Wang, with red and swollen eyes, was arguing with the shopkeeper. They bargained the price from 12 coins down to 10. The shopkeeper agreed, but she still thought it was too expensive. After much persuasion, she only offered 8 coins. Li Jiao was not good at bargaining. She was sitting beside Li Qiao, eating a bun and watching Wang bargain. It took so long just to lower the price by 2 coins. To Li Jiao, it didn't seem worth it. She had collected many herbs, and after some preparation, she could sell them at a pharmacy for double the price. That would be much better than saving 2 coins. Seeing Wang and the shopkeeper's argument getting more intense, Li Jiao quickly told her and grabbed Li Qiao. Then they left. They didn't buy anything along the way. Li Qiao pointed to a blacksmith shop nearby that sold pots. Sister, there's a place selling pots. Let's buy one. We still need a pot and a spatula. Mom just said we should also buy 2 hoes and a sickle from the blacksmith shop on the way back.
Li Jiao ignored Li Qiao.
She remembered there used to be middlemen in town similar to agents. She saw them before when she came to town. Now she couldn't afford to buy a house, but she wanted to rent a place temporarily. Sister, where are you taking me? Li Jiao's lips pressed into a straight line. We're going to look at a house. Li Qiao didn't understand much, and Li Jiao didn't explain further. Ahead was a pawn shop. She remembered that the middleman's house was near the pawn shop, though she didn't know exactly which one. When they got there, she could ask passers-by. It's her. Quickly catch her. Before reaching the pawn shop, Li Jiao saw 4 men rush out of an alley. She didn't pay much attention to their looks, but when they headed straight for her, she was frightened. She grabbed Li Qiao and turned to run. Li Qiao's face turned pale. Let's go find Mom. The little one couldn't run fast, so Li Qiao fell behind. Li Jiao pulled him and ran hard. Li Qiao fell to the ground, and the 4 men caught up and surrounded her.
Who are you? What do you want?
Li Jiao's face was pale, but she still held Li Qiao in her arms, watching the men carefully.
Li Jiao.
You really are charming. You probably don't know us. We just need to recognize you. Stop talking to her. Catch her.
Hurry.
The last person to speak had a very unique voice, smoky and rough. Li Jiao remembered that there was indeed someone with a smoky voice, Chen Xian. The day he brought his new wife back, one of the household servants in the yard. You're Chen Xian's servant, I recognize you.
Li Jiao suddenly understood.
Wan Yuxiu knew she couldn't hide it anymore, so she simply had her captured. On this busy street, it was normal for a young, beautiful woman to be taken away. The servant saw he was recognized and hurriedly called for others to seize Li Jiao. Li Jiao clung to Li Qiao, but one hand wasn't enough to fight 4 grown men. Even though she heard the spirit's anxious voice in her mind, she knew she was probably going to be caught. The spirit, who taught her martial arts, was good against an ordinary person, but facing 4 adult men, she was no match. Soon, Li Jiao was captured. Li Qiao was thrown aside. One of the servants asked, Brother Huang, what should we do with this little brat? Don't bother with him. The young lady didn't say anything, just take the older one. Hurry, it's not good if someone sees us. Li Jiao struggled and shouted loudly. Li Qiao tried to step forward to help, but she quickly stopped him. Her mouth was stuffed, and her hands and feet were tied. Surprisingly, Li Jiao was still secretly glad she had hidden the silver in her space. A few people dragged her into an alley. She watched helplessly as Li Qiao's figure disappeared from sight. After struggling for a long time, she gave up, seeming to accept her fate. At the end of the alley, a servant asked the man named Huang, Brother Huang, where's the carriage? Or a sedan chair? We can't just carry her openly in broad daylight, can we? Brother Huang, I think the young lady should prepare a room for us. She's pretty. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. Wan San, are you missing your wife?
Ha.
Li Jiao's face turned pale. She clenched her teeth and secretly remembered Wan Yuxiu. Spirit, what should I do now? The spirit was helpless. Why are you so weak? You don't have any medicine powder or weapons. Forget it, you might as well wait to die. Waiting to die would be better, but from what these men were saying, their intentions were more than just that. Li Jiao was truly panicked. She struggled hard. Every move made the men excited. Brother Huang even placed his hand on her face, leering and touching her cheek with an evil look. You don't seem like a girl from the countryside. Look at how delicate you are, TSK. The girls from the Manhwa building aren't this pretty. Brother Huang, since we're going to throw them into the river anyway, why not give our brothers a quick thrill first? Yes, Brother Huang, it's such a pity to just throw them away like that. Li Jiao nearly fainted in fear. Having lived through 2 lives, she had never encountered such a situation before. In her mind, the spirit inside the object cried out sadly, Why am I so unlucky? I'm about to fall into a deep sleep again. Oh heavens, don't bully me like this. Li Jiao's mouth was gagged. She looked up at the narrow sky above the alley, where white clouds drifted past. A tear rolled down her cheek and disappeared into her hair. Feelings of helplessness and regret filled her. She slowly closed her eyes. After what felt like a long time, her body suddenly flipped over. When she steadied herself, she saw a familiar face. She was pressed against the body of the pawnshop owner, a young man, but very thin. He smelled like pine incense, which was quite pleasant. The servant who had earlier accompanied Li Jiao to perform at Sun Shui village was now surrounding a guard. One fierce-looking man stepped forward and quickly knocked down 4 guards, making Li Jiao's eyes nearly pop out in surprise. She had thought that these fierce faces were just because they looked intimidating. She had told the man in front of her that she wanted some tough-looking people to help out. She didn't realize they were truly fierce. It's not just their appearance. The 4 guards, clutching their stomachs, lay on the ground crying and calling for their mothers. The fierce man looked at the young man and then at Li Jiao, speaking roughly. "What do you want to do?" Of course, she wanted to give them a harsh beating and then throw them in front of Wang Yixio. Ideally, she'd find a proper way to capture all of them and put them in jail for many years. When the man beside her heard her words, his expression turned emotionless, and he immediately lost his composure. He looked at Li Jiao as if she were seeing something strange. Li Jiao felt deeply ashamed. She thought she was living in that era, where Wang Yixio could freely poison and kill her original self, break their legs, and throw them to the Chun family. Li Jiao suddenly raised her head. He still knew Chen Xian? Then she heard a chorus of screams and howls. The fierce-looking men, as if catching chicks, quickly carried the 4 guards and headed towards Sun Shui village. How do you know Chen Xian? Li Jiao swallowed hard, thinking that she used to believe men were good people. But just now, his light words had broken the legs of 4 guards. This man was definitely not kind-hearted. "Can you let me go now?" she asked. She looked down and realized she was tightly holding onto the young man. Her face instantly turned red, and her hands felt like they were burned. She quickly released him, feeling very embarrassed. The man turned around and coughed twice. Li Jiao noticed that although he was tall and strong, he was very thin. His face was gaunt, with pale, prominent cheekbones. His waist was almost bare, with hardly any flesh. His suppressed cough made her ask nervously, "Are you okay?" He had been bitten by a green bamboo leaf insect. She had used a strong herb at the time, but maybe the poison wasn't completely gone. The man turned back, his eyes deep and focused on Li Jiao. Then he turned away and said, "Go home early." He walked away slowly, each step steady. But for some reason, Li Jiao felt very strange. Normal people walk casually, rarely carefully measuring each step. Every step he took seemed deliberate and serious. She took a deep breath, shook her head, and thought to herself, "He helped me. I will remember this kindness in my heart." On the street, she met Li Qiao and Mrs. Wang. Li Qiao's eyes were swollen from crying, and Mrs. Wang's eyes were also red. Seeing Li Jiao, Mrs. Wang hurriedly asked, "Where are you hurt? Why did they catch you? Come on, let's go to the government office." "Is there no law anymore?" Li Jiao shook her head. "Mother, don't go. It was Chen Xian's wife's guards. Do you remember those 4 guards? It was probably because of what I said at their house yesterday. Chen Xian's wife was worried I'd report to the county office, so she sent people to arrest me." Mrs. Wang gritted her teeth and said angrily, "This is lawless. Just because she's the county magistrate's daughter, she can just arrest others' daughters? Jiao, let's go to the county. I don't believe there's no law left in this world." Li Jiao grabbed Mrs. Wang's arm. "Mother." Mrs. Wang shook off her hand and suddenly started crying loudly. "They're too cruel. They're too cruel. We already broke off the engagement, and she's married to Chen Xian. What more do they want? What else do they want? Come on, Jiao, let's go home. I'll find Chen Xian. I want to ask him. What does he need to do to let you go?" Li Qiao cried, holding Mrs. Wang's head. People walking by on the street only glanced at Mrs. Wang but didn't ask what had happened. Li Jiao has long experienced the ups and downs of human kindness and coldness. She only felt sad when she saw Wang Shi acting that way. "Mother, don't cry anymore." Just moments before, she had said she wanted to imprison them for a few years. She clearly sensed the man's mockery toward her. In her past life, in that era, it was rare for common people to win lawsuits against officials, especially in a society with strict class divisions. Looking at Won Yuxiu's outings, a small county official, an 8th-rank minor officer, accompanied by 2 maids and a bodyguard, shows that the Won family's wealth in Liang County must be considerable. That county official probably extorted a lot from the people. She remembers an old saying, "A good governor clears the district in 3 years, and he earns 100,000 silver pieces." What does Li Jiaojiao have? Only a gentle mother and a young brother under 10. Besides these, she has nothing. What can she use to sue? Mother, there's a saying, a gentleman takes revenge after 10 years. Won Yuxiu dared to poison me and even ordered her servants to catch me in the street. To her, her father is the law. Our chances of success are slim, especially now that we have separated. We have no one to help us. Li Jiaojiao leaned close to Wang Shi's ear. Mother, someone just saved me. I believe this time, Chen Xian's wife won't dare to do anything to me again. Li Jiaojiao was right. When she took Wang Shi and Li Qiao to look for a house in town, for bodyguards with broken legs were sent back home. Won Yuxiu was startled. Facing 5 or 6 fierce young men, she felt insecure. Do you know who I am? How dare you beat my Won family servant? Causing trouble at our pawnshop store. 1 leg is a warning to you. Next time, if you pick a different place, 1 leg won't be enough to settle it. After speaking, the men quickly left. Chen Xian pulled Won Yuxiu into the house. What did you do again? Xiu'er, we are already married. What else are you unhappy about? You poisoned her. I didn't say anything. Don't I already show my sincerity? She's been kicked out of the Li family. Are you still trying to kill her? Are you still the Xiu I know? Won Yuxiu gritted her teeth. I didn't, husband, I didn't. Chen Xian looked at Won Yuxiu's full face and suddenly hugged her tightly. I know you didn't. My Xiu'er is the kindest girl in the world. How could she do such a thing? As Chen Xian held Won Yuxiu, a strange light flickered in his eyes. After sending away Chen Xian, Won Yuxiu asked someone to find a doctor. After the maid left, she went to the 4 guards' rooms and said, "A woman, you can't handle her. We've raised you for so many years. What are you doing?" "Miss, it's not our fault. We originally caught someone, but then a few strong men appeared out of nowhere. They knocked us all down. Miss, please help us." "Yes, Mississippi. We are servants of the county magistrate's office, not ordinary people. They're insulting the county magistrate." Won Yuxiu couldn't stand it and waved her hand. "Let's go back to the county town." Chen Xian wanted to return to the county town. Lu Shi was crying on the side. "Just a few days after coming back, you're leaving again. Son, my son, I haven't had enough of seeing you." Won Yuxiu couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Mother, you saw it too. Our guards were beaten and their legs broken. Can you see that in this small town? There's nothing we can do. We have to go back." Lu Shi frowned slightly. She felt a bit scared about her daughter-in-law causing trouble. She was really worried since Chen Xian was going to the county town with her this time. Chen Xian looked at Won Yuxiu and patted Lu Shi's hand. "Mother, I will come back. I'm not crying and whining. I will come back for the new year." Lu Shi finally stopped crying and kept handing things to her son. "This is the padded sole I made for you. Here are the finished shoes and clothes. And this is the pickled plum vegetables I made for you. Son, studying is hard. Be sure to take care of your eyes." Lu Shi kept talking, but Won Yuxiu felt a bit annoyed. She forced a smile and leaned toward Lu Shi. "Mother, your husband is going to study at the county school. You can't take anything in there. You brought this pickled plum vegetables, but he can't eat them either. We've been back for several days. His classmates probably learn a lot. If he doesn't go soon, he'll fall behind the teacher." Lu Shi listened to Won Yuxiu and didn't say anything. Won Yuxiu and Chen Xian hurriedly took a carriage to Liang County that night. Meanwhile, in the town, Li Jiaojiao was a bit surprised and nervous. "Uncle Wu, is it really impossible?" Wu Sanfu was a local man. After chatting with Wang Shi, they found out they were related. Li Jiaojiao looked at the small house. It only had 4 rooms but was very tidy. Next door was a pawn shop, quiet in the busy town. In the courtyard, there was a water well, and nearby was a small piece of land. It wasn't big, but enough to plant some flowers and vegetables. The only flaw was that this small yard had no backyard. This house only costs 50 taels of silver. 50 taels of silver. Mrs. Wang thought it was a bit expensive. They do have that much money now, but she felt it was too much. 50 taels would last them a long time. Li Jiao was planning to rent a house, so she had asked around earlier. The rent for similar houses in this area ranged from 5 to 15 taels per year. Seeing how cheap this house was, she couldn't quite believe it. Of course, it's true. Wu Sanfu said as he opened the door and told them this house was once owned by a high-ranking official who casually bought it. In Xingfeng town, people probably forgot about it long ago. It was only recently taken out and sold. For rich people, this amount of money isn't much. If you have the money, I suggest you buy it. Mrs. Wang married into the Li family in Sun Shui village. Wu Sanfu had heard of them. The Li family wasn't very wealthy, but was among the better families in the village. Wu Sanfu then advised them, renting costs about 5 to 6 years' worth of rent at 50 taels. But if you buy the house, it will belong to you in the future. After saying that, Wu Sanfu looked at Li Qiao. Li Jiao almost didn't hesitate and decided right away. Mrs. Wang wanted to say something, but Li Jiao had already started asking about the process of buying the house. The transfer needed to go through the county office, but as a middleman, Wu Sanfu could help handle it. Li Jiao was most worried about the discrimination women faced at that time. Fortunately, women could own property in this era. When they got married, their dowry would be registered in their name. Li Jiao immediately gave Wu Sanfu 10 taels of silver as a deposit. Wu Sanfu told her he would come back soon. In the evening, Li Jiao and her mother were walking home. Mrs. Wang couldn't help but sigh. We spent 50 taels of silver just like that. It's really. I still can't believe it. Li Jiao comforted her. Mom, if you think about it this way, now we have a home. If Dad ever tries to kick us out again, we'll have a place to stay. I don't want to go through that night again. Li Qiao was jumping and cheering in front. Mrs. Wang was silent. Li Jiao said to her, Mom, when we get back, I'll carry the medicinal herbs. We'll go to the town, I'll prepare the herbs, and in a few days, we can sell them at the pharmacy. Don't worry, Mom. Our days will get better little by little. Wang looked at the road ahead. The sunset's glow shone on the path, making her eyes sparkle. Her hope also began to shine little by little under the sunlight. Li Jiao had not yet reached the cave when she heard villagers talking about Chen Xian and his wife leaving.
Lilian zom si unjas dauktar, li jinwa, pulyat li jiao asida.
Everyone's saying they're probably scared. Jiao, we didn't expect this. The proud young lady is so mean. It seems that even rich families aren't always good. Maybe they'll lose their lives.
Li jiao siga.
I thought just backing out of the marriage was enough. I didn't think they'd leave. Luckily, they're gone, or I wouldn't dare come back. What if they come up with some sneaky trick to hurt me? I'm just a simple village girl. I don't understand anything, and I might lose my life without knowing why.
Li jinwa conforta li jiao.
Wang was chatting with a village woman, while Li Qiao played with some little boys nearby. Oh, second sister-in-law, you're back? Who sure came out from a nearby house with Li's senator. She looked happy and said to Wang without hesitation, after you left, second brother told Dad and Mom he didn't want to split the family. Since the trouble was caused by you, they told him to figure it out himself. Then Hu sure leaned closer to Wang. Second brother knelt before Dad and Mom all night. They forgave him. As long as he cuts ties with you, he won't split the family. So, second sister-in-law, no. Maybe you're not even that anymore. Why bother coming back? Wang couldn't believe it. She took a few steps back, her face pale, staring blankly at Hu Shu's smile was so bright it was hard to look at. Some village women overheard Hu Shu's words and started asking her questions. Seeing Wang looked upset, Li Jiao hurried over. Just as she reached Wang closed her eyes and suddenly fell backward. Hu Shu looked at her calmly. She's fainting?
Not yet.
I was just about to tell you, your family's Li Jiao Jiao is so pretty. Maybe if you ask around in the county town, someone rich might want to marry her. Then you could pay off your debts. Third aunt seems very happy. I guess it makes sense. I'm pretty after all. Maybe someone rich will marry me. But your family's Wanwan is different. She has a sharp, mean look, just like you. Unless the person is blind, she probably won't get married. Mrs. Hu was instantly furious and raised her hand to strike Li Jiao Jiao. Li Qiao hurriedly rushed toward Mrs. Hu, and her small head just bumped into Mrs. Hu's stomach. Mrs. Hu felt pain and swung her fist toward Li Qiao's head. Li Jiao Jiao quickly put down Wang Shi, grabbed Li Qiao, and protected him behind her. She caught Mrs. Hu's fist using a move taught by her spiritual tool, grabbed Mrs. Hu's arm with one hand, and placed one leg between Mrs. Hu's legs. She lifted her up and threw her forcefully to the ground. Mrs. Hu screamed loudly, which also startled everyone still inside the Li family house. All the winter wheat on the mountain had been planted. During this time, Deng Shi was busy tidying her vegetable garden, and most people stayed at home. Old Mr. Li stood grim-faced under the eaves in front of the main hall. What's all this fuss early in the morning? Mrs. Hu got up, holding her waist. Father, Li Jiao Jiao, that little brat hit me. Oh, my waist. After steadying herself, Mrs. Hu pointed at Li Jiao Jiao with hatred in her eyes. That brat caused so much trouble, and now she hits elders. Father, we can't afford such a young person like her. Otherwise, the villagers will laugh at us. Old Mr. Li cared most about his reputation. He had many children and grandchildren, and when they went out, everyone looked up to him. If Li Jiao Jiao's actions ruined his reputation, his face darkened further. He shouted at Li Jiao Jiao with a gloomy face, "Are you still not ashamed? Get inside now." Throughout, no one paid attention to Wang Shi, who was lying on the ground. Li Jiao Jiao and Li Qiao lifted Wang Shi. Li Jiao Jiao squatted down and, with effort, carried Wang Shi back to their house. After tidying her clothes, she told Li Qiao, "Watch over mother. If she wakes up, stop her from coming over." Li Qiao held Li Jiao Jiao's hand. "Sister, what if they bully you?"
Li Yao Yao vad vet här fist.
"Don't be afraid. They can't hit me." As she stepped out of the house, Li Jiao Jiao looked at the gloomy sky today. She never expected that Li Qingkai, to avoid splitting the family, would actually abandon them. She had always looked down on Li Qingkai. Now, after everything, she only felt disgust for her biological father, with nothing else left. After entering the house, Li Jiao Jiao looked around at her family. Li Qingfu and Zhao Shi stood beside old Mr. Li. Their younger son, Li Chong, and younger daughter, Li Qiao, were also there. Li Chong was simple-minded and didn't quite understand what had happened. Li Qiao and her mother had a similar expression, and their presence in the Li family was relatively weak. Li Qingxing from the 3 rooms and the Hu family are walking with their son and daughter. Li Huanhuan is glaring angrily at Li Jiao Jiao. Li's son, still young, is holding a dry bun and chewing on it quietly. "Why did you hit your third aunt?" Old Mr. Li glanced at Mrs. Deng, who then looked stern and confronted Li Jiao Jiao. Mrs. Hu shouted loudly, "You little brat, how dare you hit me? What kind of mother raised such a daughter? With that angry look, you'll never get married in your life." Li Jiao Jiao just glanced at Mrs. Hu, then quietly pinched herself. Tears welled up and started to fall. In just a few seconds, she sniffled and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, I rejected Qin Xian's marriage proposal. My mother is always worried I won't get married, so she doesn't eat or sleep well and is losing weight. If outsiders said this, I might not be so upset, but it hurts coming from my third aunt, my close family. How can I not be sad?" She then cried and squatted down. "Third aunt, I don't understand. You are part of our Li family. You are my third uncle's wife. Why do you keep helping the Qin family? When they withdrew the marriage, why did they give us 5 taels of silver? That's because they were in the wrong. But you keep helping the Qin family again and again. I want to ask you, did Qin Xian's mother give you some benefit?" Mrs. Hu pointed at Li Jiao and scolded loudly. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Let's not talk about the past. Because I caused trouble and was worried about dragging the family down, my mother took us away. My father thought I was shameful and abandoned us. But third aunt, Qiao Qiao, is my father's blood. He's the root of the Li family. You even hit Qiao Qiao. I want to ask, what are you thinking? Li Jiao cried like a flower shedding tears, but no one in the family showed her any sympathy. Only the simple-minded Li Chong frowned and said, Jiao, get up. You're also part of the Li family, right, Grandpa? Mrs. Hu wanted to say more, but old Mr. Li glared at her, so she had to lower her head awkwardly. Li Jiao looked gratefully at Li Chong, then slowly turned to old Mr. Li. Grandpa, I don't mean any harm. Since everyone thinks I caused trouble and the family split, it won't affect you. My father doesn't want to split the family or abandon his wife and children, so we can't say anything. I made a mistake, so I want Grandpa to help me. Please witness this. Ask my father to give me and my mother a document to cut off the father-daughter relationship and let me divorce my mother. Everyone present was shocked to hear Li Jiao's words. This was a new idea that Li Jiao just thought of. Since Li Chengkai doesn't care about old feelings, they don't need him either. Such a man is useless. Having him around only makes things worse and more disgusting. Old Mr. Li pointed at Li Jiao. You unfilial daughter. Mrs. Deng yelled at Li Jiao angrily. You are so lawless. Li Jiao, you wicked girl. You will be struck down by heaven and have no place to rest. There are daughters who don't care about their fathers in this world. Why are you still alive? You might as well die. Shameless girl, heartless and wicked. It must be your shameless mother who taught you to say such things. Who knows if you've been sneaking around with outside men? Don't even think about leaving my son. Don't even think about it. You rotten woman. Shameless and wicked. Li Jiao clenched her fists and stared at Mrs. Deng. Mother, have you forgotten? It was my father who said he doesn't want us. He doesn't want to split the family. He wants to live with you. 300 taels of silver. Since you say that, we won't split the family. Everyone, let's go together. Mrs. Deng was stunned. She stared at Li Jiao intensely. Li Jiao was pretty, but right now, her lovely face was covered with frost. Her eyes looked like they were coated with snow, full of coldness. If that's the case, I will go to the town and tell the pawnshop people that our Li family is willing to repay the debt. Old Mr. Li was anxious. He glared fiercely at Mrs. Deng. He had thought that the women's issues would be handled by Mrs. Deng, but unexpectedly, she started talking nonsense. He sighed and said, Your father is talking nonsense. Jiao, you should know I don't want to split the family. But 300 taels of silver, if I had to sell my old bones to get that much, I couldn't do it. We have no other options. Li Jiao looked expressionless. Old Mr. Li looked at her and was surprised. He didn't expect her to be so full of resentment. Jiao, our family has so many people. You should think of your father. I can only give you 10 taels of silver now. Mrs. Deng was in pain. She turned and went inside, then came out with 10 taels of silver. She threw it angrily at Li Jiao. Fool. From now on, do fewer stupid things. Whether we can get through this depends on your luck. Our Li family has more than 10 people. We can't all lose our lives because of you. Li Jiao looked at her father and Mrs. Deng's faces. She bowed her head heavily 3 times. Thank you, grandfather and grandmother, for your great kindness. Just after she finished speaking, Li Chengkai, who had been called back, appeared. Little girl, you still dare to come back? You troublemaker. Why didn't you die outside? Why did you come back? Old Li glared fiercely at Li Chengkai. Who are you insulting? Shut up. Li Chengkai reluctantly closed his mouth. Li Jiao really has no good feelings for this man. She coldly said, Sir, I am worried that the pawnshop people will come to trouble you. Since Dad is also afraid of causing us problems, why don't you cut off your father-daughter relationship with me and divorce my mother? That way, I won't owe 300 taels of silver, and the pawnshop people won't come to bother you. Li Chengkai, of course, wished he could cut ties with Li Jiao immediately. He looked at old Li and said, "Dad." Old Li frowned. "Second son, at least think about your son. Don't speak so harshly." Li Qingsai's face turned red. Old Li then said to Li Jiao, "It's our Li family that has wronged you. Your father is a scoundrel. Don't listen to him. Saying to cut ties is wrong. Well, I only have this ability. Don't blame your grandparents. Sorry for you. In the next life, I hope to be a good ox or horse for you." Li Jiao looked at old Li's face, her expression softening slightly. "Grandpa, during this time, my mother and I won't stay at home. Whatever happens with the pawn shop, whether anyone comes to look for you or asks about you, just say you haven't seen me. Or, if needed, show them the family separation document. My father refuses to cut ties with me, so if they come after us later, it will just be as if I have wronged him." Li Jiao stood up and left. Hu Shi chased after her, scolding her harshly behind her back. Wang Shi hadn't woken up yet. Li Jiao carried Wang Shi on her back to the village entrance, then asked Li Qiao to watch over her while she pretended to go to a cave. At the village entrance, many people gathered around Wang Shi, asking what had happened. Wang Shi just woke up and saw so many familiar faces surrounding her. She was still dazed and hadn't fully recovered. Li Jiao hurried over and quickly told everyone it's nothing serious. "We just separated our family. My mother is taking us to visit my uncle's house for a while. We won't be back for now." Wang Shi's family had no close relatives left, only 3 brothers. But after Wang Shi married into the Li family, the Wang family felt she hadn't taken anything from her parents, so they gradually stopped visiting. After they left the village, Li Jiao told Wang Shi, "Grandpa and Grandma gave me 10 taels of silver. Mother, let's stay in town for now. We need to buy some things first." They only finished packing everything at sunset. Wang Shi occasionally looked lost, and Li Jiao knew he was having a hard time accepting it. A few days later, Li Jiao prepared a batch of medicinal herbs, including tianma, huangqi, and some dihuang. She and Li Qiao and Wang Shi delivered them to Huichun Hall. After processing, the herbs were placed in the space to dry naturally for a day, and they looked very good. This batch of herbs was sold back to Huichun Hall for nearly 50 taels of silver. With the additional money from Old Li and others, they earned over 60 taels in total. With money in hand, Wang Shi still felt unhappy. To rekindle her hope for life, Li Jiao suddenly said, "Mother, our Qiao is already old enough to start school. Why don't we send him to learn?" Wang Shi was stunned. She instinctively held Li Jiao's arm and asked, Jiao, are you still thinking about Qinxian?" Li Jiao and Qinxian grew up together, childhood sweethearts. They were engaged, waiting for Qinxian to pass the imperial exam so they could marry. But unexpectedly, Qinxian married someone else. Wang Shi thought Li Jiao was simply fond of scholars and reading, which is why she said such things. Li Jiao couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Mother, which I saw that I still can't let go of him. Now I think that since we've separated the family, I've earned quite a bit of silver. We bought a house and furnished the home. We still have a lot of silver left. Qiao is already several years old. If we had money, we would have sent him to school long ago. Mother, even if Qiao doesn't aim for official titles in the future, knowing a few characters and basic arithmetic will help him when he grows up. He'll have a skill, right?" Wang Shi was moved. Qinxian was the only literate person in their village, respected by everyone, and he married the daughter of the county magistrate. If he passed the imperial exam someday, he might become an official. "Mother, I can now earn money. Dr. Zhou said that medicinal herbs are expensive now. When I save enough, I'll put aside money to send Qiao to school." Wang Shi calculated that with over 60 taels of silver and a tuition fee of 2 taels a year, Qiao could study for 10 years. As he grew older, his tuition might increase to 3 or 4 taels a year, but that would still be enough. During this time, she could also do laundry, mending, and sewing for others to earn some copper coins to help the family. So, Wang Shi began to worry about Qiao's education. Seeing her motivated, Li Jiao finally felt at ease to carry her basket and pick up her to go into the mountains to gather herbs. Great Green Mountain, Shirley P. This is the largest mountain near Xingfeng town. There is a pavilion here called Shirley P, which means it is 10 miles away from Xingfeng town. Li Jiao gasped heavily and kept asking the spirit tool, "I'm so lucky today. Can I find some dendrobium orchids?" Dr. Zhou told Li Jiao that recently, someone was buying rare medicinal herbs, but traveling from Xingfeng town to the capital took several days, so it was hard to get there in time. If she could find the herbs, she could sell them for a good price. The spirit tool thought for a moment. Maybe. Li Jiao clenched her fist, determined to try. Perhaps she could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. With her incredible luck, Li Jiao dug up a large amount of Rhizoma coptidus, 2 heavy clusters of reishi mushrooms, and nearly 6 gene of tianma. Usually, tianma weighs only 5 or 6 ounces, but she found a nest with 4 or 5 tianma plants, each weighing 5 or 6 ounces. The spirit tool couldn't help but scream. With such luck, in its era, she would be called a chosen one. As expected, on a cliff, Li Jiao saw some iron-skinned dendrobium orchids. She was so excited she froze for a moment, but carefully dug them out and placed them in her basket. Not far away, she saw someone she recognized lying on the ground, fainted. This time, the person's arm was covered in large bruises, with 2 blackish blood holes, which made her very nervous. Is this person cursed or something? Why does he keep getting bitten everywhere? Last time, it was a green bamboo snake, and now it looks like a centipede.
Li Jiao siga.
Since he had saved her, she struggled to drag the person to a nearby rock. She took some water and gave him a sip, then took some medicinal ointment from her space. This time, just like last time, she took a small, specially prepared knife, cut open his wound, and squeezed out the poisonous blood. Afterward, she applied the medicinal ointment and bandaged the wound. After finishing, Li Jiao couldn't help but clap her hands happily.
She was well prepared this time.
She brought extra medicinal ointments and even went to the blacksmith to get a knife. She wasn't a professional doctor, but she remembered how to make a surgical knife and crafted one herself. Of course, she needed to sterilize it, but in the wild, there were no strict rules. All these items were stored in her space. After completing everything, Li Jiao waited nearby, which took about 2 hours. Finally, she realized something was wrong. Normally, if someone was bitten by a spider, unless it was a black widow, they wouldn't die. She had even squeezed out the poison blood and applied medicine. Yet, after 2 hours, he still hadn't woken up. Li Jiao had learned first aid knowledge. She first checked the man's heartbeat and counted his breaths. His breathing was slow, taking in more air but exhaling less, looking like he might die at any moment. Frightened, Li Jiao jumped back 8 feet from him. Oh my God, he's going to die. He was bitten by a spider. It seems like he's about to die. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west, and Li Jiao was soaked in cold sweat. Don't shout, don't shout. The spirit inside her mind spoke, and Li Jiao nervously said, "Did you see that? He's going to die. It's not my fault. I just wanted to help by bleeding him. I didn't kill him. What should I do? What if I get caught?" She hadn't had a good life yet. She hadn't lived enough, and now she was about to die again? Enough, enough. The spirit couldn't stand Li Jiao's panicked shouting and scolded her. In this wild mountain, even if you kill him, no one will see. Look at your little courage. Honestly, with someone like you, how can I hope you'll take me back to my old world? It's just a small matter. Li Jiao swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and slowly moved closer to the man again. Can you tell? Or, why don't you check his pulse? No, wait. Aren't you supposed to be very powerful? You've been with many big bosses before, right? Then help me see what's wrong. If he's about to die, we need to run quickly and not let anyone see us. The spirit rolled its eyes in frustration. I don't have a body. How can I check his pulse? The spirit shouted at Li Jiao, then helplessly instructed her, squat down and check his pulse. I can feel it myself. Hearing this, Li Jiao placed her hand on the man's wrist. His heartbeat was weak and feeble, beating C, then easing, then beating again. Even though she didn't understand traditional Chinese medicine, she could tell that this man was clearly near death. What's the situation? Did you see anything? Stop arguing, stop arguing. Li Jiao could only keep her mouth shut. Ah, he's poisoned. Soon. The spirit told her to let go of his hand and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Host, you really are a fairy. Truly, I admire you so much. I think this bite from the spider and the last one from the green bamboo leaf were both deliberate. He's trying to use poison to fight poison, hoping to cure his own toxin. And you're just bleeding him, claiming it's to save his life. Ha ha ha, this isn't saving lives. You're just harming people. Last time, he didn't die, which was already of luck and good fortune. This time, he was so unlucky to meet you again. Host, do you have a grudge against him?" Li Jiao looked very serious and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and tell me how to save him. The best way is blood transfusion." Li Jiao was stunned. Blood transfusion? If they do a blood transfusion here, it might be better not to save him at all and let him fend for himself. Go find some medicinal herbs. I remember you went to the blacksmith shop and got some small knives or something. Later, follow my instructions to let him bleed. Following her mistake, Li Jiao took the man to find medicinal herbs with a determined attitude to make things right. She hadn't even put down the blood-stopping herbs when she found several types, including some that could save his life. Luckily, ginseng didn't grow here, but there was astragalus. Li Jiao's luck was truly extraordinary. Before she had gone far, almost all the herbs needed by the spirit tool were gathered. Li Jiao couldn't believe her luck. She had to once again think, if she had such good luck in her past life, how could she have died from overwork? It's so tragic, too tragic. All right, first put the astragalus into his mouth to hold. As Li Jiao was about to open his mouth, she suddenly saw something in his arms. She took it out and was surprised to find a ginseng root. The spirit tool really didn't know what to say. It could only sigh. It seems heaven is helping him. Fine, cut a slice of ginseng and place it under his tongue. With the help of the ginseng, Li Jiao followed the spirit tool's instructions and made small holes in the man's fingertips, navel, and back. At first, she was unskilled, and the holes were bigger, bleeding more. She was worried that the man wouldn't wait for the spirit tool to treat him. But as she made more holes, her movements became more skilled. She only needed to tap lightly with the tip of her knife to create a tiny hole that would bleed a little, but not too much. After making the holes, Li Jiao followed the spirit tool's guidance, crushed the herbs, mixed them with her healing ointment, and some herbs stored in her space. She then applied these to the small holes on him. After finishing all this, Li Jiao was so exhausted she almost collapsed. But she had to hold herself up to fetch water for the man, and even went to find firewood to start a fire. This time, Li Jiao said she was going into the mountains to dig herbs, but she didn't know how long the trip would take. So, she informed Wang Shi and Li Qiao in advance. As night fell, Li Jiao took out many items from her space, including pots, bowls, and blankets. Soon, a small tent was set up beside the campfire. Inside there were many things. Li Jiao boiled hot water outside, took a pot, added some dried meat, rinsed some rice, and slowly stirred everything with a spoon. The man lying next to the fire looked better, his face gradually improving. Li Jiao was very curious. While waiting for the porridge to cook, she squatted beside the man and said, "Spirit tool, you really have a way. It seems he's coming back to life. Look at his breathing. It's much more normal than before." The spirit tool couldn't help but feel proud. "Of course. I told you before, I am a top treasure. A small poisoning is nothing for me." She never thought the space could do much besides storing some things. Camping outdoors was pretty good, though. Now, it seemed the spirit tool was quite powerful. The porridge was ready, fragrant, and delicious. Li Jiao looked around, wishing she could add some green onions. But there were no green onions on the mountain, only wild onions. It was dark now, so she decided to forget it. She served a bowl of porridge and a small plate of salted vegetables. She planned to eat simply. Just as she lifted the bowl to eat, she saw the man across from her slowly sit up. His clothes were very loose, making him look even thinner. His clothes swayed in the mountain breeze. His gaunt face and confused eyes made Li Jiao feel instant sympathy. She held her bowl and asked, "Are you hungry?" The man came to his senses. The first thing he did was pull out a dagger from his. His quick movement and cold eyes startled Li Jiao. She wanted to explain, but her weak body caused the man to lunge forward suddenly, nearly falling into the fire. Li Jiao hurriedly put down her bowl and ran to his side. "Hey, are you trying to die? You don't need to go through so much trouble. If you burn yourself, it will hurt a lot." The man paused for a moment. Li Jiao continued, "I was out gathering herbs when I saw you fainted. You were bitten by a spider. I thought you were poisoned and wanted to help. Later, I found out you were poisoned, but not by a spider. You have toxins in your body. I used spider venom to try to fight the poison. It's a method of using poison to counteract poison. Don't worry, I just let some blood and gave you medicine. Try standing up and see if you feel better than before." The man looked down at his hand. "Can you treat illnesses?"
Li Jiao shuklat sufli.
"Didn't you investigate me before? Even Chen Xian knows I can gather herbs. You should know that too, right?" After a pause, Li Jiao pretended to be relaxed. "I'm a young lady. Have you ever seen a female doctor? I just gather some herbs, prepare them, and take them to the pharmacy to exchange for money." "Thank you." The man tried to sit up, but the corner of his robe nearly caught fire. Li Jiao jumped up quickly, stepped on his robe to put out the flames, then helped him sit up.
"Sit here for now.
I'll serve you some porridge." The man looked around at the fire pit with a pot on it, the nearby tent, and casually noticed the quilt inside the tent. He was a bit surprised but focused on the herbs next to the tent. He closed his eyes, placed his right hand on his left wrist, and checked his pulse himself. He was surprised to find he had detoxified. The man couldn't help but stare at Li Jiao's back, looking very serious. He tilted his head, glancing at the trees and river nearby. "You've lost a lot of blood. Eat something first." Li Jiao handed him a bowl and sat down again, lifting her own bowl. "My name is Li Jiao. Thank you for helping me last time. By the way, those big brothers, do you want to be paid? I didn't have silver before, so I didn't ask. Now I have some money, but I feel a bit embarrassed not to give anything." 5 or 6 men had come from Sun Shui village, and Li Jiao felt guilty about it. Not to mention, this man also saved her. "If not, it's fine," the man replied quickly. Li Jiao simply said "oh," and started eating her porridge. She ate very casually, holding her bowl and gulping it down, occasionally eating some pickled vegetables. "My mother made these pickles herself. Would you like to try some?" Li Jiao held her bowl with one hand and offered the small pickled vegetables to the man. "Want to try?" The man looked into Li Jiao's eyes, then slowly reached out and took a small piece of the pickled vegetables. After finishing a bowl, Li Jiao immediately refilled it with more porridge, adding dried meat. She had other supplies at her space, and as long as they weren't living things, she could put them inside her space. The man took a bite of the pickled green beans, salty and a little sour. When paired with the porridge, it tasted pretty good. The bowl was a bit hot, so Li Jiao blew on it to cool it down and asked, "What's your name?" "Xie Chongju." "That's a nice name." He also looked good, but he was a bit too thin. After eating, the man asked Li Jiao, "Is the poison in my body gone now?" Li Jiao didn't know, so she quickly asked the spirit tool. The spirit tool told her that she still needed 2 to 5 bloodletting treatments to fully detoxify. During this time, she should exercise well, eat better, and strengthen her body. Li Jiao shared the spirit tool's words with Xie Chongju. His eyes finally showed some movement. He clenched the bowl in his hand and quickly looked down to hide his excitement. "Recently, the doctor at the pharmacy told me that the price of medicinal herbs has risen a lot and processed herbs are even more expensive.
I used quite a few herbs on you.
We're going to war. Xie Changju looked toward the southwest with a deep gaze. His tone was very calm, but Li Jiao could sense some sadness and a hint of passion in his voice. How do you know? Can you tell me about this world? After a pause, Li Jiao hurriedly said, No, I mean the court, the country. A girl from the countryside is curious about the outside world, but has never left this place. Are we really going to war? Who are we fighting? How likely are we to win? No wonder more and more herbs are needed lately. Xie Changju glanced at Li Jiao. The Great Xia Dynasty. Liang County is in Jiangnan Prefecture. To the southwest are the Yizu people, who have been acting strangely lately. The Chang people in the northeast are also ambitious. The country is in turmoil. Hearing Xie Changju's sigh, Li Jiao couldn't help but frown. The country in turmoil? Honestly, she didn't feel that way. Since her birth until now, her life in Xingfeng town has been peaceful. The people live happily. Of course, except for the increasing taxes in recent years. Everything else is fine. At night, Li Jiao entered the tent, covered herself with a blanket, and went to sleep. In her dream, she saw that because of the war and the scarcity of herbs, she started planting and processing herbs, becoming the largest supplier of medicinal herbs in the Great Xia Dynasty. Meanwhile, Xie Changju sat outside the tent, listening to the girl's murmurs in her sleep, and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in front of Xie Changju. Two men dressed in black knelt before him. Xie Changju looked back at the tent and quietly asked, What exactly happened today? Today, you fainted after being bitten by a spider, and Lu Qing and I planned to carry you down the mountain. But unexpectedly, this girl came up the mountain, so we had to hide. She didn't do anything. We saw her bleed you, and didn't expect her to be skilled in medicine. Lu Qing lowered his head, looking like he wanted to laugh, but couldn't help himself. This girl is good at everything, but she likes to talk to herself. Xie Changju frowned and asked, Talking to yourself? Next to him, Qin Ziyu hurriedly nodded, Yes, my lord. Lu Qing was often joking and smiling, so Xie Changju didn't pay much attention. However, when Qin Ziyu also said this, Xie Changju made a note of it. Is your poison really curable, my lord? Qin Ziyu was very excited. They had a poison from the Western Yi tribe, and many doctors, even imperial physicians from the capital, had tried to treat it but couldn't fully cure it. Xie Changju looked at her and said, I do feel much better now. Then I will write a letter to inform the master immediately. Qin Ziyu and Lu Qing were very excited. Xie Changju hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Don't tell my father yet. Wait until I am cured. No one should mention it during this time. Also, protect her well. My lord, what should we do? Xie Changju looked back at the tent, seeming to think of something, then waved his hand. Forget it. Just don't disturb her. All right, you two, go down the mountain. Li Jiao slept in the tent all night. She was exhausted during the day, so she had a very deep sleep. When she woke up the next day, she realized she was slow to notice. She hurriedly looked outside and didn't see Xie Changju, so she let out a long breath of relief. She quickly tidied up the bedding and, before the tent was taken down, threw everything into her space. After coming out, she folded the tent. Soon, near the ashes of the burnt fire, her belongings were piled up. She was about to throw them into her space when she saw a familiar man sitting under a tree not far away, staring at her. She was so startled she broke out in a cold sweat. That scared me. I thought you left. You didn't leave, but you didn't say a word either. Hearing her complaint, Xie Changju's lips curled into a slight smile. He slowly sat up and pointed to himself. Come here and check my pulse. Li Jiao, who was busy packing, immediately threw her things on the ground, turned around, crossed her arms, and pointed at Xie Changju. Who are you ordering around? No manners at all. If you're asking for help, you should have a respectful attitude. What kind of attitude is this? Honestly, despite her words, Li Jiao first communicated with her spirit, then set aside her tasks and walked straight towards Xie Changju. She placed her hand on his wrist and still said, "You need silver, right? Yesterday, I dug so many herbs for you, and they're all ruined now. And now you want me to treat you? Doctors charge for their visits, you know."
All right.
Xie Changjue answered Li Jiao Jiao directly. Li Jiao Jiao was a bit surprised. She had been chattering early in the morning just to hide her nervousness and worries. She was worried that he might see what she put in her space, and also about last night. As a modern person, it was the first time she saw such an honest man. But last night, she really was reckless. There was a stranger nearby, yet she dared to sleep peacefully. She trusted her appearance too much. We've detoxified part of it. Later, we'll go dig for medicinal herbs. His toxin is caused by staying in a damp, hot environment for a long time. It needs acupuncture to slowly detoxify. Also, because the toxin is complicated, the herbs need to be adjusted further, the spirit of the device said. Li Jiao Jiao snapped back to her senses and quickly repeated what she had just said. Xie Changjue looked at Li Jiao Jiao with a frown. More herbs?
Li Jiao Jiao nudda.
I'm good at digging herbs. It will be quick. While Li Jiao Jiao carried a big bag of things and lagged behind Xie Changjue, he couldn't help but glance back. Chuanqiong. Bai Ling. He heard voices behind him, and Xie Changjue felt numb. He knew quite a lot about herbs because he had been ill for a long time. He remembered clearly that when he passed by earlier, he hadn't seen any of these herbs. Even stranger, behind them, Li Jiao Jiao dropped her things, went back to pick them up, and surprisingly found a large root of a medicinal plant. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wang took Li Qiao for several rounds around the street but couldn't find anyone she knew. Mrs. Wang just drank a big sip of water when she asked Li Qiao, "Qiao, are you hungry?" Li Qiao nodded sensibly. Mrs. Wang felt sorry for her son and also blamed herself. Maybe I should go back and ask Qin Xian's mother for help. Ask Qin Xian to write a letter. That way you can go to school. Li Qiao knew about Qin Xian and his sister.
He shook his head.
Mom, no need. We'll keep looking. If we can't find anything, that's fine. I won't go to school. I'll go up the mountain with my sister to gather herbs and make money. Hearing this, Mrs. Wang couldn't help but educate her son.
No, Yao Yao.
Look at how Qin Xian treats your sister.
Why does he do that?
To be honest, it's because our family is poor. Our house isn't as grand as the county magistrate's. Now that your sister is earning money, you should study hard. Don't worry, no matter what, I will send you to school. Mrs. Wang rolled up her sleeves and went to cook. Li Qiao took a broom and swept the yard clean. Xuanshui village. The Hu family was originally going to the market with 2 children. Unexpectedly, they saw Wang family members running around the street with their children. When they returned home, she told Li Chengkai about it. "Second brother, didn't you say you owed 300 taels of silver? I saw second sister-in-law running all over the street with the children." Old Li heard this and felt something was wrong, so he asked Li Chengkai to go to the town to find out more. Not long after Li Chengkai arrived in town, Wang family members took Li Qiao home to cook. Unable to find anyone, Li Chengkai went to the pawn shop. But not everyone could ask at the pawn shop. The shopkeeper directly chased Li Chengkai out. "What? Broken a vase? Get out. If you're not a thief, don't block our shop door." With no choice, Li Chengkai stood at the shop entrance. The shop assistant, unaware of the situation, saw him hesitating and came out to chase him away. When Li Chengkai asked again about the broken vase, the assistant thought for a moment. "Broken a vase? I really don't remember. But not long ago, someone damaged a land deed, and our shopkeeper took back the house." Li Chengkai asked again, but got the same answer. The assistant grew impatient and urged him. "What exactly are you trying to do? Get out of here. Don't block the door, understand? Or I'll break your legs." Li Chengkai, full of worries, walked back home. On the street, he met several villagers heading to the market. After asking around a bit, he started to look around near where Li Jiao and others bought their house. Unexpectedly, he really saw Li Jiao. "Little brat, you made it hard for me to find you." Li Chengkai grabbed Li Jiao's ear. "I ask you, did you come up with the idea to break the vase at the pawn shop?" Just to distance yourself from me, right? Li Jiao was immediately shocked. He struggled hard but couldn't break free and could only call out to Wang family members. Wang was cooking and heard Li Jiao's voice. She ran out holding a spatula. Li Chengkai. Feeling guilty, Wang didn't dare look directly at Li Chengkai when she saw him. She hurried over, grabbing Li Jiao into her arms. She held a spatula in one hand and protected Li Jiao with the other. What are you doing? Li Chengkai. What exactly do you want? Li Chengkai, with a dark face, said, What am I doing? I just went to the pawn shop and asked. They said there was no broken vase. I also want to ask you, didn't you say you owed 300 taels of silver? Why aren't they looking for you now? Wang was feeling guilty. You mind your own business. Stay out of ours. What are you here for? I asked you. What are you here to do? Li Chengkai pointed at Wang's face. What do you think I came for? Why are you lying to the family? You wicked woman. If my parents and the family find out you're trying to trap me into doing something wrong. Wang heard this and was amused despite her anger. She looked coldly at Li Chengkai. Wrongdoing? Li Chengkai, how are we trapping you? You haven't even split the family. We just moved out. Aren't you planning to continue being a good son under your parents' roof? For your parents, you're willing to give up your wife and children. Li Chengkai, furious and ashamed, darkened his face. My life was given by my parents. They are still alive, so I have no face to split the family. Now I want to ask you, why are you here? It's none of your business.
Li Jiao quietly responded to Li Chengkai.
Angrily, Li Chengkai took off his shoe, ready to hit Li Jiao. Seeing her son being hit, Wang didn't care anymore. She rushed over and started fighting with Li Chengkai. In the end, after Li Chengkai beat Wang and Li Jiao badly, they sat on the ground, exhausted. Li Chengkai viciously spat out, You all just wait. Stealing from the family's money and deceiving elders. Just wait and see. Li Jiao had several wounds on her face, and Wang was worse off. She had a stomach ache and her back and waist were punched many times. After so many years of marriage, this was the first time Li Chengkai had been so fierce and violent towards her. Mother, will he come again? Wang shook her head. Chiao, next time you see him, hide quickly, understand? Li Jiao looked at the few strands of hair Wang's pulled out, then suddenly burst into tears, hugging Wang. I won't leave. Mother, I want to protect you. When sister comes back, I'll tell her everything. Wang's nose prickled, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She never expected to marry such a troublemaker. Li Jiao and Xia Changjue returned from the mountain just as it was getting dark. She dragged a big tent. If not for Xia Changjue's help, she wouldn't have been able to carry it down the mountain. Passing by the pawn shop, Xia Changjue went straight into the backyard. After he left, Li Jiao carried the tent to a small alley. Seeing no one around, she put everything into her space. She sat on the ground, gasping for breath, imagining that as soon as she entered the house, she'd eat Wang's cooking. That thought gave her strength. But when Li Jiao arrived at her small house, the yard was cold and empty. She closed the door and called out, Mother, Chiao. A small child suddenly ran out of the house. Li Jiao quickly hugged Li Jiao and said, Sister, you're finally back. Dad is here. He hit Mom. As soon as Li Jiao finished speaking, Mrs. Wang came out of the house. Chiao, don't talk nonsense. Nothing happened. He just saw me on the street and thought we deceived him, tricked your grandparents. Li Jiao's heart sank lower and lower. She had thought about asking Xia Changjue from the pawn shop for help when she decided to break into the shop. She told herself she had shattered the shop's things and lost 300 taels of silver. The Li family was sure that they, the mother and children, couldn't pay such a large debt, which is why they were so quick to separate them. But if they continued living peacefully, the Li family wouldn't be stupid and would surely notice something was wrong. She had already thought about what to do next, but she didn't expect that Li Chengkai would find the house she bought when he came up the mountain. Li Jiao hurried forward to check on Mrs. Wang. Mom, let me see. Mrs. Wang pushed Li Jiao's hand away. Oh, no need to look. I'm fine, really. Li Qiao's nose was red, and he pointed at Mrs. Wang's head. How can she be fine? He's pulling her hair. There was a lot of hair on the ground just now. Sister, Mom's stomach hurts. When she was holding me just now, I accidentally bumped into her stomach, and she cried out in pain. Mrs. Wang quickly scolded Li Qiao. Li Jiao clenched her teeth. Mom, stop being stubborn. Let me check. After examining Mrs. Wang, Li Jiao found several soft tissue bruises on her body, and her scalp had been torn in several places. Although not large, it was painful. Moreover, she had a loose tooth. Li Qiao was well protected by Mrs. Wang and only received 2 slaps. Li Jiao checked and found no injuries on her. Li Jiao immediately used her communication device to prepare medicine and applied ointment to Mrs. Wang. During this time, Li Jiao asked Li Qiao to hold the money and bought a dozen meat buns at the alley entrance. After a simple meal, Li Jiao reminded Mrs. Wang and Li Qiao to lock the door tightly. If she wasn't back, they shouldn't open the door and should leave if necessary. Mrs. Wang was worried and hurriedly followed out. Jiao, what are you going to do? Li Jiao's calm face showed a fierce glint in her eyes. She despised Li Chengkai and hated him. He hit Li Qiao, and his heart was even more ruthless. He beat women and was a scumbag. Such a person didn't deserve to be a father or a husband. Mom, you stay at home and prepare some food. I'll be back soon. Mrs. Wang did not move. Li Jiao sighed and stepped forward to hold her hand. Mother, he might come back tomorrow, and the Li family might arrive. I need to smooth things over. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I'll be back soon. Are you going back to the village? As soon as she spoke, Mrs. Wang couldn't help but cry. Jiao, but he is your father. Listen to me, don't go, okay? Li Jiao gently wiped Mrs. Wang's tears. Mother, don't cry. I'm not going back to the village. What would I do there? Tell them we're not breaking apart? I'm sorry, Mother. I caused you to get hit. I didn't think it through. I won't do that again. Li Jiao overestimated Li Chengkai too much. Jiao. Seeing that Li Jiao was determined to leave, Mrs. Wang called her back and turned to call Li Qiao. You're going out alone? I don't feel safe. Where are you going? I'll go with you. Seeing Mrs. Wang's firm look, Li Jiao had no choice but to agree. At the pawnshop entrance, the young clerk looked at the 2 adults and 1 child in front of him with a bad expression. We've closed the shop. What are you here for? Don't block the way, go quickly. I want to see your shop owner, Li Jiao said. The young clerk then stared at her. Mrs. Wang and Li Qiao were a bit nervous, especially Mrs. Wang. She held Li Qiao's hand tightly, squeezing so hard that it hurt. Hey, today it's 1 or 2 of you. If you're not here to see the shopkeeper, then you're here to see the owner. Miss, you don't look bad. Are you that eager to get married? If you have no one, why not marry me? I could be your little husband. Li Jiao was so angry when she heard this that she slapped him. Where'd you get off talking nonsense? If you dare to say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. Then, Li Jiao rushed forward, grabbing his hair with one hand and his foot with the other. She pulled him hard, and he fell to the ground. She turned and stomped her foot on his face. Dog stuff, did you eat manure this morning? Or are you too scared to look at yourself? Marry you? Don't worry, you're the only one left. I wouldn't want you even if you were the last. Shrew. Hearing this, Li Jiao got even more aggressive. Mrs. Wang and Li Qiao were stunned. By the end, Li Jiao was riding on the man, grabbing his hair and slapping his forehead repeatedly. The shopkeeper and Xie Chongjue were shocked to their core. Li Jiao is very charming and beautiful, with delicate features and fair skin. If it weren't for her patched clothes, no one would guess she is just a village girl. But despite her good looks, she has a very fiery personality. Xie Chongjue knows that Li Jiao is sharp-tongued and sometimes sarcastic. The first time he saw a girl riding on a man's back and fighting, he was stunned. When Li Jiao saw Xie Chongjue, she stood up, steadied herself, and tidied her messy hair. Then she turned around and slapped the little second in the head hard. You narrow-minded fool. I was looking for him. Seeing the shopkeeper and Xie Changju, the little second crawled over to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, she's a troublemaker. She's a troublemaker. The shopkeeper looked at Xie Changju beside him. Li Jiao quickly clapped her hands. Troublemaker? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will be a butcher. You ungrateful thing, trying to take advantage of me. You're lucky I haven't torn your mouth apart. You don't know what's good for you. Get out of here. Hearing this, Xie Changju choked on his own saliva. Li Jiao pointed at Xie Changju. Xie. Boss, your little second is too rude. I'm just a girl, and he's spouting nonsense. Someone like him staying here dishonors your reputation. The shopkeeper looked surprised, turning his head to glance at Xie Changju. Indeed, he shouldn't stay here. The little second looked terrified and instinctively looked at the shopkeeper. Uncle. So, he was related to the shopkeeper. Boss, I know what to do now. Li Jiao was a bit confused herself. She just wanted to teach the little second a lesson, not expecting Xie Changju to give her face. She followed Xie Changju to the study. She straightforwardly explained her purpose. I hope you can help me. Of course, as a reward, I won't accept any payment for the poison on your body in the future. Xie Changju looked at Li Jiao. Are you sure? Li Jiao nodded. I'm sure. Back home, Li Jiao felt a bit tired. Wang Shi looked worried. Jiao, really, do you think it will work? Li Jiao nodded. Mom, don't worry. I see that his status is unusual. People like him rarely break their promises once they agree. Besides, I dug up a lot of medicinal herbs and he's waiting for my herbs to save his life. Originally, Li Jiao and Wang Shi planned to return to Sun Shui village the next day and settle everything. But unexpectedly, Li Qingkai, that untrustworthy man, couldn't wait even a moment longer. When he got home, he immediately called Li Laotu, Li Chengfu, and Li Qingxing. The men of the Li family hurriedly went to the town. Li Jiao and Wang Shi were already preparing to sleep when they heard someone banging on the door. They hurriedly went to open it. Wang Shuxin. Open the door for me. Hearing Li Qingkai's voice, Wang Shi trembled all over. Li Jiao knew she was scared. She took a deep breath and said to Wang Shi, Mother, do you want to get a divorce? Living with such an abusive man, no matter the era, should end. They must separate and never tolerate it. When she first asked Xie Changju for help, she had already thought of this. But for women of this time, divorce was almost as bad as death. Wang Shi was stunned. Li Jiao shook her head, pulled Wang Shi behind her, and opened the door. Seeing Li Jiao, Li Qingkai's angry eyes burst out. He instinctively reached to grab her, but Li Jiao stepped back, shielding Wang Shi. She said to the old man behind Li Qingkai, Grandpa, you're here? Perfect. I just went to the pawn shop. The owner probably isn't asleep yet. You want to know how the matter was resolved, and why my mother and I are still alive? Come on, I'll take you there. The old man's face darkened. Yes, almost everyone in the Li family believed that even if Li Jiao and her mother sold themselves for 300 taels of silver, they wouldn't be able to pay it back. They were prepared for Li Jiao and Wang Shi to die outside. Tonight, the old man brought some sons not for anything else but for Li Qiao. This is the root of their Li family. Li Jiao turned to Wang Shi and said, Mother, your younger brother is still sleeping. You go watch over him. I'll take them to the pawn shop. They quickly arrived at the pawn shop. Xie Changju had already gone to bed. When he heard the servant's words, he turned over and got up. He was in poor health and usually slept early. Seeing Xie Changju and the 5 or 6 men behind him, Li Qingkai immediately backed down. The Li brothers also looked very obedient. Behind Xie Changju stood 5 or 6 tough-looking young men. The Li brothers lowered their heads and wiped their foreheads sweat from time to time. This was the plan Li Jiao and Xie Changju had devised. Regarding the incident where Li Jiao broke my shoulder bottle, we have reached a settlement. She, her mother, and her younger brother will work at the pawn shop for 15 years. After 15 years, the 300 taels of silver will be forgiven. During this period, Li Jiao will be working at my pawn shop. Do you understand? The old man was a bit surprised, but 15 years was almost like selling herself to the pawn shop. Master, isn't 15 years a bit long? Jiao is a daughter of a family. If you like her, you can marry her. We don't want a bride price, just 300 taels of silver. Can we settle it like that? Li Jiao looked at Old Man Li with a bit of amusement. She used to think that Old Man Li was the most reasonable person in their family, but now it seems he is very biased against girls. You want to pretend to be victims. Before Xie Chongjue could speak, a young man behind him stepped forward. Look at your status. Do you think you're worthy of our family's master? Li Jiao was so angry she almost fainted. Her eyes widened, and she stared fiercely at Xie Chongjue. This was so unfair. Jiao, was not worthy, but how could he say that in front of a girl? Isn't he disrespecting her? We know our place. I am just a village girl, and your master is elegant and refined. How could I be a match for him? After speaking, Li Jiao couldn't help but show a mocking smile. Xie Chongjue frowned slightly and looked at the young man. The young man lowered his head and stepped back. Old Man Li kept saying, yes, we are overreaching. Let's just serve as servants. The girl's mother. 15 years is too long. The family can't do without her. This was all Jiao's fault, and she should bear the consequences. Then he looked at Jiao and said, Jiao, your younger brother is still young, and your mother is needed at home. Although he said this, there was a hidden threat in his words. Li Jiao was not the original body. She smiled coldly. Xie Chongjue glanced at them calmly. Do you think 15 years of a person's life is worth 300 taels of silver? Old Man Li didn't reply. Xie Chongjue waved his hand. From now on, they are employees of the pawn shop. If you call them back, I will make you pay for that silver. After saying this, Old Man Li and the others were driven out. Li Jiao stood at the pawn shop door, respectfully waiting for it to close. Li Chenkai was furious and stared at Jiao with a fierce look. Jiao stood on the steps and said to Old Man Li, Grandpa, I've basically sold my whole life to the pawn shop's master. The 300 taels of silver I've paid off. Jiao is still young. My mother and I will take care of her. I asked the master, and she can stay in that house. When Jiao grows up and wants to go back, she will. If she doesn't want to, she can stay with the master as an apprentice. Hearing this, Old Man Li was pleased and nodded quickly. All right, Jiao, if you work as a maid, you must be diligent. Don't be lazy, understand? Li Jiao did not speak. When she returned home, Mrs. Wang was awake, waiting at the door. Jiao, how did it go? Li Jiao's face was tired, but she forced a small smile. Mother, don't worry. It's settled. From now on, if they want to cause trouble, they should think carefully. My mother and I will be the ones managing the pawn shop. Qiao is still young, so she'll stay with us for now. Mrs. Wang didn't understand. Li Jiao quietly told her, it's a lie. We didn't sell ourselves to the pawn shop. But, Mother, from now on, you should say that when you're outside. Stay at home, cook meals, and watch over Qiao. I need to go up the mountain to pick herbs and treat the master. Mrs. Wang's face lit up with happiness. Jiao, the master is our benefactor. You must help him detox. I'll find time to go to the temple and set up a long life plaque for him, hoping he lives a long and healthy life. Seeing Mrs. Wang so happy, Li Jiao felt her fatigue easing a bit. She drank some water and felt a little hungry. Mrs. Wang saw Li Jiao heading to the kitchen and hurried after her. I'll go. It had been several days since Li Jiao returned from Deqing Mountain. These days were the happiest she had felt in a long time. She and Mrs. Wang spent their days preparing herbs, occasionally going out to buy snacks or other small things, and asking for help to find a teacher for Li Qiao. Without the disturbance from the Li family, the mother and son enjoyed their peaceful days. After finishing the herbal preparations, she took them to Huichun Hall and earned over 30 taels of silver. This made Li Jiao even more eager to gather herbs. Even Mrs. Wang, who had initially planned to help with laundry and mending, now wanted to go up the mountain to pick herbs after helping with the herbal work these days. Today was market day again, and it was also the day Li Jiao planned to give Xie Changjue acupuncture and detox treatment for the second time. She brought what she needed and bought a bottle of wine. After tasting it, she found the alcohol content was too low. She planned to distill it at home to increase the alcohol concentration for disinfecting. Just then, she saw Hu Shi, Li Wanwan, and Li's son from afar. Hu Shi was the wealthiest among Li's 3 daughters-in-law. Her family was butchers, and she was the only daughter, favored by her parents. Li Jiao saw Hu Shi's mother buying food for her 2 children. Hu Shi saw Li Jiao and left her children to walk over. Jiao, how are things at the pawn shop? These days, the village has been noisy, saying you sold yourself to be a servant. 15 years. If I can't serve for 15 years, I can't pay back the 300 taels of silver. The Li family will still have to pay it back. Third aunt, you must pray that I live to be 100 years old. If I die young, be careful. Li Huanhuan might not get married, and Li's son might not find a wife. Mrs. Hu was so angry at Li Jiao's words that she almost fainted. She pointed at Li Jiao's face and asked, "You naughty girl, did you just say something terrible?" Li Jiao sneered coldly. "Isn't that true? I think third aunt is quite comfortable. I'm just warning you. Anyway, I have a short life now, worth only 300 taels of silver." Mrs. Hu choked and took a deep breath. Then she said to Li Jiao, "Your second brother is getting married. Your grandma said that your mother should come back on the 8th day of next month to help out." After Mrs. Hu left, Li Jiao counted on her fingers. She was 22 now. Next month on the 8th day, it's just a few days away. Back home, Li Jiao was about to tell Wang Shi about this when she suddenly heard strange noises coming from the inner room. At first, she couldn't hear clearly and thought someone had broken into the house. As she tiptoed closer, she suddenly heard Wang Shi and Li Chengkai talking. What can a couple do after being apart for a while?
Li Jiao bluxa da epli.
She didn't expect Li Chengkai, a scoundrel, to want to hit Wang Shi and also come to town. She hurriedly stepped back out of the room, quietly closed the door. On the way, a jar of yellow wine hit a stone at the street corner and shattered into pieces. On the street, Li Jiao finally found Li Qiao, who was happily playing with the children. Older sister. Li Qiao dropped his friends and ran over to Li Jiao. "Sister, aren't you going to the pawn shop?" Li Jiao squatted down. "Where's Mom?" Li Qiao pointed toward the house. "At home. Dad came, and Mom gave me some money to come out and play." "Sister, did Dad hit Mom again?" Li Jiao turned her face away. "No, Qiao, come with me to the pawn shop." In the backyard of the pawn shop, in the study room, Li Qiao was very nervous. Li Jiao applied medicine to Xie Changjue with an open jar of strong liquor and a small knife with bloodstains nearby. The study was full of books, with a strong smell of ink, making Li Qiao feel eager but also afraid to move, worried that the cold-faced man nearby would dislike him. Qiao, I'm done. Let's go." Li Jiao didn't expect Li Qiao to be so nervous. After applying the medicine, she planned to take him back. Xie Changjue slowly put on his clothes. "Do you like books?" Xie Changjue asked Li Qiao. Li Qiao was very nervous, nodded, then shook his head and nervously tugged at Li Jiao's sleeve. "He can't read yet. We're planning to find a teacher for him. Once he learns to read, can you lend us some books, sir?" Li Jiao knew that in this time, books were very rare. For example, in Xingfeng town, there was no bookstore. "Do you know any teachers?" Xie Changjue looked at the anxious Li Qiao, then slowly looked away, tidied his clothes. Li Qiao thought about how his mother and sister had been searching everywhere for a teacher for him these days. But the teachers in their town were very proud. Wang Shi and Li Jiao tried many ways, but no one would see them, let alone find a teacher. They couldn't even meet the teacher, let alone anything else. He was troubled and secretly glanced at Li Jiao. He whispered, "No, the teacher won't accept me." Xia Changjue responded with an "oh," then looked at Li Qiao, and then at Li Jiao. Li Jiao looked helpless. "We just separated the family, and my brother wants to go to school. My mother and I, two women, went to find a teacher but never even saw his face. So, until now, we haven't found a teacher for Jiao." She then shamelessly asked Xia Changjue, "Sir, look, I've sold myself to you. Why don't you find a teacher for my brother? When he becomes successful, let him follow you. You can give him a meal." Xia Changjue smiled gently and shook his head slightly.
"If you knew, you might not want to."
"What do I know?" Li Jiao asked again, but Xia Changjue didn't want to say more. He only said calmly, "The Townjing teacher is truly knowledgeable, but he's too proud. He's been burdened by the scholar status his whole life and has no ambitions. Tomorrow, I'll have the shopkeeper take you there." Li Jiao was overjoyed and immediately pulled Li Qiao to thank Xia Changjue.
"Thank you so much, sir."
"I won't forget your kindness. If you need anything, just give the order. I'll come in the wind or rain." Xia Changjue slightly twitched his mouth. Li Qiao stared blankly at Li Jiao. Li Jiao was completely unaware that her silly appearance was being remembered and laughed at by someone for a lifetime. Because she had solved a big problem, she walked quickly, almost home, but suddenly remembered that the scoundrel Li Chengkai was still there. She pulled Li Qiao to buy some things. "Sister, it's getting dark. When should we go back?" Li Jiao counted the time. Li Chengkai should be leaving soon. She carried the basket and held Li Qiao's hand as they headed home. Unexpectedly, at the house she bought, Li Chengkai was chopping firewood, and Wang Shi was squatting nearby washing clothes. Seeing Li Jiao and Li Qiao return, Wang Shi quickly stood up and wiped her hands on her clothes. "Where have you been? It's so late, and you're still not back?" While complaining, she took the basket from Li Jiao. "Did you buy vegetables?" Li Jiao nodded and told Wang Shi, "Today I met Aunt San on the street. She told me that my cousin is getting married on the 8th day of next month." Wang Shi looked at Li Chengkai. "Your father also mentioned this today." She paused and said, "Your grandparents said that since we live in town, and this house looks big enough, your father can stay here. He can also look for a job in town. Winter is coming, and there's not much work at home." Li Jiao glanced at Li Chengkai. Her irresponsible father threw his axe aside and strode over, saying, "Your grandparents also said that in a few days, your Uncle Da and Uncle San will come. Once Qiangzi gets married, depending on the situation, if there's not much work at home, everyone can stay here for a while." A surge of anger threatened to explode inside Li Jiao. She asked Wang Shi, "Mother, didn't you tell Dad that this house belongs to the landlord?" Wang Shi avoided her gaze and whispered, "I told your dad." Seeing this, Li Jiao was so angry she didn't know what to say. If her man dared to lay a finger on her, she would definitely make him leave immediately. But Wang Shi not only didn't want to leave Li Chengkai, but also brought this troublemaker into the house. She really couldn't understand her thoughts. "Since you've told him, then why is he coming? And what about my Uncle Da and Uncle San? What do they mean? Mother, do you think I can decide this?" After speaking, Wang Shi kept signaling to Li Jiao with her eyes. "Your brother Qiangzi is married, and the money your grandparents had is almost gone. There's not much left, Jiao." Li Jiao knew very well what was going on with this house. She looked at Wang Shi with anger, her feelings of disappointment and frustration clear. "He hit you." Wang Shi's face immediately turned awkward. She looked away and whispered, the two of you. Jiao, you're still young and don't understand." Li Jiao really wanted to curse at this moment. She directly bypassed Mrs. Wang and stood in front of Li Chengkai. "I just came back from my employer. If you live here and his men stay here, seeing you, I can't promise you won't get hit. I am also a servant and can't make decisions for the master."
Li Chengkai frowned.
"I'm not here all the time either. I only come back at night. You can go directly to our employer to talk." Mrs. Wang hurried over to Li Jiao and tugged at her clothes. Li Jiao looked steadily at Mrs. Wang. She wanted to see whether, in Mrs. Wang's heart, A man was more important or her daughter. Mrs. Wang was stunned. She could see that Li Jiao was forcing her to choose, either her daughter or her husband. If I choose the husband, it means selling my daughter. If I choose my daughter, then the husband will naturally be left aside. Li Jiao, I am your real father. Li Jiao turned around, looking at Li Qingkai with a calm face. Talking about a real father, honestly, you don't deserve it. Li Qingkai raised his hand. Li Jiao snorted coldly. You want to hit me? Try it and see. Mrs. Wang quickly ran over, grabbing Li Qingkai's hand. What are you doing? Li Qiao also quickly came in front of Li Jiao, spreading her arms to protect her. How dare you hit my sister? Li Qingkai shook off Mrs.
Wang.
My own flesh and blood. Why can't I hit her? Look at her now. Look at her. Last time she caused such a big trouble, her grandparents took 10 taels of silver and gave it to her. Now they want to marry off Qiangzi, but the family has no money. Otherwise, I wouldn't come here to look at her face. Mrs. Wang tightly held Li Qingkai's hand. Li Qingkai, angry, shook off Mrs. Wang.
Get lost.
If I won't let you stay, then you can't stay. Serving others as a servant, and still so happy about it. Pfft. Born to be lowly. I'm lowly, I can't help it. Who asked for my bad luck? After saying that, Li Jiao went into the house. Her anger needed somewhere to vent. Li Qiao glared hatefully at Mrs. Wang and hurried after Li Jiao. Once inside, Li Jiao immediately closed the door. Mrs. Wang was in great pain. On one side was her child's father, and on the other, her daughter and son. To her, both sides were flesh and blood. Li Qingkai wanted to leave, but Mrs. Wang held him back. Jiao has grown up. You still hit me all the time. What will she think if she sees that? Li Qingkai, if you want the 2 children to recognize you as their father in the future, you must stop hitting them. She won't acknowledge me?
Impossible.
Who made her unlucky? Born from your belly. Li Qingkai snorted coldly. Su Xian, you handle it yourself. My parents mean that since this house is so spacious, our brothers will live here later and do some work to earn money. If you are still our Li family's daughter-in-law, then you handle your own daughter. That night, Li Qingkai did not leave. In his view, since his wife and children were here, this was his home. As for the landlord, he didn't live here anyway, it was far away, so he didn't care. Li Jiao didn't expect Li Qingkai to be so shameless. This house was bought by her for 50 taels of silver, and the people from Xie Chongjue's side wouldn't have moved in here. So, after Li Qingkai stayed one night, he started to suspect something. Li Qingkai questioned Wang Shi, who could only stammer and answer. This is the landlord's matter. I don't know. The pawn shop has some thugs. Maybe they have other things going on, so they didn't come back to live here. Inside the space, Li Jiao slowly opened her eyes. She was sleeping in this dull, gray space. She thought she would feel very uncomfortable, but when she woke up, she found she didn't. The temperature here was constant, and the air was quite good too. Spirit Tool lazily lay beside Li Jiao. Seeing her wake up, it couldn't help but wave its paw and ask, "Host, are you not angry anymore?" Li Jiao sighed. What's the use of being angry? My mother isn't angry. What is she thinking? That scumbag even made a move. Domestic violence is something that happens once and countless times. This time Li Qingkai made a move. What about next time? If he gets used to hitting, he will like this rough way of solving problems. Simple and brutal. The spirit tool lifted its head and opened its eyes. Then, shall we think of a way to get rid of him?
Li Jiao frowned.
Seeing her think, the spirit tool rolled its eyes and said, getting rid of a person isn't that hard. If you don't mind trouble, you could use poison, like the oleander last time. Or, if you're afraid of trouble, just cut him down with a knife. That's simple enough. Once he's dead, everything's over. Li Jiao was stunned. She stared blankly at the small, white cutie in front of her. She had always thought that the spirit tool was adorable. Whether it spoke or moved, it was incredibly cute. In her eyes, it was just a lovable pet. Until now, She suddenly remembered that the spirit tool said it used to be the most powerful magic weapon. Maybe in its world, it was a deadly weapon that could kill people. Thinking of this, Li Jiao couldn't stay any longer. She left the space just in time to hear Li Qiao knocking on the door. Li Jiao hurriedly packed her clothes and left the house. When Li Qiao saw her, her eyes brightened. "Sister, you're awake?" Li Jiao casually gathered her hair and fixed it with a wooden hairpin, then took Li Qiao's hand and walked out. "Are you in a hurry?" Li Qiao nodded, then shook her head. "No, sister. He didn't leave last night. Mother got up early and prepared a big meal, trying to please you." Li Jiao felt a wave of helplessness fill her. She was usually hot-tempered, but for Wang Shi, she had changed a lot. She knew her fiery nature could hurt her. Now, Wang Shi was upset because of that scoundrel, and it made her feel very sad inside. "Qiao, have you eaten yet?" Li Qiao shook her head. "Not yet." Li Jiao took her hand. "Then let's go out and eat, okay?"
Li Qiao pilinudda.
As the two siblings left, they bumped into Wang Shi. Wang Shi called out to Li Jiao, but she ignored her. Wang Shi couldn't help but feel sad. She wiped her tears and looked toward the kitchen. Then she slowly walked over to Li Jiao. "Jiao, I know you're disappointed in me. But Jiao, he's your father, your biological father. What do you want to do? Not to acknowledge him anymore?" She paused, then continued. "That was just anger. No matter when or where, he is still your father. We are a family, and there's no grudge that lasts forever. Your father has his own difficulties. You need to understand him." Li Jiao found this somewhat amusing. After calming her emotions, she looked at Wang Shi calmly. "Mother, if you want to stay with someone who likes to hit women, that's your choice. You say he's our father, but honestly, when he abandoned us just to avoid splitting the family, when we owed so much money, and when we were bullied, our father might be less useful than a clay Buddha in a temple." Wang Shi's face changed dramatically. She stared blankly at Li Jiao. "So, mother, do whatever you want. After all, your willingness is priceless, right? But I think you shouldn't force us. What do you think?" After speaking, Li Jiao took Li Qiao and left. Wang Shi was left standing there, stunned for a while. When she finally recovered, tears covered her face. She wiped her tears with her hand, but her tears had already turned cold. Li Chunkai came out of the kitchen. "She means I'm useless, right? As the saying goes, a dog doesn't dislike a poor home, and a son doesn't dislike an ugly mother. I didn't expect these two little rabbits to dislike me. Su Xian, if they won't eat, let them starve. Let's go eat. After we finish, you can come back with me later. Strong Z is about to get married, and my mother is almost overwhelmed. Our family only needs you now." Mrs. Wang looked at Li Chunkai, noticing that he was always thinking about his parents and family, but never about the two children. No wonder the kids hold a grudge against him. "Why are you just staring at me? Hurry up, pack your things, and let's go home first. When they come back, it won't look good if they see us here." Mrs. Wang hesitated but ultimately didn't tell Li Chunkai the truth. Today, they might visit the teacher, so Li Jiao took Li Qiao and bought 2 boxes of snacks at a high price, bought over 8 jin of pork belly, a fish, and a rooster, then took Li Qiao to the pawn shop. The shopkeeper heard the news last night that today they would visit Teacher Zheng, so when he saw the brother and sister, he tidied his long robe and came out to take them straight to Teacher Zheng's house. When they arrived at the familiar place, Li Jiao couldn't help feeling nervous. Teacher Zheng's house is in the south of Xingfeng town. He was a successful candidate in the imperial exam early on, but after failing several local exams, he grew disheartened. In middle age, he returned to his hometown and opened a private school to teach children at home. The shopkeeper mentioned Teacher Zheng and warned Li Qiao, "When you meet Teacher Zheng later, be clever. His wife used to work at our pawn shop, so we know her. But knowing her doesn't mean Teacher Zheng will want you." Well, just be clever, kid." Li Jiao immediately pulled Li Qiao to thank the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper waved his hand. "No need to thank me now. Wait until he becomes Teacher Zheng's student." Teacher Zheng looked at Li Jiao with a hint of displeasure. He didn't like women who looked overly glamorous. To him, A woman should look dignified and graceful. Li Jiao could tell that Teacher Zheng didn't like her. The only reason he was willing to see them was because of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was not very respectful. He handed Teacher Zheng an envelope. After opening it and looking inside, Teacher Zheng asked Li Qiao, "Why do you want to study?" Li Qiao glanced at Li Jiao, which made Teacher Zheng look even more displeased. Li Jiao signaled for Li Qiao to speak, and after thinking for a moment, Li Qiao said, "My sister told me that studying helps understand things and tell right from wrong. My sister also told me there are beautiful women in books, and there are houses full of golden books. The more I read, the better I can become." Master Zheng was slightly surprised this time, and he looked at Li Jiao with more scrutiny. Li Jiao knew her face was pretty, otherwise, how could Qin Xian, that scoundrel, still think about her after getting married? She was happy, but never expected to be treated specially. She wore old-fashioned clothes and casually tied her hair to look more ordinary. But when Master Zheng looked at her that way, she felt a bit resentful. Still, for Li Qiao's sake, she endured it. Now, seeing Master Zheng looking at her again, she became serious and met his gaze. Li Jiao's eyes were clear and bright, gentle yet firm. He put aside his earlier disdain and asked Li Qiao a few questions. Li Qiao answered them one by one. Then Master Zheng accepted Li Qiao into his school. The tuition was 3 or 2 silver coins each year. If they ate lunch at the school, they would need to pay an extra 1 or 2 silver coins. Li Jiao thought for a moment and declined. They now lived in the town with Wang Shi there, and Li Qiao could eat better at home. After leaving Master Zheng's house, Li Jiao was very grateful to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper waved his hand and said, "Congratulations," and exchanged a few polite words before leaving. Li Jiao took Li Qiao to eat the wontons he had wanted to try for a long time. Li Qiao was very happy. It was his first time eating wontons. He picked up one and looked at it for a long time. "Sister, so this is what wontons look like." Li Jiao felt a little sad. "When we get home, we'll go cut some meat and make our own. You can eat as much as you want then." After eating a few, Li Qiao refused to eat more. "Sister, let's take the rest home for Mom, okay?" Li Jiao thought of Wang Shi and Li Qingkai and suddenly lost her appetite. She couldn't understand why Wang Shi was acting like that. She was only in her 30s. In her time, women who weren't married by 30 were everywhere, and it wasn't like no one wanted them. But Wang Shi insisted on sticking close to Li Qingkai, making it impossible for her to live with Wang Shi. "Sister, did you argue with Mom?" Li Jiao looked at Li Qiao and asked, "Qiao, Dad hit Mom. If Mom wants to leave Dad." "Leave?" Li Qiao clenched his teeth. "Sister, I've never heard of leaving before." Li Qiao's words made Li Jiao freeze in surprise. She only now realized that she was out of place in this era. She tried to advise Mrs. Wang, using modern ideas, that domestic violence was wrong. But she forgot that this was not a world of equality. Here, men are superior, and women have little power. Until she returned home, Li Jiao had not yet stepped out of her own world. Mrs. Wang saw her daughter come back and was full of joy. Jiao, you're back? I looked for you several times but couldn't find you. Did you go up the mountain with Qiao? Li Qiao was overjoyed and rushed to Mrs. Wang. Mom, the teacher wants me. I can go to school now. Mom, I also brought you wontons. Sister said, once we have money, we can cut some meat and make dumplings to eat. Mrs. Wang was stunned. During her time in town, she had gone to Mr. Zheng's house many times but never saw him. She didn't expect her daughter to be so capable to handle Qiao's schooling so easily. Go to school? Hearing Li Qingsai's voice, Li Jiao looked up and saw several men from the Li family, Li Qingxing, Li Qingfu, and Li Qingkai standing in the middle. Hearing this, his face changed drastically. Go to school? Is that a place you can go? Nonsense. Your stubbornness is incredible. You're just a servant girl. What do you have to send Qiao to school? Mrs. Wang quickly turned around and grabbed Li Qingkai. Li Qingkai shook off her hand and pointed at Li Jiao's face. Did you hear that? Stop this nonsense. You think because she's a scholar, you can make her out of that? Look at yourself in the mirror. What are you? Can you compare to the Chin family? Our family is not that kind of family. You still owe others 300 taels of silver. Oh, you talk nonsense. Xiao Xiao going to school is a good thing. It's hard to get into Mr. Zheng's place. Not everyone can. It shows how capable our Xiao Xiao is. Li Qingsai's face darkened, and he pointed at Mrs. Wang's nose, scolding. It's because of the good daughter you raised. Look at Chen Xian. He dreams all day because he's a scholar. Do you think being a scholar is like growing cabbage in the field? Xiao Xiao isn't that lucky. Our Li family can't produce a scholar. Stop dreaming and get out of here. Li Jiao Jiao looked at the man who was swaggering in front of Mrs. Wang, while Li Qingfu and Li Qingxing watched with amused expressions. She couldn't help but sneer. Dad, do you still remember Chen Xian's father's face? Now, the host kindly suggested that Xiao Xiao go to school. Such a good opportunity. If it were someone else, they would have gone eagerly. But you have such a great chance right in front of you, and you refuse it. What did you say? Li Chengkai couldn't believe there are still such foolish people in the world. He knew that the cost of schooling was not cheap, about 2 or 3 silver coins a year. Xiao Xiao, in the future, will succeed and marry a girl from a well-off family, so she can show off in the village. Isn't that a good thing? Yet you want to turn down such a good opportunity. I just can't understand. Wang Shi, hearing Li Jiao Jiao's words, no longer stopped Li Qingkai. Li Jiao Jiao thought to herself, anyway, Xia Changjue has already taken the blame for her many times. Another one doesn't matter. Of course, she planned to remember this kindness. She intended to pick more herbs to treat Xia Changjue. Thus, the decision for Xiao Xiao to go to school was made. The next day, Li Chengkai went back to tell Old Li and Deng Shi about it. After thinking for a while, Old Li asked Deng Shi to prepare some things from their own land. He also asked Li Chengkai to bring 30 eggs, which Deng Shi had saved for nearly a month, to the town. When Li Jiao Jiao saw a basket of eggs and a basket of wheat and various beans, she was so surprised she almost fell over. Father, what is this for? Li Chengkai wiped his sweat and said, Your grandparents said that your host family is so kind. We don't have much to give, so these are from our own land. We want to send them to your host family. He also specifically told her, Hurry up, don't stand around. Be careful not to break the eggs. Your grandma saved them for nearly a month, to exchange for money. When Li Jiao Jiao carried the basket and Wang Shi carried the back basket to the pawn shop, she was so embarrassed she felt like she could dig a hole with her toes. The shopkeeper looked at Li Jiao Jiao and Wang Shi. Wang Shi blushed and said, Shopkeeper, this is a small gift from our family to thank the host family. All these are from our own land, not worth much.
You.
Wang Shi rarely interacted with others. She was at a loss for words. She quickly looked at Li Jiao Jiao. Li Jiao Jiao smiled and said to the shopkeeper, Shopkeeper, please help us deliver these to Xia.
To the host family.
It's a small token from us. I will go to pick herbs on the mountain later and tell the host family that I will gather herbs carefully. After speaking, Li Jiao Jiao pulled Wang Shi out. Li Jiao Jiao knows very well that Xia Changju helps her not because he is kind-hearted, but because their interests align. Li Jiao Jiao needs his power and money, while Xia Changju needs her to gather herbs and treat his illness. They each benefit from the arrangement. Xia Changju doesn't care about eggs or vegetables. He cares whether Li Jiao Jiao can cure the poison in his body. After leaving the pawn shop, Wang Shi frowns and asks, Jiao Jiao, what should we do now? Li Jiao Jiao looks at the pawn shop. She can still go up the mountain to gather herbs to deal with the Li family, but what about Wang Shi? A lie often needs many other lies to cover it up. At first, Li Jiao Jiao thought that splitting the family was really a good idea. But now, she feels sad thinking about it. The house she worked hard to buy is now occupied by Li Chengkai and his brothers, and Wang Shi has to stay with her. She doesn't know where she will go during the day. Mom, come with me to pick herbs up the mountain. Wang Shi feels helpless, but has no choice but to go with Li Jiao Jiao to gather herbs. If life just went on like this, Li Jiao Jiao thought everything was fine except for the disgusting behavior of the Li brothers. She and Wang Shi were ready to return to the village because Li Chang was about to get married. But a few days before they went back, Li Jiao noticed many things at home were missing. First a few bowls, then chopsticks, and even the pots. Until Wang Shi told her, Jiao, the new straw mat I just bought is gone. And the new clothes I made for you and your brother. What's going on? Why are things always disappearing lately? Li Jiao also sensed something was wrong. 2 days ago, she went to the pawn shop and mentioned it to Xia Changju. He then sent some people to their house, who casually stayed all night, making Li Chengkai and his brothers think the house had nothing to do with their family. And today, more things went missing. Fortunately, Li Jiao had stored all her earnings in her space. She was lucky. She had gathered many herbs from the mountain, processed them, and stored the less valuable ones in her space. So, Wang Shi's shoes and clothes disappeared. Mom, have you looked carefully? Wang Shi is very anxious. She bought new cotton padding a few days ago. This winter came quickly. It even snowed yesterday. Though it was sleet, the weather was cold. She worked late every night, trying to make 2 sets of clothes for Li Jiao and Li Qiao. I've looked everywhere. How could I not find them?
I was still working last night.
It's so cold, and you and Xiao don't even have winter clothes. I haven't slept for several nights. I finally finished, and suddenly they're gone. Did mice get into the house? Jiao went into the house to look for her belongings. She checked from the inner room to the outer room, even the backyard, but she couldn't find anything. Wang was so worried she almost cried.
It's so cold today.
Look at you. Your cloth shoes are worn out, and your brother's clothes are very thin. Yesterday, I asked him, and he said that among his classmates at the private school, he's the only one dressed so lightly. He even said he's healthy. Who's so unkind, taking my children's clothes? Recently, Jiao sold medicinal herbs at Huichun Hall twice, earning over 40 taels of silver in total. With the more than 60 taels she earned before, she now has about 100 taels of silver. Now that she has money, she didn't treat Wang or Li Qiao badly. She bought some cotton and cut a few yards of cloth. Wang was anxious, but didn't use the cloth for herself. She made clothes for the 2 children first. Mother, don't worry yet. I'll go look again. Jiao bought the house herself. The house was small, so at first her plan didn't include Li Chengkai and his brothers. Now Li Chengkai and Wang sleep in one room, Li Qingxing and Li Qingfu in another, and Jiao and Li Qiao share a room. Jiao went straight to the room where Wang and Li Chengkai slept. It was tidy, cleaned by Wang, and she saw nothing unusual. Just as she was about to enter Li Qingxing's room, Wang called her. Jiao, this is your great-uncle and third uncle's room. Without hesitation, Jiao pushed the door open. I know. Wang, seeing Jiao go inside, quickly looked toward the door, afraid Li Qingxing and the others might come back unexpectedly. Inside, Jiao found the cotton coat under Li Qingxing's bed, just as Wang had said. There were 2 new cotton coats. The one Jiao was wearing still had a needle hanging from it, with loose threads. There were also 2 thick pairs of cotton shoes, made by Wang herself, who carefully sewed cotton inside the shoes with needle and thread. They looked very sturdy. Why is it under your third uncle's bed? Jiao sneered. A thief, perhaps. Jiao's impression of the Li brothers was strongest with Li Chengkai, who was a coward outside but acted like a big man at home. As for Li Qingfu, Zhao was not good with words and didn't have a strong presence at home. Her daughter, Li Qiao, was the same, quiet and unremarkable. Li Chang was not very bright, and the whole family was honest and simple. The most outstanding person in the third household was Hu, the wife. She was eloquent and good at flattering Deng. Her daughter, Li Huan, was just as unpleasant as her mother. Regarding Li Qingxing, the third uncle, Li Huan only thinks he looks good. Li Qingxing is quite lazy. He tends to avoid chores around the house. When he can't avoid them, he prefers to do the lighter tasks. As for Hu, she relies on her ability to flatter others and usually chooses to do the easier work at home. Li Qingxing secretly took Wang's cotton coat. Li Jiao thought he wanted to give it to Li Wanwan, and Li Qiao's coat was for his son, Li Senator Jiao. This. Wang was momentarily at a loss for words. They are all family, but Li Qingxing's behavior left her unsure of what to say. Mother, wait for my father to come back. Li Jiao and Wang waited at the door. In the evening, the Li brothers returned from outside. Li Chengkai and Li Qingfu are hardworking and honest. Li Qingxing, however, likes to be sneaky and lazy. After a few days, no one wanted him as a helper. On the way home, Li Chengkai and Li Qingfu kept talking about Li Qingxing. Li Qingxing looked unhappy. When he saw Jiao and Wang holding the cotton coat at the door, his expression changed slightly. Third uncle, this is something I found under your bed. Don't you want to explain? Li Qingxing quickly rushed forward and tried to grab the cotton coat from Jiao. Wang, upset, pointed at Li Qingxing's nose and questioned, Third uncle, this is something I made for the two children. Why did you take it and hide it? It's my thing. Seeing he couldn't grab it, Li Qingxing gave up and crossed his arms, tilting his head with a mischievous look. What do you mean, your thing? This belongs to my second brother. I just wanted to take it to keep warm. It's so cold, and the house only has a thin quilt. I'm going to freeze. Look at the thick quilt your mother and you three are using. Li Chengkai and Li Qingfu also came over. Li Chengkai, with a dark face, instinctively questioned Wang and Jiao, what are you two crazy about? Wang felt wronged. She had worked hard to make those clothes for the children, but Li Qingxing stole them. Without asking, Li Chengkai accused her. Her eyes reddened. Am I going crazy? Jiao was furious. If it weren't for Wang, she really wanted to kick him away. Are you out of your mind? Jiao asked Li Chengkai. He stole the cotton coat my mother made for me, and Qiao. If you're not going to confront him, why are you yelling at us? Li Qingxing snorted coldly and said to Li Chengkai, Second brother, I see you at home. TSK, you have no status at all. Your wife and daughter both dare to scold you. Why do you still want to be the head of the family? Li Cheng, unbothered by others' words, raised his hand to hit Li Jiao. Li Jiao, who had learned some fighting skills from Qiling, instinctively dodged when Li Cheng's hand came at her, then swept her foot across. As she expected, Li Cheng fell heavily to the ground. Li Jiao pointed at Li Qingxing. This is our master's house. Stealing here cannot be forgiven. Mother, watch the house. I'll go tell the master right now. Li Jiao almost didn't hesitate, and Wang Shi was stunned. Li Qingxing was shocked, and Li Chengkai kept groaning on the ground. Li Qingfu froze in place and quickly called out to Li Jiao, this isn't so bad, is it? Li Jiao turned around. Uncle, you live here. This matter, my mother and I kept it from our master. The people who came last time, you saw them, they are all our master's people. To let you stay here, my mother washed clothes for them for nearly half a month, and I cooked for them many times. You are so ungrateful, daring to steal from my mother. I really can't stand it anymore. If that's the case, then you should leave. Wang Shi washed clothes almost every day, mostly Li Chengkai's and Li Qiao's. But Li Qingfu and Li Qingxing didn't know. They only saw Wang Shi washing clothes daily. Moreover, last time, 5 or 6 fierce-looking people came to the house. Li Qingfu and the others saw them. They were very well behaved that day, like quails. Hearing Li Jiao say this, Li Qingxing was also panicked. He hurried to Li Jiao. Jiao, really, I was cold, so I took your cotton coat. Uncle made a mistake. No matter what, we are family, right? Breaking bones but still connected by tendons. I am your real uncle. I was wrong. I won't come here recklessly again. But Li Jiao didn't think so. She disliked Li Chengkai and wanted to use this chance to drive him out. Wang Shi seemed to see the determination in Li Jiao's eyes. She opened her mouth but didn't speak. Now you realize you were wrong? You didn't say that just now. Uncle, please don't say we are family. If we are family, would you steal your son and daughter's clothes to cover your feet? Would you bully your wife and children like this? My mother's life is hard. Her husband doesn't care. As a daughter, I can only give up my dignity. We can't keep a thief like you." Li Jiao spoke harshly, causing Li Qingsai's face to flush with embarrassment. Li Qingxing's face instantly darkened. "This isn't our house. If something happens, my life and my mother's are still in our master's hands." After saying this, Li Jiao still wanted to leave. Li Qingxing's face turned fierce. He suddenly rushed forward, stopping Li Jiao and pointing at her nose. "Li Jiao, if you dare to go. Don't blame me for being rude to you." Mrs. Wang saw that Li Qingxing was serious and hurriedly rushed over. "Third brother, what are you doing?" Li Jiao pushed Mrs. Wang aside, coldly looking at Li Qingxing. "What? Embarrassed and angry? Want to hit me? Or want to hurt me?" "Third uncle, don't forget, I am no longer part of the Li family. If you want to hit me, you better see if I am someone you can touch." Li Qingxing sneered. "Oh, thinking you're some scholar's wife. Can't be touched? Are you made of gold or silver? You little brat, you just took 2 cotton coats and won't leave me alone. I am your third uncle. I am teaching my niece a lesson. What's wrong with that?" Seizing the moment, Li Qingxing threw a punch directly at Li Jiao's stomach. Li Jiao was caught off guard. She was stunned for a moment before regaining her senses. Mrs. Wang screamed and hurriedly shouted at Li Qingkai. "What are you doing? He's hitting your daughter. He's hitting your daughter." Li Qingkai stood up angrily. So what if I hit her? Can't I? Does he have the right to hit her? Dead girl. Brat. Third brother, don't hold back. Give her a good beating. This money-grubbing girl dared to lay a hand on me. Just beat her to death, so we don't waste food." Hearing this, Mrs. Wang was stunned. Li Qingfu wanted to persuade but turned around and saw Li Jiao and Li Qingxing fighting each other. Although Li Jiao was charming and beautiful, she was very agile. Li Qingxing was an adult man, but he was no match for Li Jiao's agility. The spirit tool nearby was guiding Li Jiao. After taking a few hits, she found a way and quickly kicked Li Qingxing to the ground, stepping unceremoniously on his lower abdomen. Li Qingxing's face twisted in fury. Li Jiao knew her strength was limited, so she targeted the most painful spots when fighting. After a few moves, Li Qingxing couldn't hold back and shouted, "Li Qingkai, are you dead? Hurry up and stop your wild wife. Quickly, or I'll go back and tell my parents." Li Jiao brushed her scattered hair behind her ear and coldly said to Li Qingxing, "Tsk, look at how useless you are. Even after getting beaten, you still call me brother. If I were you, I'd be ashamed." Wang Shi was stunned. Both Li Qingkai and Li Qingfu were shocked too. Li Jiao looked very much like a troublemaker. She coldly stared at Li Qingxing and said, "You better leave the house now. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll tell the head of the household. And don't think about revenge or retaliation. Just look at yourself, beaten by a girl and so cowardly. That's embarrassing." Li Qingxing pointed at Li Jiao's face and stammered, You. What are you? Li Jiao glanced at Li Qingkai and Li Qingfu. "Did you all hear that? Even if we are dividing the family or if we aren't, I and my mother are no longer part of the Li family. If you want to hit or scold us, go ahead. As the saying goes, you need to see who owns the dog before beating it. You're completely disrespecting our household. If anything happens to me or my mother, I want 300 taels of silver. I want to see who will pay for us." After speaking, Li Jiao clapped her hands. She thought fighting was pretty fun and decided to ask her spiritual tool to teach her more next time she entered her space. Li Jiao took Wang Shi's hand and said, "Mother, don't be too polite to some people in the future. You want to give them a place to stay, but look at how they repay you, so arrogant." Wang Shi stared blankly at Li Qingkai. Li Jiao led Wang Shi into the house and firmly shut the door. Wang Shi was still stunned. That night, after Li Qiao returned home and saw the injuries on Li Jiao's face, she asked. Li Jiao said she fell while picking herbs. Li Jiao brewed prepared Rehmannia root with yellow wine, while Wang Shi was nearby, occasionally lost in thought. The sky was dark and heavy, looking like it would snow again. Li Jiao planned to make a drying room for herbs. When she looked up, she saw Wang Shi wiping tears from her eyes. Only then did she realize, "Mother, why are you crying again for no reason?" Wang Shi, hearing Li Jiao's words, couldn't help but feel sad and started crying. "Jiao, your father." Hearing Wang Shi mention Li Chengkai, Li Jiao immediately thought of why Wang Shi was distracted tonight. Wang Shi married Li Chengkai when she was about 15 or 16. She had Li Jiao when she was 17. Over the years, their relationship wasn't very loving, but they managed. Even when the family split, Li Chengkai didn't take sides, and she could forgive that. Today's events shook Wang's firm heart. Watching her daughter get beaten, Li Chengkai, her husband, did not step in to help. Instead, he let others beat Li Jiao to death. This made Wang feel that Li Chengkai was too cruel. "Mother, I mentioned this before. About divorce. Have you thought about it?"
Li Jiao sat beside Wang.
Wang didn't speak, turned her face away, and her cheeks flushed. She felt that it wasn't proper for her daughter to ask about divorce. Wang's family had no relatives left. Her mother-in-law had passed away long ago, and her father-in-law had died years earlier. Now her family only had 2 brothers. She had been married for many years, and her relationship with her siblings had grown distant. So, when it came to such a big matter as divorce, Wang had no one to discuss it with. Li Jiao understood what Wang was worried about. She sighed. "Mother, are you feeling embarrassed?" "But, Mother, I am grown up now. Look at my age, it's time for me to marry. If I marry someone like him in the future, do you hope I get divorced, or do you want me to endure it forever?" Wang suddenly looked up, staring blankly at her daughter. She listened to what Li Jiao said. But Wang felt shy. As a mother, she didn't feel comfortable talking about such things openly with her daughter. "Mother, think carefully. As a man, if he can't support a family, what's the point of marrying him? If he can't protect his children from harm, then he's not fit to be a father." The answer was clear. Li Chengkai was not only unfit to be a father, but also unworthy of being a man. Li Jiao didn't say much. Women in this era were shy. If she spoke too much, Wang might dislike it. Often, she had to think things through herself. Li Jiao was good at taking action. For example, after the last family division, seeing that Wang didn't say much, she started planning her own division. Divorce and family division were different. The person she wanted to divorce was not herself, but her mother. So, this matter had to depend on Wang's own decision. In the following days, Li Chengkai and his brothers didn't dare to come to the house. Li Jiao and Wang went to Daqing Mountain every day to pick herbs. Luckily, Li Jiao often found good herbs and sometimes encountered injured animals or prey caught in traps set by others. Finally, on the 7th day of the lunar month, Mrs. Wang needed to hurry back to help. Li Qiao went to school, and Jiao told Mrs. Wang she would return in the evening. Mrs. Wang agreed. The mother and daughter bought some things and returned to the village. Today was lively. Zhao dressed in new clothes, and who was dressed very beautifully in a bright red outfit, with no patches anywhere. She also wore a silver hairpin on her head. Li Huan, standing beside her, was also in a loose new dress, playing with the village girls. When they saw Mrs. Wang and Zhao Li Qiao, and whose faces immediately darkened. Li Huan left her friends and ran to Zhao. "Why are you back again? My dad said you're now part of someone else's family." "Li Jiao, go away. Don't come into my house." Mrs. Wang's face changed slightly, who was very petty and sarcastic. "Yes, second sister-in-law, now you've climbed high and looked down on us villagers. Why are you still coming back?" Mrs. Wang looked ashamed and lowered her head. Zhao was not the type to take insults easily. She sneered. "Strange. Were you the ones who told us to come back early to help? You should know we still owe quite a bit of silver. The landlord giving us a couple of days off is already kind. If your aunt doesn't need us, we'll go back." Zhao didn't even look at who. Zhao glanced at Zhao and Mrs. Wang. Jiao Jiao carried a half bag of grain, and Mrs. Wang held a basket with eggs and some pickled vegetables. Rural families often prepare banquets like this. Friends and relatives bring produce from their farms. Today was for the wedding tomorrow, and they came to help. Jiao Jiao, we understand your and your mother's hardships. All right, come in quickly. Brother Chong mentioned you a few days ago, saying he hadn't seen you in a while. Li Chong's mental state was not fully normal. Over the years, arranging marriages had been difficult, which also made Li Qiaoqiao's marriage arrangements complicated. Li Chong's marriage was always a big matter for the Li family. After handing the things to Jiao Jiao and Mrs. Wang went inside. From afar, Jiao Jiao heard Li Qingju and Chen Xian's mother, Lu, talking in the upper room. Mrs. Wang stopped in her tracks. Jiao, holding her basket, awkwardly smiled. Little sister came, sister-in-law. Jiao Jiao, come inside quickly. You haven't been home lately, and second brother won't tidy up. The room is so messy, it's hard to walk. Li Jiao looked deeply at Xiao Shi. In the past, Xiao Shi and Li Qiaoqiao were the least noticeable people in the Li family. Xiao Shi was not as eloquent as Hu Shi. She worked honestly, and Li Qiaoqiao didn't talk much, unlike Li Wanwan, who was quite annoying. Overall, Li Jiao had a good impression of the main household. But now, things seem different. You should know that Chen Xian's mother, Lu Shi, since Chen Xian became a scholar and married the county magistrate's daughter, has looked down on most families in Sun Shui village. When Li Chong got married, Lu Shi was able to come, which shows that the relationship between Jiao Shi and Lu Shi. In the main house, Li Qingju sat beside Li Qiaoqiao. Opposite them was Lu Shi. When Lu Shi saw Li Jiao, her face darkened. She deliberately adjusted her bright red cotton jacket, which was worn over a horse-face skirt, revealing a pair of old embroidered shoes. Today, Lu Shi looked like a lady from a wealthy family, with golden flashes faintly visible in her hair bun. Li Jiao understood Lu Shi's intention to show off. Li Qingju saw Li Jiao and waved her over. Jiao is here? Come over quickly. You child are fine, but causing such a big fuss. I'm scared to death. Luckily, everything's fine now. By the way, is your master allowing you to come out? Is it okay? After speaking, Li Qingju saw a young woman walk in at the door, her eldest daughter, Chu Yuzhen. Yuzhen, come here. This is your sister Jiao. Do you remember her? Chu Yuzhen, Li Qingju's eldest daughter, was only 15 in spring. She rarely came to the countryside, mostly staying in the county town all year round, except during festivals when Li Qingju forced her to visit the countryside. Yuzhen wore a sky-blue cotton jacket with a thick cotton inner layer and pants underneath. Her long hair was simply, with 2 silk ribbons hanging down, highlighting her city girl style. Li Qiaoqiao gave Yuzhen a quick look. Yuzhen pouted and sat next to Li Qiaoqiao. Li Qingju called Yuzhen to come over. Yuzhen only glanced at Li Jiao, showing clear dislike. She turned her face away, lowered her head, and started talking to Li Qiaoqiao. Wang Shi felt a bit awkward, but Li Jiao was not embarrassed at all. She moved a long bench and sat diagonally across from Li Qingju. Lu Shi deliberately raised her voice. Qingju, are you saying that your Jiao owes 300 taels of silver? Originally, Xian's wife heard about this matter and planned to write a letter back, asking the county magistrate's office to send someone to help mediate. Unexpectedly, they suddenly had something to do and had to leave. Li Qingju was naturally very grateful, whether she truly appreciated Lu's family or not. Her face showed a look of gratitude. After a pause, Lu glanced at Li Jiao and said, Jiao, it's better for a girl to be honest and straightforward. What do you think? Girls shouldn't be too mischievous. This time, it's 300 taels of silver. Next time, it could be 500 taels or even more. As a daughter, you should think more about your family and not cause trouble for them, right? Lu felt relieved, thinking that it was fortunate Chen Xian married the daughter of the county magistrate. If he had married a daughter-in-law like Li Jiao, she feared she might have a shorter life. Wang's face turned red. She dared not tell everyone that the whole thing was fake from start to finish. Auntie, you can't be too honest in life. Look at me, I think I am too honest. I only asked for 5 taels of silver to break off the engagement. You should know, the other side is the daughter of the county magistrate. They should at least ask for 300 or 500 taels of silver for this marriage to be called off. What do you think? Lu choked and looked very displeased. Li Qingjiu hurriedly said to please Lu, Jiao Jiao, what nonsense are you talking? About me and Xianjier. Jiao Jiao, our families are not a good match. Don't mention it again. You're a girl, talking about this affects you badly. Li Jiao Jiao coldly shot a glance at Li Qingjiu. What does it affect me? Little aunt, you're really joking. I'm not even part of the Li family now, so what impact could it have on me? Alright, my mother and I just came back. I haven't even changed my clothes. I won't talk to you anymore. Mother, let's go home. Li Jiao Jiao pulled Wang away, and Li Qingjiu's face turned red with embarrassment. Back at their home, Li Qingkai made the house a mess. Even the stools were gone. The bed was full of a strong sweat smell, almost making Li Jiao Jiao leave. Wang scolded while tidying up. Li Jiao Jiao couldn't stand it anymore and went outside. Chu Yuezhen held Li Qiaoqiao's hand and whispered, What's wrong with Li Jiao Jiao? Why has her temper changed so much? Li Qiaoqiao whispered, She must have been upset. Think about it. She was about to marry a scholar, and then suddenly a daughter of the county magistrate appeared. Of course she'd be angry. During the days they were returning, she was sick. I saw her. She was always listless and lacked energy. We were all worried she might do something foolish. I didn't expect Qin Xian and the others to return to the village. Instead, she seemed to have changed completely. However, she really distanced herself from Qin Xian and the others. Chu Yuezhen looked toward the second house and let out a small "oh." Li Huanhuan couldn't find Chu Yuezhen anywhere. When she went to the main room and saw her sitting with Li Qiaoqiao, she hurriedly ran in and sat between them. She grabbed Chu Yuezhen's hand and said, Cousin, our grandmother gave me a few silk flowers last time. They were brought from my aunt's side. I heard those are popular over there. Come on, I'll give you one. Hearing this, Chu Yuezhen immediately followed Li Huanhuan. Li Qiaoqiao didn't chase after them, but her eyes grew deeper as she watched their backs. Although Chu Yuezhen looks down on rural folks and doesn't want to go back to the countryside, her family lives in the county town, running a small grocery store with little money. Today, she's dressed in her best clothes, just to show off a little in the countryside. So, when Li Huanhuan mentioned silk flowers, Chu Yuezhen immediately perked up. Li Jiao Jiao left the Li family's yard. The lively Xuanshui village was filled with flickering lights under the night sky. Unconsciously, she walked out of the village. Last time, the Li family held a celebration for Li Chang's older brother, Li Liqing, who was proud of his parents, Head Li and Mrs. Deng. Now, he's the chief manager and rarely returns except during the new year. Head Li is good at socializing, so the Li family has a good reputation in Xuanshui village. They have many relatives, and even after dark, people still come to visit the Li family. Excuse me, is this Xuanshui village? Is tomorrow the day Head Li's family is getting a new daughter-in-law? After answering several people, Li Jiao Jiao suddenly saw a man peeking from a distance. Her heart immediately became alert. She is very beautiful, and it was almost dark. Without hesitation, she turned around and ran forward. Seeing her run ahead, the man waved his hand, and several men dressed in black quickly appeared. They rushed toward Li Jiao Jiao like lightning.
Tarifia, Li Jiao Jiao Shoutaludli.
Her spiritual companion immediately scolded her in her mind. So many people, and you're so far from the village. Even if you shout, they won't hear you. Don't run or shout. Find a hidden spot later, and come into the space. Li Jiao Jiao immediately stopped speaking. The sky was very dark. She saw the wooden bridge in front of Xuanshui village and didn't hesitate. She ran straight to under the bridge, using it to block their view, then entered her space. In the space, Li Jiao Jiao hugged the spirit device, her hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. Since coming into this world, she has been impulsive and not very good with words, but she hasn't made any enemies. If there is anyone she might have enemies with, suddenly, Li Jiao thought of something. She tightly hugged the spirit device. It must be the daughter of that county official, Wan Yuxiu. I am here. I don't really know any enemies besides her. I can't think of anyone else. She thought that if Wan Yuxiu left, this matter would be temporarily settled. Unexpectedly, she still sent people to hunt her down. It seems that a woman's jealousy can be really frightening. Can you help me check? The spirit device smoothly broke free from Li Jiao's arms. It took a deep breath. Woman, this time I forgive you because you are scared. Next time don't grab me and don't rub my head.
Got it?
Otherwise, I won't let you see what's outside anymore. Li Jiao nodded. Okay, hurry up. The spirit device looked a little unhappy. Li Jiao's tone sounded like she was comforting a child, but it didn't say much. Where is the person? I saw them come down. Did they fall into the water? After about half an hour, Li Jiao finally came out of the space. It was completely dark now. She thought that those people had definitely left. Half an hour or about an hour, in such a small space under the bridge, if she couldn't be found on the shore, maybe those people thought she fell into the water. She quietly sneaked onto the bridge, planning to return to the village and call Wang Shi to pick up Li Qiao. Suddenly, a sharp sound broke the silence behind her. Her back hair stood on end, and she heard the spirit device's voice in her mind. The voice was distant and slow. Her mind instantly went blank. As she turned around, she saw a sharp arrow flying toward her at lightning speed. She felt she couldn't dodge it. But the pain she expected didn't come. Instead, a man appeared in front of her, firmly catching the arrow. In that brief moment, Li Jiao's mind was filled with, can a normal human catch an arrow? The man threw her aside and then turned to face the attack. Before she knew it, snow was falling from the sky. Bright red blood spilled onto the snow, looking like blooming red plum blossoms. A strong smell of rust filled the air. The man, thin and agile, was accompanied by several fierce-looking men. During the fight, Li Jiao also heard a few strange words. In the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the fight was over. Li Jiao stood blankly, watching the young man she had called to help act as a fighter clean up the snow. Bodies were quickly loaded onto a carriage, and they covered the blood on the ground before hurriedly getting on. Why are you still standing here? The snow grew heavier, falling like goose feathers. Xie Changju approached and looked at Li Jiao. The gloomy sky brightened a little because a thin layer of snow covered the ground. A snowflake stuck to a strand of Li Jiao's hair on her forehead. He instinctively reached out his hand. Before his hand touched the snowflake, Xie Changju froze. His hand stopped in midair, and he looked at Li Jiao with apology. I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. Where are they from? Li Jiao asked. She had overheard their chatter earlier, but didn't understand a word. Looking at their tall, strong appearances, they didn't seem like people from their county. They are from the Western South tribe, Xie Changju replied. Li Jiao's eyes widened. Could it be that because I treated you they want to kill me? Xie Changju didn't admit or deny. Li Jiao was scared and took a step back. It's too dangerous dealing with wealthy people like you. I should stay away from you in the future. She wanted to say she would keep her distance, but then she thought about how Xie Changju had helped her several times. Thanks to him, she managed to split from her family and avoid being disturbed by her relatives. Saying otherwise would seem ungrateful. After a moment of hesitation, she whispered, Can I come secretly to treat you in the future? She paused, worried that Xie Changju might think she was ungrateful. She quickly added, You know, I'm just an ordinary person. I was lucky this time. You arrived just in time. If you hadn't, I might have died. My life is important. I have elders to take care of and a family to support. If I die, my mother might be bullied to death.
You understand, right?
Xie Changju looked at her, anxious to clear her name but also amused by her concern for her family. She was not yet married and already worried about her elders and children. It was my mistake. One mistake like that is enough, Xia Changjue said clearly and firmly. I will handle this matter. Don't worry. After speaking, he left. Li Jiao was worried about Li Qiao. She first returned to the village to call Wang Shi to go pick up Li Qiao. Unexpectedly, Wang Shi had already brought Li Qiao back. Seeing Li Jiao, she hurriedly rushed over and said, "Where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time, you child." Li Jiao was still shaken. She responded briefly and then went inside the house. The next morning, Li Chong was getting married. Heavy snow covered the land in pure white. The roads were thick with snow. Li Chong rode a donkey borrowed from village head Li Lianzhong's house, happily following the wedding procession. Li Jiao watched the wedding party go away and said to Wang Shi, "Mother, which village is Brother Chong's bride from? Who arranged the match?" "She's from the neighboring village, the daughter of your third aunt's family. They say she was born with 6 fingers and has bad luck. Otherwise, her family wouldn't agree," Wang Shi whispered into Li Jiao's ear. "I heard from your grandma that the bride price was quite high, 6 taels and 6 qian of silver. Plus shoes, socks, clothes, and hats, all included. But it's not easy for Brother Chong to marry her. Let's get ready. It's not far. They'll be back in about an hour." There were few people in the yard. Most villagers had gone to help pick up the bride. Only a few women were helping with cooking. Wang Shi and Hu Shi went to the main hall to prepare for the wedding ceremony, candles, wine cups, and other items. Behind the hall, Li Qingju was helping Deng Shi fix her clothes while asking, "Third sister-in-law just told me you gave Jiao 10 taels of silver?" Hearing this, Deng Shi couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in her heart. She loudly cursed Old Man Li. "It's that old man of yours. He said he's the root of our Li family, but before he died, he already divided everything. People will look down on him. Forget it. 300 taels of silver. I thought she might die outside, but she's pretty. Maybe the pawnshop owner liked her and took her as a servant for 15 years. That's good luck." Li Qingju opened her mouth. "Do you know the pawnshop owner's background?" Deng Shi shook her head. "There are many businessmen in town. How could I know? But anyone who owns a pawnshop is probably rich. Last time 5 or 6 thugs came to collect a debt. Everyone said it didn't seem like a pawnshop owner, more like someone running a gambling house." Li Qingju looked disappointed. "That's really a pity. My nieces are all pretty, especially Jiao. I wanted to find a good family for her. With her looks, she might even become a minor concubine for some officials." Deng frowned and said, "Forget it. That troublemaker, if she gets married to someone, she'll bring bad luck to others. If she comes to our Li family looking for trouble, it will be even more complicated." Li Qingju thought for a moment. The debt of 300 taels of silver was not something most families could handle easily. "By the way, Mother, now that Qiangzi's problem is solved, Cao is also of marriage age, right? What does the eldest sister-in-law say?" Hearing this, Deng turned around and looked at Li Qingju very seriously. "Qingju, I know what you're thinking. I gave birth to you, and I understand your intentions. Your second brother is simple-minded, and your father and I can manage him. But don't think about Cao. You need to consider her older brother. Your sister-in-law means that Li will consider Cao's marriage prospects."
Li Qingju au quart li smilat.
"Mother, what are you saying? I just asked casually." Deng snorted coldly and pointed sharply at Li Qingju's head. "Do you really think I don't know about that young master from the silk shop? He's a troublemaker, and his family can't control him. That's why they want to marry someone good-looking, to see if they can catch his heart. You can't hide things from me." Li Qingju was startled and looked up at Deng sharply. Deng turned away. "I know you want to save up a dowry for Yuezhen. I also know you want to send Yuejin to school. But Qingju, Cao isn't Jiao. Don't think about it. Lili is grown up now. Your father, and I rely on him and his father." Li Qingju didn't dare speak. After a while, she cautiously asked, "Mother, how do you know about this?" The silk shop owner spread the word. People on several nearby streets knew that their family was wealthy, but they couldn't hide the fact that he was quite a He had several concubines and often visited brothels and entertainment places. Who wouldn't worry? Deng looked at her with a half-smile. You're my own flesh and blood. When you turn your back, I already know what you're up to. The second family is poor Jiao Jiao. Was rejected by someone, and even if they marry, it won't be to a good family. That's why I didn't say anything. Chao Chao and Huan Huan, don't make decisions on your own in the future. After Deng left, Li Qingju sank onto a stool. She had never told anyone about the family that arranged the marriage for Jiao Jiao. The child's father didn't interfere, and she never let him come back. But how did her mother find out?
Could it be Yuezhen?
Thinking of this possibility, Li Qingju became anxious. This time, Li Chong got married. Li Qingju also brought Chu Yuezhen and Chu Yuejin. Chu Yuezhen is a bit older and has a good relationship with Li Qiao. Chu Yuejin is about 7 or 8 years old and disliked by dogs. When they arrived at Xuanshui village, he ran around everywhere and couldn't be found. Li Jiao was wearing a dark blue patched outfit, helping to pick and wash vegetables. Not far away, a boy about 7 or 8 was throwing small stones into her basin.
Zhu.
After Li Qingju married into the Chu family in the county town, she had a son and a daughter. The daughter, Chu Yuezhen, is 16 years old, the same age as Li Qiao, just a few months apart. Chu Yuejin is 8. He was throwing stones with some village children, making faces at Li Jiao. Li Jiao, did someone break off your engagement? Can't become a scholar's wife anymore? Do you want to marry into the county town? Looking at your face, you resemble a little fox. On a snowy day, the water for washing vegetables was very cold. Her hands turned red from the cold, and her nose was also red. Her runny nose kept wanting to run out. When Chu Yuejin threw a stone, her hair and front of her clothes got wet. Chu Yuejin. Li Jiao clenched her teeth. Li Qiao was very sensible, only 5 or 6 years old, always helping her with chores. She had never done anything annoying, making Li Jiao think children of this era were all well-behaved. Chu Yuejin proudly swung his hips. Li Jiao took a deep breath and suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Chu Yuejin's ear. Little brat, I told you to throw stones at me? I told you to be naughty.
Slap.
A few slaps landed on Chu Yuejin's buttocks. He was slapped so hard his face turned red. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Li Jiao. You dare hit me? I'll tell my mom. Chu Yuejin's voice was trembling with tears.
Li Jiao snurta coldly.
Oh, I'm so scared. Chu Yuejin, you're just a coward who gets bullied and runs to tell your mom. Pathetic. Who are you going to tell your mom to? Who proudly lifted his chin. I won't tell my mom. Chu Yuejin clenched his teeth, wiped his tears with his hand, and pointed at Li Jiao. My mom said that someone like you, a little fox, should be married to the young master of the silk shop across the street. Li Qingju found Zhu Yuezhen in Li Qiao's room. She quickly pulled Zhu Yuezhen out and took her behind the main hall, to the room she used to stay in. Did you tell your grandmother?
She asked.
Zhu Yuezhen was a bit confused. Mom, what did I say? Did you tell your grandmother about the silk shop across the street? Li Qingju asked sharply. Zhu Yuezhen nodded. Yes, I did. When she asked me, I told her. Li Qingju glared at Zhu Yuezhen fiercely, then turned and left. Wang Shi had just finished arranging the main hall. Hu Shi was lazy and had gone out early to chat with someone. When Wang Shi came out, Li Chong and the others were almost back from the wedding.
Mom.
Li Jiao pulled Wang Shi's hand into their house. After closing the door, she said, Mom, do you remember when little aunt came back last time and said she found a good marriage for me? Wang Shi nodded. Li Jiao continued, just now, Zhu Yuejin told me that the family behind their house has many women in the backyard, all quite pretty. She also said that the man often goes to some lively places. Since Zhu Yuejin was young, she didn't understand what lively places meant, only remembered it was a place full of flowers. Wang Shi was furious when she heard this. She looked serious. She is your little aunt. Isn't she pushing you into danger? I want to go find her and ask her for an explanation. How can she do such harm? Even to her own niece? Is she still your aunt? Li Jiao grabbed Wang Shi's arm. Mom, don't go. Wang Shi shook off her hand. Why shouldn't I go? I want to go. I will ask her in front of your grandparents why she is harming her own niece like this. Li Jiao stopped Wang Shi. Mom, I owe her 300 taels of silver. This matter didn't succeed, right? I want to tell you, it's to make you more careful in the future. My little aunt is very calculating. She's getting better at business, and she won't do deals that lose money. Wang Shi understood, but she couldn't help feeling angry. Just thinking about how Li Jiao almost got tricked made her want to confront Li Qingju properly. Li Jiao told Wang Shi a lot. Outside in the yard, suddenly Zhao Shi's happy voice was heard. Li are you back? Old Li and Deng's eldest grandson had returned. Zhao Shi had just finished speaking when Old Li and Deng's wife came out of the house. Deng's wife was smiling for once, urging Zhao Shi to help carry things, and talking to Li. With so much snow, is the road easy to walk? Earlier, when your parents mentioned it, I already said that after the new year, we will see each other sooner or later. There's no need for you to come back in the next couple of days. You are busy, and the shop is also busy. Where can you find free time? Mrs. Zhao smiled gently and said, It's all my fault. Lear, Xiaoqing, take your time. Mrs. Deng was pleased with Mrs. Zhao's answer and quickly moved aside. Come inside quickly. It's too cold outside. Xiaoqing, are you used to coming back? Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang heard the noise and opened the door, standing at the entrance to look out. Mrs. Deng and Mrs. Zhao stood on either side, holding a tall man in the middle. His name is Li. He is 22 years old now. When he was a teenager, he apprenticed in the county town. Now, he is the manager of a shop. He married the daughter of the former shopkeeper, who is the young woman next to Li. The young couple still have no children. Li carefully helped Ma Xiaoqing up the steps. Old Master Li looked outside at the snowy scenery and said, The weather is good today. Xiangzi is getting married today. This is a lucky day. Li held Old Master Li's hand and asked, Grandpa, why are you outside in such cold weather? Old Master Li was happy with his grandson. He looked him over from top to bottom and said, You've lost some weight, but you're more mature now. As the shop manager, being mature is good. How is the shop's business lately? Everyone chatted happily as they went inside. This was the first time Li Jiao saw Li and Ma Xiaoqing. Mrs. Wang whispered to her, Your big brother is back. Later, go see where Qiao is and tell her to talk to your big brother. Li's position in the Li family is second only to old Master Li. He is even higher than Li Qingfu. From the direction of the village entrance, the sound of a suona, a traditional horn instrument, came. Li Jiao and Mrs. Wang hurriedly looked toward the entrance. The children cheered happily. The bride is coming. The bride is coming. Mrs. Deng immediately came out of the house and shouted from under the eaves. Mrs. Wang was the first to appear, followed by Mrs. Hu and finally, Mrs. Zhao, who was crying tears of joy but hadn't wiped her eyes yet. The three sisters-in-law stood in front of Mrs. Deng, who then began giving orders. Later, the three of you go and carry the bride's dowry into the main hall. Stack it neatly. Bring out the melon seeds and peanuts and arrange them. Also, the red dates and tea. Make sure the tea is hot, not cold. Mrs. Wang nodded obediently, standing in front of Mrs. Deng, and nodded politely. Mrs. Hu kept stretching her neck to look toward the courtyard. Soon, the new couple entered the house. Firecrackers crackled, and suona horns sounded loudly over Xuanshui village. 2 large red flowers made of red cloth were worn on Li Chong and the bride's chests. The bride wore a veil, so her face was not visible. Li Chong looked nervous but happy, with a constant smile on his face. Quickly go inside to bow to the elders. Don't miss the auspicious time. Li Jiao was a bit confused. After the newlyweds entered the bridal chamber, everyone in the village gathered for a meal. As time passed, people started to leave. In the end, only Wang Shi was busy in the yard. It was very cold that day. The oil stains on the dishes were hard to clean. Hu Shi stayed aside and Zhao Shi, the joyful mother-in-law, didn't need to work, so only Wang Shi remained. Li Chengkai was drunk and staggered out of the upper room, supported by Li Li. Li Chengkai patted Li Li's shoulder and said, "Our Jiao Jiao is also studying. Li Li, you're the eldest, you should help your younger brother." Li Li felt a flicker of dislike, but patiently helped Li Chengkai to the door. Li Jiao Jiao had just poured out 2 buckets of dishwashing water. When Li Li saw her, he called her over to help. "Jiao Jiao, come help. Your dad is drunk." Wang Shi quickly wiped her hands. Her hands were covered in hardened oil stains, and Li Li almost felt like vomiting. Seeing Wang Shi coming over, he handed Li Chengkai to her and politely said, "Second aunt, the guests are still eating over there. I'll go over now." Wang Shi hurriedly urged him, "Go quickly, I'll handle it." Li Jiao Jiao saw the disgust in Li Li's eyes clearly. She didn't want to touch Li Chengkai, but Wang Shi kept urging her, "Jiao Jiao, hurry, help your dad take off his shoes." Jiao Jiao squatted down. As she took off his shoes, a strong smell hit her nose. She almost vomited on the spot. She quickly took a few steps back. "Mom, I'll go out first. You come here." While Li Chong was getting married, this was the day the Li family refused most of the visitors. Li Li and his wife, Ma Xiaoqing, stayed with Old Master Li and Deng Shi. Old Master Li asked about the shop's business, and Deng Shi pulled Ma Xiaoqing aside, occasionally glancing at her belly.
Ma Xiaoqing's smile instantly stiffened.
Li Li immediately told Deng Shi, "Grandma, Xiaoqing has been walking a lot today and is very tired. I'll take her to rest first. We'll come back early tomorrow to bow to the grandparents." Old Master Li waved his hand. "No need to bow, just go rest. Most people have already left the yard. Since you're rarely back, go get something to eat and sleep early." After Li Li took his wife out, Old Man Li said to Mrs. Deng with a serious face, "If you have nothing to say, then don't say anything." Mrs. Deng rolled her eyes and replied, "We've been married for almost 2 years, and my belly hasn't shown any signs of pregnancy. I just asked a question. What's wrong with that? Can I ask now?" Old Man Li was so angry he stood up and left. Children and grandchildren have their own happiness. Don't you understand? If I can't explain it, I won't say anything anymore. Li Qingju quickly went to comfort Old Man Li, calming him down. Then she approached Mrs. Deng and said, "Mother, Xiaoqing is the daughter of the shopkeeper. Don't ask so directly in the future. She's shy. Besides, look at them, they get along so well. The child will come soon, so don't worry." That night, Mrs. Wang took care of Li Chengkai, while Li Jiao held Li Jiao to sleep. Li Jiao turned to her sister and asked, "Sister, can I not go find Big Brother?" Li Jiao responded softly, "Why not?" Li Jiao bit her lip and whispered, "Father asked me to find Big Brother and ask him for help. But I know Big Brother doesn't like me, and sister-in-law thinks I'm dirty. I don't want to go to them." Li Jiao was silent for a moment and said, "If you don't want to go, then don't. Big Brother didn't go to school for long, but your teacher is very capable. Follow your teacher and learn well." The next morning, Li Jiao took Li Jiao to the town and then returned home. She saw Mrs. Deng calling several daughters-in-law to pack things. "Second son's family, that big basin, we can't eat so much. Take it to your little sister's cart. Yes, and the big radish, pack some for her too." Mrs. Wang was spinning around like a top, busy everywhere. Zhao was busy packing things for her son and daughter-in-law, quickly filling several large bags for Li Li and Ma Xiaoqing, who didn't offend anyone on either side. She added a bag of vegetables to Li Qingju's cart and put some things on Li Li's cart, working busily and happily. Seeing Li Jiao return, Mrs. Deng waved to her. "Don't just stand here watching. Have you seen these things? Wash all the knives, tables, bowls, and chopsticks thoroughly, then send them to the neighbors. Old Man Li called from inside, and bring some peanuts and melon seeds too." Mrs. Deng smiled and said, "I don't know about that. If you want, you can do it yourself." Zhu Yuezhen and Zhu Yuejin snuggled beside Old Man Li. Ma Xiaoqing shyly sat next to Li Li. Old Man Li reminded them, "The roads are slippery in this snow. Be careful on the way back." Li Li nodded and said, "Don't worry, Dad. The driver is very skilled and has made many trips to Xingfeng town. Yesterday, Li and Ma Xiaoqing rented a carriage to come back, but Li Qingju and the others did not. So today, Li Qingju plans to ride with Li, and Deng's family packed a cart full of things, which will be tied behind the carriage and taken to the county town later. Li Jiao looked at the scattered dishes on the ground. More than 10 pairs of bowls and chopsticks, along with spoons and small baskets. It was snowing, and Li Jiao was so cold, she just wanted to put her hands inside her cotton coat. She casually asked, "Grandma, what about Xiao and the others?" Deng pointed at Li Jiao angrily. "I told you to do some work, but you're arguing with Xiao and the others. It's not a big deal. Am I not telling you what to do?" Wang quickly stepped in. "Oh, mother, it's too cold outside. There's oil on the dishes, and she can't clean them properly. Later, I'll boil some hot water, and we can wash off the oil to feed the pigs." Deng snorted coldly twice. After tidying up, Deng went into the house. Li Qingju pulled the two children close and asked Deng, "Mom, do you want to come to the city and stay for a while?" Deng heard this and immediately refused. "Why should I stay with you? The house is so big, but there's so much work to do. I'm not going. It's too cold outside. Next time, don't take the kids out everywhere. If Yuejin gets sick, where will you cry?"
Li Qingju nudda.
"Mom, you should also take care of yourself at home. You and Dad should wear more clothes so you don't catch cold." Li and Ma Xiaoqing listened nearby as Zhao brought in the new wife, Changyu, to serve tea. Changyu wasn't pretty, with a big face, and since she had been working outside for years, she was dark from the sun. She was broad and strong, clearly a hard worker. Li Chang was standing nearby, happily laughing. "Mom, this is Changzi's wife, Chang Shi." Changyu obediently took the teacup, knelt down with Li Chang, and offered tea to Deng. Deng instinctively looked at Changyu's hand. Changyu also openly showed her right hand, which had an extra finger above her pinky finger. Good. Deng took out a red envelope from her pocket, which only contained 2 cents. Changyu took it, then pulled Li Chang to bow to Deng again, then to Old Man Li, and then to Uncle Li Qingfu and Aunt Zhao. When it was time to greet second Uncle Li Chungkai and Wang, Deng, whether intentionally or not, said, "Your second aunt and them are no longer part of our Li family. That's your second uncle, and that's Jiao. There's also a younger brother who went to a private school in town." Old Changyu sincerely offered tea to Li Chungkai and Mrs. Wang, and also took out insoles she had made for Li Jiao and Li Qiao. The insoles fit perfectly, clearly prepared in advance. Li Jiao also handed a handkerchief to Changyu, saying, "Second sister-in-law, I'm not good at sewing. Please don't mind." Changyu gently touched the handkerchief, feeling surprised. She looked up and deeply gazed at Li Jiao. Indeed, as rumors said, Li Jiao was very beautiful and charming. If her clothes weren't patched, one wouldn't realize she was a village girl. Changyu's family lived not far from Sun Shui village. She had heard about the Li family. After their marriage was arranged, she had her brother go to Sun Shui village to find out more. The Li family was just an ordinary family, but the embroidery on the handkerchief Li Jiao gave Changyu was simple, though the material of the handkerchief was special. Back home, I heard they say there's a girl in Sun Shui village who looks like a goddess sitting on a lotus throne. I didn't believe it at first, but now I see. She's just like that. Jiao, I'm rough, please don't mind." Changyu's fingers were rough, and she carefully tucked the handkerchief into her. When Changyu offered tea to Mrs. Hu of the third household and Li Qingxing, Mrs. Hu happily handed her a pair of pillowcases. The pillowcases were a bit old, with yellowed edges. Mrs. Hu joked cheerfully, "Wishing you and your husband love and happiness, and may you have a noble son soon." Changyu's face turned slightly red. She bowed her head and nodded to Li Chang. Zhao's face showed a hint of displeasure, but she didn't show it in front of Changyu. "This is your sister Wanwan." Zhao pointed at Li Wanwan and introduced her. "And over there is Li's son, the youngest in our generation." Li Wanwan looked curiously at Changyu's hand. "Second sister-in-law, I heard you have 6 fingers.
Can I see?
Unlucky in marriage. Li Sen was only 4 years old and didn't talk much, but those 2 words made Zhao and Changyu's faces change dramatically. Mrs. Hu quickly covered Li Sen's mouth and picked him up, apologizing sincerely. Qiangzi's wife, I'm really sorry. The child is young and doesn't understand. Maybe he heard others say that. Wanwan, your little brother is young, and you're still young too. How could you say that? That's your second sister-in-law. Come on, apologize to her. Li Wanwan hesitated but obediently apologized to Changyu. Li Chang, though mentally challenged, knew what today was. His face looked unhappy, and he tried to leave with Changyu. She gently patted his hand and took out her embroidered insoles, handing them to Li Wanwan. Li Huanhuan glanced at the item in her hand briefly before handing it to Madame Hu. Madame Hu felt a bit awkward and could only smile sheepishly at Changyu, saying, These 2 children are spoiled by me. Qiangzi's wife, don't take it to heart. Li Sen struggled and ran out of Madame Hu's arms, directly to Deng's side, opening his arms. Grandma, hug me. Deng took Li's son into her arms, such a big child, not understanding things. Qiangzi's wife, you shouldn't take these things seriously, right? Changyu forced a small smile and said, Yes, Grandma. After serving tea, Changyu went inside to change her clothes. When she came out, she saw Zhao and Li Qiao sitting at the door. Changyu knew Zhao was preparing to teach her, the new wife. Mother. Changyu respectfully stood beside Zhao. Li Qiao whispered to Changyu, second sister-in-law, sit down. Zhao also gestured for Changyu to sit. She said seriously, your third aunt's children. Don't be angry. You just married in. Let me tell you about the family situation. Zhao briefly introduced the family members, then said sternly, since you're a new wife, they only gave you a yellowed pillowcase. It's thanks to her that she even has it. Bring it over later, and I'll give you a new one. Don't let her disgust you. In theory, Madame, whose family was well off, and her dowry was the largest among the 3 sisters-in-law. She had everything. But when Li Chang's new wife entered, she only received a yellowed pillowcase, which was really disgusting. Also, the 2 children raised by Madame, who Li's son was young and not very understanding. Li Huanhuan was about 12 or 13, and in a few years, she would be of marriageable age, but she still didn't understand things. Li Qiao whispered. Second sister-in-law gave Jiao a shoe pad, and Jiao even knew to return the favor. Li Huanhuan is really. I think all of this was taught by third aunt. Li Chang was mentally challenged, and as a result, Changyu, who just entered the household, was also not well regarded. Zhao kept her feelings in check. In front of the new wife, she didn't say much. Then she took Changyu to the kitchen. Li Jiao couldn't find Madame Wang anywhere. She didn't want to stay here anymore, but Madame Wang was being ordered around by Deng and was probably busy elsewhere. Chu Yuezhen and Li Huanhuan got along very well. Chu Yuezhen was about to leave, wearing the silk flower Li Huanhuan gave her yesterday. She proudly walked past Li Jiao. Li Jiao, how about being a maid? Li Jiao looked at Chu Yuezhen and said, It's okay. At least I get monthly pocket money. Chu Yuezhen, your family lives in the county town. How much silver does my sister-in-law give you each month? You're not young anymore. Your family is so wealthy. My younger sister-in-law has saved up quite a dowry for you, right? Chu Yuezhen couldn't tell that Li Jiao was speaking on purpose. She proudly lifted her head. My mother gives me money every day. In our county town, we have everything. During festivals, my mother takes me to Yinxiang building to buy jewelry. They have all kinds of things very grand and lots of gold jewelry as well as gemstones. Li Huanhuan, being young, looked at Chu Yuezhen with envy. Li Jiao only saw a vain girl bragging. Chu Yuezhen's clothes were new, but her shoes revealed her real family situation. It was cold, and Mrs. Wang knew to make a new pair of cotton shoes for her and Li Qiao. The soles and uppers were stuffed with cotton and sewn with new cloth so they wouldn't freeze their feet. But Chu Yuezhen's cotton shoes clearly looked old, probably from last year, with the fabric at the toes torn in several places. Li Qingju stood under the eaves, shouting, Yuezhin, Yuejin, where are you? Hurry up, we're leaving. Your older cousin is going back. Inside, Zhao Shi's eyes were red as she reminded Li Li, handing him a bundle. The county town isn't like home. If you need anything, send a message back. Your father and I will find ways to get it for you, even if we have to go without eating or drinking. Li Li patted Zhao Shi's shoulder. Mom, everything is fine in the county town. It's all good. Nothing to worry about. All right, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourselves, Mom and Dad. Zhao Shi was still crying, while Li Qingfu looked annoyed. Why are you crying? Li is busy, no time for that. Stop crying in front of me. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Li took Ma Xiaoqing to say goodbye to old Li and Mrs. Deng. Mrs. Deng held Li Qingju's hand, waiting until they got on the carriage. The carriage was tied to a cart behind it and slowly left Xuanshui village. Li Jiao finally found Mrs. Wang at the foot of the back mountain. Mom, early in the morning, did you go up the mountain? Mrs. Wang patted her hands. We're leaving. Your father is at home alone. The house is a mess, and it's cold and quiet. I'm going to find some firewood and burn the house later to warm it up. Li Jiao sighed. Mom, we should go back to the town. Li Jiao remembered that Xie Chongjue still had one last detox, and there was also the matter of Qin Xian and his wife. Xie Chongjue's situation was a warning to her. In some people's eyes, their lives were as insignificant as ants. Qin Xian, that scoundrel, was still thinking about her. Although she really had no good feelings for Qin Xian, she couldn't help but worry about Wan Yuxiu's thoughts. Mrs. Wang hesitated for a long time. After they finished stacking the firewood in the backyard, she took out a charcoal basin, lit a fire in the kitchen, and placed charcoal inside. Once the charcoal was burning well, she carried the basin into the house. Li Jiao finished tidying up her things, but Mrs. Wang still hesitated to leave. Li Jiao sighed. Mother, I need to go back and prepare medicinal herbs, so I'll leave now. If you want, you can come to town again someday. Mrs. Wang looked at Li Jiao walking away from home, her eyes moist. After a moment of hesitation, she quickly turned around, casually packed a few things, and was stopped by Li Qingkai. Where are you going? He asked. Mrs. Wang pointed at Li Jiao's back and said, Chengzi is getting married. Jiao, and I only managed to leave because we asked the shopkeeper. Now I have nothing left here, so I'll go back.
Li Qingkai frowned.
Jiao can go by herself. Why are you going? Look at how long you've been gone. Does the house still look normal? Mrs. Wang sighed. We've already separated the household. Jiao still owes the master 300 taels of silver. Li Qingkai spat on the ground angrily. That's her own fault. She has to deal with it herself. Mother keeps saying it's so cold, and you two are just lazy. The house has so much work, but she's the only one doing it. Mother is old, and I know that her hands every winter.
How can you say that?
Mrs. Wang was annoyed that Li Qingkai kept criticizing her mother. She pushed his hand away. Now that more people have moved into the house, Mother's hands aren't good. She has many children and grandchildren. Li Qingkai, I know what you're trying to do.
Don't stop me.
Jiao has gone far away. After a few days without women at home, since Mrs. Wang returned, Li Qingkai didn't want to let her leave. Li Jiao returned to town. The house was too cold, so she bought some charcoal, lit the stove, and warmed the room. Then she went to pick up Li Qiao. Seeing that Mrs. Wang hadn't come yet, she thought Mrs. Wang might not want to come. She took Li Qiao out to cut some meat. That evening, she cooked braised pork for Li Qiao. The siblings ate happily, and after they finished, Li Qiao wanted to wash the dishes, but Li Jiao stopped her. Let your sister do the dishes. You should go study properly. If you encounter anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Li Jiao washed the dishes, then took down the basket placed above the stove. Inside were the medicinal herbs she had recently prepared. There are many ways to process traditional Chinese medicine, including refining, water processing, fire processing, combined water-fire processing, and other methods. She wants to sell her herbs at a good price, so she puts extra effort into the preparation. Big sister,
What does this character mean?
Soon, Li Qiao came with a piece of paper to find Li Jiao Jiao.
Person.
Li Jiao Jiao put down her work, found a stool, and sat with Li Qiao by the fire basin. What did you learn today? Li Qiao looked at a book for a while, rubbed his eyes, and asked, Sister, will Mom come back today? Li Jiao Jiao thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure. She might come back or she might not. Li Qiao, after a while, you should wash up and go to bed, okay? Li Qiao didn't move. After a while, he said, Sister, if Mom and Dad are together, do you think we should go back? Li Jiao Jiao tilted her head and asked him, Li Qiao, do you want Dad and Mom to be together or not? Li Qiao looked up and thought carefully for a moment. Sister, I hope our family is like before. When I have a day off, I go up the mountain with you to pick herbs, and Mom stays at home to cook. Is that okay? So, he doesn't want Li Chengkai anymore. That's right. Li Jiao Jiao also dislikes Li Chengkai very much, but she can't resist Wang Shi's deep-rooted idea of marrying into the family no matter what. She has mentioned divorce before, but then Wang Shi and Li Chengkai got together again. She feels helpless. Wang Shi and Li Chengkai are a married couple. In a marriage, they argue at night and make up in the morning. As a daughter, how can she persuade Wang Shi and Li Chengkai to separate?
Sigh.
Li Jiao Jiao couldn't help but sigh. She finally understood why ancient people often said that good officials find it hard to judge family affairs. There's no way to decide. According to reason, Li Chengkai's domestic violence means leaving is the best choice. But from her perspective, they are her own parents, so naturally, it's better for them to be together. If she can't understand, she just won't think about it. Li Jiao Jiao was also planning to go give Xie Changju one last detox treatment. In the morning, after sending Li Qiao to school, Li Jiao Jiao tied 2 grass ropes on her cotton shoes for anti-slip purposes. She carried a bag with some steamed buns, water, and a little pickled vegetables. With and sickle, she went up the mountain. After Li Jiao Jiao left, Wang Shi and Li Chengkai arrived. Li Chengkai looked at the house with envy. Rich people are really good. They even give their servants such a nice place to live. Mrs. Wang opened her mouth, looked inside the house, and saw that Li Jiao Jiao had left. Li Qiao was also not at home. She put down her things and started to tidy up. Li Chengkai stood with his hands behind his back, like a leader inspecting the scene. At noon, more pedestrians suddenly appeared on the street. Li Chengkai returned from wandering outside and complained to Mrs. Wang, I don't know where so many people came from all of a sudden. I just went out for a walk and was surrounded by a crowd begging. Mrs. Wang looked at the thick snow in the yard and sighed. This winter came early. Just as winter started, it snowed so heavily. Sigh, how are ordinary people supposed to live? Li Chengkai thought for a moment and said, Then you should hurry and pack up. Go ask your employer. Your work at home can't be left undone. Mrs. Wang knew her employer would agree because there was no debt repayment for 15 years. This morning, Deng Shi was criticizing her in the main hall, and Hu Shi was already unhappy with Li Jiao Jiao, adding fuel to the fire. Old Li told Mrs. Wang to go back and tell her to return. Since it was snowing and there was no work to do at home, Old Li's words made Mrs. Wang feel she had to listen. She had always lived like this, so she went to town to pack her things. On her way back, Mrs. Wang kept muttering, When Jiao Jiao comes back, I'll tell her to leave again. Li Chengkai looked serious and said, What are you talking about? She's in trouble now. Her wings are strong, and she thinks she's no longer part of our Li family. Humph, this kind of troublemaker is better off dead outside. Li Chengkai had his own plans. Li Jiao Jiao was pretty, and he had previously told Chen Xian about her. He thought he was going to marry into a scholar's family. But Chen Xian rejected her. Now that she had broken off the engagement, people thought she might have some hidden illness, and no good family would come to propose marriage. Li Chengkai thought that the pawnshop owner looked like a person with a good background. If Li Jiao Jiao could connect with someone like that, it would be a great opportunity for their family, something they could never easily get. He shared these thoughts with Deng Shi and Old Li. Old Li didn't refuse but didn't exactly agree either. Deng Shi said that if she could really marry the pawnshop owner in town, it would be a good match. So the Leaf family basically approved. The main point was they wouldn't have to repay the 300 taels of silver, and they could gain a good family for free. Such a good opportunity was hard to find, even with a lantern. Mrs. Wang still didn't know that Li Chang's wife had just entered the house. Zhao was busy cooking and tidying up with her daughter-in-law, while the men took advantage of the thin snow on the mountain to gather firewood nearby. Li Jiao was lucky. On the mountain, she found several frozen birds and a nearly dead fox. She wanted to save it, but when she opened the trap, the fox took its last breath. She could only throw the dead fox into her space. It was very cold on the mountain. Walking in the snow made a crunch-crunch sound, and sometimes snow would fall from the trees, landing right on her head. Li Jiao's face was pink, especially her nose, which looked like a carrot. She used a yellow handkerchief to wipe her runny nose. Walk a little further. We dug some astragalus here last time, she remembered. Following her memory, she reached the place where she had collected herbs before and dug out some astragalus. When she looked up, she saw a large mandala flower bent under the weight of the snow nearby. The mandala's flowers were beautiful, but now they had withered. Still, the large leaves of the mandala left a deep impression on Li Jiao. Like the oleander, mandala plants are poisonous all over. However, mandala is also an important ingredient for making anesthesia powder. Many shops didn't have it. She was excited to find such a big mandala plant this time. The doctor at Huichun Hall would be so happy, he couldn't stop smiling. She couldn't help but smile too. Carefully, she dug out the mandala, being very cautious because the whole plant was toxic. She was afraid of touching it and getting poisoned. As she took a breath, a puff of warm air drifted past her eyes. Li Jiao carefully packed her basket. Almost done. Let's go back. It's too cold. She slowly descended the mountain and returned home. Seeing Mrs. Wang had tidied up her belongings, her heart suddenly felt empty. Since coming into this world, Mrs. Wang was the first person to make her feel safe. Li Jiao kept this kindness in her heart. She tried her best to give her a better life, but couldn't change Mrs. Wang's deep-rooted beliefs. Li Jiao didn't remember how long she had been sitting on the ground. When she looked up, she saw Xia Chongjue standing in the yard, covered with a thin layer of snow. She looked at the cloudy sky, and it started snowing again. "Why are you here?" she asked. Her voice was a little hoarse. Li Jiao quickly stood up, realizing her hands and feet were cold and numb. She didn't care about manners anymore, rubbing her legs and jumping around. Once she felt sensation return, she quickly told Xia Chongjue to come inside. "This is the last time. I just went up the mountain to pick medicine. If I don't come today, I'll come tomorrow to help you detox. You go inside and sit for a bit. I'll light a fire. I'm freezing to death." Xia Chongjue looked at Li Jiao's hands, which were turning blue from the cold, and shook his head. "Let them come." As soon as Xia Chongjue finished speaking, Li Jiao saw two figures appear in front of her, startling her. She sat back quickly. "Who are you?" Lu Qing looked at Xia Chongjue and then at Qin Ziyu. "Miss Li, let us light the fire. Please help us cure the poison from the master. That would be the greatest kindness to us." Judging by their clothes and looks, they didn't seem to be pawns from a pawn shop. She looked at Xia Chongjue, who gently told Li Jiao, "Your hands and feet are frozen. They will light the fire. Once you're warm, you'll be able to better treat me." Li Jiao was stunned. She stared at Xia Chongjue in surprise, thinking, "Isn't this man usually so quiet? Why is he talking so much now?" She forced a small laugh. "It's really nothing much, just lighting a fire. It's simple. Let them come." Lu Qing hurriedly stood up to fetch firewood, and Qin Ziyu went to find some wood shavings. Seeing Li Jiao about to get up, Lu Qing quickly said, "Miss, don't move.
Sit comfortably.
We'll do it quickly." Lu Qing had a baby face and loved to smile. Qin Ziyu looked serious. Seeing Lu Qing keep begging her, Li Jiao couldn't help but laugh. They worked quickly. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a fire had started in the basin in front of Li Jiao. She sat by the fire for a while, feeling her hands and feet warm up. She asked in surprise, "How do you know where my fire basin is?" Qin Ziyu paused slightly, glancing quickly at Xie Changjue. Lu Qing cheerfully said, "Of course we need a basin to burn the fire. I just looked once, and I didn't expect your basin to be so obvious. I saw it right away." Li Jiao thought to herself, "It's inside the room. How could he see it?" She became a bit more cautious about Xie Changjue. During the detox, she deliberately left the window open. Outside, heavy snow was falling. She let the cold wind on Xie Changjue. After she drew blood and applied medicine to all the acupuncture points, she noticed his lips turning purple from the cold. He didn't say a word, and she didn't say anything either. Lu Qing was very anxious. After applying the medicine, he hurriedly asked Li Jiao, "Miss, is it over? Can we close the window now?" Li Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids. "Yes, close it." After closing the window, Qin Ziyu quickly brought clothes for Xie Changjue to wear. Li Jiao prepared a prescription for Xie Changjue, which, of course, was dictated by the spirit of the instrument, and she simply wrote it down. When Xie Changjue saw the handwriting on the prescription, he was very surprised. "You can read?" Li Jiao rolled her eyes. "I am at least half a doctor. If I couldn't read, how would I know where to insert the needles? You think just bleeding is enough? The poison inside you has been mostly expelled. Now you should rest well and avoid going to places with miasma in the future." To the south of their Liang County was the territory of the Western barbarians. They lived in a swampy area full of miasma, venomous snakes, insects, and ants, but that place also had endless resources. Recently, it's not very safe. If you have more medicinal herbs, don't sell them anymore. Li Jiao instinctively asked, "Why?" Xie Changjue looked at Li Jiao without speaking. Li Jiao was almost furious with this man. He had people watching her, and even said that someone should enter their home. Now he was speaking in half-truths, not honest at all. A hint of helplessness flashed in Xie Changjue's eyes. "In the past 2 days, many beggars have come to town. The snow came too early this year, and there might be a snow disaster." Li Jiao suddenly understood. She realized why Xie Changjue was warning her not to sell medicinal herbs. He wanted her to earn some money. She immediately brightened and went in front of Xie Changjue, nodding eagerly. I understand. Don't worry. I will exchange all the silver I have for medicinal herbs." After a pause, Li Jiao asked Xie Changjue, "Do you think I could also open a medicinal herb shop?" Xie Changjue looked deeply at Li Jiao, then fell into self-doubt. Wasn't she kind? He, a stranger, could save her. This year's early heavy snow meant many beggars in Xingfeng town already. Soon, there would be more refugees. He warned Li Jiao, worried she might recklessly do good deeds, but what was she thinking about? Making money? Or running a pharmacy? "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I have the potential to run a medicinal herb shop?" Having spent so much time in this world, she has always gone to the mountains to dig herbs and process medicinal materials to earn some money. The prices of herbs are very high, and if the weather is bad and more people get sick, she could make a lot more money. Thinking about having money now, Li Jiao, who has lived 2 lives, couldn't help but feel excited. In her previous life, she worked tirelessly for a small salary, dreaming of financial freedom. She didn't achieve it then, but now, with such good luck, maybe she will this time. Her heart pounding with excitement and her hands trembling, she almost couldn't resist pulling on Xie Changjue's clothes. Cough. Xie Changjue found it very confusing for the first time. Sometimes he was kind, sometimes greedy. He frowned and quickly stood up. "I have something to do. I'll go now." Watching Xie Changjue's back as he left, Li Jiao clenched her fists excitedly. Xie Changjue's opinion didn't matter. What mattered was that she wanted to earn money. Her herbs, she was going to get herbs. In the evening, Li Qiao returned from the private school. Li Jiao cooked dinner for him. After eating, Li Qiao whispered, "Sister, I want to eat candy." "Candy?" Li Qiao immediately said again, "Never mind, sister. I was being naughty. I don't want candy anymore." Li Jiao suddenly remembered her past life. In their village, Sun Shui village, merchants would travel around selling goods every month or so. Sometimes they exchanged items, like malt candies for children or small snacks like feather dusters and rouge powders. The two children of the Hu family, Li Qiao of the Zhao family, had all bought malt candies for a penny. But she and Li Qiao, because Wang's family was honest and had almost no copper coins, and Li Qingsai's mother's boy, who was even more unlikely to leave a penny for his children, so the brother and sister had never eaten malt candies since they were young. When she was little, Li Jiao even tried making malt candies herself, but she failed. When Deng's family found out and told Li Qingkai, she was beaten and scolded for wasting food. Her nose feeling sour and her eyes a little teary, Li Jiao took a deep breath. "There's no need to be so mature about it, Qiao. You're still just a child. But we won't buy candy. Sister will make some for you." In Li County, during winter, they plant winter wheat. In March or April of the next year, after harvesting the winter wheat from the mountains, they plant millet and other grains. Rice is also grown in the fields. With 2 or 3 crops a year, despite heavy taxes from the government, as long as they work hard, they can support the whole family. Li Jiao took a spoonful of millet, soaked it in water, and then coaxed Li Qiao to go to sleep. The next day, Li Jiao put a thick cotton coat on Li Qiao and sent him to school. On her way back, she bought over 30 jin of pork and stopped by the pharmacy. While carrying the groceries home, she was surrounded by several beggars and almost had her meat stolen. The snow on the street was very deep, almost covering her ankles. Finally, she was close to home. Breathing heavily, Li Jiao hurried forward with her basket. She accidentally kicked over an old man's basket by the roadside, spilling the fruits all over the ground. Suddenly, a group of people rushed over. A child shouted loudly, "Don't move! Don't move! These are ours. We picked them. Don't steal, don't steal." Li Jiao quickly threw her basket aside and rushed forward to push the crowd away. But she was small and weak, and those people fought fiercely to grab the fruits. A child about Li Qiao's age was trampled underfoot by several beggars. Li Jiao was angry. She ignored the beggars and hurried to push them down. She picked up the child, who was dirty and whose face was hard to see. The child struggled and kept shouting, "Our fruits! Our fruits!" Feeling sorry, Li Jiao hugged him and said, "Wait a moment, I will buy more, I will buy more." The child slowly looked up and said in a hoarse voice, "But we don't have any fruits left." Li Jiao felt guilty. "It was my fault for accidentally knocking over your basket. Now I will buy some for you." Nearby, many beggars gathered. Not far away, a green carriage was parked. The child looked up in surprise. Li Jiao held him and helped an old man who had been pushed aside. She took out a string of copper coins from her pocket. She didn't look closely but estimated it was about 50 or 60 coins. "Old sir, I'm sorry. I didn't see clearly and knocked over your basket. This is my apology. Please don't be angry." The old man's eyes were cloudy. He tremblingly took the coins and said with a mix of coldness and excitement, This isn't necessary." Seeing that the old man was wearing a patched, plain coat and the child was in a shabby, ill-fitting cotton coat, Li Jiao felt compassionate. She said, "Take some cloth and make warm clothes." The old man started crying gratefully. He pulled the child and knelt on the ground to kowtow to Li Jiao. All the fruits on the ground had been taken by people, leaving only a few crushed ones. The child hurried over, picked them up, wiped them clean with a dirty sleeve, and handed one to the old man and another to Li Jiao. Li Jiao looked at the crushed, red hawthorn berry, with its seeds spilled out and dirt and snow still on the flesh. She took it and said to the child, "It's so cold today. Where did you find these hawthorns?" Hawthorn is a food that also has medicinal uses. It can help digestion, improve circulation, and reduce swelling. Now, in Li Jiao's hand, it looked like a bunch of red candied fruit. In previous years, there were also vendors selling candied fruit in their area, but they only came once every 10 or 15 days. If she had hawthorn, she could make some. Our backyard has a hawthorn tree, the child said softly. My grandpa planted it. There are several. From the child's voice, Li Jiao Jiao could tell she was a girl. Oh, do you still have some? If you do, bring them to my house. I'll buy them. Is that okay? The old man heard this and thanked Li Jiao Jiao, pulling the child along as they left. Li Jiao Jiao watched the grandfather and granddaughter go, feeling happy. It was too cold to go up the mountain to pick herbs now. She asked at the medicine shop. She had some herbs stored in her space, but compared to the shop stock, it was very little. She tried to find out where they got their herbs, but they wouldn't tell her. She had hoped to gather herbs from the mountain and open her own shop, but now it seemed impossible. No wonder Xie Chongjue was so quiet. A carriage slowly left nearby. Lu Qing glanced at Li Jiao Jiao's back and whispered, "Who would have thought there are such pretty girls in the countryside? TSK. Master, if we return safely, can you help me propose?" Xie Chongjue's eyelids drooped slightly, and his fingers moved. Qin Ziyu, standing nearby, said seriously, "Aren't you already promised to someone in your family?" Lu Qing was a little jealous of Li Jiao Jiao. She was pretty, not spoiled, and most importantly, knew medicine, exactly the girl he wanted. He waved his hand and said, "Marrying her and keeping her in the backyard is fine. She knows medicine. Maybe she can go to war with me someday." Xie Chongjue didn't speak for a long time. Lu Qing knew he didn't want to agree. He turned to Qin Ziyu and said, "Old Qin, can you propose for me? Our Lu family is okay. I may not have a high official rank, but I am a 5th grade official. If she marries me, it's not a bad deal for her. Stop arguing. Don't you see the master reading a book?" Lu Qing then saw that Xie Chongjue was holding a military book. He was very surprised. Just now, didn't he not read any books? When did he start reading? Li Jiao Jiao returned home. First, she swept the snow in the yard. Then she put the soaked wheat, which had been soaking overnight, into a piece of cloth. She added some water underneath and placed it on the stove. At noon, Li Jiao Jiao measured out a few jin of flour, tore off a piece of old dough, and let it ferment in the flour. She chopped a cabbage into small pieces, minced some meat into filling, added a few eggs, a little salt and pepper, then mixed everything evenly and started kneading the dough. Before noon, she had already wrapped 2 steamer baskets of buns. In the afternoon, when Li Qiao returned, Li Jiao Jiao packed the buns and took Li Qiao back to Xuanshui village. As soon as they got home, Li Chong happily greeted them. "Jiao Jiao, Qiao Qiao, you're back?" Hearing the voice, Chongyu came out of the house quickly and waved to Li Jiao Jiao and Li Qiao. "It's so cold. Come inside quickly." Li Jiao Jiao looked at the Li family yard. With an extra person, it seemed more lively. In such cold weather, no one was outside. Everyone was staying inside. "Second sister-in-law, I'll go inside first, then I'll visit the grandparents later." Li Jiao Jiao led Li Qiao into the house. Since Wang Shi had returned, the house looked decent. Wang Shi had tidied up everything very cleanly and neatly. The fire in the stove was already out. Hanging under the low eaves at the door were a few pieces of clothing, 2 of which belonged to Li Jiao Jiao. Li Jiao Jiao picked out the buns and packed them into a bamboo basket. Just as she was about to go to the upper room with Li Qiao, she saw Wang Shi push the door open. She was in the backyard sorting out the white radishes. Hearing Chongyu's words, she didn't even wash her hands and hurriedly went inside. "Why are you back? Did you finish school today?"
Li Qiao nudda.
Seeing Li Jiao Jiao, Wang Shi's face looked a bit unnatural. She was at a loss and wanted to hold Li Jiao Jiao's hand, but when she saw the mud on her own hand, she retracted it. "It's so cold. Why did you come back?" The houses in town were all new, nice, clean, spacious, and warm. Unlike their house, with mud walls and big gaps between the walls and door frames. She stuffed some straw into the gaps, but the cold wind still blew in with a huff-huff sound. "Just came back to see you." Li Jiao Jiao turned around and took her wrapped buns. "These are the buns I just made. Try one. I'm taking these to Grandpa and Grandma." Wang Shi held the buns, looking worriedly at Li Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, About these buns. It's fine. They're just the ones the elder gave us. In recent days, I gathered herbs for my master. His health improved and he gave me a few silver coins. Mother, this winter is too cold and our cotton quilts are too thin. I will go to town to buy 2 new quilts and bring them back. Mrs. Wang hurriedly held Li Jiao's hand. Don't waste money. Keep it for yourself. She wanted to say she should save some silver, but hesitated, worried Li Jiao might remember being abandoned by Qin Xian. So she said, our home is fine as it is. If you buy more quilts, your grandparents might become suspicious. Li Jiao touched Mrs. Wang's cold, muddy hand and felt a small movement inside her. She looked at the weathered woman and softly said, Mother, the master gave us 15 years. That's enough time for Jiao to grow up. You don't have to suffer so much.
Why?
Must you come back? Finally, she said it out loud, feeling a little relief inside. Mrs. Wang sighed and glanced at Li Jiao. Jiao, I've divorced your father. Have you thought about you and Jiao? You were rejected before. If your parents divorce again, how will you find a husband in the future? Jiao is a boy, so he might be okay.
I'm worried about you.
I told your grandparents, and they're thinking of letting you marry the pawnshop owner's son. Li Jiao was shocked.
What?
Mrs. Wang continued, so for now, just work for the master. When I get through this busy time, I'll find a matchmaker. Li Jiao quickly waved her hands. No, Mother. Please don't make trouble again. I've decided. I will work hard gathering herbs, learn some skills to treat people, or keep gathering herbs to support Jiao. Mrs. Wang was very surprised. Just then, the door opened again. A cold wind with a few snowflakes blew in behind Li Chengkai. Oh, so our precious daughter, who works as a maid, has come back?
Didn't you split the family?
Why are you back? Li Chengkai looked proud, as if saying, aren't you capable? Yet you're still coming back. Seeing his smug expression, Li Jiao rolled her eyes. She carried a basket and said to Mrs. Wang, Mother, let's go to the upper room. These buns are filled with meat, made by me. Soft and chewy. I want to take some to the grandparents to try. Li Chengkai's eyes lit up at the sight of the buns. He rushed forward quickly. Li Jiao moved the basket aside, so he couldn't grab it. He immediately got angry and embarrassed. Li Jiao kept a serious face. Father, these are for the grandparents. Are you sure you want to eat some too? Although Li Chengkai was not kind to his wife and daughter, he was very filial. Among his 3 sons, Li Chengkai was the most respectful to his parents. Wang Shi pointed to the buns inside the bundle behind her. Child's father, if you want to eat, over there.
These are for sending to my parents.
Li Jiao carried a bamboo basket to the upper room. Changyu hurriedly told her to sit down. Li Jiao placed the basket on the table and said to Deng Shi and old Li, Grandma, this morning, the master over there made buns. He said my buns tasted pretty good, so he gave me some. Chow, and I can't eat so many. When Chow finishes school, I will bring some to you. You can try them. The buns made with pure white flour made Deng Shi and Old Li feel tempted. Old Li looked at Li Jiao's side face. Jiao has grown up and become sensible. Deng Shi took the bamboo basket and carefully counted. Although she couldn't read, she was good at counting, like it was natural. She knew exactly how many eggs were laid at home each day. No one could fool her.
Did you make these?
Li Jiao nodded. Yes, I saw the cook make them once and learned from him. I didn't expect they would taste good. The master thought they were nice, and since I couldn't eat all of them, he gave me some as a reward. Zhao Shi and Hu Shi's eyes widened in surprise. Li Wanwan and Li Xin couldn't help but swallow. Li Sun pointed at the basket. Mother, I want to eat buns. Hu Shi immediately smiled and told Deng Shi, Mother, Shaoxin wants to eat buns. Li Sun was the youngest grandson of Old Li and Deng Shi. Usually, Old Li and Deng Shi were very fond of Li's senator, but today, Deng Shi frowned slightly when she saw the buns made of white flour. Really rude. Jiao said these are for respecting me and your grandpa. We haven't eaten yet, and you're already reaching out for them." Hu Shi blushed deeply. Zhao Shi saw this and couldn't help but turn her face away to smile. Deng Shi took the basket to her room and closed the door when she came out. Old Li asked about Li Jiao Jiao and how the master was doing. Li Jiao Jiao nodded. "The master is a big person. I just help in the kitchen, clean the yard, and I rarely see him. But the chef's assistant taught me a lot." She lied effortlessly, speaking without any guilt to deceive Old Li and Deng Shi. In her previous life, she didn't live well in the Li family. When she was young, she often worked behind Wang Shi. Later, she got engaged to Qin Xian and life improved a bit. Especially after Qin Xian became a scholar, the whole family praised her. Of course, this time was too short, and her memories flashed by quickly. In the end, all she remembered was Qin Xian deceiving her original self. Mrs. Deng's gaze at Li Jiao Jiao warmed with kindness, and Old Man Li kept praising her for being sensible and filial. When Li Chengkai hurried in, he saw Mrs. Deng smiling kindly at Li Jiao Jiao, who sat beside Old Man Li, tilting her head and gently saying, "Grandpa, once I get my monthly allowance, I'll cut some cloth to make you a warm cotton coat. It's so cold today." Old Man Li couldn't stop smiling and waved at him, saying, "Look at Jiao Jiao. After this, she's grown up and more thoughtful. She knows to be filial to me and her grandma. Just now, she said she'd get her allowance and also cut some cloth for a coat." Hu Shi, standing nearby, was so angry she almost lost her mind. She glared fiercely at Li Jiao Jiao. Li Jiao Jiao planned to go back the next morning, but Li Chengkai looked so upset and gloomy that she didn't want to see his face. That night, she took Li Qiao and left for the town. The next morning, after sending Li Qiao to school, Li Jiao Jiao returned home and saw an elderly person holding a child's hand and carrying a basket of hawthorn berries, waiting at the door. Li Jiao Jiao hurriedly opened the door and invited them in. She hadn't weighed the basket of hawthorns, but took out 20 copper coins. The old man kept refusing, saying, "Miss, you shouldn't give us money. Yesterday you gave so much. We can't take more. These are a gift from us to you. If you still want to give, we have more at home. It's cold now, so we picked the fruit and stored it in the cellar. It won't spoil." Li Jiao Jiao pressed the coins into the child's hand and said, "Old sir, I still want hawthorns, but I don't have a cellar at home. Let's do this for now. In a few days, you can bring more. I'll give 20 coins for a basket like this. Is that okay?" The old man shook his head repeatedly. "Not so much. These fruits were everywhere last month. They're not worth much. Kids just pick them out of curiosity, and they don't sell for much in town." "No problem, I need them." Li Jiao Jiao saw her grandparents off, and then went inside to place the wheat seeds by the stove, wrapping them with straw and cotton clothes to help them sprout faster. It was still snowing outside. She carried a shovel and went into the yard to shovel snow. In the afternoon, Li Jiao Jiao heard loud noises outside. She slightly opened a small window and saw a few women scolding some little beggars at the alley entrance. She suddenly remembered what Xia Chongju had said and thought about the price of medicinal herbs this year. Although Xia Chongju didn't say much, his 2 short sentences contained a lot of information, such as chaos. She was educated through formal schooling, like ancient scholars who studied hard for 10 years. She had read for over 10 or 20 years. Although she wasn't an expert in history, she had a rough understanding. She knew that dynasties rose and fell over time. That was the general trend of history. She didn't know what her reborn era would be like. She compared it and realized that the Great Xia dynasty wasn't any dynasty she knew well. So, she had no idea what would happen here in the future. She closed the door and, feeling bored, built a snowman in the yard. After checking the time, she realized it was almost time to pick up Li Qiao from school. She decided to go and fetch him. On the way back, she passed by a bun shop. The shopkeeper, Uncle Gu, saw Li Qiao and Li Jiao Jiao and greeted them. Li Qiao tugged at Li Jiao Jiao's sleeve. She smiled and bought 4 buns. Uncle Gu handed each of them 2 buns. His son, Gu Dongshu, kindly warned Li Jiao. Yesterday, many beggars came to town again. I heard that there were 2 heavy snowstorms in Yunqi County, and some houses collapsed. Many people have no place to stay and are fleeing. You 2 are just siblings, so make sure to lock the door at night. Hearing this, Li Jiao's expression became serious. As a young woman who looked quite nice, living alone in the town was indeed dangerous, especially with so many people coming in recent days. She thanked Gu Dongshu and held Li Qiao's hand as they headed home. After urging Li Qiao to eat something, she threw all the important things in the house into her space. Once she packed everything up, she held Li Qiao's hand, ready to go back to the village. She locked the door and saw several people at the alley entrance asking about her. Frightened, she tightly held Li Qiao's hand and hurried outside. The snow on the street was deep. She was wearing cotton shoes made by Wang Shi and a cotton coat also made by Wang Shi. The brother and sister were dressed warmly. When they reached the cotton-picking shop, Li Jiao thought of the thin bed at home and pulled Li Qiao into the shop. 2 quilts, boss. I'll come to pick them up tomorrow. After leaving the cotton shop, there were few pedestrians on the street. However, as soon as someone passed by, a dozen beggars would immediately appear, surrounding them closely. Li Jiao felt a bit scared. The scene always gave her a bad feeling. She still had over 100 taels of silver in her hand. After thinking for a moment, she held Li Qiao's hand and went to the grain shop. I remember I came yesterday to buy wheat. Wasn't the rice still 18 coins per jin? The shopkeeper smiled. You mentioned that was yesterday. Prices have gone up. If you want to buy, go ahead. If not, don't block others. Others want to buy too. Just a day later, the price of rice had risen to 20 coins per jin. Yesterday, wheat was 15 coins per jin. Today, it was 18 coins.
Li Yao کلنچه ترتید.
Give me 200 jin of wheat and 200 jin of rice. At 20 coins per jin of rice, 100 jin cost 2 taels of silver. 200 jin would be 4 taels. The shopkeeper heard this and happily called someone to weigh the rice for Li Jiao. Young lady, you're right. Prices will probably go up again soon, especially since this year's snow was so heavy. Over in Yunqi County, several people have died from it, and the officials haven't said how they'll handle it. Look at our town, more and more beggars are appearing. Thinking about her space, Li Jiao gritted her teeth and took out 50 taels of silver. Shopkeeper, I want 50 taels worth of grain. Pack it all up for me. I'll hire a cart. Do you have straw in the backyard? Use that to cover it. The shopkeeper was surprised to hear she wanted 50 taels worth of grain again. He sized up the beautiful girl in front of him. Since Xingfeng town wasn't big, and Li Jiao was close to the pawnshop manager, everyone knew she was related to the pawnshop owner. Plus, Li Qiao was studying with Mr. Zheng, so they naturally respected scholars. Although Li Jiao was very pretty, she had been quite safe in town lately. Where are you headed? I know your family. With so much grain, you probably can't carry it all alone. I can arrange for someone to deliver it to your house. Xuanshui village. The shopkeeper was a bit surprised. Li Jiao smiled. It's a bit far, so I won't trouble you. She bought a cart. When the shop staff finished loading the grain, she pulled the cart in front, while Li Qiao pushed from behind. Every step she took, Li Jiao wished she could immediately throw all the grain and the cart into her space. The shopkeeper watched their backs and muttered softly, Are the pawnshop manager and the people from Xuanshui village related? The second young man scratched his head and said, I heard Daniel mention before that the girl looks really nice. I want to propose to her. The shopkeeper angrily patted his head and said, Stop dreaming. That girl is clearly related to the shopkeeper over there. The house she lives in belongs to that young shopkeeper. He has many people working for him. You go ahead if you want, but I don't think you have the luck to succeed. The second young man looked very scared and turned pale. Talking about the pawn shop in their town, everyone knows it has been there for decades. The shopkeeper Yang is said to be well connected with people in the county city, but he is very low-key, so not many people know much about him. Walking in the snow was already hard. Li Jiao was walking ahead, trying her best. She was red in the face and panting from pulling the cart. Gu Dongshu saw her struggling and wanted to help, but she refused. They had been walking for almost an hour, and it was almost dark when they finally left Xingfeng town. Seeing no one around, Li Jiao gasped for breath and said to Li Qiao, Qiao, go ahead and see if there is anyone. Li Qiao didn't understand, but was obedient. When he heard her, he went quietly to the front. While Li Qiao wasn't paying attention, Li Jiao held the handle of the cart with both hands. She focused her mind, and suddenly, the cart and all the grain on it disappeared right before their eyes. When Li Qiao turned around and saw this, he opened his mouth wide in surprise. He hurried over and asked Sister, "Where's our grain?" Li Jiao leaned close to Li Qiao's ear and whispered, Qiao, I don't want to hide this from you, but this is a secret of mine. No matter if I bought the grain or where our grain went, even if it's our parents, you must not tell anyone, okay? Li Qiao was confused. Li Jiao whispered again, this is our secret. When you grow up a bit more and read more books, you'll understand what I mean. When the sister and brother returned home, it was already dark. Mrs. Wang was very happy to see the children back. She hurried to cook for them. Li Chengkai didn't want to split the family and was still eating in the upper room. But Mrs. Wang remembered they had the family separation papers, so she made some food herself and brought it into the house for the children. Why did you come back? It's already dark. Qiao is staying in town, closer to the teacher's house. Li Jiao quickly told Mrs. Wang, Mother, is this year's snow really heavy? Mrs. Wang immediately said, of course it is. The pig pen at Tai Dan's house in the village collapsed. Luckily, he got up at night, or else those two pigs would have fallen into the latrine and drowned. There is also your second aunt's family. Their backyard wood storage shed has collapsed, and your father can't go up the mountain anymore because the mountain path is blocked and can't be seen. Your grandfather keeps worrying about whether there will be enough firewood at home. Mrs. Wang keeps talking, and Li Jiao's heart sinks. She says to Mrs. Wang, Mom, I bought 2 new quilts. I also talked to the neighbors. From now on, I'll come home to stay and work during the day. Mrs. Wang looks up and Li Jiao continues, Mom, tell Grandpa and Grandma that we shouldn't sell the crops this year. The weather has been strange. No need to tell them. Grandpa and Grandma are experienced farmers. They've seen all kinds of weather. They've already said we should save some. Sai, when it gets cold, many families will suffer. Things are okay here in Liang County, but in other counties. A few days after Li Jiao returned, Li and Ma Xiaoqing, who are far away in the county seat, also came back. Li said he came back to buy some grain, and Ma Xiaoqing came along. Li Jiao made malt sugar. After removing the pits from the hawthorns and rolling them in malt sugar, she made a candied hawthorn stick. Not only that, she also used malt sugar to make many different shapes of candies, wrapped in oil paper. To avoid monotony, she learned from later generations and used vegetables like radishes to make various shapes, then coated them with malt sugar. Since it's so cold, she wasn't worried about the sugar melting. When Li Qiao went to school, she stuck a wooden stake into the ground and inserted the candied hawthorns on it. After tidying everything up, Li Jiao carried the big wooden stake out. Gu Dongshu at the alley entrance saw her and quickly waved. Why are you thinking of selling candied hawthorns? Li Jiao smiled. Qiao wants to eat them, so I made more. If we can't finish, we might as well sell them. Brother Dongshu want a stick? Try if it's tasty. In the snow, the pure white snow made Li Jiao's skin look even fairer. Her cheeks were blushing, and there was a little red on her nose. Gu Dongshu was amazed. When Li Jiao handed him a stick of candied hawthorn, he snapped out of his surprise, quickly took it, and turned his face away to hide his embarrassment, afraid she'd see his shy, red face. Uncle Goose saw his son's feelings. The girl hadn't been in town long, but after passing through the alley several times, he noticed his son was always paying attention to her intentionally or unintentionally. Li Jiao was pretty and kind. He thought she was very nice. Of course, if they could form a good marriage, that would be a good thing. Jiao, just sell here. There are many people. Gu Dongshu took a hawthorn candy, which was sweet and sticky, with malt syrup, with a hint of fragrance. Inside, the hawthorn was sour and sweet. Most importantly, it had no seeds. The candied fruit skewers they sell usually have seeds, but Li Jiao Jiao was the first to remove them. Indeed, the candied hawthorn in his hand and the girl in front of him are both so special. Li Jiao Jiao thought for a moment. In Xingfeng town, there are only 2 main streets. On this street, there are pawnshops, pharmacies, fabric shops, and more. It is the busiest and most prosperous area. Uncle Gu and the others have been setting up stalls here for many years. The nearby people all think this is where Uncle Gu's family sells buns. Dongshu, Jiao Jiao is offering you some candied hawthorn. Call out and sell it. Uncle Gu looked at his shy son, feeling anxious, and reminded him. Gu Dongshu finally turned around. He was holding a sugar-coated hawthorn and loudly called out to sell it. This year, the snow was very heavy, and the peddlers hadn't arrived yet. Hearing Gu Dongshu's voice, several children nearby ran over to see what was happening. Li Jiao Jiao took a few skewers with just 1 hawthorn from the wooden stand and handed them to the children. Here, 1 for each of you. Go play now. Li Jiao Jiao's kindness once again touched Gu Dongshu's heart. Li Jiao Jiao, however, was smiling softly. Soon, 1 candy skewer was finished, and the children licked their lips and came back to surround Li Jiao Jiao again. Li Jiao Jiao smiled and told them, all gone now. I bought these with my own money. If you want to eat, you can go home and ask your parents. If they agree, you can come buy some. My candied hawthorns are just 1 penny per skewer. The children dispersed happily. Before long, 2 boys came with their guardians. Old Gu, why are you selling candied hawthorn? Uncle Gu chuckled and pointed at Li Jiao Jiao. It's not me, it's this girl. We all live nearby. 1 penny per skewer. Buy 1 for the kids to enjoy. It's cold now, perfect for eating candied hawthorn. And fresh, fragrant meat buns just out of the pot. Would you like some? The children tugged at their guardians' hands. I don't want meat buns, Grandma. I want candied hawthorn. I want candied hawthorn. At just 1 penny per skewer, Li Jiao Jiao quickly started her business. Li Jiao Jiao's hawthorn has no seeds. When the adults found out, they were very pleased with this small detail. Besides that, Li Jiao Jiao also has maltose. Many families can make this treat, but the problem is, Li Jiao Jiao's maltose is very pretty. She can't draw sugar art, but she learned from her past experiences and made many small animal-shaped candies. Because she is sincere, she gave plenty of maltose. The children, after eating candied hawthorn, also bought a piece of maltose to hold, each costing only 1 coin. In less than an hour, all the maltose Li Jiao Jiao brought was sold out. The candied hawthorn still had about 10 skewers left. Gu Dongshu was worried that Li Jiao Jiao might be disappointed, so he quickly comforted her. It's already great to sell this much on your first try. When I first went out with my dad to sell buns, I only sold 2 buns all day. I was almost heartbroken then. His clear eyes and sincere words made Li Jiao Jiao feel a little touched. In her past life, she graduated and started working step by step at a large company. Every day was a strict schedule. She didn't even have time for dating. Even her basic needs were timed to the second. She had been single since birth and had never experienced love. Gu Dongshu looked quite decent. Most importantly, he was the first honest and shy man she met in this world. Unlike Qin Xian, who was a scoundrel, or Xie Chongju, who was cold and aloof. Li Jiao Jiao nodded. If some don't sell, it's okay. When Xiao Qiao comes back, I'll give her some. Brother Dongshu, Uncle Gu, you should also try some. I made them myself. There are still many at home. Uncle Gu said, Jiao Jiao, the hawthorn from Old Yin's mountain in Shandan village. Was that you collected? You're so kind. Old Yin is a poor man. His son served in the army a few years ago and died building a dam. The next year, his daughter-in-law left her newborn and ran away with someone. He raised the child alone. It hasn't been easy these years. The child is sensible, but she looks quite pitiful. Li Jiao Jiao opened her mouth wide. Really? How old is the child? She's a girl, 9 years old this year. Ah? Li Jiao Jiao was stunned. A girl, 9 years old? She didn't look that old. The little girl looked about the same age as their Qiao Qiao, maybe even shorter and stockier. Such a pity. Uncle Gu, I told them to send some hawthorn or fruit in a few days. I'm leaving now. Maybe they're already at my door. Li Jiao Jiao packed up the wooden stake and tucked the lotus bag into her arms. This year, she earned over 30 copper coins. Although it wasn't as much as she made selling herbs, Li Jiao Jiao felt very happy. In town, Li Chengkai and others did odd jobs, earning only 12 or 13 cents a day. She could earn that much in a day, and she was already satisfied. After walking a few steps into the alley, Li Jiao Jiao suddenly felt a chill on her back. She immediately turned around and saw Chen Xian with a grim face. Jiao Jiao, you're in such a hurry. Are you really so heartless? Are you looking for someone else?
Li Jiao Jiao frowned.
Chen Xian, what do you mean? Whether I look for someone else or not has nothing to do with you. Chen Xian wore a gray cloak with a blue cotton jacket underneath. He stepped closer to Li Jiao Jiao, staring intently at her. Jiao Jiao, I like you. Since we were kids, I liked you the most.
You know that.
I married Wan Yuxiu because I was forced. My life isn't good, and I think about you all the time. I've worked hard to marry you, so how can you look for someone else? Chen Xian, do you think I, Li Jiao Jiao, am only fit to be a concubine? Li Jiao Jiao questioned him. Chen Xian frowned. Jiao Jiao, I've already entered the county school. If I pass the provincial exam next year, I can become an official. You said before, no matter what, you still have feelings for me.
You know how I feel about you.
Jiao Jiao, whether you're the main wife or not, you are the woman I love most. Isn't that enough? Jiao Jiao, I love you.
Come to me, okay?
Li Jiao Jiao had never felt so disgusted. The original her loved Chen Xian deeply and planned to become his concubine. But she was not the Li Jiao Jiao who was killed by Wan Yuxiu. She was another Li Jiao Jiao from a different world. Don't come closer. Li Jiao Jiao looked nervously toward the alley entrance. Chen Xian, I told you this morning. You're already married. We shouldn't have any more contact. If I shout for help, do you know what will happen to you? The head of Liang County? You might become someone despised by everyone, an ugly, dirty thing. Chen Xian's face darkened instantly, but he still spoke sweet words. Jiao Jiao, I know you're reluctant. Isn't that right? Do you remember when you held my hand as a child and said you'd be my bride when we grew up? I remember the lotus pouch you embroidered for me. I remember the insoles you made. Jiao Jiao, do you remember me teaching you to write? With each word he said, Li Jiao Jiao's mind couldn't help but recall those memories. The depth of Chen Xian's obsession with Li Jiao Jiao was unclear to Li Jiao Jiao, but her values could not accept it. Her heart ached painfully as she clutched her chest, silently cursing herself. Get a grip. He married someone else, so why are you still thinking about him? If he truly liked you, he wouldn't have let you be his little wife. The young wife of a wealthy family, politely called a concubine, was actually just a maid, a servant who wouldn't be held responsible even if beaten to death. Chen Xian, there's no need for sweet words anymore. The past is the past. You've married. I have my own life now. Please stay away from me. Li Jiao Jiao's face was stern, her expression serious, with no love in her eyes. At this moment, Chen Xian finally tore off his mask of false politeness. He strode forward and suddenly hugged Li Jiao Jiao tightly. Tell me, do you like someone else now? Li Jiao Jiao, you shameless woman. I left for just a few days, and you've already gotten close to a common man. Are you that cheap? Falling into disgrace, wasting good days, and still choosing to be so lowly. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Li Jiao Jiao, who had never encountered such a situation, instinctively struggled. Chen Xian was a scholar, but he was also a man. She couldn't break free. Qiling, the spiritual tool, anxiously shouted, Are you stupid? I taught you martial arts, didn't I? Li Jiao Jiao suddenly remembered she knew some fighting skills. But Chen Xian was holding her tightly, making her unable to move. She was so anxious she bit his arm fiercely, then turned around and grabbed his hair, pulling with all her might in the opposite direction. Chun Xian didn't expect Li Jiao to resist so fiercely. His arm burned with pain, and the pain on his scalp made him furious. He tried to turn over, but Li Jiao stomped his face. Qiling had once taught her that men are naturally stronger than women, so she had to use clever tricks. "You dare to hit me?" Chun Xian was surprised himself. Last time Li Jiao caused a scene at the Chen family, he thought she was angry with him. He knew her temper, she loved him. He believed that if he just coaxed her well, they could make up. So he even bought gifts to apologize. But as soon as he arrived in town, he saw Li Jiao exchanging glances with a common man, which made him furious. He couldn't help but confront her and question her. "Not only will I hit you, I will kick you too." Li Jiao had never been in such a situation before. She was furious and stomped Chun Xian's face. Chun Xian felt pain and struggled to get up from the ground. A hairpin fell from his chest. It was made of silver, roughly crafted, but to an ordinary rural girl, such a hairpin was worth at least several taels of silver, something quite valuable. Li Jiao looked at the hairpin briefly. Chun Xian picked up the hairpin from the ground and sighed. Jiao, I know I haven't treated you well, but I promise you, once you enter the mansion, I will only love you. You know, I don't love her. I married her for our future. I thought you understood me. Last time, you said it was enough that you knew my feelings. Why have you become like this? Li Jiao pointed at her nose. What do you mean, I've become like this? A shrew? Chun Xian, why are you still coming to find me? I told you clearly, go your way and I'll go mine. Chun Xian looked at Li Jiao's increasingly beautiful face, his desire growing stronger. They had agreed that he would find a chance to take her away when he returned to the village. But why had it come to this? Jiao, are you really going to do this? Chun Xian's eyes showed a hint of pain. After so many years of feelings, are you really going to give up on everything? Hearing Chun Xian's words, Li Jiao couldn't help but laugh. So many years of feelings? Chun Xian, you're the head of this case. Your mind must be muddled. Last time, when my mother caused trouble at your house, your new wife poisoned me, trying to kill me. Don't you know it was her? Or are you pretending not to understand? I came into the mansion with you. Are you just waiting for her to kill me? Chun Xian, if you love me then, help me get revenge? Chun Xian's face changed slightly. Everyone knew what Wang Yuxiu had done to Li Jiao that day. If he was not a fool, he would understand. Thinking of Chun Xian pretending to be clueless and hiding at home, Li Jiao felt very disappointed in him. She also felt sympathy for her original self. She had encountered such a man and still had her heart on him. It was not worth it at all. Li Jiao couldn't help but mock Chun Xian. How dare he come back to find her? Did he think Wang Yuxiu was too ugly? Without hesitation, Li Jiao turned and left. Chun Xian watched her back, clenched his fists. Li Jiao quickly closed the door and gasped for breath. She was worried Chun Xian, this scoundrel, would chase after her. Luckily, he still knew shame. Whenever I think about Wang Yuxiu repeatedly trying to hurt herself, Li Jiao feels so angry that her teeth itch. But right now, she is too weak and powerless. Others have gone to Liang County, and she doesn't even know which direction it is in. Revenge feels so far away. On one side, Wang Yuxiu is watching her closely, and on the other, Chun Xian's disgusting affection makes her feel helpless. She feels like heaven is against her. Others travel through time and become young ladies or queens, or at least have someone caring for them, but she is nothing. Only a mother who is like a bun, a little brother, and a bad father. She is surrounded by wolves, feeling very upset. Gu Dongshu saw a somewhat disheveled man come out of an alley. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but when the man stopped in front of his family's bun shop, he smiled and asked, "Sir, would you like a bun?" Fragrant meat buns, thin skin, thick filling, very tasty. Chun Xian stared hard at the man in front of him. He's just a bun seller. He doesn't understand what Li Jiao sees in him. Li Jiao was at home making candied hawthorn. The maltose she sold was doing very well. This time, she planned to make more maltose because In cold weather, it could last several days. She soaked all the leftover wheat from last time, then cut off the sprouted roots, chopped it into pieces, and boiled it in a pot. As the soup in the pot changed color, she scooped out the residue and put the pot on low heat to simmer. The water gradually evaporated, and the sauce thickened. She hurriedly stirred with a spatula to prevent it from sticking to the bottom of the pot. When it was time for school dismissal, Li Qiao didn't see Li Jiao arrive. He was a bit surprised. After thanking Mr. Zheng, he started to walk back. Near the alley entrance, Li Qiao was stopped by someone. Chen Xian had been waiting at Gu Dongshu's bun shop at the alley entrance for Li Qiao. Seeing him, he smiled and asked, "Are you going to school?" Li Qiao nodded. He didn't like Chen Xian and took a step back. A flicker of happiness appeared in Chen Xian's eyes. Since Li Qiao was going to school, he squatted down and handed him a meat bun. "Are you hungry? Eat a bun." Qiao, going to school is hard. Since you have the chance now, you must study well. By the way, if you don't understand something, come ask me. I'll stay at home for a while. Li Qiao didn't move. Gu Dongshu frowned and asked him, Qiao, do you know him?" Li Qiao heard Gu Dongshu's voice and quickly ran to his side, asking, "Dongshu Gij, have you seen my sister?" Chen Xian's face was dark and gloomy, but when he stood up, he changed to a gentle smile. Qiao, I just saw your sister. Let's go. I'll take you back. I need to go to the village later so we can go together." Gu Dongshu finally understood. The man in front of him, dressed so well, was from the same village as Li Jiao and her brother. Not only that, he was waiting specifically for Li Jiao. Their relationship. Gu Dongshu felt uncomfortable inside. He didn't know what kind of relationship this man had with Li Jiao. He secretly looked at Li Qiao. Li Qiao shook her head and tugged at Gu Dongshu's sleeve. "Brother Dongshu, can you take me home?" Gu Dongshu was happy to hear that. He looked at Chen Xian, took Li Qiao's hand, told her father something, and then led her into the alley. Chen Xian watched their backs, his face dark. This time, he had come back on purpose. He had prepared a house in the county town, planning to bring Li Jiao there. But unexpectedly, Li Jiao didn't like him, and even Li Qiao, that little brat, was wary of him. Hearing knocking at the door outside, Li Jiao, who was stringing hawthorn berries, dropped her berries. She suddenly looked up and stared toward the door. "Sister." When she heard Li Qiao's voice, Li Jiao remembered that she had been worried Chen Xian would stop her again. She had forgotten about Li Qiao's school matters. She hurried to open the door. Seeing Li Qiao and Gu Dongshu at the door, Li Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly pulled Li Qiao inside, instinctively glanced at the empty alley, and didn't see Chen Xian. Her heart finally calmed. She looked at Gu Dongshu with apology. "Big brother Gu, I'm really sorry. I forgot about Qiao going to school. Thank you for bringing her back." Gu Dongshu's face turned red. He waved his hand. "It's nothing really." He wanted to mention the thing at their bun shop outside, but the words caught in his throat. He felt he had no right to ask. So he waved and turned to leave. "Sister, I saw brother Chen Xian." Li Jiao almost dropped the door latch. She hurriedly closed the door and asked Li Qiao, "Where is he?" Li Qiao pointed toward the alley entrance. "Right at brother Dongshu's bun shop." "Sister, is he here to find you?" "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I will protect you." Although Li Qiao was young, she understood everything. She knew that brother Chen Xian's wife wanted to harm her sister. The letter papers and that jewelry box, Chen Xian guarding the alley entrance, they definitely had bad intentions. Li Jiao gently rubbed Li Qiao's head and said, Qiao, he's now a scholar and the son-in-law of the county magistrate. Don't go against him. Those who know when to act wisely are smart. You should protect yourself first. Also, be careful. His wife. Never mind. Why am I telling you all this? If it really comes to it, we can go see Manager Yang. Li Jiao's mind was spinning. Now, the only suitable person she could find was Xie Changjue. He has people and skills. Manager Yang and Teacher Zheng are more familiar with him, so maybe he can protect Qiao. Seeing Li Jiao's pale face and worried eyes, Li Qiao gently held her hand and said, "Sister, don't be afraid. If it comes to it, I won't study anymore. We'll go home. With our parents, grandparents, and uncles, he won't dare to do anything." That's right. Li Qiao's words sparked a bright idea in Li Jiao's mind. How could she forget this? She quickly calmed down. So, what if Chen Xian is the son-in-law of the county magistrate? As long as he doesn't pass the imperial exams, he can't hold official position. He'll have to depend on others. Moreover, Chen Xian has worked hard studying for so many years. What do scholars care most about? Their reputation. Someone as calculating as Chen Xian must understand this too. Maybe Chen Xian will really have a bright future. He knows how to choose. For a village girl, he definitely won't give up his career. Li Jiao straightened her back, took Li Qiao into the house, and brought out a string of unsolidified maltose candy, stirring it with 2 sticks into a ball, then handed it to Li Qiao. Qiao, after I finish this, we'll go back." Li Qiao happily held the maltose candy. "Sister, I think this is delicious. Maybe tomorrow you can sell candied haws at Teacher Zheng's place. It will definitely sell well." Li Jiao rolled her eyes. "That won't do. Haven't you heard the saying, all trades are low, only studying is high? People like Teacher Zheng are very proud. If I go to sell candy at your place, he won't be happy. Qiao, if someone asks what your family does, just say they farm. Understand?" Li Qiao was confused but nodded obediently. After finishing the candied haws, Li Jiao tidied up the house, locked the door, and took Li Qiao home. The sky, which had been resting for a while, started to snow lightly again. The tiny snowflakes fell like gravel. Li Jiao wrapped a scarf around Li Qiao's head and stepped outside. At the alley entrance, she didn't see Chen Xian's figure. Gu Dongshu and Uncle Gu greeted Li Jiao and Li Qiao. Uncle Gu smiled and asked Qiao, "Are you going home?" Li Qiao nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Gu, it's snowing again. You should hurry home now." Uncle Gu poured out a basin of hot water. "We're almost ready to head home. It's snowing now, so take your time on the way back." Gu Dongshu opened his mouth to say something, but Li Jiao and Li Qiao had already walked far ahead. He had no choice but to chase after them and stand in the snow, watching them leave. "Dongshu!" Uncle Gu called out to Gu Dongshu. Gu Dongshu quickly turned around to help. Uncle Gu whispered, "Do you think the person sitting here just now is an ordinary person?" Gu Dongshu looked confused. Uncle Gu sighed. "You don't recognize him? He's the chief of cases in our Liang County, a talented scholar. If I hadn't seen him, I wouldn't know whose child Jiao is. But now I do. I heard that last year the scholar was engaged. They planned for him to take the imperial exam this year and then come back to marry. But unexpectedly, the county magistrate's daughter took a liking to him. When he became the chief of cases in Liang County, many people in town talked about it." Gu Dongshu finally understood. Uncle Gu looked at him and said, "So, Dongshu, don't think about those things, okay?" Gu Dongshu looked sad. Uncle Gu wanted to say more, but he knew Dongshu was a well-behaved and sensible boy. He didn't want to say more and just sighed. It was obvious that this scholar still had feelings for Li Jiao. Li Jiao held Li Qiao's hand. On the way back to the village, she saw Chen Xian, covered in snowflakes. Chen Xian had been waiting on the road for a long time. He was with a young servant holding an umbrella, but he hadn't opened it. He carried a bundle on his back. When he saw Li Jiao and Li Qiao, Chen Xian's eyes finally moved. In the heavy snow, he smiled, showing a set of bright white teeth like snowflakes. Jiao, you're back? I've been waiting for you for a while." Li Qiao glanced at Li Jiao. Li Jiao reached out and held his hand to reassure him. She hurried forward, and Chen Xian followed closely behind. The snow was over ankle-deep, making it hard for Li Qiao to walk. Li Jiao squatted down and tried to carry him on her back. But Li Qiao was stubborn and refused to climb onto her back. Li Jiao didn't care whether he agreed or not. She simply picked him up and strode forward. As they approached Xuanshui village, Wang's figure moved slowly across the white snow. When she saw Li Jiaojiao and Chen Xian clearly, her face changed dramatically. Like a protective mother hen, she quickly pulled Li Jiaojiao behind her and questioned Chen Xian. Chen Xian, what are you trying to do now? Chen Xian smiled and said, Second aunt, I haven't done anything. When I was returning, I just happened to meet Jiao Jiao and Qiao Qiao. We came back together. I didn't do anything. Wang sneered coldly. What else do you want to do? Do you want to hurt Jiao Jiao? Chen Xian, I see you are a scholar. Do you not know what your wife is doing? How dare you still stay close to Jiao Jiao? What are you planning? Chen Xian looked uncomfortable, but when he saw Li Jiaojiao's fair and rosy face, he couldn't give up. He took a quick step forward and stood in front of Wang, saying, Second aunt, Jiao Jiao and I have known each other since we were children. If it weren't for the county magistrate's matchmaking, I wouldn't have married his daughter. I truly love Jiao Jiao. Second aunt, honestly, I came back this time just to take Jiao Jiao with me to the county town. I have already prepared the house. Wang was furious. She spat harshly at Chen Xian's face. Chen Xian, what do you think of our Jiao Jiao? Chen Xian remained calm. He wiped the spit from his face and looked steadily at Wang. Second aunt, Jiao Jiao and I are engaged. Everyone around here knows that. Now that she has broken off the engagement with me, what kind of good family can she marry into in the future? I am different. Second aunt, I truly love Jiao Jiao. That's why I study so hard to marry her. Marrying her is my only wish. His eyes reddened as he spoke passionately. Second aunt, I truly love Jiao Jiao. Next year, I will take the county exam. If I pass the imperial exam, I will officially marry Jiao Jiao and bring her home. Hearing this, Wang couldn't help but feel a little moved. If you marry Jiao Jiao, what about your daughter from the county magistrate? Once I pass the exam and get an official position, I will naturally make Jiao Jiao my wife. I love only her in this life. Li Jiaojiao felt her teeth ache. Chen Xian's letter said the same. He loved only her and promised that once he became an official, he would marry her. Otherwise, she wouldn't foolishly keep her heart on him. Wan Yuxiu probably knew about the letter Chen Xian wrote to her, even the contents. That's why she wanted to end her life. Wang turned to look at Li Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao sneered silently, memories flooding back. Before Chen Xian became the head of the case, and before he married Wan Yuxiu, they were like young lovers in a sweet romance, exchanging meaningful glances. But Chen Xian married a wife yet still clung to Li Jiaojiao, wanting her to be his little wife. She didn't think that by becoming Chen Xian's concubine, she would be truly loved once he succeeded. Love should be based on equality. From the start, they were unequal. She refused to be anyone's canary or pet. She wanted to be her own master. Chen Xian, you say you love me and only me in this life. Fine. Then go back and divorce the county magistrate's daughter, and I will marry you immediately. Li Jiaojiao's voice was clear and firm. Wang Shi's eyes lit up. Yes, if Chen Xian divorced his wife, then it was natural that Jiao Jiao could marry him. Chen Xian looked sad, full of helplessness. White snow fell on his shoulders, seeming to weigh him down. At this moment, Chen Xian had lost his previous energy and spirit after returning to the village. Jiao Jiao, you know this can't be. Li Jiaojiao didn't want to hear his excuses. She waved her hand. Oh, I understand. So, Chen Xian, no matter who I marry in the future, or if I can't marry anyone, it has nothing to do with you. Once you're married, just take care of your wife. Although I am just a tiny ant in your eyes, even ants have lives, understand? Jiao Jiao. Seeing Li Jiaojiao try to leave, Chen Xian called out to her. The sky darkened, and a strong wind howled. The gloomy weather made Chen Xian's face look worse. He chased after her. Jiao Jiao, if you break off the engagement, do you think others will still want to marry you if they find out? Chen Xian's threat made Wang Shi stop in her tracks. She had always worried that Li Jiaojiao wouldn't be able to marry into a good family in the future. Li Jiaojiao held Wang Shi's arm and once again warned Chen Xian seriously. It has nothing to do with you. Chen Xian, you're at least a scholar. For your fame, you can break off the engagement and marry a daughter from a noble family. That's normal, people aim higher. But you'd better not be greedy and look at what's in your bowl while eyeing the pot. Your behavior really makes people sick. Wang Shi gently tugged at Li Jiao's sleeve, but she ignored her. With a dark face, Li Jiao said, "This is the last warning. If you keep bothering me, don't blame me for fighting to the death. You want to ruin me, so I won't let your career go smoothly either. I heard that you scholars care most about your reputation. Don't force me to cause trouble at your school entrance." After saying this, Li Jiao pulled Wang Shi and left. On the way, Li Jiao didn't speak. She had never felt so disgusted before, but Chen Xian had achieved it. A scoundrel, truly human trash. Back home, Wang Shi kept wanting to speak, but hesitated. Li Jiao knew what she wanted to say, but she didn't want to hear Wang Shi's advice. She directly told Wang Shi, "Mom, I can't be with Chen Xian. Just the fact that his wife wanted to poison me is enough to stop us. I know I was rejected for marriage and future relationships will be difficult. I can choose not to marry, but I will never marry just anyone." Li Qiao patted her chest. "Sister, don't be afraid. When I grow up, I will support you." Li Jiao smiled and hugged Li Qiao. "Mom, did you hear that? Qiao is studying hard now. When he grows up and becomes successful, he will support me. I won't need anyone else. Besides, I can earn my own money." Actually, Li Jiao also wanted to say, "You should worry more about yourself," but when the words were about to come out, she hesitated, worried it would hurt Wang Shi, so she swallowed them. In the main room, Li Chengju brought their family's reunion back, along with Ma Xiaoqing. Their daughter was home, and Old Man Li and Mrs. Deng were very happy. Wang Shi had just finished cooking when the door was pushed open. Li Chengkai, drunk, entered and pointed at Li Jiao's nose, scolding him. "What's the use of me giving birth to you? Qiao has someone willing to marry her. Look at you, when people hear you were rejected, they don't even want to look at you. Useless girl. Why did I have you? If I knew, I should have strangled you when you were born. Wasted all these years of my life." Wang Shi frowned and helped Li Chengkai, saying sharply, "What are you rambling about all day?" Li Chengkai shook off Wang Shi's hand. "What am I saying? Look at her. Go listen to what the villagers are saying. I've lost face. Now Qiao is about to marry, and every day I see her, I get angry. Get out of here. It's all your fault, you old hag. Look at the good daughter you raised. She was rejected, wasn't she?" Wang Shi tried to help Li Chengkai, but Li Jiao grabbed him. "He's drunk. Didn't you see?" Wang Shi helplessly told Li Jiao, "He's your father." Li Jiao rolled her eyes and secretly thought, if Li Chengkai wasn't her biological father, she would want to cause an accident and get rid of this useless dad. Of course, she only thought about it. Killing someone was not something she would do. Li Qiao took a bun and shoved it into Li Chengkai's mouth. "Dad, have you been drinking only? You haven't eaten anything, right? Hurry and eat this bun." Seeing his son, Li Chengkai's usually stern expression softened. He took the bun and pulled Li Qiao into a hug, giving him a firm kiss. "My good boy. Qiao, don't listen to your mother's nonsense. Study hard, and one day, I'll bring home a scholar title so I can be proud of you, understand?" Li Jiao finally broke free from Li Chengkai's grasp. She quickly moved to stand beside Wang Shi and Li Jiao, whispering, "Dad, you should eat now."
Li Jiao puled Li Qiao outsida.
Outside the door, Li Qiao looked up and waved at Li Jiao. "Sister, I'll give him a bun, so he won't scold you. Don't be angry, sister. Don't worry. When I become a scholar, I'll protect you." Li Jiao squatted down and gently rubbed Li Qiao's face. She couldn't help but kiss him again. "Yes, so, I'm not afraid. I have Qiao. If I really can't marry anyone in the future, Qiao will take care of me, and I won't worry." Li Qiao nodded seriously and looked at Li Jiao with earnest eyes. "Sister, you won't have trouble getting married. Everyone says you are the prettiest girl in our village.
Li Jiao nudda. She was only 16 in this body.
In her previous life, she was over 30 and still unmarried. When Wang Shi finished settling Li Chengkai and the table was cleared, Li Qiao hurriedly pulled her to sit down and said to Wang Shi, "Sister said the food has gone cold. She's going to reheat it." Li Jiao brought the hot food to the table and sat opposite Wang Shi. She said, "Mother, our kitchen isn't good enough. The snow is falling harder, and that shed might not hold up. Once the snow stops, we must rebuild a proper kitchen." Wang Shi waved her hand. "It's too cold for that. Your dad said if it collapses, he'll cook in the main house's kitchen. Your father doesn't want to split the family, and your grandparents didn't say much. Your dad eats alone, and we three, mother and children, don't eat in the main house. Your grandparents are even happier that way." "No," Li Jiao said firmly. "Mother, we finally split the family. I don't want them to control my marriage in the future. You mentioned that my younger aunt introduced a family last time, saying they own a silk shop and that the man is lame. That family is so good. Why didn't she leave Yuezhen with them?" Hearing Li Jiao say this, Mrs. Wang thought for a moment and said, "You're right. We should split up. Okay, tomorrow I will go to the mountain to cut some wood and fix the kitchen." Li Jiao waved her hand and said, "There's too much snow on the mountain. Don't go. Let's find someone in the village to help, and we can pay them." While mother and daughter were discussing fixing the kitchen tomorrow, over in the main house, Ma Shaoqing held Li Qiao's hand and softly said, "Your older brother said that once you get to the county town, we can see each other more often." Zhao Shi's eyes turned slightly red. "Lyre thinks the family is okay, and your father and I have no objections. Just one thing, you must take good care of Qiao. She's honest and simple." Ma Shaoqing looked at Zhao Shi with a gentle scold. "Mother, what are you saying? Qiao is our sister. We will protect her. Besides, there's also my younger aunt in the county town." Li Qingju's face lit up with happiness as she spoke to Deng Shi and Old Li. "Lyre's decisions make us confident. The family he chose is the butcher's family across from a shop. Their youngest son is good at buying and selling pigs. He started his own business a few years ago and is quite capable." Qiao blushed shyly.
Zhuzuahan poutet.
She was 15 now, and in the past 2 years, some people had come to propose marriage, but her mother didn't like them. 2 years ago, when she heard Li Jiao was engaged to a scholar named Chen Xian from the village, her mother became interested. Chu Yuezhen also liked scholars, so she looked down on families like the butchers. "Mother, I'm going to find Wanwan." Chu Yuezhen left the main house and went to Hu Shi's family. As she reached the door, she smelled the aroma of cured meat inside. The smell was so delicious that even through the window she could smell it. Chu Yuezhen couldn't help but swallow and felt happy. She hurriedly knocked on the door. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound from inside. Then Hu Shi's voice. "Who's there?" Chu Yuezhen quickly said, "Third aunt, it's me, Yuezhen." Mrs. Hu opened the door, and Chu Yuezhen peeked inside. The family of 4 was neatly sitting at the table. There was no more cured meat on the table, and Li Huan's lips showed a faint shine of oil. Li Qingxing and Mrs. Hu's mouths were clean. The only small flaw in the family was little Li Senator. He was small and couldn't chew the cured meat well. He had it in his mouth, looking like a tiny hamster. When Chu Yuezhen came in, he didn't dare to chew. Chu Yuezhen was over 10 years old and understood everything. She felt embarrassed and blushed. She looked away and said to Mrs. Hu, "Third aunt and third auntie, I came to visit Huan, but she's going to sleep now, so I'll leave first." As soon as Chu Yuezhen stepped out, Mrs. Hu closed the door and scolded Li Qingxing. "Really, Yuezhen is just a child. How much can she eat? Put the food away. Doesn't she know that? Did you hear what she just said?" Mrs. Hu glared at Li Qingxing sharply. "Oh, we're so kind. I'm so mean, refusing to let your niece eat. Enough already." Li Qingxing pointed at Mrs.
Hu.
"Just wait and see if Yuezhen tells her little sister when she goes back." Mrs. Hu snorted coldly. "Tell her what? This was given to me by my mother. If she wants to eat, tell your mother to bring out some cured meat and make it. Li Qingxing didn't say a word in reply to Mrs. Hu's retort. Mrs. Hu sat back at the table and took out a plate of cured meat from under the table. She warned Li Huanhuan and Li Sun, eat quickly. Visitors are here. If anyone sees, none of you'll get to eat. That night, Chu Yuezhen told Li Qingju about what had happened. Li Qingju looked grim. Your third auntie is like that. If she wants to eat cured meat, I'll ask your grandma to make some for you tomorrow, just for you. Is that okay? Chu Yuezhen finally relaxed her serious expression. The next morning, Lu Shi went around telling everyone in the village that Chen Xian had returned. Chen Xian was a big figure in Xuanshui village. When people heard he was back, almost everyone went to greet him. Li Lianzhong, the village chief and head of the village, also went. His son carried a basket of eggs and had slaughtered a chicken, placing it in the basket. When he arrived, many people quickly gave up their seats. Li Jiao had just finished tidying up, preparing to take Li Qiao to Xijing Fuji. Mrs. Hu and Li Huanhuan, mother and daughter, carried a basket of things. Chu Yuezhen and Li Qingju stood nearby. Seeing Li Jiao about to leave, Mrs. Hu smiled and asked her, Jiao, Chen Xian's son is back. Are you leaving now? Li Jiao knew that Hu's family had bad intentions. She looked thoughtfully at Li Wanwan and whispered, Third aunt, are you really taking Wanwan to visit? Isn't she a bit too young? At first, Hu didn't understand what Li Jiao meant. She smiled and said, What's too young? It's good to go and see more things. After Li Jiao and Li Qiao left the yard, Hu finally realized what was going on. She pointed at Li Jiao's back and scolded loudly, You shameless girl. What did you mean just now? You're so mean and sneaky. You behave badly and you think everyone is like you. Li Jiao heard Hu's words. She told Li Qiao to stand still and quickly ran back, pointing at Hu and replying, How am I behaving badly? I'm not like some people who go in and out of the Qin family late at night. Who knows what you're doing in the dark? You're taking Wanwan to visit, but unfortunately, Chen Xian has already married a girl from a wealthy family. Your family is just a small, insignificant one, and no one cares about you. Hu was almost so angry she almost fainted. Li Chengju looked at Chu Yuzhen beside her, her face turning dark. She clenched Chu Yuzhen's hand tightly. Li Jiao, that's your third aunt.
How can you talk like that?
You have no manners at all. Among all her cousins, Chu Yuzhen hated Li Jiao the most. Li Jiao was pretty and always stole the spotlight from the other girls. Whenever people talked about the Li family, they first thought of the daughter from the second household, who was very beautiful. In Li Jiao's bright presence, they had no place to stand. Li Jiao looked at Chu Yuzhen coldly. You're so well-mannered. Do you even know who you're going to visit? Chen Xian is a talented scholar and did well in the recent exams, but he's still a man, an adult man who can get married. You, a young girl waiting at home, running to their house. TSK. Chu Yuzhen was a young woman. She couldn't say anything back to Li Jiao. Her face turned red instantly, and tears welled up in her eyes. She stomped her foot and shouted at Li Chengju, Mother. Li Chengju pointed at Li Jiao. You. Second brother, second sister-in-law, how are you teaching the children? Her voice changed, and she sounded truly angry. She was about to be driven crazy by Li Jiao. Li Jiao covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Little aunt, do you know what you look like right now? Forget it. We're relatives. I won't say more. If you want to complain, go ahead. My reputation is already like this. Don't force me. If you make me angry, even if I have to die, I'll drag someone down with me. You understand? Li Jiao's eyes shimmered with charm, matching her beautiful face. Li Chengju's chest rose and fell rapidly. She just wanted to tear apart that face. After speaking, Li Jiao calmly walked outside. Wang Shi and Li Chengkai heard the noise and hurried out. Wang Shi asked Li Chengju, Little sister, what's wrong? Li Jiao, who had taken a few steps out, suddenly turned back, smiled at Li Chengju and the others. Her smile was too bright. To Li Chengju, it was blinding. Currently, Li Jiaojiao was barefoot, while they were wearing shoes. Li Chengju looked very unhappy. She glanced at Wang Shi and then at Li Chengkai, sighing helplessly. It's nothing. Li Chengju sent Chu Yuzhen back home. Hu Shi also kept Li Wanwan inside. Only then did they head to the Chen family. In Xingfeng town, more and more ragged people appeared. Whenever a passerby walked by, a pair of beggars would immediately approach. At first, Li Jiaojiao held Li Qiao's hand, but then she saw that little Li Qiao was blocked and couldn't move. She became anxious, quickly picked up Li Qiao, squeezed through the crowd, and hurriedly took Li Qiao to Zhengfuzi. Then she rushed back home, grabbed the candied hawthorn and malt sugar she made yesterday, and went out. Today, the street was crowded, but there were few pedestrians. Old Gu saw Li Jiaojiao come out and immediately lowered his head. Gu Dongshu stared eagerly at Li Jiaojiao. When she approached, he raised his hand and called out, "Jiaojiao, over here." Li Jiaojiao carried the wooden stick with candied hawthorn, smiled, and greeted Gu Dongshu and Old Gu. Old Gu responded perfunctorily. Gu Dongshu was very enthusiastic, helping to set down her things. "It's so cold today. Why are you out selling candied hawthorn? The beggars in town are more today. Look, many people aren't out anymore." Li Jiaojiao smiled. "Qiao Qiao loves to eat it, so I made more. With so many sweet things, I don't even like to eat them. It's better to show them. If someone buys, I'll sell a little." "Brother Dongshu, Old Gu, try the malt soft candy I made. Just stir it a bit. It's easy for the elderly to eat." Li Jiaojiao quickly took out some unhardened malt sugar from a small basin, warmed it near the stove, stirred it, and handed a piece to Gu Dongshu and another to Old Gu. Old Uncle Gu looked at his silly son with a sigh in his heart. He took the food and thanked Li Jiaojiao. Then he asked Gu Dongshu to give Li Jiaojiao a bun to eat. Since there were no customers now, Uncle Gu sat down and casually asked, "Jiaojiao, was the person in the alley yesterday the top criminal in our Li County this year?" Li Jiaojiao was a bit surprised. She nodded and said, "Yes, he is the top criminal in Li County's court trial this year. The county magistrate liked him and made him a quick son-in-law, Chen Xian. He's from our village." Uncle Gu saw that Li Jiaojiao was open about this matter, with no hesitation. He felt he might have been a bit petty. But when he thought of his silly son, he had to ask. "He stayed here for a while, asking about you. If I didn't know you all are from the same village, I'd think he's a bad person. Jiaojiao, you're a girl. You should be careful. Look at all the beggars on the street. Life is hard for the common folks." Li Jiaojiao wasn't stupid. She immediately understood the meaning behind Uncle Gu's words. She smiled and said, "My mom also told me that. So, I've been staying at home with Qiao Qiao lately." Li Jiaojiao hadn't thought about Gu Dongshu. She thought maybe Uncle Gu and the others knew about her engagement with Chen Xian, but now they probably didn't care anymore. Uncle Gu heard her say this and smiled more. Gu Dongshu, being silly, kept staring at Li Jiaojiao. Li Jiaojiao felt shy. She stood up, carrying a wooden stick, and said, "Fresh, delicious candied hawthorns without pits. Come and try some." Seeing Li Jiaojiao calling out, Gu Dongshu hurried over and said, "Jiaojiao, why are you selling? Let me do it." "I will." Uncle Gu felt helpless. He went to knead dough instead, not wanting to watch his silly son. Gu Dongshu had been selling buns with his father since he was little. He knew how to call out. His shouts quickly attracted several children. Li Jiaojiao squatted on the ground, giving them malt candies, various shapes of malt candies, and soft malt candies. The little kids eagerly wanted to eat. Li Jiaojiao was kind and good-looking. Soon several children gathered around. "Why does this kid want more candy? She just ate a string yesterday." The woman who bought candied hawthorns for her grandson yesterday looked unhappy. She glared at Li Jiaojiao. But Li Jiaojiao wasn't angry. She smiled and picked a string of candied hawthorns for the child. "You're so clever. You'll be successful in the future. Here, sister gives you a bunny sugar. Grow healthy and strong." Hearing Li Jiaojiao speak like that, The woman's face finally looked better, and a hidden smile appeared in her eyes. Proudly, she picked up her little grandson and said, "Our Jia is sure to be successful."
He's going to school now.
Li Jiao immediately responded, "Oh, really? My younger brother also studies at Mr. Zheng's place. I sell some snacks to save money for his schooling. Little brother, you must work hard. I've heard that among all pursuits, studying is the highest. In the future, you will definitely be a successful child." The woman became even happier and liked Li Jiao more. She quickly called out to the people in the shop across the street, "Second sister-in-law, did you hear? She's just trying to save money for her brother's education. Come on, your kids need to eat too. Everyone, buy some." On this street, everyone knew each other. Her shout quickly brought out several women. Their children were around the same age, some 12 or 13, others 3 or 4, and they all shouted to buy candied fruit sticks. Today, Li Jiao's business was even better than yesterday. As a result, Gudong Shu's steamed bun business also improved. When Li Jiao finished selling all the candied fruit on the wooden stand, and even the malt candies she brought were all sold out, she turned to Gudong Shu and said, "Brother Gu, if you could give a bowl of soup with your buns, I think your business would be even better." Gudong Shu was puzzled. Gu Debo frowned and said, "Our buns are already cheap. Giving away a bowl of soup would mean losing money." Li Jiao glanced at Gudong Shu and then spoke to Gu Debo, "Uncle Gu, you see, the business isn't very good right now. Eating too many buns can be a bit choking. If we buy some big bones to make soup, adding some bean sprouts or white radish and sell at a small profit, I believe we wouldn't lose money. When people hear they can drink free soup, they'll definitely come." In this era, the fattiest pork was sold at the highest price, followed by lean meat. The least valuable were bones and pig offal. Usually, people didn't want bones when they bought meat. If someone tried to sell bones as meat, they'd be scolded. Gu Debo fell into thought. Li Jiao said all this because she appreciated Gudong Shu's sincere help. She just wanted to suggest this to them. Once everything was sold out early, Li Jiao had other things to do. She told Gudong Shu and the others briefly, and then went out to buy some supplies. The weather is so cold, and there are many beggars in town. It's been 2 or 3 days, but no officials have come to handle the situation. If it continues, chaos will happen sooner or later. She sells candied hawthorn sticks, but only temporarily. She wants to buy some cotton cloth and silk thread to make warm scarves and hats for Li Jiao, and also to stock up on food. Li Jiao still has about 50 or 60 taels of silver. She bought the cheapest millet, sorghum, and a few bags of beans. She has over 20 taels left, which she exchanged entirely for cloth. She originally planned to buy cotton fabric, but it was too expensive. As for silk thread, she looked at it and gave up. In the end, she only bought a few meters of cotton cloth, and the rest was plain cloth. This plain cloth is the cheapest here because it is thick and stiff. It's okay for work, but if made into inner clothes, it would scratch the skin. Li Jiao bought all the plain cloth in the shop. Then she returned to her house. She hadn't yet counted her earnings for the day.
The doorbell rang.
She didn't open immediately, but looked outside to see who was there. It was the grandfather and grandson bringing her hawthorn. She then opened the door. Jiao, sister. Xiao Yin happily entered. Her grandfather placed a basket of hawthorn in the yard. He looked at it and said to Li Jiao, "Child, let me take this inside for you." Li Jiao quickly waved her hand. "No need, Grandpa. I can do it myself." She went inside, took out 20 copper coins, and came out to see Xiao Yin handing her a basket. Jiao, sister, these are pears grown by my grandpa. Many got frostbitten, but they're stored in the cellar and are very tasty. Grandpa told me to take them out from the cellar. You can take them back for Chiao to eat." The basket was full of autumn pears, small but very complete. They had just been taken out of the cellar with no rot, and even the roots hadn't dried out completely, showing how well they were stored. The cellar is quite deep. I'm old, and today Xiao Yin went down to get them.
Child, don't mind.
You've helped our grandpa and grandson so much. We don't know how to thank you. Seeing so many pears, a bright idea flashed in Li Jiao's mind. She no longer wanted to do knitting or other crafts. She thought about making pear syrup, something suitable for all ages, especially the elderly and children. It helps with coughs and phlegm and can also be a snack, a great way to entertain children. Thinking of this, Li Jiao quickly squatted down and said to Xiao Yin, how many autumn pears do you still have at home? I want all of them. I'll pay you 2 cents per jean. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin hurriedly looked at the old man behind him. Old Mr. Yin quickly said, "Oh, no need to pay, child, no need. You've already given us grandparents over 100 coins. We only have the 2 of us at home, so we don't need much money. Don't worry about paying. I will go to the cellar later and take out everything for you." Li Jiao quickly replied, "That's not possible. I will find someone myself. Grandpa Yin, this is all for the winter. It's especially cold this year. You must accept this money. I want the pears to sell, so I can't not give you some silver. Grandpa Yin, wait for us. After Qiao finishes school, I will go to the village with you." Grandpa Yin is old, and this time the pears were still brought out from the cellar by Xiao Yin. She couldn't really let him go into the cellar to get the pears. Li Jiao invited them inside to sit for a while and made a bowl of egg noodles for Grandpa Yin and Xiao Yin. She quickly counted the coins she earned today and kept them on her. Looking at the time, she took Grandpa Yin and Xiao Yin to pick up Li Qiao after school. They hired an ox cart and headed straight to the village where Grandpa Yin lived. Danyang Village is southeast of Sun Shui Village, about 10 miles away. The ox cart moved slowly, and by the time they arrived at Danyang Village, it was almost dark. Li Jiao hurried with Li Qiao to the cellar. Li Qiao wanted to go down to help, but Li Jiao refused. Relying on her agility, she went into the cellar alone. The cellar stored some cabbages, radishes, and other vegetables, as well as a special place for hawthorn and autumn pears. Grandpa Yin, to support Xiao Yin, picked many mountain fruits from the mountain after autumn, but many of the fruits were spoiled. Seeing 2 large baskets of autumn pears, Li Jiao couldn't carry them alone. She had previously tricked Grandpa Yin, but in fact, she had no one to help. She divided the pears into many trips before finally emptying the baskets. Back on the ground, she found a scale and weighed the pears. Old Mr. Yin refused to take money. Seeing how simple their living conditions were, only 2 old hens in the backyard, with sparse feathers because they were hungry, Li Jiao sighed and took out all her remaining coins, stuffing them into Grandpa Yin's hand. "Grandpa Yin, this is the money I used to buy the autumn pears. I saw there are still some fruits in your cellar. If you run out of money or food, just come to me. I will exchange things with you," she said. Grandpa Yin refused to accept the money no matter what. Li Jiao forced the coins into his hand. "Grandpa Yin, just listen to me, okay?" Old man Yin was overwhelmed with tears. He raised his hand to wipe his face and said, "You are a good child. No one else wanted to buy those hawthorns, only you. I am getting old, and this year the crops didn't yield much. I took little Yin to sell things in town for many days, but no one wanted to buy. Child, you have helped us a lot. Now you want to give us money too. I really don't know what to say." Li Jiao held his hand and said, "Grandpa Yin, I haven't helped much. Hawthorns can be made into candied fruit. I want pears now, just to sell them. I can't let you suffer losses. Besides, you still need to take care of little Yin. Grandpa Yin, when you have money, buy some new clothes for yourself and little Yin.
Make sure you eat well.
It's very cold today, don't get sick. When it gets dark, we will leave first." This time, Li Jiao, like last time, told Li Qiao that she would meet her at the village entrance of Sun Shui. She placed both baskets of autumn pears into her space. When they returned home, whose family was still at the Chin house and hadn't come back, Mrs. Deng scolded several times in the main house. When night fell and Li Jiao and Li Qiao arrived back, they stood under the eaves, and she started criticizing them indirectly. Finally, Mrs. Deng took Xiao and went to cook. Li Qiao and Ma Xiaoqing were also called into the kitchen. Ma Xiaoqing was from the city of Liang County. Zhao whispered to Mrs. Deng, "Mother, Xiaoqing isn't very good at cooking." Hearing this, Mrs. Deng's face immediately fell. Zhao had to swallow the rest of her words. Mrs. Deng looked at Zhao coldly and said, I heard that daughters from wealthy families are supposed to learn cooking skills. If you can't even cook a proper meal, how will you serve your husband in the future? Zhao looked embarrassed and blushed deeply when she saw Ma Xiaoqing. Finally, under Mrs. Deng's instructions, Ma Xiaoqing cut her finger and hurriedly left the kitchen, looking flustered. Li Qiao walked around the house, but didn't see Wang's figure. He found Li Chengkai in the main house. Li Chengkai snorted coldly and said, How should I know where your mother went? Your grandma is busy looking for someone to cook. I think she's just avoiding work. Qiao, don't learn from your mother in the future, understand? All right, come help out. Your grandpa wants to smoke, roll some tobacco leaves for him. Li Qiao told Old Man Li, Grandpa, I'll go back and tell my sister. I'll be right there. Old Man Li, knowing that Wang and their family weren't eating in the main house, waved his hand and said, Don't come. You and your sister haven't eaten yet, right? Tell your sister to cook some food. What are you coming for? I can roll my own tobacco leaves. Li Chengkai urged Li Qiao to leave. He sat next to Old Man Li and helped him organize the tobacco leaves for drying. Old Mr. Li told Li Chengkai, second son Jiao, this girl was rejected for marriage, and I understand her anger. But I remember she was quite sensible and filial. Yet, look, this morning she argued with her little aunt and said things about Yu Zhen that a young girl who isn't married shouldn't say. Li Qingsai's face darkened immediately. It's all her mother's fault. Father, do you think Jiao can find a good family now that her marriage was called off? After asking, both old Mr. Li and Li Chengkai couldn't help but sigh. Jiao is pretty, but ever since her marriage was cancelled, even the matchmaker stopped asking about her. Old Mr. Li also started to worry. When Li Qiao came back and said that Wang Shi didn't know where she went, Jiao couldn't help but feel anxious. She told Li Qiao and hurried out to find her. As Jiao expected, Wang Shi went to the town. By the time she arrived, it was almost dark. She was told by Uncle Gu at the alley entrance that the children had already gone home, so she turned back. Jiao and Wang Shi met on the way. Jiao was very worried. Mother, you went to the town? Wang Shi quickly grabbed Jiao. Child, look at the time. It's dark now. You and Xiao haven't come back.
I'm worried.
Chun Xian is back. Jiao, he's already married. We should stay away from him. Jiao knew Wang Shi was worried about her. She was pretty, even though her reputation wasn't good now. Wang Shi's concern was normal. The mother and daughter returned home. Little Qiao was squatting by the stove, lighting a fire. Jiao looked again at the nearly collapsing kitchen and silently vowed to fix it tomorrow before leaving. Qiao, why are you here? Go away, I'll do it. Wang Shi hurriedly pulled Qiao aside, lit the fire herself, and Jiao quickly boiled water and washed rice. The fire grew bigger, bringing a little warmth to the drafty kitchen. In the yard, Deng Shi called everyone to eat. Li Chengkai naturally ate in the main room. He refused to admit he was separated from the family. Soon, Hu Shi and Li Qingju returned. Throughout, no one asked about Jiao and her mother. Wang Shi heard the happy sounds from the main room and quietly asked Qiao, Did your father come to ask about you? Qiao shook her head. Jiao knew Wang Shi was still hoping. She asked Qiao, Did your father come to help you? You're just a kid. How can you light a fire and cook? That's too dangerous. Father was busy rolling tobacco leaves for Grandpa. And since it was getting dark, I was worried you might not have dinner when you got home. Seeing little Li Jiao, and Mrs. Wang felt warm inside. Mrs. Wang pulled him into her arms, and Li Jiao gently rubbed Li Qiao's small head. Qiao has grown up and become sensible. He understands to care for his sister and mother. Be good, I will make you something delicious tomorrow. Li Jiao pursed his lips and snuggled into Mrs. Wang's embrace. Mrs. Wang worked quickly, and in less than half an hour, a dish and soup were ready. Just as Li Jiao and others were about to eat, Li Chengkai entered the room with a stern face. He scolded Li Jiao immediately. How do you talk to your little aunt? You have no manners at all. Li Jiao Jiao, is this how I taught you? To talk back to elders? Your little aunt is your elder. Do you have no manners? Li Jiao Jiao hadn't told Mrs. Wang anything about this matter, so Mrs. Wang knew nothing. She looked at Li Jiao Jiao. Li Jiao Jiao looked coldly at Li Qingkai. Dad, did our family accept 5 taels of silver from the Qin family? I didn't get a single penny of that, right? Li Qingkai's face darkened. What are you going to do with that money?
Li Jiao Jiao snarat.
Yes, that money was given to my grandparents. Then why does my little aunt mock me? Chen Xian is back, and I want to be close to him. Besides, I didn't say anything wrong. Zhuo Yuzhen, a young woman, went to Chen Xian's house. Dad, I must be a bit slow-minded. Why do you think that is? Li Qingkai was speechless after Li Jiao Jiao's sharp words. Li Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes. Honestly, Dad, I never expected you to side with me. Why was I rejected? Because Chen Xian looked down on the countryside girl and wanted to climb higher. It has nothing to do with me. Do you understand that, Dad? So, it's not that I didn't want you to live a better life. On the contrary, it's because I don't have a good father that I ended up being rejected. Mrs. Wang tugged at Li Jiao Jiao's sleeve, but she shook off her hand calmly and sat down. I caused trouble. You don't want to be separated from the grandparents, that's fine. But we already have the family agreement. The landlord also gave us a house to live in. My mother wants to come back and be with you. She's worried it might affect Qiao Qiao's reputation. Dad, I am a daughter. I will marry someday. But Qiao Qiao is different. He is your only son. He is studying. When you criticize me in the future, can you think about Qiao Qiao? He is studying now. If he becomes a scholar in the future, and this gets out, what will others say? What will they think? This was the first time Li Qingkai changed his expression. Li Jiao Jiao had long planned to talk seriously to this clueless man. He didn't care about his daughter, nor about his wife. Could he possibly not care about his own son? People say his name is Li Qiao. How can his sister be so shameless? She says he got a scholar title, but isn't worthy of it. Do you understand? Li Qiao clenched his fists nervously. Seeing Li Qingkai breathe out a long, heavy sigh, Li Jiao Jiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was afraid this clueless man might ignore his only son. Li Qingkai was silent for a long time. Li Qiao looked at Li Jiao Jiao, then at Li Qingkai. Li Qiao was only 6 years old. Because he didn't eat well, he was small, about the same size as Li's son from the Hu family. Li Sin ate well, and was chubby and white. Li Qiao was thin and dark, but healthy and rarely sick. Luckily, this was a kind of blessing from heaven. Wang was a bit anxious. She pulled Li Qingkai's arm. You say, you're a father. No matter what others say, you believe it. But you refuse to believe your daughter. You don't trust your family. Li Qingkai, I know you don't like Jiao Jiao, but Qiao Qiao is your son. Open your eyes and see clearly. Look at Li's son from the 3rd family. Look at your Jiao Jiao. Can't you see what's going on? Li Qingkai felt a little guilty after Wang spoke. He awkwardly turned around. I got it. I just want to tell Jiao Jiao, don't argue with your little aunt in the future. If others see it, they'll scold you. She won't say anything bad about your little aunt. Li Jiao Jiao chuckled softly. Dad, that's not right. I'm not only your little sister's niece, I'm also Qiao Qiao's real sister. For Qiao Qiao's future, I won't let anyone throw dirt on me. Li Qingkai choked and glared at Li Jiao Jiao angrily. He got up and went inside to sleep. After he left, Wang's face was full of happiness. She pulled Li Jiao Jiao and Li Qiao into her arms. She said to Li Jiao Jiao, your dad is stubborn. Jiao Jiao, he cares about you too, but he's just not good at talking. Also, he listens too much to your grandparents. Jiao Jiao, don't be angry with your dad. As long as he still cares about Qiao Qiao, that's enough. What do you think? Li Jiao Jiao just smiled and said nothing. Li Qingkai was a coward. He couldn't stand up outside but was soft at home with his wife and son. She didn't like such a coward at all. But this disgusting person was her biological father. Isn't that infuriating? He cannot hit or scold him. Luckily, this scoundrel has a weakness. As long as he remembers he has a son, she is not afraid anymore. The next morning, Li Jiao took Li Qiao to the town. Before leaving, she told Wang Shi that she might stay in town for a couple of days and asked her to find someone to repair the kitchen. Wang Shi agreed, worried about her daughter and son. She said she would go to town in the evening to keep them company. Li Jiao was happy and sent Li Qiao to Xingfeng town. Qiao. Not far from Sun Shui village, Chen Xian's voice was heard behind them. Chen Xian was with a young servant carrying a bundle. He jogged over, took a small package from the servant, and handed it to Li Qiao. Your sister said you're in school. These are the 4 books and 5 classics I copied myself. Qiao, you must study hard, understand? Li Qiao didn't reach out. Chen Xian forcefully put the package into his hand.
Li Jiao frowned.
Qiao, don't take others' things casually. Return them, please. After a pause, Li Jiao said to Chen Xian, Mr. Chen, we are just ordinary folks. Honestly, we can't afford the kindness of the county magistrate's son-in-law. If you truly want to help us, please stay away from us, okay? Chen Xian stared at Li Jiao blankly. She pulled Li Qiao and turned to leave. Chen Xian chased after them. Jiao, don't the letters you wrote to me before count anymore? Hearing this, Li Jiao twitched her lips. Under Chen Xian's influence, she had written that she wanted to be with him forever. Even if she didn't write the letter herself, she still felt extremely embarrassed. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. It was so humiliating. Cough.
Li Yao kliret her tråd.
What letter? Are there more? Chen Xian's face immediately turned ugly. The letters between him and Li Jiao had been burned by Wan Yuxiu's people. He checked, but only ashes remained. Mr. Chen, I told you long ago, you go your way, I go mine. We shouldn't interfere with each other. After speaking, Li Jiao pulled Li Qiao and walked far away. They didn't see Chen Xian's figure anymore. Only then did Li Jiao breathe a sigh of relief. Li Qiao tugged at Li Jiao's hand. Sister, Chen Xian's wife wants to harm you. Are we just going to let this happen?
Li Yao gritted her teeth.
Yes, what else can we do? Jojo, I want to tell you that when we are weak, survival is the most important thing. Once we become strong, even if we don't seek out others, they will be afraid and stay away from us. Li Jiao didn't want to see Chen Xian, so after seeing Li Qiao off, she went inside to make autumn pear syrup. She washed the pears thoroughly, steamed them in a large bamboo steamer, placed a piece of cloth underneath, and then mashed the steamed pears before pressing them with a stone grinder. Meanwhile, she lit a fire and placed sprouted wheat near the stove. The wheat that had sprouted 2 days ago was harvested and boiled in water. Time passed slowly. Li Jiao started boiling pear water in one pot and malt water in another, busy and happy. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She quickly added some wood to the stove and hurried to open it. Brother Dongshu, why are you here? Gu Dongshu, holding a block of tofu, stood at the door. It's past noon, and I haven't seen you, so I came to check on you. Just now, Hu and the others asked why there are no candied hawthorns today. Oh, this is the tofu my mother made last night. I brought you a piece. Li Jiao politely shook her head, refusing politely. No need, Brother Dongshu. I'm making malt syrup now. I told Hu and the others that I will prepare some delicious food for them tomorrow. I promise they'll enjoy it, and the adults won't be angry with them. Gu Dongshu smiled and handed her the tofu. All right, I'll go tell Hu and the others. Just take this tofu. It's homemade, not worth much. Li Jiao waved her hand. No, thank you, Brother Dongshu. Gu Dongshu looked a bit disappointed and left the alley. Seeing this, Uncle Gu asked, did that girl not come today? Gu Dongshu shook his head.
She did.
Then why do you look so down? Uncle Gu noticed the tofu in his hand. Dongshu, that girl. Before Uncle Gu could finish, Gu Dongshu looked up. Dad, I think she's really nice. What do you think? She's quite pitiful. She was about to get married, but her fiancé backed out. Still, I'm glad she was rejected. Dad, could you invite the matchmaker Zheng to come and talk to her about marriage? Zheng was the best matchmaker in Xingfeng town, working with wealthy families. Unlike ordinary matchmakers, she charged a high fee for her services. Uncle Gu listened quietly for a while, without speaking. On the other side, a large pot of autumn pear juice was boiled down to a thick, fragrant syrup. The golden, aromatic autumn pear paste hung on the spoon. She carefully lifted it, set it aside, and dipped hawthorn into malt sugar, then stuck it on a wooden stake. The remaining malt sugar was shaped into various forms, wrapped in oil paper, and set aside. Then she took out small bottles and carefully dripped the pear paste into them. The thick, fragrant pear paste looked very appetizing. For children, it was a sweet treat and a small snack. But for kids with coughs and phlegm, it was also a good medicine. When Li Jiao finished all this, it was already time for Li Qiao to finish school. She hurried to get ready to pick him up. To her surprise, Li Qiao was already back, brought home by Gu Dongshu. After entering the house, Li Qiao politely invited Gu Dongshu to come over for a meal in a few days. Gu Dongshu waved his hand. No, I should pack up and go home now. After seeing Gu Dongshu off, Li Jiao asked Li Qiao, Qiao, why did he bring you back? Li Qiao shook his head. I came out of my teacher's house and didn't see you. I thought, since you said you wanted to make candied hawthorn, I would come back myself. I didn't go far when I saw Brother Dongshu buying things. When he saw me, he wanted to bring me back. Li Jiao nodded silently, remembering the kindness in her heart. In the evening, before it got dark, Wang Shi arrived, and Li Qingkai came along this time. Seeing only Li Jiao and Li Qiao in the house, he looked around curiously. When he learned that the thugs had gone out on errands, he sighed in relief. Good, they've left. Qiao, quickly, write a character your teacher taught you, so I can see. Wang Shi pulled Li Jiao aside. Your father might have finally understood. Today, he even helped me repair the kitchen and came to see Qiao. He said he's waiting for Qiao to become a scholar or a successful candidate. He wants to make a proud father of a top scholar. Li Jiao raised an eyebrow. Really? She took Wang Shi to the backyard and brought out the candied hawthorn and malt sugar she made. Recently, many people came to town, mostly refugees. I feel sorry for them. It's a pity that our family isn't doing well now. If we could help them, I would want to. Wang Shi quickly interrupted her. Jiao, helping those refugees is the government's job. We common folks just need to make sure we don't go hungry and that our families are safe. Please be careful. When your grandfather was alive, he once told me that when he was young, he encountered a flood. Luckily, our family was safe. Later, many refugees came. Your grandmother is kind-hearted. She saw people in need and gave them a bowl of rice. Guess what happened? Li Jiao probably guessed that in such a situation, a person's kindness could lead to trouble, even putting themselves at risk. That night, a group of people came into our house and, in front of your grandparents, stole all our grain and even your eldest uncle's clothes. It was only because your grandfather was strong and brave that he scared them away. So, Jiao, don't be too quick to show kindness. Li Jiao held Wang's arm and said, Mother, I understand. I'm not stupid. The next morning, Li Qingkai was leaving. Wang was worried about the children and decided to stay. Li Qingkai told her to come back before dark. After she agreed, he left. Li Jiao carried a wooden stake, and Wang carried a basket of autumn pear syrup and lots of malt candies, following behind her. From afar, Gu Dongshu saw Li Jiao and Wang come out. He hurried over to say hello. But Uncle Gu was coughing repeatedly behind him. Gu Dongshu looked at Uncle Gu, and then at Li Jiao, and had to go back to Uncle Gu. Jiao, come here and sell candied hawthorns. You can also warm yourself by the fire here. Li Jiao waved her hand.
No, Don Shuhe.
I have some things to do. I want to go for a walk. As she walked away, Wang softly asked, Jiao, why do I feel like Brother Gu doesn't like you? Li Jiao looked back. From a distance, Gu Dongshu was still standing in front of the bun shop, waving at her. Uncle Gu was kneading dough with his head down and not looking at her. She also felt strange. Uncle Gu was very kind to her before, but now, after just one night, he seemed so different. It doesn't matter if he likes me or not. Mother, I'm not made of silver. Why should he like me? Xiao Xiao told me that their private school has many children, and she asked me to sell candied hawthorns there. I think that wouldn't be fair to Xiao Xiao, so I won't go there. But I know where most children are. In Xingfeng Town, there is an open space where many children gather every day. Recently, it snowed heavily and many children are playing in the snow. Yesterday, when I passed by buying things, I heard many children coughing. The weather changes so quickly, and children's resistance is weak. They can easily get sick. In most families, people often give children some medicine to take, but they usually let the illness develop naturally. Some children have strong resistance and get better after a few days of coughing, but others may get worse if they delay treatment. No matter how serious it is, children are naturally playful. Their favorite thing is to come here and play in the snow. Li Jiao Jiao told Wang Shi, Mom, wait for me here later. Wang Shi is shy, so Li Jiao Jiao, worried she might feel embarrassed, carried her candied hawthorn stick and went up alone. Just as Li Jiao Jiao arrived, before she could start selling, she saw a peddler pushing a cart, stopping steadily right across from her. The peddler's cart was full of toys like drums, windmills that spun in the wind, a cloth tiger, and many other colorful, bright items. The children quickly gathered around, excited and eager to buy. Li Jiao Jiao was a bit surprised. The peddler proudly showed her his candied hawthorn sticks and some small snacks. Soon, a child hurried back home to call their family to buy things. More and more children ran home, and Li Jiao Jiao saw the peddler give her a challenging look. She was so angry she rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. In just a short time, the children who had gone home brought back their parents, and even their friends. The peddler's smile grew wider and brighter. Wang Shi hurried over to Li Jiao Jiao, worried. What should we do, Jiao Jiao? I see he has candied hawthorn sticks too. Maybe we won't be able to sell ours. Li Jiao Jiao comforted Wang Shi. Don't worry, Mom. Just wait and see what I do. The peddler was busy with the children, who kept asking for candied hawthorn sticks or little tiger toys. He was so busy he couldn't keep up. Li Jiao Jiao handed a wooden stake to Wang Shi and stood a little apart, listening to a child cough repeatedly. She shook her head and said, Last time, when my brother was coughing, the doctor told us repeatedly not to give him hawthorn. Hawthorn is cold, and he already has a cold. Giving him more could make his condition worse. As soon as Li Jiao Jiao finished speaking, the woman looked at her anxiously. Really?
Li Jiao Jiao nudda.
Yes. I just made some autumn pear syrup for my brother. It's good for stopping coughs and loosening phlegm. I made a lot, but he can't eat so much. I was planning to sell some. Would you like to see? This not only can be given to children as a snack, but also used as medicine. These autumn pears are carefully selected by me. They have the best effect for cough relief and phlegm reduction. If you don't believe it, you can ask Dr. Wu at Huichun Hall. Someone recognized Li Jiao Jiao and frowned, saying, I remember you selling candied hawthorn sticks. Li Jiao Jiao pointed toward the Wang family's side. Yes, my younger brother wanted to eat them before, so I made some for him. But he ate too much and started coughing. I took him to see Dr. Wu, who gave me some medicine. He told me that this autumn pear syrup is the best for children. My brother is young and doesn't like taking medicine. This syrup is sweet and tasty, and he loves it. Now he's better and already back at school. I've heard of this. It's snowing now, but I didn't expect you still have pears. Do you have more?
I want to buy some.
As she spoke, the woman loudly called her son to come back. Soon after, a few more women approached. Their children were coughing, some more than others. One child was coughing badly. Li Jiao Jiao handed her a bottle of autumn pear syrup and said, Your child is coughing so badly. You should go see Dr. Wu for some medicine. After taking the medicine, give him some of this syrup. The child will get better sooner, and parents can rest assured. Li Jiao Jiao still had about 10 bottles of the syrup in her basket. The peddler, with a stern face, walked over after all the children left. He looked angry and said, "Miss, what you're doing isn't very honest." Li Jiao closed the bottles in her basket and pointed to the snow around her. "Uncle, look at this weather this year. Can morality be used as firewood or cooking? Neither. Life is hard at home, and I came out to earn some money. It's only right." The peddler's face turned pale with anger. Seeing this, Li Jiao smiled and waved at Wang's family. She said to the peddler, "Uncle, I'm a girl. It's not good to show my face in public. I don't want to come out to earn money either. How about this? I pack up the goods and sell them to you. You can sell them. I still have some bottles of autumn pear syrup. The doctors all say it's good. I won't sell it anymore. I'll give it to you." "You sell it? What do you think?" The peddler's eyes lit up. Li Jiao was a pretty girl who could speak well. If she kept coming out to sell things, he was afraid he wouldn't sell anything in Xingfeng town. Thinking of this, he looked at the basket of syrup with some excitement. Making autumn pear syrup isn't difficult, but the season is late. Where can he find autumn pears now? Then, how much do you want for it? It's enough to make my heart flutter. Li Jiao thought about how others wanted this money. She took a wooden stake and said, "There are 58 candied hawthorns here. How about you give me 50 coins? I also have some maltose candies, which are cheap, 1 coin each. For 10 maltose candies, you only need to pay 8 coins. I'm selling them in a bundle, so I can't let you lose out." The merchant was a bit reluctant. He only wanted the autumn pear syrup. This autumn pear syrup. Autumn pears are hard to find this season, so the price is a bit higher. A bottle, including the bottle and the syrup inside, costs 10 coins. You saw earlier, I sell each bottle for 12 coins, and parents are very willing to buy. The merchant pointed at the basket of autumn pear syrup. "I only want the syrup." Li Jiao looked at him with a playful smile. "If that's the case, I won't sell. We can't eat so many candied hawthorns either. I still need to sell candied hawthorns. If that's the case, I might as well sell the syrup myself. Maybe it'll attract some customers. What do you think?" The merchant hesitated. Li Jiao added, "Try selling them first. If they sell well, next time you come to Xingfeng town, go to the pawn shop over there. I'll make more autumn pear syrup for you then. Maybe I'll have other medicinal paste to sell too." In the end, Li Jiao packed everything and sold it to the merchant. More than 10 bottles of autumn pear syrup. He bought all of them. The total was only 212 coins. Li Jiao gave him a small discount, sold everything for 200 coins. She promised she wouldn't sell things in the future. Back home with Wang Shi, Li Jiao took out the coins and counted them. Making the autumn pear syrup reminded her of many medicinal foods that share ingredients. Especially for children, traditional medicine is too bitter, and many kids refuse to take medicine. But if it's turned into snacks, they're happy to eat it. Not only can children enjoy snacks, but it can also cure their illnesses. For parents, that's the best choice. "Mom, I want to go to the pharmacy to buy some herbs. Later, I also need to go to Danyang village. Grandpa Yin's family still has a lot of fruit. I'll buy some for them and bring them some things."
Li Jiao andaban 600 coins.
She kept the rest for herself. She also wanted to buy some herbs and planned to buy some snacks for Xiao Yin and the others later. Many families in Danyang village have cellars, but in Sun Shui village, there are very few. Mrs. Wang carefully tucked the copper coin into her. Li Jiao went to the spring renewal hall to buy some licorice and other herbs. Then she went to the grain shop and bought some millet and beans. She bought 5 jin of rice and 5 jin of wheat. She bargained for a few feet of cloth, spending over 100 coins, leaving her with just over 20 coins. Then she carried everything home. After Li Qiao finished school, Li Jiao hired a bullock cart and slowly headed to Danyang village. Mrs. Wang was worried that Li Chengkai might come back to cause trouble. She urged the old man driving the ox cart. He had been driving for decades, and his old yellow ox had been with him all those years. He turned to Mrs. Wang and said, "The snow makes the road hard to walk. Don't worry too much." Li Jiao knew what Mrs. Wang was worried about. But was Li Chengkai worried about her? No. He was worried that Mrs. Wang might cause trouble outside at night, which could ruin her reputation and affect him. Such people are easy to handle. Later, they could just say that Xiao Qiao forgot the time while writing. When they arrived at Danyang village, Li Jiao Jiao unloaded everything, settled the payment with the driver, and then carried her things to the Yin family. Little Yin was at home. Grandpa Yin seemed to have a cold. Li Jiao Jiao hurriedly moved her things inside. Little Yin was very sensible and quickly said he didn't want her to trouble herself. Mrs. Wang, visiting Danyang village for the first time, had only heard about it before. Seeing the daily life of the grandfather and grandson made her feel a bit sad. She was a diligent person and tidied up the house casually. This is 20 coins. You take it to Dr. Wu to get some medicine for your grandfather. Give him these grains too, so you can eat them, Li Jiao Jiao said as she finished arranging her things. Little Yin, I also need some fruit. Any kind will do. Please ask around. If you find some, bring them to the town to sell for me. I'll give you 1 coin for every 10 jin of fruit you collect. Hearing this, Little Yin hurriedly waved his hands. Sister Jiao Jiao, I can't take your money. Our village has several families with cellars, and they've stored a lot of fruit. I'll ask around later. Sister Jiao Jiao, you bought so many things today and spent quite a bit of silver. When I earn some money, I'll pay you back. 10 miles away, Mrs. Wang and Li Jiao Jiao took turns carrying Li Jiao. Finally, just before it got completely dark, they arrived at Xuanshui village. As soon as they entered, Li Chengkai pointed at Mrs. Wang and Li Jiao Jiao and scolded them loudly. Look at what time it is. Where have you been? Mrs. Wang was about to explain, but Li Chengkai pointed at her face. Shameless. Does Li Jiao Jiao still want to stay? Chun Xian has left, and it's so late. Where exactly did she go? Dad, do you want to see the calligraphy Qiao Qiao wrote today? Our family's Qiao Qiao just started school a few days ago. Look at her handwriting. It's better than mine. Li Jiao Jiao smiled happily and reached out her hand. Li Qiao cooperated quickly, pulling out a not-so-good piece of paper. It was scribbled with a few simple characters, but to Li Chengkai, it was the most beautiful thing in the world. Li Chengkai carefully took the paper, unfolding it gently. Although he couldn't read, he looked at it very seriously. He glanced at Li Qiao and asked, Qiao Qiao, are you writing? Li Jiao Jiao had already heard Li Jiao Jiao's words. She nodded and said, Dad, it's all my fault. I just started, and my classmates already know how to write many characters. I was in a hurry, so I stayed behind to write a big character.
Li Chengkai nudda rapatadli.
Good child. It's not easy to get a chance to go to school. You must study hard, understand? Then he carefully folded the paper and smiled. Later, I'll show it to your grandpa. He'll be very happy. Thinking of something, Li Chengkai told Li Jiao Jiao and Wang Shi, Mother has been waiting for you. After you finish eating, come to the main room. Come on, Qiao Qiao, let's go visit your grandparents. After Li Chengkai left with Li Qiao, Wang Shi sighed in relief. Your dad's temper. Luckily, Qiao Qiao took out a piece of paper to fool him.
Li Jiao Jiao smilat.
Mother, that's not fooling him. My dad doesn't mind me and you, but he only cares about Qiao Qiao, his only son. If Qiao Qiao becomes successful in the future, he'll be proud. Besides, our Qiao Qiao is sensible. He knows life isn't easy for us. He studies and writes very seriously. Wang Shi and Li Jiao Jiao prepared the meal. Li Jiao Jiao went to call Li Qiao for dinner but was pulled aside by Chang Yu. Why are you back so late? Your third aunt is telling everyone that you, a young lady, are always out and about, stirring trouble in front of your grandparents. Li Jiao Jiao patted Chang Yu's hand. Second sister-in-law, thank you. I understand now. If I go out and show off, it's because our family's reputation is talking about me. I'm no longer part of the Li family. If my third aunt wants to say something, let her. By the way, second sister-in-law, I saw that the older sister and the others have come back. Is there something important this time? Chang Yu looked uncomfortable. She was Li Chang's wife and the daughter-in-law of the main household. But in front of Li Jiao Jiao, she didn't want to hide anything. Li Jiao Jiao was the first person who showed her kindness since she married into the family. What's wrong? Second sister-in-law. Changyu leaned in and whispered to Li Jiao, it's nothing serious. It's about Xiao's marriage. Additionally, the older sister-in-law wants to come back and see a doctor about her health. Jiao, don't tell others. Xiao's marriage is almost settled. It's with someone the little aunt and the eldest brother's family know. The engagement will be fixed tomorrow. So, later, your grandma will call you and explain about tomorrow's meal preparations.
Li Jiao nudda.
Second sister-in-law, thank you. I understand. By the way, what about my second brother? Li Chang is tall but simple-minded. He has always been the main worker in the family. Changyu pointed to the backyard. Your grandma told him to fetch water and chop wood. Jiao, I won't say more. You girls should go back and eat. Li Jiao brought Li Qiao back for dinner. At the table, she talked to Wang Shi about Xiao's marriage. Wang Shi sighed. Xiao is already at the age to get married. Your great-aunt is biased and isn't in a hurry to settle her marriage. Li Jiao shook her head. I think the great-aunt isn't biased. It's just that Xiao's marriage has been planned for a long time. My eldest brother has been a shopkeeper in the county for many years and married the daughter of the previous shopkeeper. He has many connections. The great-aunt has probably been thinking of marrying Xiao to the county, so she's delayed. Wang Shi thought about it and agreed. Li Jiao got engaged to Qin Xian last year. At that time, she was less than 15. Xiao is a few months older than Jiao. Now, Xiao just heard about the engagement, which shows that Zhao Shi isn't in a rush. Before the dishes on the table were cleared, Li Chengkai hurried back to urge the mother and daughter to go to the upper room. Wang Shi and Li Jiao arrived in the upper room one after another. Deng Shi kept a stern face, glanced at them, and didn't call them to sit. She just talked with Zhao Shi, Ma Xiaoqing, Changyu, and Hu Shi. Wang Shi felt very embarrassed. Li Jiao pulled Wang Shi and sat on a stool. Third sister-in-law, you're quick and capable. Tomorrow morning, you'll be responsible for picking, washing, and cutting vegetables. Eldest sister-in-law, get up early and dress Xiao in nice clothes. Ma Shi and Chang Shi, clean the house thoroughly inside and out. Hu Shi patted her chest. Mother, don't worry. I promise I'll prepare the meals very cleanly. I won't let you down. Deng Shi's face eased a little, but when she saw Wang Shi and Li Jiao, her expression darkened again. Wang Shi was a bit scared, twisting her hands. Li Jiao didn't care about Deng Shi's threats. She sat quietly beside Wang Shi. Ma Xiaoqing felt a bit nervous because she had never done these things before. Changyu glanced at Ma Xiaoqing and nodded slightly, then said to the Deng family, Don't worry, Mom. We will get up early tomorrow. Seeing everyone listening so obediently, Mrs. Deng nodded with satisfaction. She then looked at Wang and Li Jiao with a stern face and said, Second daughter-in-law, Jiao, tomorrow a distinguished guest will come from Liang County. You two should not go out tomorrow, especially Jiao. Please help tidy up the house. Wang hurriedly agreed. Li Jiao tilted her head and said, Mom, are you talking about our family? Don't worry, our house is clean. And if a guest comes, they will go to the main room, not my room. You can rest assured. Mrs. Deng choked and pointed at Li Jiao. You little brat, are you doing this on purpose? Li Jiao waved her hands quickly. Mom, I speak honestly. I have a straightforward temper. Don't be mad. Just tell me what I can do to help. We are all family, right? Mrs. Deng opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say to argue back. With a stern face, Mrs. Deng told Wang to go cook and prepare dishes, while Li Jiao was assigned to wash clothes tomorrow. Wang quickly said, Mother, I will do the laundry. Tomorrow afternoon, after the guests leave, I will have time. I can go to the river to wash, and I'll be back quickly. Jiao is young and doesn't know how to wash clothes well.